During the awakening ceremony at Shihai First Academy, Principal Lu Yun's speech sent chills down their spine, while our protagonist Lin Moyu, who is also a Gigachad necromancer, calmly gazes at the array circle. When a student awakens the farmer class, he gets terrified of obtaining such a weak class. Next turn is Xia Shui, who has a crush on our boy Lin. However, when it's our boy Lin Moyu's turn, a thick red aura starts emitting from the array, shocking everyone at the high school. Even the principal and level 80 profession could not believe it. The sky was filled with 1,000,000 undead skeletal warriors. Our boy awakened the legendary class of necromancer, and let's continue.
A voice booms through the school, announcing that the students have completed 3 years of study in the profession system. Lu Yun, the principal of Shihai First Academy, informs the gathered students that today they will choose a profession to determine their fates. He expresses hope that all students will reach the same level as their senior, Su Qianxing, and become pillars of the human race. The students all seem tense. This is Lin Moyu, who was reborn into this world long ago and is now ready to get his profession. This world is like an RPG game, full of dungeons, secret areas, and monsters. After selecting their professions, students gain experience by slaying monsters and raiding dungeons, leveling up to enhance their skills and strength. Countless sages have tirelessly carved out a living space among monsters, resulting in today's stable society. The most popular professions are combat classes, followed by support classes, and then livelihood professions. Combat and support classes are divided into 5 subclasses: low, medium, high, rare, and legendary, but Shihai City hasn't produced a legendary occupation in 10 years. The principal activates the transmutation circle for the profession selection process. Gao Yang asks Moyu which profession he desires most. Yang urges Moyu to share his thoughts while declaring his own desire to be a knight and protect many girls. A student tells Yang that despite Moyu's good grades, he will surely end up with a livelihood profession. Yang tells the student not to say that and points out that Moyu doesn't talk because he doesn't like to. The principal apologizes to Zhang Qian for the bother, but Qian smiles and says it's okay. Moyu recognizes Qian as an array master, which is a rare support profession. The principal says he will announce the students' names, who will then enter the transmutation circle. The first student, Suda, enters the circle and receives a farmer profession, a livelihood class. He is disappointed at receiving such a low-grade profession. The other students believe farming isn't bad as one can upgrade to a grand farmer or even a holy farmer. Another student is pleased to receive the chef profession, claiming his father is also from the same field. Qian looks disappointed and remarks that the students this year are all very average. Qian notes it's been too long since a rare profession was produced, and the principal adds there are only 1 or 2 in the city. Xia Shui's name is called, and she walks towards the circle, hoping to show Moyu who the real genius is. Moyu and Shui are considered the 2 geniuses of the academy, but Shui has always been on top of Moyu. Qian believes Shui has potential. The principal asks why, and Qian explains that Shui's mental strength is more than twice that of ordinary people, suggesting she may become a mage. The moment Shui steps into the circle, a disturbance occurs, and a vision appears, indicating she has received a rare profession. Shui becomes an elemental mage from the combat class, a rare profession. The other students are impressed and praise Shui for being a genius and getting such a good profession. Qian tells Shui she is very good and Shui bows thanking him. Shui sees her friends smiling and happy for her achievement. Shui gives a startled look as Moyu's name is called next. She stares at Moyu curiously. The principal asks Qian what he thinks of Moyu, and Qian notes there is nothing special about him. The principal says Moyu ranks first among the academy's geniuses, but Qian argues that academic performance and class change aren't related. However, the principal considers that Moyu might also get a rare profession. When Moyu enters the circle, a strange phenomenon starts happening, similar to what happened for Shui. Suddenly, the sky gets covered in dark clouds, and a massive ray of light descends upon Moyu. Both the principal and Qian are taken aback as Qian says it's another vision. Seeing the huge vision, the principal wonders if it will truly be another rare profession. Meanwhile, Shui, looking concerned, claims she won't lose to Moyu. A student points towards the sky, shouting there's movement in the clouds. There indeed appears to be a disturbance among the dark clouds as demons begin to emerge. Looking terrified, another student bellows that the clouds are full of undead. A whole army of undead can be seen among the clouds. Shui knows it's all just a vision, but she believes she can't fight that kind of stuff. Moyu has his eyes closed as smoke resembling skulls floats around him. With this, Moyu receives the necromancer, a unique hidden profession under the combat class. Moyu realizes he might be the only necromancer in the world. This profession is not only rarer than rare professions but even rarer than legendary professions. All the students begin whispering about the unique profession Moyu received. Some look impressed, while others look jealous. Moyu thinks the uniqueness of the hidden profession is much better than he expected. Qian walks towards Moyu, telling him to wait a moment. Moyu asks how he can be of service. Qian claims he has never seen Moyu's unique profession before and asks him to demonstrate his skills. These are Moyu's current stats and description of his skills. Moyu notes that his stronger spiritual power fits the necromancer profession, which, like the summoner class, involves summoning skeleton warriors. He then summons a skeleton warrior of iron rank. The spectators are shocked, seeing Moyu actually summon a skeleton from the dark cloud. Qian shoots a laser at the skeleton from his finger, and the system asks Moyu if he wants to counterattack. Moyu commands the skeleton to stay put. Qian points out that he is a level 52 professional, while Moyu is only level 1, yet Moyu's summon is hostile to him. Qian thanks Moyu for the demonstration. Moyu then walks away with the skeleton warrior following him. Yang asks if he can touch the skeleton. Inspecting the skeleton, Yang asks if it is powerful, and Moyu replies that it should be better than Yang. The principal calls Yang's name, and Yang rushes to change his profession as Moyu recalls the skeleton, making it disappear. Moyu then learns that as he levels up, the capacity of the skeletons he can summon will increase. He recalls that when he first changed his profession, he saw a real necromancer and hopes to one day be strong enough to kill a dragon in seconds. A while later, Yang, pleased with his knight profession, says he and Moyu can fight together in the future. After all the students have changed their professions, the principal congratulates them, advises them to work hard and get good grades, and announces that the novice leveling dungeon will open the next day. After the students are dismissed, Shui runs after Moyu, telling him to wait. Once she gets close, Shui says she wants to compete with Moyu and he agrees. Shui declares it's a deal and notes she doesn't want to keep losing to Moyu. Sometime later, Moyu is at home looking at a photograph. He, his sister, and grandma are in the picture, as he tells them about his profession change in his thoughts. At that moment, someone knocks on the door. Moyu opens the door to find the principal there, ready to hand over some supplies. Last year, in Shihai City, Moyu's older sister, Lin Mohun, was admitted to Xiajing Academy alone. The principal had promised her to take good care of Moyu, so he is ready to keep that promise. Moyu thanks the principal for the supplies as the principal tells him to rest well for the dungeon the next day. In the middle of the night, Moyu is startled when the system appears suddenly and begins loading something. The system informs Moyu that he has awakened to the necromancer profession, detailing its requirements and benefits, including information extraction, optimization, and combat advantages. The system grants Moyu the damage transfer skill, which transfers damage he takes to his summons, and he thinks it's godlike. Moyu summons a skeleton warrior with balanced attributes, 75 each in strength, agility, spirit, and physique, at the cost of 10 spiritual power. Moyu realizes the attributes of the skeleton warrior have all increased fivefold and believes with the damage transfer skill, he will be invincible. The next day, the students gather outside the novice leveling dungeon, where Yang asks Moyu if he wants to team up. Moyu declines, saying that teaming up will slow down their leveling process, causing Yang to get angry. Shui agrees with Moyu, pointing out that according to seniors, going solo when below level 10 yields more express and allows for faster leveling. Principal Lu Yun suggests that all students except Shui and Moyu take support into the dungeon, prompting a student to ask why. The principal explains that Shui needs to level up quickly for Xiajing Academy, while Moyu's abilities are unknown, though supports can team up with him if they wish. The supports all look scared and say they are frightened of the undead. Moyu claims he is also aiming for Xiajing Academy so wants to go solo. The principal reminds Moyu that getting into Xiajing is very difficult and notes that one needs to be at least level 12 before the final trial. The principal also points out that leveling up to level 12 isn't easy since there are only level 8 monsters in the novice dungeon. Moyu confidently says he believes in himself, and the principal encourages him, calling him a good kid. Shui suggests they compete to see who can level up faster, and Moyu gives an irritated look at her competitiveness. Moyu then enters the dungeon and decides to summon 4 undead knights as his spirit has recovered to 40, and it costs 10 per undead. He raises his staff, and 4 undead emerge from the ground, and Moyu commands them to go and kill monsters. The skeletons scatter in the dungeon, killing monsters and giving Moyu a lot of EXP. He thinks eliminating 100 monsters will be enough to level up. In half an hour, Moyu successfully levels up to 2, and these are his improved stats. Moyu decides to summon another level 2 undead knight as the number of skeleton warriors increases to 8, boosting monster kills and leveling up. The skeletons continue slaughtering different monsters, continuously providing Moyu with EXP. Moyu discovers that the skeleton warriors are creating a map and notices some monsters are still alive, so he decides to try his skills on them. He finds a wildcat, points at it, and uses the soul blaze, causing it to turn to ashes in seconds, providing him plus 20 EXP. Moyu acknowledges that the spiritual attacks are too powerful and that the hidden profession is truly awesome as he levels up to 3. With this, he summons 3 more skeleton warriors. The skeletons carry on eliminating enemies, and Moyu continues gaining more EXP. The novice dungeon is for 12 hours, but Moyu has leveled up to 4 in just 4 hours as he decides to go to Shihai Suburbia next time to reach level 8, where there are higher level monsters. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, the principal chats with Xia Dongyang, Shue's father, who thanks him for taking care of his daughter. The principal claims he did nothing, as Shui is very hardworking and talented. Dongyang says he missed Shue's transmutation and is there to see her first dungeon raid, hoping she will be at least level 5 when she exits. The principal notes that they can gauge the students' leveling speed from their first day's performance and warns that if Shui doesn't reach level 5 today, it will be difficult for her to get into Xia Jing Academy. He also says that the students will be automatically ejected from the dungeon after 12 hours. Dongyang asks about the hidden profession from yesterday's transmutation, and the principal explains that Moyu received the necromancer profession. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Moyu summons more skeletons and learns they can only wander 500 meters away from him. Almost 7 hours have passed, and Moyu still hasn't seen any level 8 monsters yet, as he wonders how others are doing. He walks forward, leading his skeleton army when suddenly a branch strikes him in the chest, catching him off guard. Moyu quickly uses the skilled damage transfer as he gets sent flying backward. The thing that attacked Moyu is a level 8 monster tree. The archer apologizes for shooting at Moyu, wondering how he is still fine despite being hit. Moyu calmly tells the archer not to do it again. The archer gets startled as he sees the skeleton warrior standing beside Moyu. He then realizes Moyu must summon undead and gives an angry look, assuming Moyu is definitely not a good guy. The mage grabs the archer's arm and warns him not to mess with Moyu. So the 2 guys turn away and leave as Moyu calls after them to consider themselves lucky. It's nighttime and Moyu is resting on the edge of a cliff while the skeleton warriors continue slaying the monsters. He realizes leveling up from 10 is difficult due to the high EXP needed, and unsure if he can reach level 11 by tonight, he decides to stay and not head back home. As his goal is to get into Xia Jing Academy, Moyu is determined to put in more effort than others. Based on his current leveling speed, Moyu hopes to reach level 13 by the next day and assumes he can reach level 16 at max before the trial. He then wonders how his sister managed to level up so quickly and thinks he must have missed something. Moyu wonders if his sister teamed up with others to raid a nightmare difficulty dungeon for more EXP, realizing that's why she must have been wounded back then. He is certain his guess is correct and decides to take a look the next day. It's midnight and someone comes walking towards Moyu while he is resting. Sensing the person, Moyu opens his eyes, wondering if that person might be lost. It's the assassin from earlier who asks Moyu if he has any food. Moyu hands her a sweet potato, and the assassin removes her mask to eat it, revealing a pretty face. Seeing the girl eat the sweet potato so fast, Moyu thinks she must be starving. The girl starts to choke on the food, and Moyu takes out a water bottle. The girl takes a long swig of the water and thanks Moyu, asking what his name is. Moyu, who looks suspicious of the girl, stares at her in silence. The girl asks Moyu if he doesn't like talking and suggests they analyze skills with each other. So the 2 of them point at each other using the analytic skill. But the analysis fails as the girl smilingly asks Moyu if he didn't get anything. However, the girl is able to see all of Moyu's info as she says she has never heard of the necromancer occupation before. She then recalls seeing the skeleton standing next to Moyu and asks if it was his summon. Seeing Moyu not talk, the girl asks why he isn't talking and asks if he is muted. Moyu asks why, and the girl looks delighted realizing Moyu can talk. Moyu asks why again, and the girl shows him a badge, explaining it prevents anyone below level 10 from using analytic skills on her. She then removes the badge and tells Moyu to try the analytic skill on her again. So Moyu uses the analytic skill and learns the girl's name is Ningyi, and she is a level 19 shadow assassin. At that moment, both of them sense some enemies approaching them. Moyu learns that 3 guys are trying to surround him and Ningyi. He looks annoyed as she says that those guys have been following her for days just for a mid-rank skill scripture. Yi tells Moyu she will leave now when suddenly an arrow comes flying towards her from behind, which she barely dodges. Out of nowhere, a red circle surrounds Moyu and Yi with small marking arrows at their heads. Yi curses as she realizes the arrow hovering above her is a marking arrow. Moyu is surprised the archer has anti-invisibility skills, as the marking arrow makes enemies unable to enter invisibility, making them easy targets. The blonde guy walks forward, pointing out that Moyu and Yi have nowhere to run now. The archer is on a tree branch while the blonde and another guy stand before Moyu and Yi, calling them a perfect duo of an assassin and a malicious undead summoner. Yi tells the guys that Moyu has nothing to do with her and agrees to give them the skill scripture if they go away. The archer says that it's no use now as he reveals their intention is to kill Yi. Yi offers to buy some time and tells Moyu to run as Moyu asks what about her. Yi points out that she is a shadow assassin, so she has her ways to get out of this. But Moyu is not sure if Yi can escape since she's already marked and she can't use her invisibility skill. The archer bellows out to his companions that they should attack Yi and not waste time. The blonde guy raises his spear, which begins glowing, and grinning says he wants to kill Moyu along with Yi. He uses the illumination skill and summons a massive glowing round thing high above the sky, which lights up the whole forest. The blonde reveals that he used the illumination skill to chase away the darkness, so Yi can't try and escape with her assassin skills. Yi draws out her knife and decides to give it all she has. The three guys all prepare to launch an attack. Moyu and Yi are surrounded from all three sides. Moyu raises his hand and summons the skeleton warriors. The blonde gives a disgusted look seeing Moyu summoning undead. He hurls a powerful fireball at Moyu, aiming to blow him up into ashes. Yi swiftly locks her arms onto Moyu's from behind and shouts at him to run. But she is unable to move as she notices her leg has been tied with spiritual strings. The archer shoots 3 arrows with triple damage straight at the two of them. Yi sees the arrows coming at them and pushes Moyu away from harm's way. Now the fireball comes flying at Moyu while the arrows come at Yi. A skeleton warrior gets between Yi and the arrows while another skeleton takes the full blast of the fireball on itself, defending Moyu. The skeleton seems to have blocked the arrows with its sword. One skeleton slams its weapon onto the guy with the shield. The force of the attack sends that guy flying backward. The skeleton that took the full force of the fireball is unhurt. Seeing this, the blonde is shocked, asking how is this possible. He is unable to understand how he couldn't kill Moyu despite being a level 21 mage. The other two guys are also bewildered, realizing their skills have no effect on Moyu's summons. Suddenly, a number of small white flames appear behind all three guys, startling them. From every side, dozens of undead begin appearing, surrounding the three guys in a circle. Yi is shocked, wondering why Moyu's level 10 summons are so strong that they resist the level 20 mage and archer's attacks. And also seeing such a large number of undead, Yi thinks it's too much. She then turns towards Moyu in admiration and sees his eyes are closed. When Moyu opens his eyes, they appear to be glowing. These are the stats of Moyu as he is at level 10 now along with his talents description. The blonde guy summons a barrier around himself as the skeleton warriors charge at him. But a skeleton easily pierces through the barrier with its sword. The barrier shatters, pushing the blonde back slightly with a force. The blonde swiftly raises his spear and summons a ring of flaming fire, lifting the skeleton's feet off the ground. He gives an evil laugh, shouting at the skeletons to have a taste of his power. However, his laugh ceases as he sees the skeletons jumping at him with their weapons raised. Before the blonde can even react, the skeletons cut through him. The archer is bewildered seeing his companion get instantly killed. The skeletons chase him as he flees but realizes he can't escape now. Meanwhile, the last guy summons a shield barrier that the skeleton can't pierce, surprising Moyu. Moyu reveals that this kind of defense by that guy who is level 20 can withstand the attacks of a level 40 mage. However, that guy starts sweating from fear, finding the skeletons terrifying and regretting coming here. Moyu instructs the skeletons to use skills to defeat the man. As instructed, one of the skeletons activates Berserk Strike, causing his sword to be set in flames. The skeleton then slams his sword down on the barrier, causing it to be destroyed. With the barrier gone, all the skeletons lunge at the guy, who is open-mouthed in terror. Moyu remembers his sister had told him to always do anything he sets his mind to do and not hesitate. Yi realizes that all three guys are now dead. Moyu knows that when a professional dies, the items in their storage will drop and decides to see what those three dropped. Upon inspection, he acquires a staff, a bow, a shield, and a sword. Yi looks at the loot and points out that those weapons are dropped in the dungeon of Carmen's Orc Legion, which is a level 20 dungeon. Moyu collects all the weapons and stores them in his system storage, deciding to sell them later. Moyu also receives a primary scroll worth 10,000 gold coins, wondering if he should sell it or use it, while Yi tells him to use it. Yi tells Moyu the scroll is a primary one and not worth much, suggesting he use it. Moyu asks how. Yi tells Moyu to say use while holding the scroll. Moyu does as asked, but nothing happens. Yi laughs and tells Moyu to say use louder, not so softly. Moyu realizes the scroll must require spiritual energy to activate. So he then injects his spiritual energy into the scroll and it begins to open. Once it opens, Moyu receives a corpse explosion skill which he thinks is good. This skill will cause the corpses to explode, and as Moyu believes, the explosion's radius will be 10 meters after being enhanced. On top of that, when one corpse explodes, it can set off a chain reaction and explode other corpses nearby, making it an invincible AoE skill. Curious, he asks Moyu how it is and if he learned a new skill. Moyu says he did get a skill, and he tells him to talk more as his voice is pretty. Moyu finds Yi a bit different from the other girls in his school. Moyu compliments Yi back, telling her she has a nice voice too, and she thanks him, blushing. Yi gives Moyu a chest as payment for saving her life. Opening the chest, Moyu finds it contains a precious intermediate skill scroll. Moyu wonders why Yi is giving him this scroll, as she was chased earlier because of it. Yi explains she discovered a hidden chest in Carmen's dungeon at Chaohai City and notes it was just luck. When Yi had opened the chest, she found this intermediate scroll. But she didn't know that those bastards were watching her, and then they tried to snatch the scroll from her. Because of that, Yi claims she ran, and those guys chased after her like stink bugs. Moyu mentions Yi nearly died moments before, and Yi claims she'll be automatically teleported away if critically damaged but thanks Moyu for preventing her from getting hurt. Yi says it's painful to get hurt and that she is scared of it. She then sees Moyu is holding a sweet potato and points at it, declaring she wants it. Chewing on her food, Yi asks Moyu which university he plans to attend, and Moyu says Xiajing University. Yi claims that's a good university, and she believes with the skills Moyu has, he should be able to get into any university easily. She then tells Moyu to head over to Xinxia Tower when he gets into Xiajing University. The Xinxia Tower gives people double rewards on the first clear, so Yi suggests he should clear as many floors as he can on the first try. Yi says that way Moyu will get a lot of points and also mentions a certain seminary in Xiajing where Moyu can go to visit. After a while, Yi falls asleep and Moyu covers her with a large cloth to keep her warm. Moyu then closes his eyes and begins recovering spiritual energy. Early morning the next day, Yi wakes up, rubbing her eyes and asks Moyu to give her the potatoes as she is hungry. Moyu gives Yi an armful of potatoes, but she says it's not enough and asks Moyu for more. Moyu says that there are none left and smiling, Yi says she believes him. Yi then gets up and announces she will leave to raise her level and hopes she can meet Moyu next time. With this, Yi sprints away deep into the forest. Moyu also gets on his feet and decides he should try out his new skill, looking down at the corpses of the guys he killed yesterday. Lin Moyu raises his hand and uses the corpse explosion skill, causing the nearby corpse to burst into flames. A massive explosion follows, causing the ground to shatter and quake. The explosion leaves a huge crater on the ground, and Moyu realizes the skill's AoE has increased after being enhanced by his talent. He causes the remaining two corpses to explode as well and decides to try the skill in the Shihai Mine dungeon. Since the skeleton warrior is now bronze and requires 70 spirit points to summon, Moyu can summon 4 with his total of 300 spirit points. His current summoning space is 48/100. A while later, he reaches the entrance to the Shihai Mine. A large group of people is already gathered at the entrance, all chatting about their teams in the dungeon. As Lin Moyu walks toward them with the skeleton warrior at his side, he receives glances from everyone. At the entrance, he is given a choice to choose the difficulty of the dungeon, normal or nightmare. Nightmare gives more EXP. A guy from behind asks Moyu if he is a summoner and uses the spell to check his info. But Lin Moyu has the shielding badge, so that guy's detection technique fails. A group of 3 approach Moyu and try to recruit him for their team. But Lin Moyu declares he is not interested. Moyu then selects the nightmare difficulty, and the system tells him to confirm it. Then Lin Moyu mutters the word confirm. With this, Lin Moyu is teleported into the dungeon, leaving the others shocked that he entered alone. They are uncertain if Moyu will return alive, think he is showing off, and decide to wait and see. Meanwhile, Moyu successfully enters the Shihai mining dungeon and immediately smells a strong scent of blood in the air. He notices a level 14 goblin a bit ahead and finds out by analyzing that the goblin has been enhanced, with its stats all increased. Moyu notes that a normal professional can never clear this dungeon if they aren't in a party. Compared to his skeletons, Moyu finds the goblin's stats to be nothing as he commands his skeletons to attack. The skeletons charge forward and slaughter the goblin. Just by killing that level 14 goblin, Moyu receives 4,200 EXP, and seeing such a number, he is shocked. He orders the skeletons to kill more goblins, hoping he will level up a lot. He inspects the map to see all the goblins around and claims he won't let any of them survive. The skeleton warriors continue their killings, and Lin Moyu continues receiving EXP and other items. In just 5 minutes, Moyu levels up to 11 and is now able to summon 4 more skeleton warriors. He notices that leveling to 11 increased his strength and agility by 20 points and spirit by 100, realizing attribute gains rise with level. The basic attributes of skeleton warriors also increase by 20, and after being boosted by 10 times, it becomes 200. But Lin Moyu realizes that the skill corpse explosion is still at level 1, and he wonders why. He thinks if he were here she would know. Suddenly, a strong current of air hits Lin Moyu's face, startling him. He sees that the Mine Wolf King is approaching him, releasing a strong aura. Moyu notices the Wolf King's attributes are also enhanced and very high. Moyu raises his hand and commands the skeletons to advance. The Wolf King gives a massive roar, sending powerful shockwaves all around. Moyu orders the skeletons to use skills, and they all lunge at the Wolf King. The skeletons begin cutting down the wolf as Moyu points out that a bigger target is advantageous for his skeletons. The wolf gives another roar and sends the skeletons flying backward. Taking the chance, the Wolf King flees, startling Moyu, who didn't know dungeon bosses could run away. Lin Moyu thinks something might be wrong and commands the skeletons to retreat. Within a second, dozens of mining wolves, all level 14, begin approaching at Moyu. Moyu notes that the wolves aren't strong but they have a large number, at least 100 of them. But Moyu isn't worried. He sees the wolves as EXP points, receiving 2,800 EXP for each wolf killed. Moyu uses the corpse explosion and causes a massive explosion, killing a handful of wolves at a time and receiving a burst of EXP. After few more explosions, only the mining Wolf King is alive. Lin Moyu kills the Wolf King in a single strike and receives 15,000 EXP. Moyu advances further, hoping to encounter the final boss of the dungeon soon. On the way, the skeletons kill more goblins, granting Moyu more EXP as he decides to hell-level dungeons in future for more EXP. Lin Moyu reveals that he has leveled up once in an hour and thinks he can clear a few more rounds at this efficiency and even reach level 19. A while later, he encounters the level 16 Goblin King, and he is hopeful he can reach level 12 by killing it. Lin Moyu also realizes that this final boss's attributes are a lot higher than his skeletons. Suddenly, the Goblin King slams its sword onto Moyu, who quickly uses the damage transfer, sending the damage he took to nearby skeletons. This causes two nearby skeletons to shatter into pieces. Lin Moyu is shocked to see two skeletons die from a single attack of the Goblin King. He then realizes that his attributes and defense are too weak. This means Moyu is a weakness to himself and decides to increase his constitution in the future. The Goblin King, who is level 16, has way more strength and constitution compared to Moyu's bronze skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu agrees that a single skeleton can't match the Goblin King in terms of strength, but it doesn't matter as he has an army of them. The skeletons climb onto the Goblin King's body like ants, piercing every inch with their swords. Suddenly, the Goblin King takes a great leap, throwing the skeletons off its body. The Goblin King then slams its feet onto the ground with force, sending a powerful shockwave. The Goblin King uses fire breath, sprouting massive flames from its mouth, causing Moyu to command the skeletons to retreat. While the Goblin King continues breathing out fire, Moyu shoots Soul Flame at it. The Soul Flame hits the goblin in its face, causing it to cease breathing fire and groan in pain. Taking this chance, the skeletons raise their swords and, using skills, pierce the goblin's neck. With this, the Goblin King dies, providing Moyu with plus 40,000 EXP and other rewards, and Moyu reaches level 12. He puts on the wisdom robe he obtained, which helps cool down the mage's skills by 5%. Moyu looks at the Goblin King's core and estimates it can be sold for 10,000 gold coins, agreeing the dungeon rewards are pretty good. Now after leveling up and his spirit replenished, Moyu summons 4 skeleton warriors again. Deciding to retreat now, Moyu mutters return. Moyu teleports outside the dungeon, where others are bewildered to see him come out alive after clearing it alone. Moyu notes that the dungeon's cooldown is 12 hours and decides to use that time to meditate, recover his spirit power, and enter the dungeon again. So he rests against a tree and claims that from this dungeon experience he has figured out his biggest weaknesses. He found out that the corpse explosion skill, if used properly, is pretty good, and as for the soul flame, it can interrupt enemies' skills easily. After 12 hours of resting, Moyu is now able to summon 4 skeleton warriors again. On the way, Moyu sees a group of people sitting by a campfire and thinks they must be quite experienced. He then remembers E, who was quite careless. As Moyu approaches the dungeon, he hears a major commotion among the gathered people and wonders what's going on. It seems the Dynasty Guild is stopping others from entering the dungeon. A member of the Dynasty Guild says that their leader is completing a task inside the dungeon, so no one is allowed. He shoots a fireball at the dude asking to enter the dungeon. From the attack, that dude gets sent flying backward. That dude ends up dying and his team members are in shock. The Dynasty Guild members grin despite having killed someone and say it's no problem killing a useless man. Moyu arrives, asking what's going on. A guy explains that the Dynasty Guild is preventing anyone from entering the dungeon because their leader is clearing the monsters inside. The guy says the Goblin King's core is worth at least 30,000 gold, and Moyu remembers getting that core in the last raid. Moyu asks about the core's use, and the man says it can be made into a Goblin King's ring, boosting all attributes and skill levels by 1 but usable only by those level 15 or above. Moyu thinks the ring is powerful while the man points out that the Dynasty Guild leader is aiming for the Xiajing Academy, so he wants the ring badly. Moyu then walks toward the dungeon entrance while that man warns him not to mess with the Dynasty Guild. The Dynasty Guild members see Moyu coming towards them alone and ask him if he wants to die. Moyu's eyes begin glowing and he tells the Dynasty Guild to get out of his way. The guy at the front, who killed someone earlier, asks Moyu if he's hurt his head and if he knows who he's talking to. Moyu merely warns them to get lost. The man uses an analytic skill and finds out Moyu is a level 12 necromancer and asks him why he wants to enter the dungeon when he can hunt monsters outside. A scared-looking dude tells Moyu to return, warning him that the Dynasty Guild doesn't hesitate to kill others. Meanwhile, the guy from the Dynasty Guild begins to get nervous seeing Moyu's gaze at him. He then raises his staff and warns he will kill Moyu if he takes one step forward. But Moyu continues walking ahead. The guy with the staff instructs his team to kill Moyu. His name is Zhao Ji, a level 25 mage, as he raises his staff and summons a shield around him, telling Moyu he can't break it. Moyu's skeleton charges forward and strikes the shield, causing small cracks to appear in it. The skeleton raises its sword again to strike, causing Zhao to worry it might break his shield and kill him. So he quickly summons a fire repulsion ring and sends the skeleton flying backward before it can strike. Zhao then shouts, telling his team members to attack. One of them charges forward into a skeleton warrior. But the skeleton comes out victorious and sends that dude flying backward with a strike. The skeleton dashes ahead with its sword raised, while Zhao tells his team to aim for Moyu, hoping that if he dies, his summons will disappear. Two of the archers agree to this and aim their arrows at Moyu, and both of them shoot a total of 6 arrows straight at Moyu. Moyu quickly summons 2 more skeletons who deflect the arrows, leaving the 2 archers in shock. Zhao now learns that Moyu can summon more than 1 skeleton. He then asks his team to buy him some time. After channeling for a while, Zhao uses the Fire Serpent Dance skill, summoning a humongous snake made from flames. As the Fire Serpent lunges straight for Moyu, Zhao is confident Moyu will die now. The spell strikes the ground, causing a small explosion and setting the skeletons on fire. Suddenly, piercing the flames, dozens of additional skeletons charge forward, leaving Zhao open-mouthed in horror. Zhao raises his staff and bellows out to his team to get into formation and attack. The supports begin enhancing the fighter's stats. Zhao notes that his guild is very experienced, with members who work well together, making the guild undefeatable. Lin tells the other guys there to step back. He uses the Soul Flame skill while the archer from the Dynasty Guild draws an arrow. Lin shoots the Soul Flame at the archer, hitting him, and the healers quickly begin to heal him. Zhao gives a smile, thinking the healers are way too good, not aware that the archer is already dead. As the archer falls down, Zhao receives a big shock. Zhao fears his guild might be wiped out by Lin alone. He then commands all the members to attack Lin together. The knight quickly summons a shield to block the skeleton's attacks. But the skeletons continue slamming onto the shield, and the knight says he can't hold on anymore. Zhao shouts out for the team to help the knight and asks where the supports are. The knight's shield gets destroyed, and Lin's spirit flame hits him, covering his body in flames as he lets out a loud shout. Zhao realizes their formation is breaking apart and thinks it's over now. Now panic-stricken, Zhao tries to run away. But Lin tells Zhao there's nowhere to run as the skeleton raises its sword to strike. Zhao is sent backwards by the skeleton's strike as Lin uses the corpse explosion skill. A huge explosion issues, sending flames everywhere. The knight screams out in pain, his body on fire. Zhao's eyes bulge in terror as a skeleton's arm closes in on him. Lin walks forward through the destruction he caused, heading towards the dungeon entrance. He uses the corpse explosion, causing a heavy explosion behind him. The others are unable to believe that Lin wiped out the Dynasty Guild and didn't even leave their corpses behind. They express concern that other members of the Dynasty Guild will come after them and think they should escape. Half an hour later, the Dynasty Guild's leader walks out of the dungeon claiming he didn't manage to get the Goblin King's core. Once out, they notice that the other members of their guild supposed to be waiting there aren't around. The leader is puzzled and asks the girl to send a message to their partners to find out where they have gone. Despite this, the leader begins to suspect something is wrong. So he suggests they leave this area first as it might be dangerous. 1 hour later, Lin successfully defeats the Goblin King. He receives plus 40,000 EXP and other rewards along with the monster core. He inspects the magic book he got and finds it quite useful for the soul flame and corpse explosion. He also levels up to 13 and thinks he needs to clear the dungeon 3 more times to reach level 15 or 5 times to reach level 16. He hopes it will be enough for him to get into Xiajing Academy as he teleports out of the dungeon. Arriving outside, Lin is surprised to see there's no one there and decides to return here tomorrow after the cooldown of the dungeon finishes. The next day, Lin is back at the dungeon entrance, and watching him from afar is Xia Shui, who is now level 10. Shui realizes Lin is going to solo the dungeon and says she won't lose to him. 45 minutes later, Lin is inside the dungeon, standing before the Goblin King, and he now has 72 skeletons he can summon. He points his hand at the Goblin King, declaring it's time for it to wake up. Lin kills the Goblin King once again, receiving the 40,000 EXP and other items. 12 hours later, Lin returns and kills the Goblin King once again, receiving the same rewards. While Lin is resting, Shui arrives and asks Lin what level he is at. Lin says he is level 14, hearing which Shui is open-mouthed in shock as she is only level 11. Shui says that even if Lin has soloed the dungeon, there's no way he should have leveled up so fast. She turns around, saying she won't lose to Lin and starts looking for a party to enter the dungeon, while Lin wonders if she doesn't have a cooldown like he does. 1 hour later, Shui exits the dungeon, glares at Lin, and announces she is looking for a party to return to the dungeon. Lin agrees that Shui is really competitive. 1 hour later, Shui walks towards Lin and sits down on the ground, looking exhausted and says she won't lose to Lin. Once again, she begins looking for a party to enter the dungeon. Half an hour later, Shui comes out of the dungeon, now finally level 12 and still looking tired, says she will catch up to Lin soon. Lin asks Shui if she isn't tired, and Shui replies that she's so exhausted she doesn't want to move, prompting Lin to ask why she is stressing herself so much. Shui gets angry at Lin for asking that and points out that she doesn't want to be overshadowed by him and wants to beat him. Shui mentions she wants to get into Xiajing Academy as well, and Lin suggests clearing the nightmare level to level up faster. Shui points out that as a level 12, no party wants her for the nightmare level, so she's only clearing the normal level dungeon. Finally, Lin asks Shui how she is able to ignore the dungeon cooldown times. Shui asks Lin if he really doesn't know. With a grin, she offers to tell Lin if he says please. Shui reveals that a cooldown item can reset the dungeon's cooldown and hands Lin the one she has. Lin analyzes the cooldown talisman, sees it can be used 10 times, and is quite surprised to learn such items exist. Lin asks Shui if the item is expensive and she says it must be. Shui, looking annoyed, says she needs to clear the dungeon at least 9 more times to reach level 15 and complains about being exhausted. Lin thinks for a moment and offers to party up with Shui so she can level up to 15 without doing anything. Shui accepts Lin's offer and agrees to share her cooldown talisman in return. Lin tells Shui to rest now and that they can start in 2 hours. Exhausted, Shui takes a nap while Lin begins recovering his spirit. 2 hours later, Lin and Shui arrive at the dungeon's entrance ready to go in. Lin clicks on the cooldown talisman to reset the dungeon cooldown. Right before they are about to teleport, Shui sees that Lin has chosen the nightmare level and looks frightened. Once inside the dungeon, Shui notices the monsters have high attributes and asks Lin why he chose the wrong level. Lin tells Shui to stay close while she seems scared they might die. But Shui doesn't want to embarrass herself by running away, so she decides to follow Lin. Lin tells Shui to walk faster and asks if she is scared, which Shui denies. The skeletons begin attacking the goblins on their path, and Shui notices the monsters are doing no damage to them. Shui sprints after Lin, wondering what he is trying to do. A while later, Shui gives a frightened look as she sees the huge-sized wolf king ahead. Lin raises his hand and makes a dead body float upwards. And he uses the corpse explosion to save time, aiming to kill the goblins quickly. A huge explosion kills some goblins immediately, and Shui's experience increases by 30% instantly, surprising her. Even more explosions occur around the Wolf King. And just like that, the Wolf King drops dead, shocking Shui. Shui asks Lin if he has been clearing the nightmare dungeon like this every time. She follows after Lin, asking if he's really been solo clearing since level 10, to which he agrees. Shui is speechless, realizing it's been only 10 minutes since they entered the dungeon and they are already facing the final boss, while her previous parties needed at least an hour. Even the final boss is killed in one hit, startling Shui further. Lin levels up to level 15, and seeing this, Shui agrees that the difference between her and Lin is getting bigger. Lin asks Shui if she wants the scepter obtained from the loot. Shui agrees to take the scepter so she won't have to ask her father for money to buy one later. Lin tells Shui to take it and she grabs onto that scepter. Thanking Lin, Shui asks why he doesn't want to use the scepter, prompting Lin to show her a magic book he prefers over the scepter. Shui claims she never saw Lin use the magic book before and thinks it might be too insignificant to use. Lin agrees that gathering the monsters together and using the corpse explosion to defeat them is faster. He then gets on his knees and apologizes to the dead boss, saying it will have to die 5 more times. Shui asks Lin why he is talking to the dead boss, and Lin says he just feels like talking, whether it can understand or not. Shui wonders why Lin has to apologize to the boss for killing it, since the boss exists to be killed. She thinks Lin is a weird person but still finds he's a bit cute. Lin suggests they head out now and then continue again. Once out, Lin uses the cooldown talisman to reset the dungeon cooldown. In this way, the two of them clear the dungeon a second, third, fourth, and fifth time continuously. Shui, looking cheerful, points out that there are still 1.5 days before the big exam, so they can clear the dungeon 2 more times, hoping to reach level 15 by then. Shui then suggests Lin should aim to be the champion. She explains that being the champion yields many points useful for entering Xiajing Academy and also provides a chance to enter the Creation Seminary. The Creation Seminary is the best in the country, with Xiajing Academy filled with talented elites, while the Creation Seminary houses the pinnacle of talent and power. Shui is sure Lin might have a chance to be the second one to enter the Creation Seminary after his sister. Lin thinks of trying to enter the Creation Seminary, while at that moment, Shui notices someone named Gao Yang. She explains that Gao Yang is a level 11 knight but too bad of a knight that he can't tank any enemies. Lin agrees to let Gao Yang come with them. Meanwhile, somewhere in an office, a fat guy is scolding the Dynasty Guild's leader for restricting other people from entering the dungeon earlier. The fat guy, looking displeased, tells the guild leader to stay in the guild and not go anywhere for the time being. The guild leader asks what they should do about Zhao and the rest. The fat guy says he's already sent people to investigate and tells the leader to not bother, pointing out that someone who made half the guild disappear without a trace must be very powerful. Gao Yang turns around and is surprised to see Lin and Shui there. Yang teases Shui about being with Lin, and she angrily threatens him to stop. Yang apologizes, and Shui invites Lin to join their group after the dungeon's cooldown, promising to help him reach level 12 before the exam. Lin excitedly calls Yang and Shui his saviors, saying the academy he wants to attend only requires level 12 as well. Yang bows to Shui, promising to follow her every order, but she warns that they won't help him if he continues his childish behavior. When Yang jokes more, Shui angrily produces flames, scaring him into asking how long until their cooldowns reset. Shui answers it will be 10 hours. Yang decides to hunt other monsters during that time and walks away, wishing luck to Lin. Suddenly, a massive fireball hurls after Yang, who flees away screaming. Shui complains that Gao Yang is annoying and deserves it, while Lin explains that Gao Yang just likes to tease. 10 hours later, as the three prepare to enter the dungeon, Yang notices Lin has chosen Nightmare difficulty and asks about it, prompting Shui to snap at him not to ask questions. Seeing Yang's reaction, Shui recalls reacting the same way her first time when Lin chose Nightmare difficulty. Inside the dungeon, Yang sticks close to Shui, and when she asks why, he admits he is scared. Lin raises his hand and, using the corpse explosion, kills the Goblin King instantly. Seeing this, Yang is open-mouthed in shock as he bellows out how a boss can die so easily in the Nightmare difficulty. Yang gets on his knees, begging Lin to take him along on future dungeons, while Shui tells him to behave like a knight and act sensibly. Yang croaks that there's no point acting like a knight with Lin around. Annoyed, Lin tells Yang to let go of him, promising to take him along in future dungeon raids. Lin now just needs one more round in the dungeon before he hits level 16 right before the exam. Standing on top of the Great Wall surrounding the city are a group of teachers, all looking forward to seeing the students return. An ugly woman beside the principal says the exam is the next day, while another ugly woman with glasses mentions hearing about two school geniuses aiming for Xiajing Academy. The principal agrees and says Lin and Shui are planning to try for Xiajing Academy. At that moment, the ugly woman in glasses announces that someone has arrived. Sujin, a level 12 swordsman, makes his way towards the wall. Another student, Wan Ming, a level 13 Eagle archer, arrives shortly. The three teachers discuss the levels of the students that have arrived, noting that no one above level 14 has appeared yet. The principal wonders why Shui, Lin, and Yang haven't arrived yet, worried if something happened to them. A while later, Shui, Lin, and Yang arrive together. The principal seems relieved seeing the three of them and wonders what their levels must be. He notices that Yang is level 12 while Shui is level 15. Seeing Shui at level 15, the principal says Shui has an 80% chance of getting into Xiajing Academy. And analyzing Lin, they learn that he is level 16. They are open-mouthed in shock, realizing Lin is one level higher than Shui and must have cleared dungeons non-stop. They also notice Shui is carrying a scepter and Yang a shield, both of which can be obtained from the Goblin King. The principal instructs the students to get into the bus and they will be sent back to the school when everyone arrives there. And he instructs the students to rest well for the examination the next day. The next day, Lin arrives at the school with his spirit fully recovered and 100 skeletons, each with attributes at 2,500. Yang notices Lin and waves at him. The girls gathered there stare at Lin, smiling. Shui asks Lin if he is confident, and he says he is. Shui hopes they will meet at Xiajing Academy soon. The principal hands each student a teleportation stone, which will take them to the exam site once they break it. Arriving at the examination center, Lin notices there are over 10,000 people there. At that moment, the trial tower activates. A voice echoes out, letting the students know of the rules: no sound allowed, no questions allowed. A bulky guy is surprised they can't ask questions, while another wonders what to do if they don't understand something. Suddenly, the voice booms out, disqualifying those two students on the spot for asking questions. Seeing this, Yang covers his mouth to not produce a single sound. The voice speaks again, saying that the trial tower will give different trials to different professions. The battle-type professions will be given battle tests. Supports will be given various situations to overcome. After clearing the basic trial, the students will be given 3 levels to choose from: normal, nightmare, and hell. The different levels will give the students different results, and they will receive different points. The points will be the final results for the students, which they can use to enter various academies. The students are also allowed to use any equipment they want, but they can't store any items and their storage will be sealed. With this explanation, the students are asked to queue up and enter the tower. Lin realizes that the trial tower is like a dungeon and each student will be sent to different places based on their professions. The examiners, eyeing Lin, wonder if he's the new profession Shihai City reported, hoping he won't disappoint them, and decide to classify him as a rare mage, sending mage-type monsters 2 levels higher at him. A massive monster wielding a staff advances towards Lin. Lin tries to analyze the monster's attributes, but realizes the light around the monster is preventing him from doing that. As the countdown reaches 0, Lin raises his hand, ready to use the Soul Blaze skill, and his single attack successfully kills the monster. Inside the trial tower's monitor room, Ning Xianfeng, after hearing about the new profession, asks the monitoring team to show him. As Lin Moyu kills the monster in an instant, Xianfeng orders another test with legendary profession difficulty, prompting a man to ask if that won't be unfair. Xianfeng notes that it will be fine, and if Lin Moyu passes the second round, he'll offer an extra 1,000 marks. With this, a level 20 Wolf Beastman mage appears before Lin Moyu, which he has to defeat now. Like before, Lin Moyu raises his hand to use the Soul Blaze skill. The wolf mage dies instantly, and Xianfeng, smiling, says no further testing is needed and instructs to let Lin Moyu enter the second round of the exams. The voice announces that the first round of exams is over, with 5,220 out of 10,632 students passing, and the results are about to be announced. Xuenu Lin Moyu would be first, but is still surprised to see he cleared the round in just 0.15 seconds. An angry-looking guy bellows out that he isn't even in the top 3 and thinks there must be a mistake. Lin Moyu wonders if he went too far as the voice announces that the second round begins and examinees can choose their own difficulty. With 30 minutes to complete the exam and points varying by difficulty, Lin Moyu realizes the goal is to kill as many monsters as possible in that time. Wang Zihao, a level 16 rage warrior with a massive sword, chooses the hellish level, confident Lin Moyu can't beat him. Shui notes that elemental mages like her are not adept at close combat but claim they win with quantity. The observers agree Zihao should get good results as a rage warrior and praise Shui for choosing normal difficulty given her profession. Moreover, they are looking forward to seeing what difficulty Lin Moyu will choose. Lin Moyu notes that this round of exams will test students' combat ability and accepts that enduring for 30 minutes is no simple task for any student. But he is not like others, so he chooses the hellish difficulty. The examiners witnessing this praise the principal for having such excellent students and say he must have hit a jackpot. A level 13 Wolf Beastman appears before Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu sees that this monster is too weak, but understands it must be so that not all of the examinees get eliminated. And he summons 2 skeleton warriors that charge towards the monster. He claims that it's too easy as the skeleton kills the monster. Back in the observation room, Xianfeng is open-mouthed in shock seeing Lin Moyu's summons are so strong. Meanwhile, Zihao is giving it his all, and Shui is using the fireball to defeat the monsters. The spectators see that Lin Moyu is resting and enjoying a snack while the exam is going on. Xianfeng finds Lin Moyu quite interesting. After 30 minutes, the exam ends, and Zihao, looking tired but happy, claims he killed over 50 monsters. The voice announces the second round is over, with 2,780 out of 5,220 examinees wounded and forfeited, while Zihao, impatient, wants to see the scoreboard. As the scoreboard pops up, Zihao is bewildered to see Lin Moyu has achieved the highest score, way more than him. The monster spawn rate is 1 every 5 seconds, totaling 12 per minute, so with Lin Moyu scoring 1,605 points, he must have killed 301 monsters, leaving Zihao in disbelief. The other teachers praise the principal for having such a powerful student, and the principal, though looking proud, tries to stay calm. For the third trial, students will face a boss-level monster in 30 minutes, and Lin Moyu again chooses the hellish level. A level 15 wolf boss appears before Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu is surprised to see such a weak monster as a boss. Lin Moyu commands the skeletons to charge, claiming he's a bit disappointed by the easy exam and hopes the final 2 rounds will be challenging. Meanwhile, Zihao is laughing like a maniac as he kills the boss assigned to him. Shui blasts the boss with a fireball. Won Ming seems to have covered the surrounding in fog as she battles the boss. Lin Moyu's skeleton uses the rage shot skill and one-shots the boss, seeing which the spectators are even more amazed. They feel like Lin Moyu isn't even trying and hope the 5th round will make him use his full strength. This round, Lin Moyu tops the scores again and notices Yang's score is improving as well. The 4th round of the exam will greatly increase the difficulty, and the students are given a chance to continue or forfeit. Zaheo is looking forward to the 4th round, and he wants to do well now. The voice notes that with these results, the academy can easily enter the top 100 in the empire, mentions no one forfeited, and begins to read the rules for this round. The rules are students will face 10 waves of monster attacks, with 10 monsters per wave for a total of 100, and the next wave will appear on schedule even if the previous wave isn't cleared. The last wave will be led by a boss level. Each monster killed will grant the students 10 marks, and after clearing all, the total scores will be added. As the exam begins, the first wave of monsters appears. The examiners hold their breath, wondering how Lin Moyu will fare this time, as Xianfeng remarks that this round will also not be a challenge for him. Lin Moyu summons the skeleton warriors as the wave of monsters approaches him. Lin Moyu is confident that 3 skeletons should be more than enough for the monsters. He raises his hand and fires Soul Flame at one of the mage monsters. The flame hits the monster in its face, killing it instantly. The examiners are again open-mouthed in shock upon learning Lin Moyu can summon 3 skeletons at once. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu gives a yawn, finding the exam too boring. Even the examiners are bored seeing Lin Moyu win every round so easily. Shui uses Path of the Flames skill, sending a series of flames at the monster she is fighting. Zaheo, with a grin on his face, is kicking and punching to defeat the monsters. Spectators worry as they see the waves of monsters stacking, believing they will overwhelm the examinees. Yang gives a proud look, declaring Lin Moyu his brother and very strong, and recounts how Lin Moyu soloed a nightmare difficulty dungeon. After a while, only 5 students remain. The 4 others are fully focused, while Lin Moyu lazily enjoys a potato. Feng Xiu, a level 15 Saint Swordsman from the renowned Feng family, uses a strong spell and charges through the monsters. Zaheo enters a berserk state, increasing his strength and stats by 500% for 5 minutes, and begins easily smashing the monsters. Lin Moyu looks relieved that it's the last wave. Finally, the 4th round ends, and all 5 examinees pass as the results are about to be announced. Like before, Lin Moyu is first with 3,605 points. The masses of people witnessing the leaderboard are surprised to see only 5 people passed and wonder if anyone will even pass the 5th round. Looking tired but cheerful, Zaheo says everything went as expected and claims the 5th round will be the true deciding round. Shui hopes her reaching the top 5 will be enough for her to get into Xiajing Academy. Won Ming looks forward to getting into Xiajing Academy. The announcer warns that despite everyone's desire to enter Xiajing University, poor performance in the 5th round could mean not getting in. Lin Moyu and Shui both look nervous as the rules are announced. All 5 examinees will be teleported to a special dimension respectively, and within the dimension, there will be various monsters arriving in large waves. Along with normal monsters, there will be elite and boss-level monsters, and the more the examinees kill, the stronger and faster the remaining monsters will become. Students must brace themselves and keep in mind the changing points allocation, which only they will see, with even examiners unable to access this information. Once the examinees enter the dimension, examiners will only see changes in their points, and the announcer advises them to use any aces they have and wishes them luck. These are the points allocation for all the stages. In the 5th stage, the monsters will be level 19, and each killed monster will provide 800 points. Lin Moyu gets teleported to his allocated dimension, and as he inspects the surroundings, he feels as if a war happened there before. As a huge wave of monsters appears, Lin Moyu wonders if this is set to give the examinees the feeling of being on the battlefield. Level 15 lizardmen warriors come charging towards Lin Moyu as he realizes he is unable to see their attributes and skills. Lin Moyu also notes that the lizardmen have called for help from their companions. When a skeleton strikes a lizardman, the lizardman doesn't die instantly, and Lin Moyu thinks the lizardmen must have good physiques. Lin Moyu hopes 2 strikes should at least do the job. He then uses the corpse explosion, causing a small explosion. Meanwhile, the observers are shocked seeing Lin Moyu has already killed 10 monsters in a matter of seconds. Lin Moyu notes that the lizardmen have called for backup and decides to wait for their arrival to slaughter them. Lin Moyu is surprised to see that the corpses of the lizardmen disappear after just 10 seconds. So he decides to change the plan and summons more skeletons. He then commands the 9 skeletons to corner all the monsters into one place. The skeletons begin rounding up the monsters. With all the monsters in one spot, Lin Moyu raises his hand to use corpse explosion. A tremendous explosion erupts, sending roaring flames surging in every direction. The observers are all shocked as Lin Moyu's points suddenly surge by thousands. Xianfeng, open-mouthed in astonishment, wonders what Lin Moyu must have done and what his true limit might be. Having killed the first wave, Lin Moyu realizes he has to wait a few minutes for the second wave to spawn. Suddenly, massive fireballs come raining down upon Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu calls for the skeletons to surround him so they can block the attacks coming at him. The fireballs strike the ground, setting everything in flames. A lizard man mage, level 16, is the one who used the rain of fire spell to summon the fireballs. Lin Moyu sees the lizard man mage and looks forward to returning the favor and attacking back. Amidst the raining fireballs, the lizardmen charge forward. The skeleton warriors get ready to confront the oncoming monsters. Lin Moyu commands the skeletons to charge and the skeletons lunge forward. The skeletons then begin slicing up the monsters. Lin Moyu uses the corpse explosion, causing the dead corpses to explode and resulting in a massive outburst of fire all around. With this, Lin Moyu's score goes up by 600 points at once, shocking the examiners once again. The examiners start to wonder if Lin Moyu's profession surpasses even the legendary classes with such immense power. Meanwhile, back on the battlefield, Lin Moyu senses the aura of death has increased and realizes Phase 2 might be starting. He can see at least 40 beastman packs scattered all around the place. The beastmen consist of archers and warriors, all at level 16, but Lin Moyu isn't worried in the slightest. An examiner claims that only one profession from a century ago passed Phase 3 in the campaign space and believes Lin Moyu, being so powerful, might achieve this feat. Xianfeng thinks Lin Moyu might awaken his talent now and believes it would be beneficial for mankind, as professions with dual talents are 1 in a million. Currently, Lin Moyu is in first place, with Shui in second on the scoreboard. The examiners also realize Lin Moyu has entered Phase 2 now. This is Xiajing, the Xinxia Empire capital. This place is the real location of the Trial Tower, one of the 3 divine towers of the Xinxia Empire. Suddenly, a disturbance causes the air to whirl around. A voice shouts outrageous as a dark energy attack flies straight towards the Trial Tower. The tower gets set on fire as an undead who shot the attack shrieks it can't be stopped. A massive fireball-like attack comes hurling back towards the undead. Another voice booms out, asking if the undead seeks death, as a massive hand made of golden energy approaches it. The undead is slammed onto the ground and claims it's a clone, laughing that the students inside the trial tower are doomed. The hand grabs the undead and crushes it. 3 people hovering near the tower express surprise at an undead from the abyss targeting students in the campaign space with a sneak attack. The 3 claim that the abyssal being sneaked in and disrupted the space, causing abyssal power to pollute the tower's rules, which benefits them since the ground inside the tower is made from abyss soil. Bai Yuan, a top expert of the Xinxia Empire, asks how long it will take to fix the mess. The other replies 1 hour. Meanwhile, inside the tower, Lin Moyu is confused seeing all the monsters suddenly disappear. At that moment, Shui arrives, and Lin Moyu is shocked, wondering why he can see other examinees. Shui mentions she was fighting monsters that suddenly disappeared and asks Lin Moyu if he knows what happened, but he says he doesn't. Zeheo appears puzzled as he arrives, followed by other students who begin to teleport in as well. Suddenly, a holographic form of Bai appears in the sky. Xianfeng is surprised to see Bai appear in the campaign space. Bai explains that demons from the abyss world have invaded the campaign space and are targeting the examinees, and it will take 1 hour to repair the rules and fix the situation. Shui is frightened hearing this, as Bai continues, telling the examinees to stick together and work together to protect each other. Bai also declares that people of Xinxia shall not be afraid to die fighting. Zeheo raises his sword and bellows out that they shall not fear to die fighting. All the other students start chanting that they won't be afraid to die fighting. Lin Moyu knows the weakest abyss monsters are level 70 and, seeing Bai's confidence, assumes the invading force isn't strong. The examiners are worried, believing the abyss aims to prevent geniuses from passing the 5th round and weaken the Xinxia Empire. Xianfeng tells the examiners to stop talking and instructs them to tell the people outside not to panic and believe in Bai. The students notice the abyss blood moon has appeared in the sky and all get ready to brace themselves. The knights stand at the front to defend their teammates as the abyss monster declares all of the students there will die. The abyss monster claims that 1 hour will be enough for it to slaughter all of them present there. With this, a level 19 Fury Beastman warrior appears, polluted by the abyss. The students are relieved, knowing the campaign space limits levels to 19, and believe they can fight back. However, they are startled to see countless enhanced elite monsters appear before them. The abyss monster taunts the students, noting there's a monster for each of them. Zeheo is unsure if they can win, struggling even to lift his own blade. A girl who seems to have stolen Wolverine's claws looks focused, is ready to fight. Lin Moyu silently follows his skeleton warriors who have already charged forward. Shui tells Lin Moyu to come back, reminding him there are over 19 enhanced elite monsters ahead. She starts following Lin Moyu despite his insistence that she go back, firmly refusing to leave. Annoyed, Lin Moyu tells Shui to do as she pleases, while the other students watch, puzzled by his actions. The students see Lin Moyu summoning the undead and charging forward, and wonder if they should assist him. And they all decide to join Lin Moyu and follow after him. Some of them refuse to cower from the battle or fear death. The Abyss monster laughs at Lin Moyu's bravery and, seeing him advance, offers him the chance to become the Demon King's slave. The Abyss monster tells Lin Moyu to seriously consider the offer as Lin Moyu silently continues forward. A while later, Lin Moyu thinks it will be the perfect distance for the corpse explosion to work perfectly. Seeing Lin Moyu suddenly stop, the students following him are puzzled. Lin Moyu raises his hand and begins to summon all the skeleton warriors he can. Within seconds, he summons an army of 100 skeleton warriors. As the skeletons charge forward, Wan Ming notices they are incredibly fast, even surpassing her own agility. The skeletons activate the skill Rage Strike and begin slicing at the monsters. Lin Moyu is surprised that the monsters are still alive after being hit by the skeletons and estimates their strength to be around 3,000. To withstand so many attacks, Lin Moyu thinks the monsters must have over 3,500 constitution, which is advantageous for corpse explosion. As one of the monsters dies, it awards Lin Moyu a total of 8,000 experience points. Lin Moyu then uses the corpse explosion on that dead monster. A huge explosion illuminates the entire surrounding with bright light. Seeing such power, the spectators wonder what is going on. The explosions continue in a chain reaction, causing every monster in their path to explode. Within a short time, all of the monsters get wiped out. Ziheo is bewildered, seeing Lin Moyu is so strong, while the other students cheer that they are saved. Meanwhile, the Abyss monster shrieks in disbelief, declaring its anger and vowing to kill Lin Moyu and eat his flesh. Suddenly, countless more monsters emerge as the Abyss monster laughs, claiming all the students will die now. Lin Moyu looks up and sees the Abyss monster who has been talking till now. A skeleton gets on its knee and flings a dead monster upwards. Lin Moyu leaps upwards after the monster's corpse as the Abyss monster curses him, demanding to know what he is doing. Once a little higher, Lin Moyu uses the corpse explosion. He also uses the soul blaze on the Abyss monster, who shrieks in pain, shouting it will kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is surprised to find the Abyss monster still alive and attacks it again with soul blaze, causing the monster to bellow in pain. With this, Lin Moyu lands on the ground, telling the injured Abyss monster it's his price for invading. Meanwhile, hovering near the trial tower, the old man gets a shock. He notices that the power of the Abyss is getting weaker. The shadowy figure asks if everyone in the tower is dead, but the old man replies that he still senses many people, suggesting the Abyss monster might be injured. Bai tells the old man to say such things earlier, expressing that he was worried for nothing. Since no one can enter the battle space, Bai wonders who could have injured the Abyss monster. The Abyss monster bellows that it will kill Lin Moyu and orders the remaining monsters to charge at him. A monster turns around at the order, leaving a guy it was about to kill alive. Lin Moyu notices that his corpse explosion has leveled up, increasing its radius to 20 meters and dealing 150% damage. He turns around, sees the charging monsters, and decides it's the perfect time to test the upgraded skill. Lin Moyu successfully levels up as he slaughters all the monsters with the corpse explosion skill. The other students are a mix of awe and shock as Lin Moyu defeats all the monsters alone, saving them in the process. As half a dozen monster corpses fly towards the Abyss monster, Lin Moyu is certain it can't escape now. The Abyss monster bellows that it will always remember Lin Moyu and seek revenge when he enters the Abyss. Lin Moyu uses the corpse explosion to blow up the Abyss monster. With the Abyss monster's defeat, the battle space returns to normal. Outside the trial tower, the old man successfully eradicates the Abyss's consciousness from the tower. He mentions that the battle space is being restored as Bai asks about the kids. The old man claims that the kids are safe with no casualties. Bai then suggests they teleport back to the kids and find out what actually happened there. Concerned, Shui asks Lin Moyu if he is okay, and he assures her that he is fine. Bai's face appears in the sky, announcing that the abyssal power is gone. The students will return to their original testing site, and the exam results will be announced later. Shui notes that without Moyu, they wouldn't have managed to handle those monsters. As the students are teleported out, the announcer declares the exam over and instructs them to wait for the final score evaluation. Xianfeng reveals that the main combat exam results include points and evaluations, with the evaluations given directly by the Empire's high-ranking officials. Xianfeng wonders about the events inside the battle space and looks forward to seeing how Lin Moyu is evaluated. Upon inspection, Bai finds out what happened inside the space battle. Bai admits he didn't expect Lin Moyu to turn the tide alone and, noting Moyu's calm and decisive battle demeanor, believes he has the potential to become a top-tier expert. He points out that this year's evaluation is tough, as students who fled can't be relied on, but he's confident Moyu's evaluation will be excellent. The final evaluation is displayed for everyone to see, with Lin Moyu listed first. The principal cheers in excitement, seeing his student is the top scorer in the province. Shui congratulates Lin Moyu for topping the exam and Lin Moyu thanks her. Shui is surprised to see Lin Moyu smiling and tells him to smile more often. Shui receives the second place, which makes the principal even more proud and happy. Feng Xiu and Zhou Mei earn third and fourth positions with excellent evaluations, while Wang Zihao gets fifth with a poor evaluation. Seeing his poor evaluation, Zihao gets enraged, realizing even top 20 high-tier academies won't accept him now. He begins shouting out loud, claiming he gave it all and this isn't fair. Suddenly, the voice declares that Zihao just violated the rules and expels him on the spot. The voice announces to the public that this year's top scorer is Moyu. Yang, along with the other students from the academy, begins cheering with joy. The voice then tells the cheering students to be silent and reveals that an imperial order has just arrived. According to the order, Lin Moyu is announced this year's national exam top scorer, which shocks everyone present there. The principal, sweating and in disbelief, wonders if he is being pranked. But he quickly bursts into tears of joy, thrilled that his student is the national top scorer. The people present are all pleased and begin praising Moyu's skills. Wan Ming and Feng Xin congratulate Lin Moyu and thank him for saving them. Lin Moyu shakes Feng Xiu's hand, downplaying his actions, while Feng Xiu hopes to meet him at Jing Academy and treat him to a meal. Lin Moyu simply replies, "Okay," prompting Shui to mention that Lin Moyu doesn't talk much and that they've exchanged only 10 sentences so far. But Lin Moyu corrects Shui, saying it's actually been 26 sentences. Shui looks embarrassed while the two snigger. Later that day, Lin Moyu is at his home and he is looking at the photo, as he tells his grandma he became the national top scorer. A knock at the door makes Lin Moyu turn around. Opening the door, Lin Moyu sees the principal and asks why he is there. Lin Moyu gets nervous as he feels the terrifying aura of someone standing next to the principal. Looking threatened, Lin Moyu quickly summons a skeleton warrior. Bai smiling praises Moyu's reaction speed. Recognizing Bai, Lin sincerely bows and greets him. Bai says he has come to talk to Lin Moyu about the matter of Xiajing Academy. Lin Moyu invites them in, pours drinks, and the principal tells Bai that Lin Moyu lives alone since his sister is at Xiajing Academy. Bai thinks it's remarkable that both siblings were able to enter Xiajing Academy. Bai analyzes the skeleton warrior's attributes, finds each at 250, and asks Lin Moyu how he achieved that. Hearing Bai mention the 4 attributes at 250, Lin Moyu realizes others can't see the talent-boosted attributes of the skeleton. Bai asks Lin Moyu what talent he awakened, and Lin Moyu claims its amplification, which boosts all skills. Bai notes he is there to discuss 2 things, the reward from Xiajing Academy and taking Lin Moyu to the academy for the trial. Lin Moyu asks about the trial, and Bai explains it's an internal trial within Xiajing Academy for their own students. Lin Moyu asks what Bai means by internal participants. Bai says he can't reveal the trial's content, but Lin Moyu will learn it later if he joins, and Lin Moyu agrees to participate. With a short laugh, Bai decides to hand over the rewards to Lin Moyu as the national topper. The first reward is 100,000 points in addition to his exam score, as within the academy, points are worth more than gold. The second reward is 1 primary scroll and 1 intermediate scroll. The third item is based on Lin Moyu's performance in the battle space, which is a qualification to enter the Divine Summoner Tower once. Lin Moyu says he understands. Bai stands up, tells Lin Moyu to tidy up, and offers to take him to Jing Academy. A while later, Lin Moyu and Bai prepare to teleport to the academy while the principal wishes Lin Moyu good luck. In less than a second, Lin Moyu and Bai materialize right outside Xiajing Academy. Bai reveals that the gate is not only an entrance but also a weapon, and anyone who tries to enter forcefully pays a huge price. Bai takes Lin Moyu to a residential area, tells him to rest there for the day, and says he will return to guide him tomorrow. A student wonders what Lin Moyu's identity might be, as Bai himself received him personally. That student smilingly asks Lin Moyu where he would like to stay. He explains that there are various accommodation options, such as 4-person, 2-person, and single-room dormitories, with significant price differences. Lin Moyu requests a single-room dormitory, and the guy advises him to consider a 4-person room instead due to the high cost. But Lin Moyu insists on a single room, and the guy thinks he'll regret it later when he runs out of points. The guy takes Lin Moyu to a single-room dormitory and asks him to provide his identity card for registration. Lin Moyu gives his card, and the student inserts it into a machine, discovering that Lin Moyu has over 100,000 points. Lin Moyu explains that he received the points as a reward, and the guy understands why Lin Moyu wanted a single room. The guy leaves Lin Moyu at his new dormitory and tells him to find him if he needs any help. Lin Moyu sits by the window and sees flashes of light outside and thinks someone must be training there. The next morning, Lin Moyu is busy meditating when someone rings the doorbell. Lin Moyu opens the door and sees it's Ningyi, the assassin girl he met a few days ago. Yi grabs his hand and pulls him outside, offering to take him to breakfast and then show him around Xiajing Academy. This is Xiajing Academy's cafeteria. Lin Moyu tries to pay for the breakfast with his points, and seeing this, Yi informs him one can use coins to pay as well. Lin Moyu claims he only has points and no coins, and Yi tells him to ask if he hasn't any and advises him not to waste points that are difficult to earn. As Lin Moyu pays with points, Yi sees his total balance on the machine. Agape, Yi's food drops from her mouth as she shrieks in bewilderment at how many points Lin Moyu has. Yi then reminds Lin Moyu never to use points where coins are accepted, even if he has plenty of points. Lin Moyu gives Yi a core of the Goblin King, and taking it, Yi exclaims it's beautiful. Yi tells Lin Moyu that the core is very valuable and can be traded for at least 1 million coins, and asks if he really wants to give it to her. Lin Moyu agrees he wants to give it to her, and looking very happy, Yi thanks him. Yi then gives Lin Moyu a tour of the academy, showing him around different places and halls. A while later, they go to the Academy Affairs office and complete all the enrollment procedures for Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu notices his sister's information is missing, and Yi explains it might be due to a confidential mission or because she joined another college. Yi assures Lin Moyu not to worry, says she will get to the point, and informs him she needs to take him somewhere. Saying so, Yi takes Lin Moyu to a classroom and introduces him to a girl named Tao Tao as the national top scorer. Tao Tao introduces herself and shakes hands with Lin Moyu, who introduces himself in return. A long-haired guy holding a massive staff sitting near mocks Lin Moyu for being only level 17. Yi asks Lingjun what he means and warns him to watch his mouth when speaking to a national top scorer. Jin claims that compared to his dragon team, Moyu is nothing, as all the previous national top scorers were all trash. Jin then tells Moyu not to think he can do whatever he wishes just because he was introduced by Lord Bai. Jin claims his hidden dragon team values strength above all and tells Moyu to keep quiet during the trial and not drag them down. Jin warns he won't be polite to Moyu otherwise, and Moyu responds by asking if Jin is nuts. Hearing this, Jin's eyes blaze with rage as he summons fire in his fist and dares Moyu to repeat himself. Tao Tao and Yi jump in between, shouting at Jin to stop acting recklessly. Jin snarls his teeth but agrees to be considerate for Tao Tao. With this, Jin walks away, and Tao Tao tells Moyu to return tomorrow so she can explain more about the trial. Yi tells Moyu they should go now to buy things and make preparations. Tao Tao acknowledges Jin's grievances and tells him not to let personal feelings affect the trial, while Jin says he just wanted to see what kind of person Moyu is to replace his brother. Tao Tao points out that since Moyu is the national top scorer, it means he must have done something extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the way, Yi tells Moyu not to quarrel with Jin and suggests they go and buy some potions and communication devices. Moyu asks Yi to help with the purchase, and she tells the shopkeeper they need 10 red and blue potions each and 1 communication device. Moyu puts the communication device on his wrist, and blushing, Yi says she can now bother him anytime she wants. With a smile, Yi suggests they should become friends first, and Moyu agrees. Yi walks Moyu to his room, waves goodbye, and says she will see him the next day. Inside his room, Moyu grabs onto the primary skill scroll and mutters, "Use." The scroll opens, and Moyu receives a new skill, Slow Curse, which reduces enemy speed by 50% for 10 minutes. He finds this skill to be amazing. With the new skill, Moyu's skills can now be categorized into summoning, attacking, and curse series. Moyu hopes to learn more powerful skills in the future. The next morning, Yi calls Moyu and tells him to wake up and come downstairs for breakfast. When the team is gathered, Tao Tao tells them not to wander aimlessly after they teleport, while Jin warns Moyu not to slow them down. Tao Tao gives an annoyed look at their quarrel, tells them to settle their conflicts later, and suggests they introduce themselves. This is Miao Yu, level 20, Elf Elder, and this is Duan Gao, level 20, Diviner. Jin lazily introduces himself as level 21 Warlock. Tao Tao introduces herself as a level 23 Elf Knight, and Moyu introduces himself, followed by Yi's introduction. Tao Tao mentions that in this trial, they all need to unite and not blame others or be rude. When all of them are ready, they begin to teleport. They all teleport outside the Divine Xia Tower, which Ma Yu sees as floating in the sky. The Divine Xia Tower's power begins teleporting them again. They arrive at Mermaid Island. There, Cao Cao instructs the team to touch the mission stone to learn more about their mission. Upon touching the stone, Ma Yu finds out that their mission is to enter the Mermaid's Tier dungeon, defeat the final boss, and obtain the Mermaid's Tier. The Mermaid's Tier dungeon is located at the center of Mermaid Island. Cao Cao, looking disappointed, says she didn't expect the trial to be on Mermaid Island, and he tells her to share her experiences from previous trials. Cao Cao explains that Mermaid's Tier can be used to craft special equipment and notes that only 3 drops are produced each year. She mentions that there are a total of 10 teams there, and some of them are also teams from other countries. He asks what to do if they run into other countries' teams, and Cao Cao notes that they will guard the dungeon entrance to prevent entry. Cao Cao warns her team not to let their guard down as deaths have occurred before. Ma Yu assures Cao Cao that they won't encounter such situations. Now ready to enter Mermaid Island, Cao Cao instructs Duan Gao to apply his buffs to the team. With the buff, Ma Yu sees his attributes have increased by 30% and skill power by 20%, lasting for 1 hour. Ma Yu then summons a skeleton, wondering if these buffs will apply to it as well. Duan Gao and Miao Yu are both startled seeing the undead, while Yi tells them not to worry. Ma Yu asks Duan Gao to give his buffs to the skeleton as well, and Duan Gao agrees. But Duan Gao says his skills can't be applied to the skeleton. Seeing the skeleton can't be buffed, Jin gives Ma Yu and the skeleton a long, dismissive stare. Jin turns to Lin, raises his staff threateningly, and asks if he wants to fight. Cao Cao gets between the two, snapping at Jin to fight later and focus on the trial first. Jin reveals that whenever he finds Lin's summon looking at him, he gets an eerie feeling like he will die. Suddenly, Cao Cao sprints forward, announcing that the trial has begun and instructing everyone to get to the island. Cao Cao reminds the others that their target is the Mermaid Dungeon and tells them to avoid fighting monsters on the way if they can. A while later, on their way, they reach a stream infested with a monster. Followed by a small ripple on the surface, the massive level 19 monster lunges out of the water, looking down at Cao Cao. The monster then lunges at Cao Cao, swallowing half her body in its mouth. At that moment, Yi jumps behind the monster while a massive fireball hurls toward it from the front. The fireball slams into the monster as he slits its throat from behind. With this monster dead, more begin appearing. Cao Cao informs the others of the approaching level 21 monsters and instructs Miao Yu to handle them while the group charges to the island's center. Miao Yu uses Windbind to summon a massive tornado and tells the team to hurry, assuring them she will take care of the monsters. 20 minutes later, the team encounters more monsters blocking their path. Looking worried, Cao Cao asks if they stand a chance against the monsters, while Miao Yu points out they are all level 22, higher than her level. Cao Cao knows charging straight ahead will get them surrounded, but clearing the path slowly will take at least an hour and make them fall behind significantly. Lin steps ahead and offers to deal with the monsters. Jin smirks and mocks Lin for being level 17, asking what he will do and tells him to keep hiding behind women. Ignoring Jin's comments, Cao Cao asks Lin what he plans to do, and Lin says he will distract the monsters with his skeleton warriors. Cao Cao thinks it might work and, smiling, tells Lin it's all up to him. As Lin instructs the skeleton to charge forward, Cao Cao is surprised to see its fast movements. Once the path is cleared, Cao Cao shouts at her team to hurry forward and they begin sprinting. When they reach far from that place, Lin recalls his skeleton and Cao Cao praises Lin for his actions. Jin asks why Lin didn't use this technique before, claiming they could have reached the mountain by now. Jin then tells Lin it's his summons doing the work and calls him trash. Suddenly, Miao Yu spots something and bellows at her team to run. Hundreds of monsters charge at them as if fleeing from something, and Cao Cao shouts for everyone to retreat. Cao Cao points out that the people from the country Y, the Shikigami summoners, are ambushing them. A Shikigami summoner shoots 2 small figures engulfed in flames forward. Those figures turn into 2 massive demonic creatures, one resembling a bull and the other a horse. Miao Yu asks why the summoners are doing this, and Cao Cao says it's to stop others from going up the mountain. The Shikigami warrior rides on the demonic beast and laughingly claims the mermaid dungeon belongs to his great country Y. People from other countries shout that it's despicable for the Shikigami summoner to use such tricks to win. Cao Cao asks Lin if he can use his summons to drive the monsters away, but Lin points out that his summons are useless against the hundreds of monsters. Nevertheless, Lin still sends one summoner forward to drive some of the monsters away, leaving 2/3 of them behind. Lin summons another skeleton and commands it to lure some of the remaining monsters away. Seeing the skeletons drive the monsters away, the people there seem impressed and praise Lin. Lin summons yet another skeleton and seeing it, the people begin thanking Lin for his help. 2 guys, pleased with Lin, offer to take him on the next dungeon raid, while Jin looks annoyed at seeing Lin receive the glory. The Shikigami warrior notices the people have caught up and is surprised they made it across such a large number of monsters. So he tells the archer stationed above to get ready to stop those people from advancing. A second later, lots of arrows come flying towards the people. Mages among them quickly summon protection shields to block off the arrows. Yi says that the chase has begun and expresses she isn't worried with Lin and his skeletons around her. After the first round of clashes finishes, the people begin discussing that the situation is dire and they are in need of a powerful mage. Jin tells Cao Dao that he wishes to join the other team. Miao Yu and Duan Gao tell Jin to think over what he is saying as Jin strongly points out that either he or Lin will leave the team. Disappointed, Yi tells Jin that he is really something. Jin is certain that Cao Dao will definitely keep him and kick out Lin. However, Cao Dao tells Jin he can leave the team if he wants. Jin is bewildered when Cao Dao declares that he can leave the team instead of Lin Maoyu. Jin points out that if he leaves the team, then Cao Dao and the others won't be able to get into the creation seminary. Cao Dao says that won't be the case and reminds Jin she is an 11th knight and can't fulfill his every demand. So Jin turns away and leaves the party, telling Cao Dao she might regret her decision. After Jin is gone, Lin Maoyu tells Cao Dao they should enter the dungeon now, but Cao Dao seems unsure. Yi also presses on and requests Cao Dao to enter the dungeon, but Cao Dao asks how they can do that. Miao Yu and Duan Gao also decide to follow Lin Maoyu into the dungeon. Cao Dao hopes they can retreat if things go bad, but is unable to understand why he trusts Lin Maoyu so much to follow him blindly. A while later, all of the teams arrive at the dungeon's entrance. The members from Y Country, seeing others there, warn them to get lost, telling them they aren't allowed near the dungeon. However, the other teams decide not to get pushed back down and get ready to fight Y Country if necessary. Smirking, Jin thinks these teams are looking to die messing with Y Country. The Y Country's summoners summon one of their demonic beasts, which lunges at the other teams. Cao Dao raises her shield to defend while Lin Maoyu raises his hand and summons his skeletons. In just a second, an army of skeletons appears. Seeing so many skeletons, Cao Dao and Duan Gao are shocked, while Miao Yu notices that the skeletons are blocking all the attacks. The Y Country's summoners are also open-mouthed in shock as they shout, asking how one person can summon that many at once. Seeing Lin Maoyu's team about to enter the dungeon, the Y Country's summoners lunge forward to stop them. Lin Maoyu chooses the nightmare difficulty, and before the Y Country's summoners can stop him, he disappears into thin air. Having failed to stop Lin Maoyu, the Y Country's summoners clench their teeth in fury. Meanwhile, Lin Maoyu and his team all get teleported inside the dungeon. Cao Dao looks at Lin Maoyu through the corner of her eye in doubt. Yi assures Cao Dao to relax, saying Lin Maoyu's skeletons are powerful, and Cao Dao smiles, promising to do her best to block the monsters. Miao Yu agrees to heal Cao Dao while Duan Gao claims he will give his blessings to the team. At that moment, Miao Yu and Duan Gao receive a shock as they get EXP points out of nowhere. It seems Lin Maoyu's skeleton has slain a monster in one shot, providing the EXP to everyone there. Lin Maoyu advances with his skeletons to look for more targets, while Cao Dao wonders how they managed to kill the nightmare-level monster in one shot. Grinning, Yi reminds Cao Dao that she did say Lin Maoyu's skeletons are powerful and tells the others to hurry along after Lin Maoyu. Duan Gao, still in shock, says he is still trying to digest the situation as Cao Dao tells him to just hurry up and follow. The skeletons use the Rage Strike skill and slaughter more monsters. Cao Dao claims that it's the first time she is so relaxed clearing a dungeon as before she would be on the front lines defending her teammates. Duan Gao notes that they are not needed while Miao Yu says there's nothing for them to do. After a while, the team reaches a dead end. Yi notices a monster and tells the team to look below. 100 feet below, the level 23 monster, Merfolk Queen Serpent, with very high attributes even more than Lin Maoyu's skeletons, is resting. Cao Dao offers to aggro the monster, but Lin Maoyu says there's no need. He commands his skeletons to jump down to engage the monster in a fight. The monster sees the incoming attack and uses the lash skill to dodge the attacks. Cao Dao points out that the monster is too agile and asks what they should do. Lin Maoyu assures her not to worry and uses the slow curse skill on the monster. This skill causes the monster's speed to slow down significantly. With its speed slowed down, the skeletons jump onto the monster's body. Cao Dao notes that Lin Maoyu has powerful summons and even curse-type skills and wonders what more he can do. The monster uses the Death Strangle and coils its body around a skeleton, crushing it. It then opens its mouth and shoots venom as Lin Maoyu points out that his skeletons are undead, so the venom won't affect them much. After an intense battle, the monster's body is a mess, with swords pierced everywhere on its body. Cao Dao is astounded as she realizes the monster has been defeated. Catastrophic Necromancer Chapter 19. Duan Gao is shaken at receiving so much EXP without having done anything. Cao Dao instructs the team to follow Lin Maoyu, and points out that the final boss will be the Queen of the Merepeople. As they make their way forward, E closes her nose, saying she smells a strong fishy odor. A while later, the team can see a massive palace etched between sharp rocks within the dungeon. Guarding the palace are a large number of merpeople guards. Cao Cao counts the guards to be 60 in total, all of them enhanced elite monsters. Lin Moyu thinks that the more monsters there are, the better it is. Without waiting any longer, Lin Moyu directs his skeletons at the guards, and Cao Cao warns Lin Moyu to be careful. The elite mare soldiers notice the skeletons coming at them. A fierce battle breaks out between the skeletons and the mare soldiers, with both sides ready to use their skills. Yi gives a concerned look as the other patrols rush to help the mare soldiers, and Lin Moyu raises his hand, telling her to cover her ears. Yi puts both her hands over her ears and closes her eyes. Cao Cao and the others are shocked as they begin receiving a large amount of EXP, wondering what just happened. As more EXP flows in, Cao Cao asks what powerful skill Lin Moyu used to achieve this. Suddenly, the palace door begins opening. Through the door, the queen of the merpeople, a boss-level monster, walks out. Yi looks at the queen in awe and says she is beautiful. Lin Moyu recognizes the queen is enchanting Yi and grabs onto her hand. Lin Moyu uses the clear-headed skill to block the queen's enchantment, and Cao Cao is surprised to see he is unaffected by the spell. Snapping back to her senses, Yi asks what happened to her. Miao Yu, shaking with fear, says the queen enchanted them all and that if Lin Moyu hadn't acted in time, they would have been wiped out. The queen begins channeling her power around her. Suddenly, her face contorts, her eyes turn red, she summons her trident, and uses the fearsome shriek skill, emitting a high-pitched noise. Cao Cao uses her shield to block the queen's attack, noting that based on the queen's attributes, it should take at least an hour to defeat her. Cao Cao also believes, with such high stats, the skeletons will not be able to stand against the queen. She compares this situation to a pack of wolves trying to attack a fierce lion. The queen raises her trident and throws it towards a skeleton. Hit by the trident, a skeleton gets destroyed instantly. Cao Cao instructs Duan Gao to buff them and prepare for battle, and he replies that he understands. However, Lin Moyu says it's not needed as he raises his hand, using the slowing curse. This curse hits the queen, slowing her movements. The queen attacks again and sends massive bellowing waves at the skeletons. The skeletons get caught up in the waves, causing 12 of them to get destroyed at once. Seeing this, Cao Cao begins sweating in fear and tells Lin Moyu to command the skeletons to retreat. However, instead of retreating, Lin Moyu summons all of the remaining 87 skeletons. The army of skeletons then advances toward the queen. Cao Cao and the others are open-mouthed in shock, seeing this many skeletons spawn at once. Yi admits that Lin Moyu has become stronger, exceeding all her expectations. As the skeletons approach her, the queen gets ready to counterattack. She uses the Tears of the Queen skill, creating a powerful, swirling blue energy attack that seems to tear through the skeletons with great force. Miao Yu gives a concerned look, saying she can't counter the queen's ability, but Lin Moyu assures her not to worry. Suddenly, the queen begins to bleed from her eyes as the skeleton's consecutive attacks hit her, and she dies just like that. The Tear of the Merpeople appears before Yi, who says the trial is finished and they are one step closer to the Academy of Genesis. Cao Cao agrees, explaining that finishing more trials and increasing their levels will make entry to the Academy of Genesis easier. They all thank Lin Moyu for making this possible. Lin Moyu asks Yi if she has a cooldown talisman, and she confirms that she does. Cao Cao and the others are shocked as they realize Lin Moyu plans to reset the dungeon's cooldown timer to clear it again. Catastrophic Necromancer Chapter 20. As Lin Moyu and his team teleport out of the dungeon, the White Country's team is surprised to see them out in less than an hour. They begin sniggering, believing Lin Moyu's team must have been unable to beat the monsters inside and retreated. The other people there try to console Lin Moyu, telling him it's okay if he couldn't beat the dungeon. Meanwhile, Jin is disappointed that Lin Moyu's team didn't die. Cao Cao raises her shield and tells her team to be careful, while Yi tells her to relax, noting they have Lin Moyu with them. Cao Cao suggests they carry out the plan they discussed earlier, and agreeing to this, Yi takes out the cooldown talisman. Using the talisman, they reset the cooldown, leaving the onlookers bewildered as only 2 enter at nightmare level. It seems only Lin Moyu and Yi went into the dungeon alone, and Miao Yu assures Cao Cao to trust in Lin Moyu's skills. Cao Cao agrees that even if it's a nightmare level, Lin Moyu is capable enough to clear it on his own. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu and Yi both teleport into the dungeon, as Yi says she didn't think Lin Moyu would help her level up like this. Yi explains that they can use the remaining cooldown of the talisman to clear the dungeon twice each. So she says they should clear the dungeon as fast as possible as Lin Moyu sends his skeletons forward to slay the monsters. Yi looks pleased as she receives loads of EXP. The two of them reach the serpent monster, which charges at them with its mouth wide open. Lin Moyu kills the serpent, and they reach the final boss in only 5 minutes. Yi says Lin Moyu is a lot more amazing than she thought, as Lin Moyu suggests they head to the Queen's palace now. Once they reach the Queen's palace, Lin Moyu sends the skeletons to attack the Queen's guards. The skeletons kill all of the guards very quickly. With the guards all gone, the Queen comes out of her palace. Yi gets behind Lin Moyu so as not to get enchanted by the Queen like she did before. Yi points at the Queen and tells Lin Moyu to go and destroy her. Lin Moyu uses the slow curse on the Queen and then the corpse explosion on the dead guards' bodies. A massive explosion erupts, engulfing the Queen in fire as she gives a loud scream. With this, the Queen dies and Yi levels up. Looking excited, Yi says they should quickly go another round. Lin Moyu notes that when he first met Yi, she was level 19 and he was level 10, and now, after so long, Yi just leveled to 20. Lin Moyu and Yi exit the dungeon, and the gathered crowd thinks they didn't manage to kill a single monster, given they came out in just 10 minutes. Yi teases the people there, showing them her tongue as she clicks on the cooldown talisman. Cao Cao is surprised that Lin Moyu and Yi completed the dungeon in just 10 minutes. Lin Moyu and Yi once again enter the dungeon, and Yi suggests they try to clear this round faster than the last. 8 minutes and 58 seconds later, Yi cheers in joy after they defeat the Queen. Lin Moyu says they should return now, and Yi smiles, eager to see the look on people's faces seeing them return so quickly. As Lin Moyu and Yi teleport outside the dungeon, people start to think they're wasting the cooldown talisman and returning without killing a single monster. Cao Cao asks Yi how it went and Yi tells her not to worry. At that moment, the people notice that the dungeon is starting to disappear and, shocked, ask why it's happening. It's unusual for the dungeon to disappear unless 3 merfolk tears are taken, and people realize Lin Moyu's team must have collected all 3 after entering the dungeon 3 times. Lin Moyu suggests his team should leave now, but the Y Country's team charges forward to not let Lin Moyu and his team escape with the merfolk tears. Most of the other teams side with the Y Country team, and since the dungeon has disappeared, they don't want Lin Moyu's team to take all the tears. Suddenly, an eerie feeling fills the air as all the people get silent. A guy from the Y Country's team stares at Lin Moyu and then summons 2 massive demonic beasts. Seeing the beasts, Cao Cao freezes in fear. Lin Moyu raises his hand, uses Soul Blaze, and sends an attack straight at one of the demonic beasts. The demonic beast begins growling in pain as the Soul Blaze hits its body. Seeing this, the summoner from the Y Country's team snarls his teeth in rage and shouts at Lin Moyu to die. With the divine summoning, the summoner summons 3 more divine demons. The summoner then commands the divine demons to go and crush Lin Moyu. The summoner mocks Lin Moyu's attack, saying they are feeble against his divine summons. Lin Moyu summons his skeletons in return, which charge towards the giant axe summon. The summoner is shocked, seeing his divine summon get one-shot by Lin Moyu's skeletons. Even Lin Moyu is startled, as he can't believe the divine summon is that weak. The summoner receives a backlash from a skeleton and spits blood, unable to believe all his summons got wiped out so easily. Lin Moyu's skeletons lunge forward while the summoner gets sent flying backward. Lin Moyu raises his hand and commands the skeletons to advance. The summoner's eyes bulge and he screams in rage, shouting at his only remaining summon to run faster while riding on its shoulder. The people there note that Lin Moyu's skeletons are really powerful, having managed to kill the divine summons so easily. The summoner thinks Lin Moyu must have awakened his innate state, strengthening the Xinxia Empire, and decides to return and report this to his country. Lin Moyu stands at the front, with his skeletons standing behind him. The remaining summoners from Y Country stare at Lin Moyu's skeletons. One of them turns around in fear, says he won't fight back, and starts running away. Following this man, the others also run after him, not wanting to die. The good guys who weren't against Lin Moyu all laugh, seeing the Y Country's team fleeing away. They begin to wonder who Lin Moyu might be, and seeing him single-handedly kill the divine summons, they are very impressed. Only Jin looks pissed and grits his teeth in rage as he regrets leaving Lin Moyu's team earlier. But he tells himself it's not his fault and blames Lin Moyu, deciding to pay him back tenfold. Cao Cao announces that the trial is completed and they will head back. With this, the tower teleports the team back to the academy. Back in a classroom of their academy, Yi is resting on the desk, looking very tired, while Cao Cao thanks Lin Moyu for making the trial easier. Yi tells Cao Cao not to be formal with Lin Moyu, and says that although Lin Moyu doesn't talk much, he's a good person. Cao Cao teases Yi for always speaking up for Lin Moyu. The watch on Lin Moyu's hand gives a beep, and Lin Moyu finds out that Bai has sent him a message asking him to come to the academic affairs office. Lin Moyu goes to the office as asked, and Bai says he watched the trial's recording and praises Lin Moyu for doing well. Bai asks Lin Moyu if he knows what the mermaid's tear is used for, and Lin Moyu says he doesn't. Bai explains that the tear is an item that affects the success rate in awakening an innate talent during their second class transitioning at level 40. Bai says it's good Lin Moyu managed to obtain the mermaid's tears and agrees to grant Lin Moyu any reward he wants. Lin Moyu, who wasn't able to find his sister's info at the administrative office, decides to ask Bai about this. When Lin Moyu asks Bai for help in finding someone, Bai claims he knew Lin Moyu would ask and informs him that his sister joined the Chuangshan Academy at the beginning of the year, with her information being confidential. Hearing the Chuangshan Academy's name, Lin Moyu recalls Jing Tao's dream to attend and remembers that Yi and Shui had encouraged him to join if he had the chance. But Lin Moyu hadn't expected his sister to join the Chuangshan Academy and believes it must have been nearly half a year since she joined. Bai says he's bound by rules not to reveal information about Lin Moyu's sister and points out that Lin Moyu must join the academy to talk to her. Bai then sends Lin Moyu the requirements for joining the Chuangshan Academy. Bai also mentions that since he didn't reveal Lin Moyu's sister's information, Lin Moyu can ask for another reward. Lin Moyu asks for a cooldown amulet. Bai laughs, saying it's expected of Lin Moyu to want the item, but since it's very rare, Lin Moyu has to complete another task to obtain it. Lin Moyu agrees to do the task. Bai says that Lin Moyu has to be level 20 to take the task and suggests he go to the Academy's instance dungeon hall for fast leveling. With this, Bai hands over a teleportation stone to Lin Moyu, which will take him to the instance dungeon hall. Lin Moyu mutters teleport while holding onto the stone, seeing which Bai is surprised to see Lin Moyu want to grind his levels right away. Lin Moyu is transported to the instance hall of Xia Jing Academy and, looking around in awe, sees the place crowded with numerous dungeon entrances along every wall. Catastrophic Necromancer Chapter 22. Lin Moyu sees that he needs to be level 30 or above to enter the Creation Seminary, meaning his sister must have reached that level in just 3 to 4 months after enrolling at Xia Jing Academy. After reaching level 30, one will have to pass the level 30 dungeon in Hell difficulty and also get 1000 contribution points. A girl asks for Lin Moyu's attention from behind. Lin Moyu turns around to find a girl asking him if it's his first time there. She introduces herself as Shuhan and offers to introduce Lin Moyu to the dungeons there. Lin Moyu asks how many points that will cost, and Shuhan says 100 points will be enough. So Lin Moyu transfers her 100 points, and she happily thanks Lin Moyu. Shuhan begins explaining that there are 2 dungeons below level 20, 18 dungeons between levels 20 and 30 dungeons between levels 30 and 40. Shuhan also points out that there are 52 dungeons at levels 40 to 70, plus 2 large dungeons for more than 40 people each, and 1 dungeon for over 100 people. Shuhan adds that each dungeon has its respective clearing records, and setting a new record will result in more rewards. The place Lin Moyu and Shuhan are gathered is the Task and Team Recruitment Center, where one can complete tasks and earn points or recruit teammates. Explaining all this, Shuhan asks Lin Moyu if he has any questions, and Lin Moyu asks how he can get contribution points. Shuhan says that one can earn points by participating in trials organized by the Academy and completing their tasks. Lin Moyu needs 1000 contribution points to enter the Creation Seminary but sees that the highest reward for a task is just 10 points, with most tasks giving only 2 to 3 points. Shuhan claims that earning points is difficult because tasks are quickly completed by others as soon as they are issued. At that moment, Lin Moyu receives 50 contribution points. Hearing Lin Moyu receive so many points at once, the others around him believe he must be joking. Lin Moyu thanks Shuhan for the explanation, and Shuhan asks if he is looking for a party to enter a dungeon. Lin Moyu places his hand on a round crystal, selects the mutated forest dungeon, notes that no one has broken the record in 3 years, and declares he will be the one to do it. He chooses nightmare difficulty for the dungeon as well. Seeing Lin Moyu choose the mutated forest dungeon, the others find out Lin Moyu is someone below level 20. Lin Moyu is teleported to the mutated forest dungeon where he wonders how much EXP he will receive after clearing it. After killing the ordinary monsters, Lin Moyu doesn't get much EXP, so he decides to head straight to the boss to save time. After a while, Lin Moyu arrives at the boss's lair. The boss is a mutated dragon level 19 turtle with very high physique. Lin Moyu sends his skeletons at the boss. As the skeletons lunge at it, the boss activates super defense. Lin Moyu notices that the turtle's shell is tough, so his skeletons aren't doing much damage. He decides to use the Soul Blaze skill to finish off the boss quickly. Hit by the Soul Blaze, the boss gets shot a few feet into the air and then flipped around. The skeletons use the Rake Strike skill to attack the fleshy side of the boss. With this, the boss gets defeated. Lin Moyu notes that he received about 35% EXP altogether and believes he can reach level 18 after one more clear. Meanwhile, in the instance hall, a bell begins to ring and people realize someone must have set a new record. The info that Lin Moyu solo cleared the mutated forest dungeon in 35 minutes is shown to everyone and they are all surprised. Once Lin Moyu teleports out of the dungeon, he receives 1,000 points and 5 contribution points as a reward. Lin Moyu gets ready to clear another dungeon, and seeing him do this, the people are very much astonished. Lin Moyu wants to go to the Spider Nest, a level 20 dungeon, but sees its requirements are level 18 to 21, and since he is level 17, he realizes he will have to clear one round of the mutated forest again. Seeing Lin Moyu return back, the people are even more amazed. 30 minutes later, Lin Moyu exits the mutated forest after reaching level 18. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Moyu seems to have set another record by beating the dungeon in 18 minutes. Now everyone begins to wonder who Lin Moyu is and where he came from, and they wonder if he will also break the record of the spider nest. Lin Moyu sees that the record for the spider nest is 1 hour and 12 minutes. He looks forward to beating this record for the contribution points as he selects the nightmare level difficulty. Catastrophic Necromancer Chapter 23. Lin Moyu enters the spider nest and the first thing he notices is that it's very dark. He raises his hand and summons the soul flame to help him see the surroundings. As he looks around, Lin Moyu finds it similar to a maze, and he decides to use the skeletons to find his way around. Analyzing the map traced by the skeletons, he sees that there are countless paths. He looks up at the ceiling and notices a small level 18 spider. Deciding to try his skill, Lin Moyu sets the small spiders ablaze with the soul blaze attack. In a single wave, Lin Moyu manages to kill around 100 spiders, receiving 500 EXP for each one killed, and thinks this place would be nice for farming EXP. When Lin Moyu turns around, he sees that one of his skeletons is covered in small spiders, all gnawing at its bones. Lin Moyu tries to make the skeleton return, but it fails, and he is surprised to learn he can't call the skeletons back. So he uses the corpse explosion on his skeleton to burn away the spiders, receiving loads of EXP in return. Realizing this place is perfect for farming EXP, Lin Moyu decides to send all 108 of his skeletons in groups of 10 to avoid being overwhelmed by spiders. A while later, Lin Moyu finally comes face to face with the level 21 Spider King. Lin Moyu points out that the Spider King likes fighting one with many and declares it's his turn now. Meanwhile, back in the instance hall, Shuhan asks if Lin Moyu will be able to solo the spider nest, and a guy notes that it's been 1 hour already, so Lin Moyu won't break the record of 1 hour and 12 minutes. Inside the spider nest, after defeating the Spider King, Lin Moyu's experience increases by 80%, but it has taken 1 hour and 32 minutes, so he decides to return back and beat the record. Shuhan begins to get concerned for Lin Moyu, seeing him not return despite this long. At that very moment, Lin Moyu teleports out of the dungeon, and seeing him, Shuhan gets relieved and asks Lin Moyu if he cleared the dungeon. Lin Moyu tells Shuhan that he cleared the dungeon. Hearing this, Shuhan is surprised because the highest record was set by a group of 5 and Lin Moyu alone nearly beat it. Shuhan also notices Lin Moyu looks carefree, as if clearing the dungeon was a piece of cake for him. Lin Moyu asks Shuhan which dungeon offers the highest experience, and Shuhan replies that the spider nest is the best for experience among dungeons below level 25. Lin Moyu knows the spider nest is best for EXP but costs 40 points to reset its cooldown, as he uses the points to reset it. Lin Moyu asks Shuhan if there are any dungeons with high experience and a fast clear time. After thinking a bit, Shuhan points to a dungeon behind Lin Moyu and suggests he team up with others to go to the Tyrant Desert Large Dungeon. Shuhan explains that despite being a level 25 dungeon, level 20s can enter it because one can form a team of 40 people. Hearing it's a large dungeon, Lin Moyu wonders if he can solo it. Lin Moyu turns around, thanking Shuhan, and Shuhan realizes Lin Moyu is about to enter the spider nest again. Lin Moyu points out that he wants all the EXP he can get from the spider nest. Meanwhile, in the observation room, Bai and other important people are watching Lin Moyu's trial earlier. Meng Anwen, the old man, expresses surprise at one person solo taking all 3 merfolk tiers, while Hongshan points out the reactions of the White Country people. Meng Anwen tries to ask about Lin Moyu's talent, but Bai says he doesn't know how many times Lin Moyu's talent has enhanced. Anwen claims that Lin Moyu is a very good child, and Bai agrees, noting that Lin Moyu's future is very promising. Bai reveals that Anwen still favors Lin Moyu's sister and is positive he might take in Lin Moyu as well. Anwen predicts 2 future stars for humanity, while Hongshan is sure Lin Moyu will become a one-man army capable of facing 1,000. Back in the dungeon, Lin Moyu has cleared the spider nest, gains 70% experience, and hopes he has broken the record this time. Outside in the instance hall, the bell begins ringing once again, and the people realize Lin Moyu must have beaten another record. Jin tells everyone that Lin Moyu is not talented but just lucky, prompting another guy to ask why he says that. Jin gives a thumbs down and says Lin Moyu is an ordinary examinee and he might have gotten some powerful treasures from Bai. Shuhan shouts that Lin Moyu's ordinary background doesn't mean he can't beat records, while another person asks Jin if he has proof to slander Lin Moyu. At that moment, Lin Moyu walks out, and he seems to have set the new record of clearing the dungeon in just 47 minutes. Lin Moyu notices Jin, who tells him to stop pretending and admit that his success is due to God Bai's support. Lin Moyu's anger reaches its limit, and he says he has endured enough from Jin, summoning a skeleton behind him. Scared but trying to act tough, Jin declares he isn't scared of Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu calms down, turns away from Jin, and decides that fighting him would waste time as he aims to reach level 20 today. Catastrophic Necromancer Chapter 24. Lin Moyu enters the spider nest again, certain he will level up after clearing this round. With the Spider King's death, Lin Moyu reaches level 20, and all his stats increase. His summoning skill also levels up and his skeletons upgrade to silver grade. Lin Moyu summons the upgraded skeleton and realizes it takes 500 spirit to summon one. Analyzing the skeleton, Lin Moyu finds its overall stats equivalent to a dungeon boss with its level increased as well. Lin Moyu then decides to change his equipment, selling off the silver grade equipment to buy some skill scrolls. Exiting the dungeon, Lin Moyu receives admiration from people marveling at him leveling up and setting a new record. Lin Moyu heads to a trader, putting all his equipment on the table and asking the trader to sell them and buy beginner level scrolls. The trader agrees and asks Lin Moyu why he is selling all these items instead of using them. Lin Moyu explains that he needs equipment, but not these silver grade ones, as they are not as good as his talents. The trader mentions they also have good equipment that can be bought with points, and Lin Moyu asks to see them. The trader takes Lin Moyu to a large room full of equipment and tells him to look around while he sells Lin Moyu's silver grade equipment. Lin Moyu inspects a spirit longsword costing 3,000 points and finds out it's part of the spirit set. Lin Moyu agrees that the equipment is good, but the prices are very high, making it unaffordable for new students. Lin Moyu examines some spirit robes and spirit rings, finding that using these sets can increase spirit by 800, but he doesn't find it that good. At that moment, Lin Moyu hears some men talking about a broken weapon costing 50,000 points nearby. Lin Moyu is surprised to hear it's that expensive and thinks only a handful of people in the academy might be able to afford it. The weapon is the Denatos sickle, part of the Death Spirit set. Lin Moyu learns that the sickle can summon a hero general, and he notes that his skeletons need a new leader. He grabs the sickle and points out that, despite lacking attributes and seeming useless, it can absorb abyss demon souls for upgrading. Lin Moyu decides to buy the Denatos sickle. Lin Moyu tells the trader he wants the sickle, prompting the trader to ask if he is sure, as it's expensive. When the trader inserts the card into the machine, he is shocked to see Lin Moyu has 130,000 total points. As Lin Moyu walks away with the sickle, the trader claims he never imagined someone would buy it, as it had been in the center for way too long. Lin Moyu returns to his room, drops all the scrolls on the table, hoping to get at least some new skills from them, and begins opening them. The first skill he receives is Skeleton Armor, which provides armor to skeletons, and Lin Moyu thinks it's a good skill as it can also protect him. Lin Moyu raises his hand and produces swirling blue energy around him. The energy transforms into a skeleton-like spinal cord of a monster. Lin Moyu reaches out to grab another scroll and opens it. He then raises his hand and summons a dark iron grade skeleton mage, whose spirit is very high, just like his. Lin Moyu notes that now his skeletons can attack from a distance as well. The next morning, Lin Moyu wakes up to find all his spirit fully recovered and decides to ask God Bai for the task. Lin Moyu goes to Bai and tells him he is level 20 and asks about the task. Bai is shocked that Lin Moyu has reached level 20 in just one day, believing Lin Moyu's speed is faster than his own. Bai tells Lin Moyu that the task is simple. Lin Moyu needs to help him get something. Bai explains that there is a large dungeon called Tyrant Desert in the dungeon hall, and Lin Moyu's task is to retrieve the Tyrant Heart from inside. Bai promises to help Lin Moyu get a beginner cooldown talisman if he successfully brings back the Tyrant Heart within 3 days. Bai points out that the cooldown of some top-level dungeons can even reach a month, so the cooldown talisman is useful. Bai also promises to teach Lin Moyu how to upgrade a beginner cooldown talisman to an advanced one if he completes the task. Lin Moyu promises to bring the Tyrant Heart as Bai explains he is giving him 3 days due to the school's opening ceremony. Once Lin Moyu leaves, Anwen peers through a door and asks Bai if he is satisfied with Lin Moyu. Bai responds that he is more than satisfied. Anwon believes Lin Moyu's personality will lead him to solo the dungeon and reminds of when he entered the dungeon at level 30 and returned empty-handed. Seeing Lin Moyu about to enter the Tyrant Desert, the others wonder if he'll break this dungeon's record too. Lin Moyu notices that a party of 40 from Phylong Academy holds the Tyrant Desert record at 16 hours and 45 minutes. Shuhan calls out as he approaches Lin Moyu. Looking uncertain, she asks Lin Moyu if he will really enter the Tyrant Desert. Lin Moyu confirms he is going to the Tyrant Desert to retrieve the Tyrant's heart. Shuhan explains that the Tyrant's heart, dropped once a year, can be used to make a powerful boss accessory. Shuhan points out that challenging the Tyrant Desert alone will be difficult and asks Lin Moyu where his party members are. But she is shocked as she realizes Lin Moyu plans to solo the desert. Shuhan tries to tell Lin Moyu something, but she becomes silent as she senses someone behind her. Startled, Shuhan steps aside and says these people are from Bailey Academy and have been preparing to set a new record for the Tyrant Desert for a long time. They are also equipped with gold-grade equipment. The party leader declares that this time, Bailey Academy will surely set a new record. The leader instructs his team to get ready and not back down. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu makes his way toward the Tyrant Desert's entrance, shocking everyone there. The team leader glances at Lin Moyu, asking if he really plans to clear the Tyrant Desert alone, which is a large dungeon. The leader thinks Lin Moyu is being suicidal and tells his team to get ready to teleport. Arriving in the Tyrant Desert dungeon, Lin Moyu notices the sun overhead, making navigation difficult, and understands why the record time to clear is 16 hours. So he sends his skeletons in every direction to map the place himself. Lin Moyu notes that entering the dungeon costs 5,000 points, refreshing the cooldown costs 2,000 points, and he only has 8,000 points. Suddenly, Lin Moyu notices a monster labeled on the map. The monster is a strong elite with level 25, and all its attributes are as impressive as expected for a large dungeon. Lin Moyu believes this dungeon's ordinary monster could challenge the level 24 merfolk leader and is relieved his skeletons are silver grade. The skeletons defeat the level 25 monster for 300,000 EXP, and Lin Moyu calls the dungeon an EXP treasure land. Lin Moyu summons the skeleton armor to cover his body to be safe from any hidden danger. He and his skeletons advance and, after 2 hours, find an oasis. Lin Moyu suspects there might be many monsters gathered at the oasis. When the skeletons go near the oasis, a level 25 large scorpion suddenly charges at them. The skeleton uses the Rage Strike spell and kills the scorpion with a single attack. Lin Moyu notices some fruits hanging off the large trees and wonders if they are consumable. So he sends a skeleton to go and fetch those fruits for him. A skeleton brings back a fruit, and Lin Moyu wonders what kind of effect it might have. Analyzing the fruit, Lin Moyu realizes it can recover spirit if consumed. When Lin Moyu takes a bite of the fruit, and his spirit recovers quickly. As many scorpions charge at the skeletons, Lin Moyu thinks the oasis will provide an unlimited supply of spirit due to the abundance of fruits. Grinning, he summons skeleton mages, deciding this place will be best to practice and level up his skills. Earlier, Lin Moyu was worried about how he could level up his skeleton mages but isn't anymore. With endless spirit refills, Lin Moyu can continuously summon skeleton mages and level them to 20 to become silver grade. With this, Lin Moyu continues the grind. 3 hours later, Lin Moyu is relieved when the skeleton mage finally reaches level 20. He summons the leveled up skeleton mages and analyzes their attributes. Lin Moyu has 3 different skilled skeleton mages: fire type, thunder type, and wind type. Lin Moyu notes that the scorpions enjoyed killing his skeletons earlier and declares it's their turn to die now. The skeleton mages are ready to start their slaughter. The skeleton mages shoot their respective skills at the scorpions. The scorpions get zapped, burnt, and turned to a crisp at the same time. Holding a fruit and smirking, Moyu says this is how a large dungeon should be as an army of scorpions advances toward him. Seeing the scorpion army, Moyu responds by summoning 130 skeleton warriors and 70 skeleton mages. Moyu believes that as long as the monsters are the same grade, he can easily clear any large dungeon alone. The skeletons begin charging at the incoming scorpions. Moyu also joins the battle using corpse explosion. Amidst the massive explosions, heavy lightning strikes down upon the scorpions. Moyu receives lots of EXP as more and more scorpions get killed. Soon, all the scorpions are defeated, and Moyu is disappointed he didn't get to level up his other skills. He then decides to look for the dungeon boss now as his skeletons are already leveled up to silver grade. Suddenly Moyu senses something behind him. He quickly summons the skeleton armor upon seeing a monster horde coming at him. Moyu leaps off the ground and does a backflip as the level 26 desert soldier ants pass below him. Landing, Moyu wonders where the ants are headed. So he decides to follow the ants. Sometime later, Moyu arrives at what he thinks is the soldier ant's nest. There he notices flying ants, recognizing them as the queen ant's personal troops, and wonders if the boss is the queen ant. The flying ant attacks Moyu, hitting his skeleton armor very hard. Moyu calls the flying ant a bully as he raises his hand and summons his skeletons. A skeleton mage produces a tornado which catches the flying ant and crushes it. Now, the whole army of flying ants comes flying at Moyu and his skeletons. Moyu summons all his skeletons, which start killing the flying ants and providing him with more EXP. Moyu commands the skeleton warriors to look for the queen ant, saying he and the mages will handle the flying ants. The mages rain down destructive spells upon the ants, killing them instantly. Some moments later, Moyu notices the skeletons have located the ant queen and decides to head over there. Arriving where the ant queen is, Moyu sees that she is level 29 while her personal ant army is level 27. Disappointed by the queen's weakness, Moyu says it's boring and directs his skeletons to charge. The ant queen uses the storm strike spell, sending a powerful attack at Moyu. Moyu shields his face as the sand begins whirling around him, thankful he has the skeleton armor to protect his body. Moyu then commands the mages to stall the queen's army and the warriors to go for the kill. The mages start burning the queen's army with fire and lightning while the warriors lunge at the queen. Moyu receives lots of EXP as the guards begin dying. The queen uses the sonic wave attack and burns the skeleton warriors to a crisp as they approach her. The queen uses the curl spell to defend herself and summon ants, sending shockwaves around her. Seeing the queen using a defensive skill, Moyu says it's a waste of his time. Suddenly, Moyu turns around to see an army of ants charging at him. Smirking, Moyu raises his hand to use the corpse explosion skill. A mighty explosion occurs around the queen, sending massive waves of sand flying all around. With this, the queen dies, providing Moyu 800,000 EXP and other items. Moyu examines the desert queen ant egg, which he hopes to sell for a lot of gold coins. He notes his experience has increased to 78% and thinks it's a good place to farm EXP, but decides to search for the tyrant's heart instead. 2 hours later, after moving a long distance and battling various monsters on the way, Moyu arrives at a massive palace. The palace is ruled by the lion tyrant, a world-level leader. Looking over at the palace, Moyu thinks he is at the right place. On the walls, Moyu notices level 29 archer guards with higher attributes than the ants. The level 28 lion warriors notice Moyu and begin advancing toward him in formation. Moyu brings out the sickle and summons the hero general. The hero general appears out of the ground with a skill of military influence. Moyu then summons the skeleton warriors. Doing so, Moyu orders the hero general to follow his will, lead his soldiers, and defeat the enemy. The hero general uses its influence and makes the skeleton warriors get into a fighting formation. The archer on the wall gives a loud roar, and 100 arrows come flying toward the skeletons. The skeleton mages shoot their spells at the oncoming arrows to counter them. The mages' spells hit the arrows and nullify them. The spells then rain down upon the archers, causing a small outburst and sending sand and dust everywhere. Moyu is grateful for his skeletons as they and the lion warriors stand ready to clash. The skeleton warriors use Rage Strike and begin attacking the lion warriors. Moyu instructs half the mages to concentrate on destroying the wall. A while later, Moyu is surprised to see the gate still hasn't taken any damage despite all the attacks on it. Moyu realizes that, being a large dungeon, the party must work together to find ways to open the gate and reach the final boss. He claims the gate isn't opening due to insufficient firepower and commands the skeletons to stack dead bodies at the gate. The skeletons gather dozens of corpses at the gate, and Moyu raises his hand to use the corpse explosion spell. A massive explosion causes the gate to be blown apart into rubble. Moyu, holding the sickle and with the hero general standing behind him, looks over at the ruler of the castle. The ruler, who is level 31, Lion Tyrant, looks back at Moyu with glowing eyes. Moyu realizes that the final boss is on a whole different level from other bosses. The final boss stands up, towering over Moyu. The boss lunges high and pounces down upon the skeleton warriors, destroying 2 of them easily. Moyu shouts out to the other skeletons to stop the boss. The skeleton mages shoot lightning down upon the boss. More spells shot by the mages fly toward the boss, but upon hitting they do not cause much damage. The boss uses the revolving storm spell, performing a powerful spinning attack, sending the skeletons flying in every direction. 24 of the skeletons die instantly from the attack, and Moyu exclaims that the boss's attack is too strong. Moyu raises his hand at the boss and uses the slowing spell on it. The boss opens its mouth and gives a powerful roar, which kills 14 more skeletons. The roar pushes Moyu backward, slamming him into a wall and also destroying his skeleton armor. Despite the slow spell on it, the boss leaps toward Moyu, raising 2 massive axes in its hands. Moyu reacts swiftly, raising his hand and using Soul Blaze on the boss. Moyu's attack knocks the boss to the ground, and he instructs all the skeletons to attack. The skeleton mages raise their staffs and send spells at the boss. However, the boss gets on its feet and kills 4 more skeletons with a swing of its axe. Moyu attacks the boss with Soul Blaze and says he would have died if his skeleton mages weren't silver grade. The battle goes on for 20 more minutes and finally the boss falls, receiving consecutive spell attacks from the mages. As the boss dies, Moyu says he approves of it, receiving 2 million EXP and other items as a reward. With the EXP from killing the tyrant lion, Moyu levels up. He claims he forgot he was level 20 before and now he's leveled to 21. Moyu notices his skeleton mages have leveled up too and wonders if they will continue to level up with him as he fully masters his skills in the future. So he decides to quickly level up his skills, knowing it will get tougher at higher levels, and plans to fight the lion tyrant again. In the instance hall, people are surprised when the bell rings 6 times, signaling a new record has been set in a large dungeon. Bai Lixing from Bailey Academy thinks his team must have set the record, while someone else suggests it might be Moyu. Lixing questions who Moyu is, which academy he is from, and says how dare Moyu compete with Bailey Academy. The man begins explaining who Moyu is. Lixing howls with laughter hearing Moyu went in alone and says the dungeon is set for 40 people. Someone else mentions that even if Moyu is alone, he has already set a new record for 2 dungeons before. Lixing dismisses it, saying records in low-level dungeons are trivial and that clearing the large dungeon won't be easy for level 20 Moyu. At that moment, the announcement that the tyrant's heart has spawned grabs everyone's attention and leaves them in shock. Lixing smiles, saying his academy not only set a new record but also got the tyrant's heart. A new record announcement reveals Moyu cleared the tyrant desert in 14 hours and 11 minutes. The people from Bailey Academy, along with Lixing, are open-mouthed in shock seeing this. That very moment, Moyu teleports out of the dungeon and everyone turns to look at him in admiration. Lixing clenches his teeth angrily at Moyu who looks confused. But Moyu ignores Lixing and walks away, declaring he is busy. The people begin laughing, saying Bailey Academy got embarrassed by a single person, blaming Bailey for being too cocky at first. People discuss how Moyu leveled up to 21 during the dungeon, having entered at level 20, and are even more impressed by his achievement. Bai, while in his room, receives a call from Moyu. Moyu informs Bai he has obtained the tyrant's heart. Bai, looking sleepy, mishears Moyu and says he will help Moyu find a team if he isn't able to. But a second later, Bai, looking shocked, asks Moyu what he just said, and Moyu repeats that he has obtained the tyrant's heart. Bai is speechless as he remembers he had just given Moyu that task hours ago. Bai asks Moyu where he is, and Moyu replies that he's at the entrance of the dormitory. Moyu receives a notification that he has set a new record for the Tyrant Desert, earning 5,000 points and 30 contribution score. Suddenly Moyu gets startled as he senses a disturbance in the surrounding. Bai teleports behind Moyu and tells him the old man sitting at the table ahead is Meng. Moyu bows down and greets Meng, who tells Moyu to take a seat. Once they are seated, Bai asks Moyu to take out the tyrant's heart. Moyu pulls out the heart from his pocket, and Meng confirms it's the true tyrant's heart, while Bai asks Moyu if he soloed the dungeon. Moyu confirms he soloed it and took 14 hours to clear it when Bai asks about the time. Both Meng and Bai look at each other, visibly shocked. Meng then reminds Bai to keep his word. Bai hands over Moyu the cooldown talisman as promised, and he asks if Moyu is in a rush to enter the creation seminary, which Moyu confirms, noting he needs a lot of contribution scores to do so. Moyu asks if he can use the cooldown talisman at the Yuan battlefield, and Bai confirms, then asks about Moyu's progress with the tasks. Moyu admits he's having no problems. Bai then tells Moyu to go and rest and Moyu thanks Bai. Once Moyu leaves, Meng asks if it's too early for Moyu to go to the creation seminary, but Bai assures Meng that Moyu is strong enough. Meng then points out that Bai didn't tell Moyu about the humanity's greatest enemy being at the creation seminary. Moyu gets into bed, deciding to rest well and head to the Tyrant Desert the next day to level up his skills. Meanwhile, back at Instance Hall, the team from Bailey Academy returns from the dungeon. The people gathered there begin sniggering, seeing the happy looks on the Bailey Academy's people. The Bailey team cheers, claiming they cleared the dungeon in 15 hours and set a new record. The people break into giggles seeing the Bailey team's confidence. One of the members from the Bailey team points out that they still haven't received the tyrant's heart. The team leader looks at the notice board and gets bewildered as he sees Lin Moyu's new record. He then realizes it's the same level 21 person they saw enter the dungeon alone earlier. And he bellows in anger, exclaiming it's impossible for a level 21 person to clear the dungeon so quickly. The people begin whispering and mocking Bailey Academy for being beaten by a single person as the team turns to leave. The next morning, Lin Moyu wakes up and notices his spirit is fully healed. A while later, he goes to the Instance Hall, hoping to find the Oasis fruits in the Tyrant Dungeon and max out his slow curse and skeleton armor. A guy approaches Lin Moyu and asks if he is Lin Moyu. The guy informs Lin Moyu that the headmaster of Bailey Academy wants to meet him and tells him to follow. But Lin Moyu ignores the guy and continues on his way, which angers him. Bai turns his head and tells the guy to tell the headmaster to come to him if he wishes to meet. Lin Moyu then goes to the Tyrant Desert's entrance and finds out resetting and entering it again will cost him 2,500 points. The people there all notice Lin Moyu and wonder if he is planning to enter the same dungeon again. Some of the guys request Shuhan to ask Lin Moyu to take them along and agree to pay points for it. Seeing them all request so sincerely, Shuhan agrees to help them. Meanwhile, the guy who asked Lin Moyu to meet the headmaster reports to Bai Lixing that Lin Moyu refused to follow him. Lixing says Lin Moyu might think he's special for clearing the Tyrant Desert and decides to teach him a lesson if they meet again. Shuhan, with hands joined, requests Lin Moyu to take the others along, saying they just want to complete the academy's task. Lin Moyu asks about the task, and a guy explains they need to clear the Tyrant Desert to enter an academy and promise not to take any EXP if Lin Moyu helps them. Lin Moyu points out that he is a new student, so he didn't know about this. Those guys again request Lin Moyu to take them along and promise to pay him 1,000 points each. In the end, Lin Moyu agrees to take on one request. The request is that if anyone finds the oasis fruits, they will be Lin Moyu's only. The guys agree to give Lin Moyu the fruits if they find any. Lin Moyu then says that he can only take 39 people and asks who will be going. Almost everyone in the hall raises their arms, all wanting to go. Shuhan shouts at the people to be quiet and queue up nicely. Lin Moyu thanks Shuhan for her assistance, and she says it's nothing. Lin Moyu asks Shuhan if she has completed her task, and she affirms it, telling him not to worry about her. After a while, Lin Moyu enters the Tyrant Desert dungeon with 39 others and tells them to follow him. Lin Moyu summons the skeleton warriors and instructs them to go and find the oasis fruit. Seeing the skeletons, the people there are all in awe and praise Lin Moyu's profession. When the skeletons one-shot level 25 desert ghost trees, the people get even more surprised at the skeleton's strength. Lin Moyu notices the EXP is too low with 39 people and decides he'll need to solo clear the dungeon a few more times later. Lin Moyu summons all of his skeleton warriors and mages when he comes across an army of scorpions. He looks at the trees and sees no fruits hanging there and considers he got lucky the last time. So, Lin Moyu decides to kill the boss quickly and enter the dungeon again. And he raises his hand to use the corpse explosion and speed things up. As many monsters die, the people there get a lot of EXP and exclaim with surprise how strong Lin Moyu's skill is. Lin Moyu turns to the people and tells them to wait there while he goes and clears the ant nest, and they all agree to it. The others, shocked, note that it's been only 4 hours and Lin Moyu has already progressed this far. About 20 minutes later, a guy suggests they try to defeat a monster, assuming they must be weak since Lin Moyu handles them easily. Another guy thinks they should try, confident they can at least kill one monster as professionals. 2 minutes later, those guys realize they accidentally lured in 2 monsters and begin preparing to battle. Form up with knights at the front with shields and mages at the back as the scorpions charge. A scorpion strikes a knight's shield with great force. The knight gets pushed back, and another guy calls for support to heal the injured knight. Things start to go wrong, and people begin to worry, their faces filled with fear. The physique of the scorpions is really high, so it isn't taking enough damage. Someone's attack explodes on the scorpion's head as the fighters and knights lunge in for a melee attack. 5 minutes later, the scorpion finally dies, granting EXP to everyone, who look exhausted and are resting. At the ant nest, Moyu receives the EXP and realizes those guys killed a scorpion, noting they can't stay idle. The knight bellows out to others to stop resting and reminds them there's another scorpion to defeat as well. Some of them complain that they are too tired to fight and hope they should have listened to Moyu and stayed still. The scorpion comes charging at those people. Out of nowhere, Moyu's skeleton lunges at the scorpion and cuts it in half with a single strike. Seeing the scorpion get one shot, the people there are shocked and realize how powerful a skeleton is. A girl begins crying, grateful that Moyu left one skeleton behind to protect them. At that moment, Moyu seems to have killed all the level 26 desert ants, giving everyone a burst of EXP, and they exclaim in surprise. They believe Moyu must have reached the Ant Queen, claiming she is very strong, can heal herself, and is nearly impossible to kill if not damaged enough. Moyu is standing before the Ant Queen, with his hand raised as he uses the corpse explosion. People back at the oasis are open-mouthed in shock as they receive EXP after the Ant Queen's death, exclaiming it's too fast. A while later, Moyu returns and tells the people they will now be heading to the tyrant's castle. Arriving at the castle, they see thousands of monsters and think Moyu could reach level 30 in half a month if he continues solo clearing the dungeon. As before, the skeletons stack the monsters' corpses at the gate, and Moyu uses corpse explosion to blow it apart. Seeing such tactics to attack the castle, the people are all astonished. The lion tyrant sends powerful shockwaves, and people, getting frightened, decide to back off a little. Moyu looks up at the lion tyrant and claims he is in a hurry. People watch from afar as Moyu's skeletons charge at the lion and feel like Moyu is fighting a normal monster, not a world-level boss. Within a short time, Moyu defeats the lion tyrant, providing 50,000 EXP to all. All the people begin crying with joy as they have now finally cleared the dungeon. They all thank Moyu with cheerful faces while they begin teleporting out of the dungeon. Once Moyu exits the dungeon, the sycophant informs Bai Lixing, who then orders him to follow Moyu and find out how he cleared the dungeon alone. Moyu sees another line of people, and Shuhan explains they're there to get help from Moyu in clearing the dungeon as well. Moyu asks if the new group knows his rules, and they all affirm and promise not to take any loot. Moyu and the new 39 people enter the dungeon again, with Moyu hoping to find the oasis fruits this time. To his luck, Moyu notices many fruits at the oasis and decides to level the rest of his skills now. Moyu's skeletons begin killing the scorpions, and, seeing his strength, this group, like the previous one, becomes surprised and impressed. After a while, the group faces the lion tyrant and is shocked to realize it took them only 7 hours to reach the stage. Moyu kills the lion easily, and everyone cheers except for Bai Lixing's sycophant, who finds Moyu terrifying and decides to report this to Bai Lixing. Once out of the dungeon, the sycophant tells Bai Lixing everything he learned about Moyu. Bai Lixing smirks and points out that since Moyu relies on his skeletons, if they can restrict him from summoning them, Moyu will become useless. Bai Lixing then instructs his sycophant to find Lingjun from Qiaolong Academy and tell him he has something for him. Bai Lixing plans to make Moyu pay for snatching the boss accessory from Bailey Academy and embarrass him. Sometime later, Jin comes to meet Bai Lixing. At the Xiajing Academy dormitory, Xia Shui is looking out of the window, busy with her thoughts. She says it's a shame that amazing things in Xiajing Academy cost points and envies Moyu's 30,000 points. She had heard from Principal Lu that Moyu reached the academy a few days ago and wonders how he's doing now. But she is certain that with his strength, Moyu won't have any trouble with anything. Next day, Bai and 2 others are gathered at a table as one of them mentions Lin Moyu is acting overboard. Puzzled, Bai asks how Lin Moyu, with his calm personality, can be acting overboard. Ning Tairan, the dean of Xiajing Academy, points out that Lin Moyu is collecting money to help other students clear the Tyrant Desert. Tairan adds that Lin Moyu is carrying 39 people by himself and helping them. Bai grins and remarks that Lin Moyu is pretty good for helping so many people. Tairan notes that Lin Moyu helping others defeats the task's purpose of filtering outstanding students from the weak ones. Bai responds that there's nothing they can do since Lin Moyu hasn't broken any rules by doing this. Bai claims he's against these tasks as they unfairly disadvantage those who can't find a good party and get stuck with them. Meng agrees that the academy system is too old-fashioned and needs some changes. Tairan stands up angrily, and Bai, grinning, warns him that touching Lin Moyu will cost him the dungeon palace. As Tairan walks away, Meng remarks his temper won't change, while Bai claims only one person can handle him. At the Tyrant Desert's oasis, Lin Moyu levels up his skeleton armor to 21, boosting his defense by 2,100. Lin Moyu's slow curse has also leveled up to 21 as he raises his hand to use this spell upon the oncoming scorpion. 1 hour before the opening ceremony. At the breakfast hall, Xia Shui is surprised to learn Wan Ming is her roommate, claiming she chose a dual room due to limited points. Shui offers to settle the payment for their meals as Ming notices Feng Xiu a bit ahead. Feng Xiu also notices Xia Shui and Ming as he turns his head. He goes near them and greets them with a smile. Ming asks if they have seen Lin Moyu. In the Tyrant Desert, Lin Moyu levels up to 22 and realizes his skills will all level up simultaneously with him once they reach max level. Lin Moyu exits the dungeon with 350,000 points from helping others, but thinks it's insufficient since one intermediate scroll costs 80,000. He decides to find a new way to earn more points and attend the opening ceremony in the meantime. At the opening ceremony, Ming, Feng Xiu, and Xia Shui are gathered, and Feng Xiu announces Lin Moyu's arrival. Lin Moyu slowly walks towards the opening ceremony. The 3 of them instantly notice the powerful aura around Lin Moyu and realize Lin Moyu has become a lot stronger. Other students also notice Lin Moyu and exclaim that he's the top scorer in the country, with some saying they're scared to look at him. Xia Shui calls out to Lin Moyu, asking him to come over, and he looks pleased seeing them gathered. Wan Ming asks Lin Moyu what his level is. Hearing Lin Moyu is level 22, all 3 are stunned and ask how he leveled up so quickly. Feng Xiu suggests Lin Moyu repeatedly cleared a dungeon, while Xia Shui notes that earning points is difficult for normal students. But Lin Moyu, who earned thousands of points at a time by helping many people, thinks earning points isn't hard. The huge bell begins ringing, and the opening ceremony commences with the speaker welcoming the students to Xiajing Academy. The speaker explains that the academy is divided into ordinary, academic, and top students, each enjoying different resources and benefits. The speaker says that Xiajing Academy follows a tradition during the opening ceremony involving challenges between freshmen and seniors. Seniors can challenge new students, putting their points on the line. If freshmen win, they keep the points but lose nothing if they are defeated. The speaker mentions that this is a perfect time for the freshmen to earn some points. By hovering above and looking down with the two old men, says this method suppresses new students, showing them the depth and severity, and calls it pointless. Bai wonders if anyone will challenge Lin Moyu, while Meng says no one would be foolish enough to try. Meanwhile, the freshmen are interested in the challenge, knowing there's no penalty for losing but rewards for winning. The seniors and freshmen engage in a tense stare-down. The speaker assures students the challenge will be on a professional martial arts platform, suppressing levels and skills above 20, with formations protecting contestants from fatal injuries. A senior archer challenges a freshman archer. The freshman accepts the senior's challenge. Someone declares they challenge Lin Moyu. Grinning, Jin asks Lin Moyu if he will accept the challenge. Lin Moyu stares at Jin and asks how many points he will pay. Jin offers 5,000, but Lin Moyu says it's too little. Jin asks Lin Moyu how many points he wants, and Lin Moyu demands 100,000 points. Hearing Lin Moyu demand 100,000 points, the students are all shocked. Jin mocks Lin Moyu for demanding such a huge amount, asking if he even knows how many zeros are in 100,000. Lin Moyu proposes a bet. If he loses, he will give all his points to Jin. If he wins, Jin must pay an amount equal to Lin Moyu's total points. Lin Moyu then asks Jin if he has the guts to accept. Xia Shui is surprised by Lin Moyu's extensive speech and assumes he and Jin must have a long-standing feud. Jin begins to worry seeing Lin Moyu this confident, but knows he will lose face if he rejects. Trying to sound confident, Jin accepts Lin Moyu's conditions, hoping Lin Moyu doesn't have many points. Bai comments that Jin will die the fastest during the battle, while Ming believes Lin Moyu must have at least 300,000 points. Lin Moyu and Jin get onto the platform, facing each other and ready to spar. Some of the students recognize Lin Moyu as the one who set back-to-back records in the dungeons and look forward to the interesting match. Jin claims that it's all just talk about Lin Moyu being the top scorer and calls him a pile of trash. Lin Moyu tells Jin that his level is lower than his. Ignoring Lin Moyu, Jin claims that he has had excellent qualifications since young and trained well, unlike Lin Moyu, who is an ordinary person. Lin Moyu repeats that Jin's level is lower than his. Jin bellows out that it doesn't matter if Lin Moyu's profession is strong. On the battlefield, experience is more important. Once again, Lin Moyu reminds Jin his level is lower. This time, Jin gets enraged and curses Lin Moyu, charging at him while speaking ill of his parents. Lin Moyu stands still, remembering his sister and grandmother. A look of terror fills Jin's face as he notices Lin Moyu's intense gaze, feeling intimidated. Jin halts his charge and points out that Lin Moyu only has summoning and corpse explosion skills, questioning what he will do if there are no corpses. Lin Moyu raises his hand and summons a skeleton warrior, reminding Jin that he would be dead by now if they weren't inside the academy. The skeleton lunges at Jin, its sword raised. Jin withdraws a crystal and crushes it in his hand. The skeleton suddenly begins disintegrating into sand. Lin Moyu realizes his skill has been sealed and he can't summon any skeletons now. Jin begins laughing and explains he just used a summon seal talisman, raising his staff and calling Lin Moyu useless without corpses around. Jin summons torrents of fire and says he will give Lin Moyu a true experience of battle. Lin Moyu stares in silence, not making a move. Watching from above, Tyran says Jin is playing dirty, while Meng notes that the rare talisman Jin used suggests someone else might be targeting Lin Moyu. As the torrents of fire come swooshing towards Lin Moyu, he summons the skeleton armor to guard himself. The fire intensifies and surrounds Lin Moyu, as Jin gives a bellowing laugh, praising his powerful skill and asking Lin Moyu how it feels to be burned. But Lin Moyu is unhurt, having the skeleton armor defending him. Jin shouts that it's impossible and asks why his skill isn't working against Lin Moyu. Jin then curses Lin Moyu to go to hell and sends more fire at him. Lin Moyu's skeleton armor counters Jin's spell and nullifies it. Lin Moyu asks if Jin is done, then raises his hand and uses the Soul Blaze skill. Lin Moyu's curse hits Jin, causing him to scream out in intense pain. Jin starts bleeding from his mouth and eyes. A healer quickly springs into action and begins healing Jin. The spectating students are all in shock, puzzled at what just happened. Lin Moyu walks forward towards Jin, who shouts at Lin Moyu to not come closer. Jin agrees to pay the amount of points that Lin Moyu has, as promised. A teacher announces Lin Moyu has won the battle and declares that Jin has to pay 358,000 points to Lin Moyu as per the rules. Jin is bewildered upon hearing that Lin Moyu has so many points. Jin protests that Lin Moyu can't have that many points and insists it must be a mistake. The teacher asks Jin if he is calling him a liar. Jin shakes his head, saying he didn't mean that, as the teacher orders Jin to hand over his points to Lin Moyu. Jin claims that he doesn't have that many points. The teacher notes that Jin's 128,000 points will transfer to Lin Maoyu, and the remaining balance must be paid within 6 months or the academy will seek compensation from Jin's parents. With this, an additional 128,000 points get added to Lin Maoyu's balance. Astonished, Xia Shui asks Lin Maoyu how he got so strong and if she can join him in dungeons, and Lin Maoyu agrees. Bai calls Lin Maoyu, telling him to get ready to leave for Yuan battlefield in an hour. So Lin Maoyu walks away to prepare to leave. Feng Xiu explains that the Yuan battlefield is the front line where humans and the Abyss have fought for thousands of years, featuring many dungeons and secret realms. Lin Maoyu heads to the trading center to sell some of his items. After selling the equipment, Lin Maoyu makes 2 million gold coins and walks out of the store. An hour later, Lin Maoyu and Bai are ready to leave as Meng raises his hand to teleport them to the Yuan battlefield. They arrive at Xinxia Tower, and Bai informs Lin Maoyu that he must wait until his second evolution to enter the tower. The tower then teleports them to the Yuan battlefield. Upon arriving at the battlefield, Lin Maoyu looks shocked by the sight around him. He starts to feel a familiar yet stronger aura. Bai explains that the large eye-like object in the sky is the Demon Watcher, used to monitor the Abyss and prevent their infiltration. The guards notice the badge Bai is wearing and raise their swords to pay him respect. Lin Maoyu is impressed by Bai's influence as Bai notes the guards respect the badge and promises to get one for Lin Maoyu. So the two head to the sergeant badge processing office. Bai instructs the man there to make a sergeant badge for Lin Maoyu. The man looks up, asking who is disturbing him, and his eyes fall on Bai's badge. He quickly bows down and greets Bai, addressing him as General. Bai tells the man to hurry, and the man agrees to do it immediately. The man notes that Bai is a 5-star general and wonders who Lin Maoyu might be for the general to personally request a sergeant badge. Shortly after, Lin Maoyu receives his sergeant badge, and Bai advises him to wear it rather than store it, as it tracks abyssal monster kills. Bai explains that the white badge is the lowest rank, followed by black sergeant, silver captain, gold major, and then purple general. The stars on the badge represent military achievements, with more stars indicating greater accomplishments, and reaching 10 stars allows for promotion. Bai's rank is among the fewer than 10 5-star divine generals in the entire Xinxia Empire. Explaining all this, Bai tells Lin Maoyu to follow him to the next place. They arrive at the Hall of Heroes. Bai points out that this place is where they worship their ancestors. The heroes are those who died on the battlefield. Bai then begins chanting a prayer and pleads with the imperial sages to bless his junior, Lin Maoyu. The Tower of Destruction, one of Xinxia's 3 divine towers, begins glowing bright golden. A holy light descends upon Lin Maoyu as Bai announces that the Tower of Destruction has granted Lin Maoyu its spiritual imprint. Bai explains that this way, Lin Maoyu can be resurrected with a second life if he dies on the Yuan battlefield. Lin Maoyu is taken aback, realizing Bai used a whole star of merit to grant him a second life. Lin Maoyu closes his eyes and gratefully thanks Bai. Bai grins and tells Lin Maoyu not to worry about it and advises him to kill more enemies on the battlefield. Bai explains that the war fortress of the Xinxia Empire is the Eternal Great Wall, consisting of 9 fortresses arranged in a row, separated by over 1,000 kilometers. Bai also notes that the fortress they are at now is the first and the front line of the Eternal Great Wall. The Yuan battlefield has many dungeon entrances, but abyssal monsters will either prevent entry or ambush humans, making battles at these entrances extremely intense and dangerous. Bai says he has no more to add and tells Lin Maoyu that the rest is up to him. 2 guards notice Lin Maoyu is level 22, with one asking if he came with his parents and the other mentioning the weakest monster outside is level 30, prompting Lin Maoyu to say he will go see it. Once outside, Lin Maoyu feels the abyss aura is very strong and struggles with poor visibility. Suddenly, he senses an attack from behind and swiftly summons the skeleton armor around him. Lin Maoyu looks around but is unable to see any enemies and wonders if it's an invisible monster. The skeleton warrior swings its sword through the air. Finally, Lin Maoyu spots a level 30 battlefield ghost, a transparent monster composed of wisps of smoke. The skeleton tries to attack the ghost, but its sword passes right through it. Lin Maoyu decides to try an elemental attack on the ghost and summons the skeleton mages. The mages raise their staffs and send spells at the ghost. This kills the ghost, providing Lin Maoyu with 300,000 EXP and a soul breath. Lin Maoyu decides to stay on guard, thinking there might be other monsters immune to both physical and elemental attacks. He and his skeletons make their way forward, clearing their path of any monsters they come across. After walking for about 2 hours, Lin Maoyu thinks he might reach a dungeon soon. Suddenly, out of nowhere, some men come running and screaming towards Lin Maoyu. With fear etched on their faces, they seem to be fleeing from abyssal monsters. Lin Maoyu sees huge and terrifying level 31 abyss hounds galloping at him. The men realize the hounds have changed their target to Lin Maoyu and think Lin Maoyu is done for. Lin Maoyu notices a hand dangling from one of the hounds' mouths. as if it has eaten a person. He gives a disgusted look and states that dogs like those hounds should die as he sends the skeletons towards them. Lin Mayu skeletons, level 22 and silver grade, charge at the hounds. The hounds also lunge back at the skeletons. The skeleton mage's spells strike the hounds, sending them crashing onto the ground. The skeleton warriors take the chance and raise their swords, lunging at the hounds. For killing the hounds, Lin Mayu receives 310,000 EXP as well as +1 merit. The Thanatos side's level increases by 3.33%, and Lin Mayu estimates he needs to kill about 30 more abyssal monsters to reach level 2. As dozens of hounds approach, Lin Mayu raises his hand and uses corpse explosion on the dead hound's body. Lin Mayu notes that killing these monsters earns merit points and levels up his scythe, hoping for more abyss hounds as his scythe levels to 2. The fleeing men hear the massive explosion behind them, stop running, and look starstruck and relieved to see they are saved. The abyss is surprised, sensing its pack of dogs suddenly die and decides to send out more dogs. From the darkness, an army of abyss hounds begins appearing. Outside, near the level 26 Dungeon Dragon frontline post, many parties of people are resting around their campfires. As Lin Mayu walks around, the people stare at him, noting he looks like a teenager and discussing who he might be. Two men approach Lin Mayu, asking who he is and offering to let him join their party, but Lin Mayu thanks them and declines. Lin Mayu makes his way towards the level 26 dungeon and learns that it has a hell level difficulty and decides to try it. As Lin Mayu begins to teleport, a man tries to stop him and offers him a place in their party. But the man is shocked to see that Lin Mayu really went into the dungeon alone. The man bellows that entering the dungeon alone is asking for death, while another adds that he will investigate, noting that people from Xinxia often show off. The man uses his dungeon detector, claiming it can detect the number of teams at each difficulty level and any casualties within the dungeon. The detector reveals that there is one party of 4 in normal mode, 2 parties in nightmare difficulty, and only 1 person in hell difficulty. It becomes clear that Lin Mayu went in alone on hell difficulty, leaving everyone from Xinxia open-mouthed in shock. The dude who used the dungeon detector asks how long Lin Mayu might survive inside. The knight from Xinxia shouts at that dude to shut up, who says he was just joking. The knight warns the dude from Y country to keep his mouth shut if he wants to live. The knight points out that Lin Mayu must be an extraordinary talent for arriving alone and laments that he will likely die alone in the dungeon. Meanwhile, Lin Mayu enters the dungeon and feels a strong sense of restriction, as if something is being held back. He realizes he can't use his inventory, making various items unusable, and understands the true nature of a hell-level dungeon. He is certain that the monsters here will be extremely strong. From the forest, massive horned monsters with glowing hair begin appearing. They are level 30 dragon spearmen who notice Lin Mayu and charge at him. Lin Mayu sees the spearmen and finds their attributes surpass those of his skeletons, making each one comparable to a nightmare dungeon boss. The level 30 dragon spearmen and Lin Mayu's level 22 skeleton warriors charge at each other. The spearmen swing their spears at the skeletons, hitting them. The skeletons all get stunned, and Lin Mayu tries to recall them but is unable to. The monsters then crush 3 stunned skeletons. Lin Mayu commands the warriors to surround the monsters and the mages to get ready to fire. The skeleton warriors follow Lin Mayu's orders and round up the monsters. Lin Mayu notes that despite the monsters' strength, their numbers make them vulnerable, as they are burnt to death by mages' spells, giving Lin Mayu plenty of EXP. Lin Mayu summons the skeleton armor and decides to be more cautious to prevent the monsters from surrounding his skeletons. He smirks, claiming he's always had it easy, but now that he's found strong monsters, he finally has to stay on guard. A while later, Lin Mayu encounters more monsters deep in the forest. He plans to use a few skeletons as bait and group the monsters to one-shot them all at once. The skeletons reveal themselves to the monsters and turn around, trying to lure them into a trap. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blows through, and the skeleton warriors become entangled out of nowhere. Lin Mayu realizes his skeletons have been caught up in wind shackles, a mage's skill. Lin Mayu notices that some of the monsters are using spells and is surprised to find that these monsters are surprisingly intelligent. 2 skeleton warriors get destroyed, but Lin Mayu isn't worried as he has many of them. He then summons more skeletons and sends them charging towards the monsters. 5 more skeleton warriors get destroyed as Lin Mayu's skeleton mages begin using fire spells. 4 of the dragon spearmen get burnt to a crisp, providing Lin Mayu a burst of EXP. The level 31 dragon mage raises its hand and shoots a spell towards the skeleton mages. Lin Mayu senses the dragon mages and shoots the soul blaze at them. Hit by Lin Mayu's attack, 3 of the dragon mages die instantly. Lin Mayu obtains a dragon horn, one of the 4 materials that Bai wanted. Lin Mayu decides to clear the dungeon a few more times to gather all the materials as he summons the injured skeletons back into the summoning space. More dragon spearmen charge at Lin Moyu, who decides to use corpse explosion to avoid running out of skeleton warriors. A skeleton draws the dragon spearmen, and when they reach close, Lin Moyu uses slow curse on them. Hit by the curse, the spearmen's movements slow down significantly. Lin Moyu instructs the skeleton mages to prepare to attack the spearmen. At this moment, back at the academy, Bai teleports to Meng, who is seated at the table enjoying tea. Meng asks Bai if he is done, and Bai, taking a seat, affirms. Meng notices only 4 stars on Bai's badge and comments on his seriousness for sacrificing 1 star to give Lin Moyu the spiritual imprint. Bai claims that it's just a merit and that Lin Moyu's life is more important. Bai explains that he assigned Lin Moyu to collect materials from the dragon race, forcing him to go to the dragon frontline post, which will serve as training. Meng notes the low drop rate on nightmare level, and Bai says he wants Lin Moyu to clear the dungeon 7 or 8 times with the cooldown talisman to get stronger. Meng mentions hell difficulty, but Bai, looking worried, says Lin Moyu wouldn't have chosen that. Meng assures Bai not to worry, but Bai says he should have informed Lin Moyu that hell and nightmare levels are completely different. Bai asks what if Lin Moyu clears the hell difficulty dungeon, and Meng replies that it would be simply amazing. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, Lin Moyu has only 2 dragon horns from 20 dragon mages, his skeleton warriors are injured, and he's barely completed a third of the dungeon. He agrees it's tough, as the monsters are strong and can even combine their attacks. Moreover, Lin Moyu is curious about how strong the boss might be. A monster suddenly attacks Lin Moyu from behind, but he reacts in time with a spell, causing a fiery explosion. Lin Moyu stands before the huge castle and notices the archers on the walls have crowd control skills too. Lin Moyu raises his finger, points it at the archers, and is about to give them an order. But suddenly, an attack from behind destroys one of the skeletons, taking Lin Moyu by surprise. Lin Moyu swiftly turns around but sees no one there and wonders what it might be. Another skeleton warrior gets destroyed, leaving Lin Moyu puzzled as he still can't see anyone. Thinking it might be an invisible monster, Lin Moyu instructs the skeleton mages to cast AoE spells. The mages' spells fly forward towards the invisible enemy. As the ice storm passes through, Lin Moyu gets a glimpse of a monster. A skeleton warrior quickly charges at that monster, which is revealed to be a level 32 dragon assassin. Lin Moyu sees the dragon assassin's attributes are really high and understands how it was able to one-shot his skeletons. He also realizes the assassin's invisibility is cancelled if it's attacked and sends all the skeletons at them. The skeletons successfully kill 3 dragon assassins at once, and Lin Moyu obtains 1 dragon's heart. The dragon archers on the palace's walls shoot dozens of arrows at Lin Moyu. The arrows strike Lin Moyu's skeleton armor as Lin Moyu grins, saying it's perfect timing. The skeletons throw dead monsters' corpses at the castle walls, and Lin Moyu raises his hand to use corpse explosion. The dragon archers watch in horror as a massive explosion blows up the wall, killing the dragon archers at once. Lin Moyu obtains the blood essence from killing the dragon archers and points out the only thing left is the core. The skeleton warriors storm the castle, killing every monster on the way. Lin Moyu looks around, wondering where the boss might be. The huge statue nearby Lin Moyu begins crumbling, sending dust and stones everywhere. Standing where the statue was seconds before is the sentry post guardian at level 32. Lin Moyu looks concerned as he analyzes the boss, reading its terrifying attributes and noting it has 2 crowd control skills. Lin Moyu steps back as the boss monster bellows out, sending powerful shockwaves all around. Lin Moyu decides to restrict the boss from moving freely and uses the slow curse, binding the boss in chains and slowing it down. The boss lets out a loud groan as the skeleton mages bombard it with different skills. Lin Moyu wonders if he managed to injure the boss with all these attacks. The boss's eyes begin glowing, and it uses the buff resistance, causing Lin Moyu's slow curse to lose its effect. The boss swings its blade, destroying 4 skeleton warriors at once. Now furious, the boss raises its blade and smashes it onto the ground, stunning every skeleton warrior nearby. The boss then destroys 12 more skeletons with a single attack. Lin Moyu claims he can resummon the destroyed skeletons, but it requires spirit, so he calls out his undead general to guide them. The undead general raises its staff and uses the military influence upon the skeletons. Lin Moyu is surprised to see the general's military influence significantly shorten the skeleton's stun duration. He notes that his skeletons have nothing to fear if the boss's stun skill is useless. The skeleton mages unleash their skills simultaneously at the boss. Hit by the spells, the boss's physique decreases nearly by half. The boss casts crowd stun on the skeletons, but the general uses military influence to remove it. Lin Moyu says the boss's attack is no use and prepares to counter. Suddenly Lin Moyu looks frightened as he sees the boss charging straight at him. Lin Moyu raises his hand and hits the boss with Soul Blaze, while the boss's attack hits the skeleton armor around his. Lin Moyu lifts the boss off its feet with his attack and tells it to die. The boss gives a loud roar as the skeleton mage's spells rain down upon it. With this, the boss finally dies, granting Lin Moyu EXP as well as 2 dragon cores. Lin Moyu is shocked to see he has also obtained the necessary job transfer certificate for the Dragon War King position, which he claims is too overpowered. Lin Moyu finally levels up to 23 after the boss's death. He decides to look at his upgraded attributes and summons his stats. After analyzing his stats, Lin Moyu summons the stats of his Skeleton Warrior and Skeleton Mage, both at level 23. Lin Moyu acknowledges the challenge of hell difficulty but appreciates the EXP and equipment, so he decides to use the cooldown talisman and clear the dungeon again. He then teleports out of the dungeon. Once outside, Lin Moyu surveys the area, finding only dead bodies and a strong stench of blood. He quickly summons the skeleton armor, wondering what happened there. Suddenly, 3 abyss hounds lunge at Lin Moyu. The hounds bite on Lin Moyu's skeleton armor as dozens more hounds appear in the distance. Lin Moyu summons the skeletons, directing them to attack the hounds with their skills. He also withdraws his scythe. The skeleton mages summon fire, shooting it at the hounds. The knight from earlier shouts at Lin Moyu, telling him to come join them. The knight says his party will block the hounds and instructs Lin Moyu to use the teleportation stone to get out of there. Lin Moyu asks what happened, and the knight explains that the hounds arrived in great numbers and surrounded them. Lin Moyu wonders if this knight and his party stayed to help people like him who come out of the dungeons unaware of the dangers outside. The country-wise party all seem to have been killed, with only some alive but severely injured. The girl investigates the dungeon and tells the knight that no one is left inside. The knight notices Lin Moyu still there and asks why he hasn't left. Lin Moyu grins and says he still wants to clear the dungeon as he summons a legion of skeleton mages. The skeleton mages get ready to unleash their skills. Suddenly, fire and lightning bombard the area, and a spiraling tornado appears, killing dozens of hounds. The skeleton warriors swing their swords, killing even more hounds. The knight is puzzled by all the noise and turns around, asking what's going on. He sees a number of skeletons battling the hounds and asks if they are Lin Moyu's summons. Lin Moyu instructs the people to retreat behind him. The knight and the girl obediently obey Lin Moyu and run behind him. Lin Moyu says he will now use a crowd attack skill, so he doesn't want anyone to get caught in the crossfire. Saying this, Lin Moyu raises his hand to use the corpse explosion. A massive explosion shakes the area, sending torrents of fire soaring high above. The knight is open-mouthed in shock as he asks what type of skill that was. Killing this many hounds, Lin Moyu gets promoted to 1-star private and obtains 1,000 points and 5 contribution points. Not just that, but Lin Moyu's scythe also levels up to 3. As more explosions occur, the people there believe Lin Moyu has to be a top student in a distinguished academy. They recall Lin Moyu entered the dungeon alone and wonder if he cleared it solo on hell difficulty, growing increasingly shocked. Lin Moyu's merit reaches 200, and he gets promoted once again to 2-star private. His scythe also levels up again, reaching level 4. Lin Moyu still sounds unsatisfied at killing only 200 hounds and hopes more abyss monsters will appear. The people take sighs of relief, knowing they are saved, and wonder why so many monsters suddenly appeared there. The knight extends his arm and introduces himself to Lin Moyu as Shishingen, a level 31 paladin. Lin Moyu shakes Shishingen's hand and returns the introduction. Shishingen asks Lin Moyu which batch he is from. Lin Moyu informs him that he is a fresher and attended the opening ceremony just a day before. Shishingen drops his shield in shock, asking Lin Moyu if he is really a new student. Lin Moyu sincerely affirms that he is indeed a new student. Seeing Lin Moyu so strong, the girl wonders if all new students are like this. She notes that a new student should be around level 15 or 16 and focused on the academy. Shishingen looks impressed at Lin Moyu for having this kind of strength for a fresher and praises him. Lin Moyu points out that Shishingen's party isn't weak and asks why they don't enter the dungeon. The mage says Shishingen can't tank enough and that they nearly got wiped out trying nightmare difficulty last time. Shishingen says they'll try nightmare difficulty again once he has his full set, and the mage hopes it will be soon. Shishingen assures the mage that if he doesn't get his set in the drops, he'll buy a gold-grade shield instead. The mage asks Lin Moyu if he needs any equipment, offering to sell it to him at a cheap price. Shishingen explains that the sentry post set is excellent and that Lin Moyu can use it once he reaches level 30. Lin Moyu withdraws the sentry post shield from his inventory and asks Shishingen if this is what he wants. Shishingen and the mage are both shocked to see the shield, which is actually the Hell's sentry post shield. Still bewildered, Shishingen asks where Lin Moyu got the shield, and Lin Moyu claims he obtained it from the Sentry Guardian recently. Unable to believe it, Shishingen asks if the Hell difficulty boss really dropped the shield, and Lin Moyu confirms. The mage is baffled as he asks Lin Moyu if he really solo cleared the Hell difficulty. Lin Moyu affirms he did. The whole team is baffled to hear that Lin Moyu actually soloed the Hell difficulty. Lin Moyu gives Shishingen the shield, and as he equips it, a bright golden glow surrounds him, activating the full set special effect. A powerful, dazzling laser shoots into the sky, drawing awe from people far away who notice it. Shishingen asks Lin Moyu if he can sell the shield to him and offers 10 million gold coins. Shishingen says that 10 million is all he has, but Lin Moyu tells him just 5 million is enough. Shishingen and his team all smile happily and thank Lin Moyu, looking forward to clearing the nightmare difficulty now. The team then decides to head back, and Lin Moyu also thinks he should go and recover some spirit. Lin Moyu then crushes the teleportation stone ready to teleport back. The Abyss is still not understanding how its dogs all died and commands someone to go and inspect what's going on. A massive abyssal monster agrees to follow the Abyss's order. Once they teleport back, Shishingen thanks Lin Moyu again and says his team will now plan to attack the next dungeon. Lin Moyu turns sideways and sees Yi praising the profession of a purple-haired dude from the Zhendan Academy. Lin Moyu gives a smile recognizing Yi. Yi turns towards Lin Moyu and is startled to see him there. She runs towards Lin Moyu, happy to see him, and says she's there to complete a task as well. The purple-haired dude gives a curious stare at Lin Moyu. Yi takes a guess and says Lin Moyu's task is probably collecting materials from the dragon race, like horns and so on. Yi then says that task would be too simple for Lin Moyu. She takes another guess and claims Lin Moyu's task must be to get the dragon's core dropped by the boss. Lin Moyu tells Yi she guessed correctly, and Yi adds that she also needs to gather the dragon's core. The purple-haired dude, whose name is Zhou Lisheng, asks Yi who Lin Moyu is. Lisheng and Lin Moyu both introduce themselves to each other. Yi is surprised Lin Moyu is level 23 while she's only level 21, and Lin Moyu offers to clear the dungeon with her. Yi happily agrees, but Lisheng interrupts. Lisheng reminds Yi he'd agreed to help her, but Yi says she doesn't need his help anymore. Lisheng points out that Lin Moyu is just level 23, so he won't be able to carry Yi alone. Yi states that it's none of Lisheng's business and says she appreciates his help but doesn't need it now. Lisheng tells Yi to be careful and says she can still come to him later. Yi gives a smile and assures Lisheng that Lin Moyu is very good. Yi asks Lin Moyu if he's going to clear normal or nightmare difficulty. Lin Moyu says it will be hell difficulty and Yi gasps in shock. Yi clasps her mouth in horror hearing Lin Moyu will take on the hell difficulty mode dungeon. Lin Moyu confirms it's hell difficulty, and Yi breaks into a smile, saying she's been eager to see it for a long time. Yi asks Lin Moyu what kinds of dungeons he can clear at level 23. Zhou Lisheng is certain Yi will come back the next day asking him to clear the dungeon with her. Lin Moyu and Yi walk towards the entrance of a dungeon. Yi looks forward to experiencing hell difficulty as Lin Moyu uses the cooldown talisman. The others watch in shock as Lin Moyu and Yi enter the dungeon on hell difficulty, declaring it suicidal. Once Lin Moyu and Yi enter the dungeon, Lin Moyu summons the skeleton armor around himself and Yi for extra added safety. Blushing, Yi claims she really feels secure while Lin Moyu begins summoning his skeletons. Lin Moyu thinks the dungeon will be much easier if they don't get hit by the monster's control skills. The skeleton warriors begin slaughtering the spearmen and Yi looks very relaxed. Lin Moyu agrees that it's not that difficult. Yi mentions that only Lin Moyu would call this hell difficulty not difficult. Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors charge forward at the monsters while the skeleton mages shoot their spells. Yi admits that Lin Moyu has become a lot stronger than before. A while later, Lin Moyu asks Yi if she needs anything besides dragon cores for her mission. Yi explains she received a reward for the first mission and needs only the dragon core and level 25 to become a 1-star private for the second mission. Yi then shows Lin Moyu the Ring of Brulin. She claims that the ring is made from the Goblin King's core that Lin Moyu gave her last time. Suddenly, an attack hits Yi's skeleton armor, pushing her backward, and Lin Moyu grabs her hand. The dragon assassin becomes visible as a skeleton warrior strikes it. Yi exclaims in surprise, noticing it's an invisible monster. She points out that her assassin class skills can see through the monster's invisibility. Yi focuses her eyes and points at all the invisible monsters she can see. Following Yi's directions, Lin Moyu's skeletons begin killing the dragon assassins. Lin Moyu says that with Yi around, he doesn't have to always be on guard, and Yi gives a smile, calling herself formidable. Yi exclaims in surprise at seeing Lin Moyu is already a 2-star, and Lin Moyu explains it's because he killed some abyss hounds. Yi declares she's fallen behind and tells Lin Moyu he has to lead the way, which he agrees to. Finally, the two of them arrive at the final boss's place. Lin Moyu tells Yi to step back, who agrees and walks away. Lin Moyu walks forward to the statue as it begins to crumble like before. Yi climbs a tree and sits on a branch, noticing her storage space is sealed. The final boss makes an appearance, huge and scary looking with massive wings. Lin Moyu quickly uses the slow curse on the boss to slow down its movements. The boss uses the resistance enhancement and removes the curse placed on it. The boss slams down powerfully on the ground, sending powerful shockwaves all around. The tree he is sitting on gives a lurch, causing the potato Lin Moyu gave her to fall from her hands. Lin Moyu raises his hand and, pointing it at the boss, shoots soul flame at it. Lin Moyu then summons the undead general, who controls the skeleton warriors and gets them into a war formation. The boss once again slams hard on the ground, sending stones and dust flying everywhere. Lin Moyu quickly recalls all the skeletons back to the summoning space. He reveals he recalled the skeletons back to avoid the boss's burst attack. After a while, Lin Moyu summons the skeletons back. The skeleton warriors lunge at the boss while the mages unleash their skills, finally killing it. With the boss dead, Yi levels up and exclaims in shock after she receives a class change certificate as well. Very happy, Yi jumps at Lin Moyu from behind, hugging him while cheering that she obtained a class change certificate. Yi mentions that in Hell level, only one class change certificate drops at a time. Lin Moyu tells Yi he has something for her. Holding the dagger Lin Moyu gave her, Yi asks if it's really for her and Lin Moyu affirms. Lin Moyu suggests a break to continue later and Yi agrees. Meanwhile, Shishingen and his team are battling monsters in a dungeon, grateful for the sentry set Lin Moyu gave him, noting they'd be in trouble otherwise. The dog demon states that those before him aren't responsible for killing his dogs. Right outside the dragon frontline post dungeon, the Abyss Hounds have surrounded a party of humans. A fierce battle breaks out as the hounds charge at the humans with spells raining down. Zhou Lixing is also there. Lixing seems scared as two hounds come running at him. As one of the hounds is about to bite him, he uses a spell, summoning aura around himself and his friends. Seeing so many Abyss Hounds, he is unable to understand why they came in such large numbers. Shishingen warns Lixing to watch out for the demon in the sky. Startled, Lixing looks up and sees the dog demon, hovering feet above with two large wings. The demon raises its massive weapon to attack Lixing. Lixing confidently claims the monster won't be able to break through his aura. The monster swings its weapon down at Lixing, hitting his shield with force. Lixing realizes his resistance aura isn't activating. The force of the demon's attack pushes Lixing backward. Puzzled by his failed aura, Lixing crashes to the ground, bleeding from his mouth, and realizes he almost died. Shishingen gives a disappointed look seeing Lixing get beaten like this despite his bluffs. The dog demon now turns towards Shishingen and his team. Shishingen notices that the demon is level 23 and looks concerned, hoping Lin Moyu won't come out of the dungeon for his own sake. The demon laughs and addresses Shishingen as a legendary knight, saying it looks forward to killing him. Shishingen claims that they have sent out an emergency signal and that help will arrive soon. The demon charges at Shishingen, saying it's too late. At that very moment, Lin Moyu and Yi teleport out of the dungeon. The demon sees Lin Moyu and, based on his scent, realizes he killed the Abyss Hounds. The demon bellows at Lin Moyu for killing its children and vows to kill him. Lin Moyu looks up at the demon as Shishingen warns him to watch out. The demon sends a powerful energy blast down at Lin Moyu. However, Lin Moyu, unhurt, asks what's wrong with the demon. The demon is puzzled as it is unable to touch Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu points his hand at the demon and uses the Soul Blaze skill. Hit by the skill, the demon begins screeching in pain. The demon turns to flee, still growling that it will kill Lin Moyu, as Lin Moyu asks why it's running. Lin Moyu then hits the demon with Slow Curse to prevent it from escaping. Shishingen notices that Lin Moyu's Slow Curse has caused the Abyss Hounds to get slower as well. The demon is bound in chains, its movement slowed, as he gives a slight giggle. Lin Moyu summons his skeletons, declaring it's his turn to attack now. The skeletons leap off the ground straight at the demon, who begins cursing Lin Moyu in rage. Shishingen gives a relieved look seeing Lin Moyu skeletons. Lin Moyu uses the corpse explosion, blowing up the demon. The demon crashes down with its wings destroyed as Lin Moyu analyzes its stats. The skeletons then finish off the demon, providing Lin Moyu EXP and military merits. Yi exclaims in surprise at receiving so much military merit. Lin Moyu's scythe levels up to 7. Lin Moyu asks Yi if she completed her task, and smiling, Yi thanks Lin Moyu for helping her. Lixing, seeing Lin Moyu receive the glory, clenches his teeth, thinking it should be him, not Lin Moyu, and feels embarrassed. Lixing vows to make Lin Moyu kneel before him and win Yi's favor. Lin Moyu asks Shishingen if everything is okay, and Shishingen confirms all is well, thanks to Lin Moyu's shield. Shishingen sees the guards of the Eternal Great Wall have arrived after receiving the distress signal. The guards arriving at the scene notice the hundreds of corpses sprawled all over the ground. One of the guards asks who sent the distress signal and Lixing claims it was him. Shishingen begins to explain what happened there. After hearing the explanation, the guards look at Lin Moyu, wondering if he really eliminated all these Abyss Hounds. The guards also look at the corpses and confirm they are Abyss Hounds, puzzled at how level 23 Lin Moyu killed them all. The guard's commander notices Lin Moyu's badge, which indicates Lin Moyu is a 5-star private. As the badges never lie, the guards accept Lin Moyu really killed all the Abyss Hounds. The commander then congratulates Lin Moyu, who claims killing Abyss monsters is his duty. The commander grins, saying it's good. At that moment, a group of people arrive there riding horses. A woman named Mo Yun, a divine summoner, is at the front. Shishingen gasps in shock, saying it's the princess from the Mo family. Mo Yun says she saw the distress signal and asks what happened. The guard's commander explains that it's all over now, and Mo Yun decides to leave. Turning her head, Mo Yun's eyes fall on Lin Moyu, and she remarks that she detests his aura. Lin Moyu notes that Mo Yun is a 4-star lieutenant, while he claims she is searching for Nirvana crystals. Shishingen explains that Nirvana crystal is a highly rare material that can increase the probability of class evolution. When professionals reach their second job change, their class direction becomes clearer with a slight chance of evolution, which can be greatly increased by using Nirvana crystals. Shishingen says a level 40 monster in the Yuan battlefield has a low chance of dropping Nirvana crystals, while he notes the Ghost Knight guarantees a drop. Shishingen points out that the Ghost King barely appears and is tough to defeat. Lin Moyu wonders why Mo Yun would seek to evolve her class despite already being legendary and if there are levels beyond legendary professions. He claims that she is a rare profession and will need to find the Nirvana crystals when the time comes. Meanwhile, the Abyss King realizes the hounds it sent were again killed instantly, and even the Abyss Dog Demon got killed. The Abyss King curses the humans and decides to try sending out more monsters. The Abyss King also mentions that it has reported the incident to someone higher up, so it will be handled now. Back at the academy, Bai and Ning are again seated at the table, as Bai asks how it is going. Bai tells Ning to explain what happened. Ning says that he communicated with the tower and received news about Lin Moyu. He explains that Lin Moyu is fine and is already a 5-star private after killing a lot of Abyss Hounds. Bai is surprised to learn Lin Moyu is already a 5-star private when it's been only 2 days since he received the badge. Ning also mentions that Lin Moyu killed an Abyssal Dog Demon, prompting Bai to stand up in shock. Ning says the upcoming tournament will be exciting, and Bai agrees it will be interesting with Lin Moyu around. Ning notes that he didn't expect Lin Moyu and Yi to be together, as Bai asks him what he saw. Ning claims he saw the nemesis of old Ning, and Bai says he didn't expect it to turn out like this. Back in the dungeon, Lin Moyu has just killed the boss. Receiving the EXP, Lin Moyu levels up to 24, and he looks impressed by his rapid progress. Before they can teleport back, Lin Moyu summons skeleton armors around them for protection, in case the outside is overrun by monsters like last time. He notes that an ambush is unlikely but agrees that caution is wise as they begin teleporting out. Arriving outside, Yi points out that they didn't get ambushed, while Shishingen points ahead, seeing a Shikigami. A massive demonic summon arrives there, pulling along a huge chariot behind it. On the chariot are 11 people from country Y, aiming for hell difficulty to obtain powerful titles. Yi asks if there are really such titles, and Lin Moyu affirms, explaining the title is called Dragon War King. A Shikigami warrior sees Lin Moyu and Yi and finds them familiar. The summoner finally recognizes Lin Moyu, whom he had fought before. The summoner and Lin Moyu stand before each other and introduce themselves. The people from country Y snigger at Lin Moyu's level 24, calling him a weakling. But Onmyoji is shocked that Lin Moyu has leveled up from 17 to 24 in just a few days, unable to believe his rapid progress. Onmyoji also notices the skeletons have grown much stronger and thinks they need to kill Lin Moyu now to prevent future problems. A guy behind Onmyoji warns him not to act harshly, reminding him they are in Shinxia's grounds. Onmyoji turns away and mutters he knows. With an angry look, Onmyoji challenges Lin Moyu to meet in the next tournament. As they're about to enter the dungeon, Onmyoji warns Lin Moyu not to be a disappointment when the time comes. He says Onmyoji is scared because of the crowd, and Lin Moyu replies he wouldn't fear Onmyoji even if he were alone. He explains that a worldwide competition is held every 5 years, and this time it will be in Xinxia, where competitors from around the globe will gather. He points out that Lin Moyu can't escape the competition and suggests they both go sign up. He says they need 5 people for the team fight competition and mentions that the solo fight offers strong rewards. Suddenly, the badges of everyone present there begin giving a signal, implying that a military order has been given them. A loud voice booms out of the sky, telling everyone to return to the fortress at once. Receiving the orders, everyone begins teleporting back, with some concerned about what might have happened in Xinxia. Within seconds, all of the personnel teleport back and gather at the fortress. Lin Moyu notices Shishingen and asks him what happened. Shishingen tells Lin Moyu to look at the Demon Watcher, which is now facing the abyss where monsters have begun attacking. Lin Moyu says that the Demon Watcher is powerful and commands every large-scale battle, and Shishingen agrees with this. Lin Moyu admits he underestimated the Demon Watcher's abilities. The voice orders everyone below level 30 to ascend the fortress's walls. Once everyone below level 30 teleports onto the walls, the voice instructs them to form teams and warns them not to leave the fortress. Yi is confident that with Lin Moyu, they won't need any other teammates. Enai Xiong, a level 60 Legion overlord, stands high on the watchtower, and the people below cheer, their morale lifted. The Demon Watcher commands Enai Xiong to heed its command and form a legion. Enai Xiong bellows that the legion is now part of the army coalition, stressing that achievements will be shared equally and deserters will be punished after the war. With this, he pierces his sword onto the ground, and a bright aura appears around him. Suddenly, all the people below receive an overall blessing of plus 50%. A guy exclaims that he can feel his strength multiplied by 5 times. Lin Moyu is disappointed that this blessing is being overshadowed by his talent, so his skeletons aren't getting the effects. Yi instructs Lin Moyu to look ahead. Mo Yun is riding her horse along the massive chains a few feet above the ground. Looking ahead, she sees a huge army of monsters approaching the wall. A mage notices the monsters, warns everyone, and uses morale boost on herself, increasing her attack and defense power by 30%. Mo Yun charges her skill and shoots a powerful laser at the approaching monsters, causing a small explosion that kills dozens at once. The dog demon praises Mo Yun's skill as amazing, then charges at her, shouting for her to die. Mo Yun's unicorn horse slams against the demon's chest and pushes her back with force. A fierce battle commences down on the battlefield, with skills and arrows raining down, slaughtering the abyss hounds. Tens of Lin Moyu skeletons jump down the wall, charging at the monsters. People exclaim in surprise that Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors and mages are incredibly powerful, giving them an advantage against the monsters. As the skeleton warriors begin slaughtering the hounds, the people are now positive they can win. The dog demon, holding a man by his neck, sees the skeletons and curses in anger. The demon then lets go of the man who begins falling down, and seeing this, the others fear the abyss hounds will eat him. Lin Moyu analyzes the battle from the wall, notes the absence of anyone level 40 and above, and is certain there will be many casualties. Yi gives a concerned look. Lin Moyu asks the commander for permission to leave the fortress and participate in the battle. The commander approves Lin Moyu's request. As Lin Moyu walks towards the battle, Yi tells him to be careful. Lin Moyu summons his scythe, looking forward to all the EXP and merit. Shishingen notices Lin Moyu and asks why he is there. Lin Moyu summons his skeletons and says he is there to clean up the battle. The dog demon recognizes Lin Moyu, who had killed its children, and commands all the hounds to target and kill him. Mo Yun is surprised to see the abyss hounds change their target and asks what's going on. Looking down, she sees all the hounds charging at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu raises his hand and uses the slow curse on the approaching abyss hounds. Hit by the curse, the dog demons and hounds are bound by chains, limiting their movements. Shishingen gives a smile, praising Lin Moyu's skill. Lin Moyu then charges up the corpse explosion, claiming this skill will have maximum value on a battlefield filled with corpses. As one of the dead hounds begins to explode, the demon shouts out no. Suddenly, a massive explosion bellows out of the ground. The demon, scared of Lin Moyu, begins running away, but Lin Moyu notices it and asks where it's going. The demon gets terrified as it gets engulfed in flames set by more explosions. One after another, every corpse on the battlefield begins to explode, killing every other live hound there. Mo Yun shields her face from the heat, bewildered by seeing Lin Moyu's skill. Shishingen drops his sword, struck by awe as he watches the chain explosion, calling it a terrifying skill. Shishingen's party, still baffled by the newcomer's strength, notes they're no longer needed, while Shishingen is pleased Lin Moyu is a student at their academy. Lin Moyu looks at the remaining abyss hounds and declares he won't let any of them live. At that moment, Mo Yun realizes the aura she detested coming out of Lin Moyu is because of his summons. The skeleton finally kills the last remaining abyss hounds. Suddenly, Lin Moyu feels a strange sensation and realizes he has lost connection to a skeleton warrior. The Abyss King calls out Lin Moyu for killing its dogs twice, vowing to remember and eventually kill him. Lin Moyu tells the Abyss King he can only do such in his dreams. The others nearby notice a teleportation formation created by the Abyss King and are shocked, thinking Lin Moyu might be planning to attack it. Lin Moyu's skeletons, all holding the corpses of hounds, run towards the teleportation formation. Once near, they throw all the corpses at the formation, and Lin Moyu uses the corpse explosion on them. A massive explosion ensues, and the Abyss King warns Lin Moyu he is seeking death and declares he will kill him. Lin Moyu is surprised the Abyss King isn't injured and realizes he still has a long way to go since he couldn't destroy the teleportation formation. Suddenly, Lin Moyu gets an eerie feeling and freezes. From the formation, 2 powerful lasers fly out and pierce through a skeleton. Lin Moyu quickly summons skeleton armor, and the lasers strike it, pushing him back off his feet. Lin Moyu is shocked to see his armor last just 4 seconds. As the laser hits Lin Moyu, he activates the damage transfer skill. The damage Lin Moyu takes transfers to the skeletons, instantly destroying 124 of them. The Abyss King's laser then flies towards the wall, but an energy shield stops it. The Demon Watcher turns to the Abyss King and shoots a laser at him, causing the king to growl in pain and vow to kill Lin Moyu personally. Yi approaches Lin Moyu, asking if he's okay, and Lin Moyu affirms that he is. Lin Moyu hadn't expected the Abyss King's attack and claims he would have died without using damage transfer. He admits he underestimated the enemy and almost paid the price, vowing to show the Demon King in the future. The commander on top of the wall declares victory and announces that the distribution of military merit will begin. The commander announces that 10,000 Abyss Hounds and 100 Dog Demons were killed, totaling 25,000 merit points, including merit for protecting the fortress and no deserters. The commander awards 20 merit points each to 1,050 professionals present there, 500 to Mo Yun, and 3,500 to Lin Moyu, which everyone agrees is deserved. Mo Yun, though envious of Lin Moyu's merit, acknowledges that he did kill most of the Abyss Hounds. Lisheng, disappointed with his 20 points, realizes he is nowhere near Lin Moyu's level. Lin Moyu feels his scythe is changing, having absorbed many Abyss souls. Yi excitedly announces she is now a 2-star private. Lin Moyu looks at his badge and sees it has 10 stars on it. The badge begins glowing brightly, and Lin Moyu is promoted to Silver Captain. Yi bows before Lin Moyu, addressing him as a Sir and noting that he is possibly the youngest captain of Shenxia. The commander approaches Lin Moyu, bestowing him the title a Star of Shenxia. Lin Moyu mentions he already holds the title Dragon War King. The commander, surprised, asks how Lin Moyu obtained that title, noting it can only be earned in a Hell difficulty dungeon. Everyone then learns that Lin Moyu solo cleared the Hell-level dungeon, while Mo Yun is the most shocked as she had nearly died attempting it. The commander asks Lin Moyu to explain how he obtained the title for the Empire's records, and Lin Moyu begins explaining. The commander, impressed, pats Lin Moyu's shoulder and calls him a genius of Shenxia. The commander then points out that Lin Moyu will be using the merits to access some facilities, and advises him to save some himself. With this, the commander finally declares the battle is over and dismisses the legions. Lin Moyu looks at his scythe and notices that it's almost done changing. After a while, the scythe levels up to 25, and Lin Moyu realizes he needs other set items to level it further. So he decides to seek information about the other equipment pieces when he gets the chance. The scythe grants Lin Moyu a new skill, Evocation, which allows him to track the souls of killed bosses and summon one for 3 minutes using 1,000 spirit points. Realizing he can now summon bosses to fight for him, Lin Moyu decides to clear the frontline dungeon again. Shishingen explains that the 7th and 8th fortresses were also attacked, and not only Shenxia but countries Y, H, and M as well. Shishingen mentions their fortress is the farthest from the abyss, meaning minimal impact, but stealthy demons still pose a threat. Yi warns Lin Moyu he's been marked by the Abyss King, and Lin Moyu assures her he will be careful. At that moment, Yi's watch rings and she receives a call from her grandfather where she is now. Disconnecting the call, Yi nervously tells Lin Moyu her grandfather is coming, and Lin Moyu thinks that he must be worried about Yi. Moments later, Ning Tairan arrives there. Lin Moyu is surprised to see that Ning is a 5-star divine general on the same level as Bai. Yi waves happily at Ning, who looks relieved she is safe, then notices Lin Moyu. Ning turns to Lin Moyu and shouts his name, causing Lin Moyu to ask if Ning knows him. Ning laughs, claiming he was testing Lin Moyu's courage, while inwardly upset about Lin Moyu being with his granddaughter. Yi introduces Lin Moyu to her grandfather, and Lin Moyu respectfully bows, saying it's nice to meet him. Ning criticizes Bai for sending Yi to the Yuan battlefield, but Yi clarifies that Bai said Ning had assigned the task. Ning angrily curses Bai for fooling around. He then tells Yi to return to the academy with him, but Yi insists she will complete the task assigned to her first. Ning tries to speak to Lin Moyu, but Yi interrupts, asking Ning not to threaten him. Ning offers to send people to help Yi clear the dungeons, but Yi says Lin Moyu will carry her alone. Ning asks if they are planning to die, and Yi shows him the Hell's Sentry dagger Lin Moyu gave her. Ning, recognizing the dagger, is surprised that Lin Moyu and Yi actually cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon. Lin Moyu assures Ning not to worry, promising to protect Yi with his life, while Ning, seeing Lin Moyu's Dragon War King title, decides to discuss this with Bai. Yi tells her grandfather he can leave, mentioning she and Lin Moyu will return when the competition starts, and Ning decides to trust Lin Moyu this time. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu is surprised to learn that Yi's grandfather is the principal of Xiajing Academy. Lin Moyu then heads to the officer's resting room and explores the different military facilities. He presses a button to check the exchange of military merit. After a moment, items appear for purchase with merit points, and Lin Moyu buys 2 dungeon escape talismans for emergencies. Lin Moyu observes that military merit functions like points at Xiajing Academy but notes that using all military merits could result in losing one's rank. A while later, Lin Moyu hands Yi a dungeon escape talisman and she thanks him. At that moment, Emoyun arrives there, calling out to Yi, and walks towards her. She is surprised as she sees Lin Moyu is there as well. Yi addresses Emoyun as sister and asks what she wants. Emoyun throws something to Yi, saying it's the destination teleportation stone. Yi examines the stones and learns that they can transport someone to a designated destination. Emoyun mentions that she has been searching for the battlefield Ghost King and says she will ask for Yi's help once she finds it. As she walks away, Emoyun explains that the Ghost King will drop 3 to 6 Nirvana crystals and promises some to Yi for her help. Once Emoyun leaves, Yi turns to Lin Moyu and says that her sister has probably indirectly chosen him as the helper. Yi points out that since Lin Moyu solo cleared the Hell difficulty, defeating the Ghost King should be no problem for him. Lin Moyu checks his talisman and notes it has 8 cooldowns remaining, while Yi mentions hers has 9 left. They both decide to rest today and continue clearing the dungeon tomorrow. The next day, Yi arrives at the dungeon where a guy teases her, saying she is pretty. Another guy warns the previous one to shut up, pointing out that Lin Moyu, who is walking beside Yi, is a beast. Yi tells Lin Moyu that everyone is looking at him and mentions that his performance yesterday has made him famous. Lin Moyu suggests they ignore the onlookers and head into the dungeon right away. After some time in the dungeon, Lin Moyu levels up to 25, his skeleton's attributes increase, and he notes that he reached the boss in less than 4 hours this time. Lin Moyu sends his skeletons charging at the boss, hoping to test his new skills on it. Within a minute Lin Moyu defeats the boss. And seeing his scythe, Lin Moyu stores the boss's soul in it. Yi exclaims in surprise while holding another hell difficulty dagger. She asks if she can take the dagger too, claiming she has a use for it, and Lin Moyu agrees. Lin Moyu then summons his skeleton armor around both of them, and Yi cheerfully suggests they keep going. They teleport outside the dungeon and notice a group of strangers has gathered there. A man points at Lin Moyu, demanding that he clear the road. But seeing Lin Moyu's not move, the man gets surprised. He then bellows that Lin Moyu is blocking the red carpet meant for a royal and orders him to move. Suddenly, a sword swings down upon the man's extended hand, sending him falling backwards. Lin Moyu's skeleton, who swung the sword, gives the man a death stare. Yi tells Lin Moyu to be careful and suspects these men might be from ancient Rome's Holy See. A voice from inside a golden carriage commands the forces to stop and they obey. A leg steps out of the carriage, followed by a royal-looking person in armor crafted by a professional blacksmith and adorned with jewelry made by alchemists. The royal notices Yi and appears mesmerized by her beauty. He tells his squire to stop being rude and back off. The royal then bows to Lin Moyu and Yi, apologizing on behalf of his underling. He introduces himself as Rutgers from ancient Rome's Holy See, a level 31 Vulcan warrior. Nearby onlookers are impressed by Rutgers's profession, claiming that ancient Rome's Holy See is religious and seems to have inherited the power of the gods. However, some people dismiss Rutgers's Vulcan warrior profession as a foolish class with nothing more than a fire attribute. Rutgers extends his hand to Yi, calling her beautiful and inviting her to get to know him better. But Lin Moyu steps in and tells Rutgers that he need not worry about Yi. Rutgers points out that he is more qualified than Lin Moyu, who is only level 25, and calls him ignorant. Rutgers says it's normal to be narrow-minded at a low level and asks Lin Moyu if he knows which dungeon he is about to clear. Rutgers mentions he's going to solo clear the outpost Sentry Hell difficulty, obtain the legendary title, and then invite Yi to join him. Yi suppresses a laugh at Rutgers's arrogance. Rutgers is puzzled and asks what's going on as he sees other people silently giggling at him. Rutgers's squire runs towards him and whispers that the legendary title has already been taken. The squire then points at Lin Moyu as the one who took the title. Rutgers is shocked into silence, and he orders his party members to come to him. Rutgers and his party form a close circle and begin discussing something. After a while, the squire asks Rutgers if they will really do it, reminding him that they are in Xinxia's territory. Rutgers smirks and says they should be discreet so that if Lin Moyu and Yi die, others will assume it happened inside the dungeon. Lin Moyu assures Yi to ignore those guys and suggests they continue clearing the dungeon. As Lin Moyu and Yi teleport inside the dungeon, Rutgers uses a dungeon tracking scroll to keep track of them. Rutgers and his party also enter the dungeon after Lin Moyu and Yi. Inside the dungeon, Rutgers and his party appear right in front of Lin Moyu and Yi. Holding the scroll, Rutgers says Lin Moyu must have never expected them to find him. Rutgers claims he needs to kill Lin Moyu to retrieve the title for himself as he uses a teleportation sealing scroll. Yi exclaims in shock that their escape talismans are not working anymore. Rutgers asks Lin Moyu if he is scared and despairing now, noting it's the price for angering him. Rutgers tells Yi not to worry, promising he won't kill her easily but instead make her a wonderful toy. Lin Moyu begins to laugh, prompting Rutgers to angrily ask why he is laughing. Lin Moyu summons his scythe and mentions that since he can't teleport out, it means Rutgers also can't teleport out. And Lin Moyu begins summoning his skeletons, puzzling Rutgers and his guards. With his skeletons behind him, Lin Moyu tells Rutgers to know his enemies clearly and points out that his ignorance has led him to his death. Grinning, Rutgers asks Lin Moyu if he plans to use his shabby skeletons against someone with the legendary Vulcan warrior profession. Rutgers commands his party members to attack while he transforms his body into a Vulcan body, looking stronger and tougher. Rutgers explains that in this state, all his attributes and skills attack power are tripled, and damage taken is reduced by 300%. Rutgers's party members cheer for him while he raises his sword, laughing and declaring no one is stronger than him. Lin Moyu analyzes Rutgers's skills and agrees they are quite strong as expected from a legendary profession. Lin Moyu then uses the slow curse on Rutgers's party members. Realizing they have been cursed, the party members shout for support to cleanse the curse, while Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors charge forward. Rutgers raises his sword and strikes a skeleton that blocks it, shocking him with its strength. Another skeleton's sword cuts through a knight's shield easily. The shield gets shattered in half, and the knight gets pushed back with force. Seeing the skeleton's power, the other party members begin to worry, afraid they will be killed. Rutgers turns back and sees his people getting overwhelmed by the skeletons, all pleading with him to save them. Lin Moyu smiles and notes that only one fool is left now. Rutgers bellows out in rage, shouting he will kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu says he was looking for someone to test his new skill and found Rutgers just in time as he raises his scythe and mutters, "Devocation." Dark wings materialize, followed by the zombified final boss, and Lin Moyu reminds Rutgers that he wanted to clear hell difficulty and tells him to fight this boss. Rutgers is shocked seeing the Dragon Guardian and asks Lin Moyu how he is able to summon such a boss. The Dragon Guardian raises its sharp claws and swings them at Rutgers. Rutgers uses his own sword to block the Guardian's attack, but the powerful force sends Rutgers flying backward, crashing into the wall. Rutgers realizes his Vulcan body is destroyed in one hit and asks if that's the power of a boss in hell difficulty. The Guardian once again raises its clawed hand, ready to kill Rutgers. Sweating from fear, Rutgers croaks that Lin Moyu can't kill him, the holy son of God. Lin Moyu gazes dangerously at Rutgers, who continues shouting that Lin Moyu can't kill him. The Dragon Guardian then attacks Rutgers, killing him. Yi picks up a piece of Rutgers's body armor and says he knew how to beg for his life in the face of death. And she asks Lin Moyu if he is afraid, as Rutgers was from the Vatican City of ancient Rome, but Lin Moyu says he isn't. Yi smiles and claims she will always stay by Lin Moyu's side no matter what. Yi asks what they will do with Rutgers's equipment set, and Lin Moyu suggests keeping it for now and continuing to clear the dungeon. At this time at the Vatican headquarters, some people realize that Rutgers has been killed and hurry to inform the Pope. Back at the academy, Bai notices Ning approaching him looking glum and asks if someone angered him. Ning takes a seat and calls out Bai for sending his granddaughter to the battlefield, asking if he instructed Lin Moyu to flirt with Yi too. Ning says Lin Moyu took Yi to clear the hell difficulty dungeon and questions Lin Moyu's trustworthiness, while Bai says he'll know once they return. Lin Moyu and Yi teleport out of the dungeon after clearing it. Lin Moyu, now level 26, and Yi, level 23, decide to head back, Yi to recharge her talisman and Lin Moyu to prepare for the tournament. Arriving at the academy, Lin Moyu heads to the trade center and finds his equipment is valued at 20 million coins. The trader notices that the equipment is all from hell difficulty and wonders who Lin Moyu might be. Bai calls Lin Moyu, asking why he's back so early. Lin Moyu says he completed his task, and Bai tells him to come over quickly. Lin Moyu arrives at Bai's place, and Bai notices Lin Moyu is already level 26. Bai asks Lin Moyu how he leveled up so fast, and Lin Moyu claims he's been clearing dungeons non-stop. Bai notes that even with frequent soloing of nightmare difficulty, Lin Moyu wouldn't level this fast, and Lin Moyu explains he cleared hell difficulty with someone else. Meng smiles, saying he did mention Lin Moyu would clear the hell difficulty, and assumes that someone must be Ning's granddaughter. Bai asks Lin Moyu about the title, and Lin Moyu admits he did receive the Dragon War King title. Bai seems pleased and tells Lin Moyu he did good, asking if the cooldown talisman is all used up. Lin Moyu puts down the materials on the table and asks Bai for a favor. Bai mentions that charging up the cooldown talisman isn't easy, but Bai promises to help Lin Moyu recharge it as a reward for his good performance, and Lin Moyu thanks him. Bai then explains that the tournament held once every 5 years will be conducted in the Xinxia Empire and will start in 10 days. Bai expresses the desire for Lin Moyu to not only participate but also win it, and Lin Moyu agrees. Lin Moyu withdraws the Vulcan set equipment and requests Bai to take care of them too, prompting Bai to ask where he got it. Meng claims that he heard the Vulcan set was given to a Vulcan knight last year. Lin Moyu explains that Rutgers, along with his team, tried to kill him and Yi in the dungeon. Hearing the Vatican tried to give Lin Moyu trouble, Meng becomes enraged, and a powerful aura surrounds him as he asks how they dare touch his students. Bai tells Meng to calm down and not be hasty. Bai then instructs Lin Moyu to head back and leave this matter to him. Lin Moyu remembers Bai is also known as Xinxia's slaughtered god and once heard Bai invaded country H alone and almost destroyed it all alone. Bai asks Meng to assist with the Tyrant Necklace and charging Lin Moyu's cooldown talisman, and Meng agrees, noting that the Vatican is doomed for daring to attack Ning's granddaughter. In ancient Rome, a man looks startled as he notices an intense golden glow appearing in the sky. His eyes bulge in fear upon noticing a sun-like object hovering above the palace, and he wonders in shock what it is. The people below in the street point at the sky upon seeing there are two people levitating beside the glowing thing. The two are Ning and Bai, both of whom look pissed as they call out someone named Gubbit to come out. Fire rages around Ning as she asks where the Pope is. The people below shout out that the Pope, along with the elders, have arrived and hope nothing else will happen. Gubai, the Pope of the Vatican, bellows out in anger, demanding to know who dares to mess with the Vatican. Ning appears before the Pope, who recoils in fright, recognizing him instantly. The Pope is even more shocked when he sees Bai, fearing the destruction of Vatican City. Forcing a smile, the Pope asks why they are there and offers compensation if the Vatican has offended them. The people, seeing the Pope look this scared, begin worrying if they will all get killed now. Meng orders the Pope to go and bring Rutgers out to him. The Pope commands his disciples to fetch Rutgers immediately. The Pope then cautiously asks Meng what Rutgers did to offend them. Meng and Bai clarify that Rutgers didn't offend either of them directly. Meng points out that it was his granddaughter whom Rutgers offended. The Pope is struck with fear, knowing that offending Meng's granddaughter is the worst mistake anyone could make. The Pope's followers arrive with Rutgers who, upon seeing the glowing object in the sky, asks if it's the descent of Vulcan. Suddenly, a bright light descends upon Rutgers, lifting him off his feet and pulling him upwards. The Pope informs them that Rutgers is here and notes that he died 2 days ago but has just been resurrected. Ning asks Rutgers if he is the one who called his granddaughter a toy and chased after Lin Moyu. Rutgers is terrified by the menacing aura emanating from Ning. He then begins shouting that Lin Moyu dared to kill him, vowing to kill Lin Moyu and make Yi his toy. Gubai opens his mouth in shock, realizing Rutgers went too far. Turning to Bai and Ning, Gubai desperately tries to plead with them. Ning points out that Rutgers' stigma in the Vatican's divine statue is what allows him to resurrect and decides to destroy that statue. Ning then directs the flaming fire straight towards the church where the statue is located. Gubai bellows out, instructing everyone in the church to run away. Rutgers begins laughing, claiming he will just revive again if killed. The massive fireball consumes Rutgers, turning him to a crisp as it begins descending upon the church. With a deafening crash, the fireball slams into the church, destroying it. Ning vows to destroy the entirety of ancient Rome himself if anyone dares to mess with his granddaughter again. The Pope sighs in relief that they are still alive, recalling what happened to Country H when Bai killed thousands there. The Pope then curses Rutgers for his actions, which caused the statue to be destroyed and the Vatican to suffer great damage. Bai and Ning teleport back to their place. Bai asks Ning when did he become so short-tempered, and Ning reminds Bai that he isn't any different. Bai remarks that as one gets older, they should accumulate virtue and commit fewer killings. Meng tosses the cooldown talisman back to Bai, claiming he's recharged it. Ning takes out his cooldown talisman and asks Meng to recharge it as well. Meng remarks that they could have just handed them over earlier and Ning laughs, saying they forgot. A few days later, hot air balloons fly through the sky, pulling along banners about the upcoming tournament. Lin Moyu checks his watch and notices it's time to sign up for the tournament. The tournament is divided into 3 sections: team, solo, and challenge competitions. Each grouping consists of 10 levels, and the group Lin Moyu is in is the level 20 to 29 group. The championship offers generous rewards in competitions below level 40, including rare scrolls, magic potions, and 50 million gold coins for category champions. The champion for the solo competition can receive a beginner magical potion that increases all basic attributes by 200 points. Lin Moyu notes that the rules and rewards of the challenge competition haven't been announced yet and hopes the rewards will be good. Lin Moyu is currently level 26, and these are his attributes. These are the attributes of his Thanatos scythe. The skeleton warriors, as well as the skeleton mages, are also level 26. Lin Moyu's 3 friends approach him, and Xia Shui asks if he will sign up for the tournament, to which Lin Moyu nods in affirmation. Xia Shui says they wanted Lin Moyu on the team, but couldn't since he was already level 22, and Wan Ming asks his current level. When Lin Moyu reveals he's level 26, the three of them freeze in shock, their eyes widening in disbelief. Xia Shui clasps her mouth in shock at Lin Moyu's rapid level up, while Wenming comments that guys shouldn't level up so fast, prompting Feng Xiu to ask what she means. Feng Xiu teases Wenming, saying she should know exactly what she means. At that moment Yi arrives, waving at Lin Moyu. Xia Shui turns her head, curious about who Yi is. Yi introduces herself as Lin Moyu's friend. Xia Shui asks Yi if she's really level 25, and Yi nervously admits it's all because Lin Moyu carried her. Xia Shui agrees that it makes sense. She, Wenming, and Feng Xiu all introduce themselves to Yi. Wenming notes that being too exceptional also brings trouble, which Feng Xiu agrees with. Xia Shui and the others decide to find their teammates, with Xia Shui waving goodbye to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu tells Xia Shui she can contact him if she wants to clear the Tyrant Desert. Yi points out that Lin Moyu is very close to Xia Shui, and Lin Moyu explains they are high school friends. Yi calls Lin Moyu dense, saying she'd chase all the pretty girls if she were him, leaving Lin Moyu puzzled. Tao Tao, Duan Gao, and Miao Yu all arrive, waving at Lin Moyu. Tao Tao says they're here for the tournament, and Yi asks if they've found a party yet. Tao Tao admits they haven't, as others don't like their low levels and aren't willing to team up with them. Lin Moyu then suggests that all 5 of them should team up together. Tao Tao reveals she heard Lin Moyu solo carried 39 people in the Tyrant Dungeon, and she's certain they'll get first place if they team with him. Tao Tao agrees to team up, but on the condition that if they get first place, they will only accept the contribution points awarded by the Academy. Miao Yu supports this condition, saying they don't want anything else. Lin Moyu agrees to this condition. After finishing the tournament registration, Yi thanks Lin Moyu, who says it's nothing. Bai Lixing and his sycophant arrive to register, with Lixing declaring he'll win the championship and his sycophant agreeing, praising his strength. The sycophant pushes people out of the way to make way for Lixing. Lixing notices Yi with a man standing beside her. Recognizing the man as Lin Moyu, Lixing becomes furious. He then steps in front of Lin Moyu and Yi, telling them to stop. Yi sees it's Lixing and calls him an annoying asshole. Lixing demands to know why Yi is walking with Lin Moyu. He notices Yi has her arm around Lin Moyu's arm and gives a jealous look. Yi declares that it's none of Lixing's business that she's with Lin Moyu. Lixing roars in anger, claiming it's his business, and reveals that Yi is his fiancé. Yi, now pissed, shouts back that he proposed, she refused, and that doesn't make her his fiancé. Yi accuses Lixing of spreading lies and tells him to find a healer to fix his brain. Lin Moyu is surprised to see Yi this angry. Yi glances at Lin Moyu, reassuring herself that he won't care about someone like Lixing. Lixing clenches his teeth in anger, declaring it's not over and vowing not to let anyone take Yi from him. Lixing then turns to Lin Moyu, shouting at him for repeatedly opposing him and now even snatching away his woman. Lixing's face twists in rage as he mentions that he hasn't even made Lin Moyu pay for his previous actions. Lin Moyu calmly calls Lixing a stupid clown. Lixing's rage intensifies, and he curses Lin Moyu, vowing to kill him sooner or later. Yi draws her dagger and warns Lixing that he's asking for death. Lin Moyu thinks that if he doesn't kill Lixing now, Lixing will continue to harass Yi. At that moment, a voice asks Lixing who he wants to kill, causing Lixing to look horrified. A terrifying aura fills the surroundings as Lixing opens his mouth in shock, realizing someone has arrived behind him. Hovering off the ground and looking down, Bai asks Lixing if he wants to kill Lin Moyu. Lixing turns upwards in fear and exclaims upon seeing Bai. Bai demands that Lixing answer whom he threatened to kill. Lixing loses his balance and falls back, pleading that he didn't say anything like that. Bai tells Lixing to get lost and warns him never to threaten anyone again. Lixing and his sycophant don't waste a second and flee. Bai descends and lands before Lin Moyu and Yi. Bai asks Lin Moyu if he planned to attack Lixing, and Lin Moyu explains he had to act because Lixing was threatening to kill him. Bai asks if Lin Moyu isn't afraid of Lixing's grandfather, the level 81 headmaster of Bailey Academy. Lin Moyu says he is aware and plans to return to the Yuan battlefield to level up so he can defeat anyone. Bai pats Lin Moyu on the back with a smile, saying Lin Moyu is just like he was when he was younger. Bai then reminds Lin Moyu that fairness and fear are both achieved through one's own strength. Bai notes he's given Lin Moyu the method to raise his level, offers to send help once he gathers materials, and advises him to complete his new task quickly. Bai turns to Tao Tao and the others, complimenting them as well. Tao Tao tells Lin Moyu and Yi to gather and meet at the same place when the tournament starts. Yi asks Lin Moyu about his task, and he reveals it's to kill abyss demons at the 3rd fortress and increase his rank to at least a 2-star lieutenant. Yi remarks that it sounds too simple, but Lin Moyu adds that he also has to retrieve elemental crystals from an elemental dungeon. Yi recalls that the area outside the 3rd fortress is also known as the elemental plane. She explains that a large-scale battle once took place there, where nearly 100 elemental mages cast over 1,000 forbidden spells. Because of this, when the war ended, the land became elementalized, and many creatures emerged there. Says she hasn't seen any elemental creatures and wonders what they will look like, and Lin Moyu suggests they go and find out. The two of them head to the Academy teleportation platform and teleport away. Within a second, they arrive at the third fortress's teleportation platform. Lin Moyu grabs hold of who looks like she will pass out, as she admits she's still not used to long-distance teleportation. Lin Moyu learns about elemental cores dropped by elemental monsters but notes that he doesn't need them. The two of them advance, eager to see the elemental monsters. The wall's gate is massive with guards standing on either side. A guard sees Lin Moyu and warns them not to leave the wall as it's dangerous. The captain arrives, asking what's going on, and the guard explains that Lin Moyu and want to go out. The captain sees that Lin Moyu and are level 26 and 25 and thinks they are weak, asking why they are there. At that moment, something charges at the gate. It's a level 33 elemental spirit. The captain is shocked as he sees Lin Moyu summon his skeleton warriors. The skeletons charge at the elemental spirit with blinding speed. Nearing the spirit, the skeletons lunge at it, their swords raised. Within a second, the elemental spirit dies, providing Lin Moyu with 165,000 EXP. The captain and the guards are bewildered, seeing the spirit killed in one hit. The captain then notices Lin Moyu has a lieutenant badge as well. Asks if they can go out now, and the captain gives them permission. Lin Moyu and leave the wall and venture into the elemental plane, discussing how the guards were too cautious. Suddenly screams as her hair begins flying upwards, charged with static electricity, and asks what's happening. Seeing Lin Moyu laugh, shouts at him, noting that there's nothing funny. Suddenly, a massive electric charge begins building right above A huge explosion shakes the ground, sending dust and stones everywhere. Lin Moyu and look up, both defended by their skeleton armor, and notice a wind elemental spirit. The level 34 wind elemental spirit shoots air blades at Lin Moyu and Lin Moyu raises his hand, summoning the skeleton mages, and says the elemental spirit is bullying his skeleton warriors because they can't fly. The skeleton mages unleash their spells at the elemental spirit. Hit by the spells, the elemental spirit dissolves into small wisps of smoke and disappears. Lin Moyu realizes that the elemental spirit leaves no corpse, so he can't use the corpse explosion on them anymore. Suddenly, the ground begins shaking hard, and Lin Moyu says the elementals must be becoming disorderly. Notices a large group of people running toward them. The people look terrified and seem to be running for their lives. Chasing after them is an army of elemental spirits, and asks if those people intruded into the spirit's lair. Lin Moyu explains that when an elemental dungeon randomly appears, it triggers an elemental riot, causing a large number of elemental spirits to spawn. A man running past Lin Moyu asks what he's waiting for and suggests he start running too. Lin Moyu summons the skeleton warriors. Raising his hand, he commands the skeletons to charge forward and kill the spirits. The skeleton warriors lunge at the incoming spirits and begin slaughtering them, providing Lin Moyu a burst of EXP. Suddenly, begins to feel dizzy as a disturbance in the air occurs. Lin Moyu notes his high spirit attribute lessens the effect on him and thinks this might be a call from the elemental queen. He then raises his hand and uses the slow curse. Hit by the curse, the elemental spirit's movements slow down. The people stop, sweating from exhaustion and relieved they didn't die, as one of them points behind and shouts for the others to look. Far away, they notice the skeletons destroying the elemental spirits and exclaim that the skeletons are too powerful. Is relieved as the disturbance finally stops. Lin Moyu points out that the elemental crystal can only be dropped by the elemental queen and decides to find her. After walking a bit further, they notice something strange ahead, and exclaims that it's pretty. Arriving nearby, they realize it's the entrance to a secret realm, and suggests they should go in. With this, Lin Moyu and begin teleporting inside it. Once inside, Lin Moyu explains that secret realms are different from dungeons as secret realms are independent spaces where one can encounter other people. Notices an ice palace ahead, and Lin Moyu sends the skeletons to scout the area. Looks impressed, learning that the skeletons have pathfinding skills too. After a minute, Lin Moyu says the skeletons found an exit and both head towards it. On the way, they encounter a massive monster seated on a huge throne. It's the water elemental general at level 37, with agility 0, as it shoots ice crystals ahead. Lin Moyu and leap aside to dodge the incoming attack, and Lin Moyu claims the elemental general has merged with the ice palace, so it can't move. Lin Moyu swiftly raises his hand and summons the skeleton warriors, who attack the elemental general, piercing its body with their swords. The general uses ice whirlwind and sends a large number of ice arrows at the skeletons. The ice arrows pierce a skeleton, crushing it. Lin Moyu hides behind a rock and commands all the skeletons to return to his summoning space. The countless ice arrows whirl past Lin Moyu and both safe, hidden behind massive rocks. After the attacks cease, Lin Moyu peeks out and is shocked at what he sees. Lin Moyu sees that the elemental general has already regenerated all the damage done to it. Lin Moyu summons his scythe, claiming that the recovery speed will be useless if the general takes too much damage. And he then calls out the Outpost Guardian boss he defeated before. The Outpost Guardian, now an undead, is level 33. Lin Moyu smirks, noting that the attributes of the Outpost Guardian are higher than those of the level 37 Water Elemental General. He also summons more skeleton warriors to assist the Outpost Guardian. The Outpost Guardian begins walking towards the Elemental General, ready to fight. The Elemental General shoots more ice arrows at the Outpost Guardian and the skeletons as they advance. The Outpost Guardian has its wings extended as the ice arrows strike its body in different places. Lin Moyu points out that the same attack won't work against his Outpost Guardian. The skeleton warriors close in on the general and lunge at it. Half a dozen swords pierce the immobile body of the general. The general uses the Sky Flood skill, summoning a large amount of water around it. Lin Moyu gives a startled look as the water begins flowing everywhere, drowning the surroundings. Lin Moyu and he climb onto a large rock, and Lin Moyu agrees that the large AO's attack is a good counter to his skeletons. The elemental general looks ahead and sees all the skeleton warriors have climbed the Outpost Guardian's body to avoid the water. The skeletons then lunge forward at the general. The Outpost Guardian raises its arms and summons a massive energy attack, which slams down upon the general. The general gets crushed into pieces and then dies, providing Lin Moyu with EXP and 10 water element crystals. Lin Moyu recalls the Outpost Guardian into the scythe. He then points the scythe ahead and tries to collect the water elemental general's soul. But since elemental life forms have no corpse and soul, Lin Moyu realizes he can't use his evocation skill to summon them as undead. Lin Moyu collects the element crystals, noting that he can only summon a boss monster for 3 minutes. He notes that the elemental chaos has eased, making it easier to breathe, and Lin Moyu suggests they continue ahead. Walking for some time, Lin Moyu and he notice a place blazing with fire up ahead. Lin Moyu quickly summons skeleton armor for himself and he as they make their way through the hot, fire-filled surroundings. Lin Moyu notes they've encountered glaciers and now a sea of fire, wondering if they'll face wind or lightning areas next. A while later, they see what looks like a volcanic mountain ahead. As they get closer, E says it's not a volcano but a concentration of fire. 2 massive eyes glow from the fire, revealing the Fire Elemental General at level 37, which, like the previous general, is immovable. Lin Moyu summons his skeletons, saying he knows what to do this time. The Fire General raises its hands and shoots a concentrated laser-like energy at the sky, causing a huge explosion. From the explosion, fire begins raining down. Hit by the fire, the skeleton warriors begin to burn. Lin Moyu summons the skeleton mages and instructs them to shoot ice spells at the Fire General. The large number of ice crystals fly toward the Fire General and strike it. Suddenly, the fire around the general intensifies as it slams its arms on the ground. This causes the ground beneath to shake hard. Through the cracks, torrents of fire emerge out from everywhere. Lin Moyu jumps off the ground and pulls E back, saying the Fire General is using its last desperate attack. The mages continue using their spells to shoot ice crystals down upon the Fire General. More cracks form in the ground, through which bright lights emerge, and Lin Moyu says he wants to show E something. Huge torrents of fire erupt and explode into the sky like fireworks as Lin Moyu and E watch in awe and the Fire Elemental General dies. Lin Moyu bends down to pick up the crystals while E says she didn't know Lin Moyu could flirt. Meanwhile, outside at the Secret Realm's entrance, a group of people have arrived. They all look pleased to have found this place after searching for so long. The group leader says someone seems to have already gone in, and the other person looks angry that they've been beaten to it. The group leader claims the aura suggests the people inside haven't been there long and notes it will be easier if those people lead the way. The person holding the cross agrees with their boss. Now that their path is cleared, all they need to do is kill the last boss. Confident, they prepare to enter the secret realm. Once inside, the hooded man analyzes the footprints and directs the team to follow him. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu, E, and the skeletons continue moving forward. Suddenly, something crackling with electricity emerges from the ground. E covers her mouth from the dust as the level 28 Lightning Wind Elemental General reveals itself. Lin Moyu notes that this Elemental General is a merge of lightning and wind elements. Suddenly a powerful bolt of lightning strikes down upon Lin Moyu, but with the skeleton armor around him, Lin Moyu takes no domain. Lin Moyu then uses Slow Curse on the Elemental General. The General's movements get restricted as it's bound by the chains. The General shoots numerous bolts of lightning at the skeletons, destroying many of them. The skeleton mages retaliate with spells that hit the General. The skeletons struggle to attack the General since it's off the ground. Lin Moyu grabs a chain binding the General, annoyed by flying opponents, and pulls the General down, allowing the skeletons to attack more easily. With combined attacks from the skeleton warriors and mages, the elemental general dies. Lin Moyu tells Yi they should search for the elemental queen. He says that these elemental bosses will reappear once again. Lin Moyu and Yi continue moving forward. Hovering above the sky is a massive castle built on a mound of earth. Inside the castle, the elemental queen, also the secret realm's ruler, is resting. The skeletons charge at the queen, but Lin Moyu realizes she is resistant to both physical and elemental attacks. The queen uses elemental starburst, causing an explosion that kills 3 skeletons instantly. Lin Moyu notices his skeletons are weakened from the previous battles. The queen creates glowing energy balls and shoots 3 powerful lasers at the skeletons. This attack vaporizes 5 skeletons, killing them. Seeing his skeletons destroyed, Lin Moyu acknowledges that the queen is strong. A bright glow of elemental energy appears, illuminating the surroundings. The queen summons the elemental energy towards her and, extending her arms forward, uses elemental starburst once again. A swirling form of energy appears, pulling the skeletons toward its center. The queen also summons a huge, fast-spinning tornado. 11 skeletons get caught in the tornado and die instantly, and Lin Moyu admits the situation is difficult, wondering why Bai gave him this task. With elemental creatures having no souls or corpses, Lin Moyu's skills are mostly useless, so he decides to summon the undead general and outpost guardian. Lin Moyu realizes he became reckless by confronting the queen directly and thinks of a new strategy. The party that entered the secret realm arrives and notices the fight is underway. The woman asks if they should intervene, but the hooded man suggests they kill Lin Moyu and Yi first. The party leader instructs Xiao Fei to use her skill. Xiao Fei follows the order and begins channeling the skill. Yi's assassin instinct kicks in, and she senses Xiao Fei's skill. And she quickly turns to Lin Moyu and warns him of an ambush. A strange circular rune appears around them while fireballs start hurling down from above. Xiao Fei directs the massive fireballs at Lin Moyu and Yi with her staff. Lin Moyu finally notices the humans are there and says it's a good timing. The massive fireball slams down upon Lin Moyu and Yi. However, the skeleton armor around them nullifies the attack as Lin Moyu commands the skeletons to attack. The skeleton warriors charge forward at the humans. As the skeletons approach, the party leader looks startled and asks where they came from, wondering if they are the queen's minions. The leader then assures the others to not panic. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's slow curse hits the people, catching them off guard. Lin Moyu is certain the healers from the party will be able to remove his slow curse with their skills, so he decides to target them first. The skeleton mages use their skills, sending numerous spells straight for the healer of the party. All of the skills strike the healer, resulting in a massive explosion around him. The party leader curses in worry as the healer falls dead to the ground. The leader uses the group provocation skill, sending glowing energy ropes toward the skeletons. Using the group chain skill, the leader causes the energy ropes to wrap around the approaching skeletons, halting their movement. The leader then withdraws a potion and tells the other members to do the same. All of them drink their own potions, which lift the slow curse placed on them by Lin Moyu. Suddenly, the skeleton mage's skills strike down upon the party, prompting the leader to quickly use the group protection skill. A powerful shield surrounds the party members, protecting them from the skills raining down on them. Yi points out that the party members are all level 40 and their skills are strong after their second evolution. Lin Moyu also notices that the party used anti-curse potions and wonders if this is the extent of second evolution professionals. Despite this, Lin Moyu isn't worried as he has the skeleton armor around him and decides not to go easy on the enemies. He then directs the skeletons to charge forward and kill them all. The skeletons, swords ready, rush directly at the party members. The party tries to counterattack and throws every skill they can at the skeletons, but it does no damage. Xiao Fei, looking terrified, asks why the skeletons aren't dying and inquires what they should do. The leader curses, realizing Lin Moyu is too strong, and declares that they will have to retreat. Lin Moyu raises his hand and uses the Soul Flame skill. A party member gets hit by Lin Moyu's attack and begins screaming in agony. Suddenly, a skeleton mage's lightning hits the party leader. The leader gasps, struggling to breathe as he sees the skeletons cutting down his party members. He then takes out another potion and drains it in his mouth. As the skeletons lunge at the leader, he summons a shield around himself. The leader begins running away, and he asks if they should chase him, but Lin Moyu says it would be a waste of time. Lin Moyu points out that they still have the queen to kill. The skeleton warriors run toward the queen, carrying the dead corpses of the party members. The queen uses the elemental blast skill once again, but one of the skeletons manages to throw a corpse at her. Lin Moyu uses the corpse explosion, resulting in a huge burst. The skeletons fling more corpses at the queen. Even greater explosions erupt. The queen is heavily injured, with one of her hands even missing. Lin Moyu decides to act now and kill the queen while she is down. The skeleton warriors advance on the queen while the mages prepare to use their skills for a final attack. The skeleton warriors charge at the elemental queen who, despite being injured, tries to fight back. But the swords pierce the queen and the mage's skills rain down on her. With this, the queen dies and her body begins to disintegrate. Exclaims in relief that they finally did it, while Lin Moyu claims he got all the elemental crystals. Stares at the queen's body, half of which has already turned to ashes. Lin Moyu notes that most of his skeletons are injured and will need recovering. The place where Lin Moyu and are is close to the third battlefield, so Lin Moyu decides to go there to increase his military rank. After a while, they arrive at the third battlefield. There, they notice the place is swarming with abyss devourers. A devourer lunges at Lin Moyu but is killed by a skeleton warrior, and after receiving little merit, Lin Moyu thinks it would be better to find an abyss demon. Kills another devourer and points out that the abyss demons have higher intelligence, so they hide and are difficult to find. Hearing a loud noise, both of them look up and see someone has sent a distress signal. Without delay, they start running towards where the signal came from. While on the way, notes that something is weird as there are no monsters around. Out of nowhere, a laughing voice echoes through the air, and recognizes it as a demon's voice. Both of them start running faster, realizing the one who sent the distress signal must be under siege. When they arrive at the scene, they notice a group of people has been surrounded by hundreds of abyss devourers. The knight among the group tells others to break out with him but stops and looks in fear at something. A level 38 abyss wolf demon, riding a flying monster, approaches the people. The knight curses in rage, realizing the demon is using their distress signal to attract more people. Lin Moyu and see the monster is flying and decide they need to trick it into landing. The demon notices Lin Moyu and looks excited, noting that they are just level 26 and 25. The knight is taken aback as he asks why people at level 30 are in the third battlefield. The demon says it will eat first and charges at her. Gets behind Lin Moyu, and the monster tells her hiding won't help, detailing how it will eat her. The demon's flying creature opens its jaws wide as it nears Seeing Lin Moyu try and defend the demon curses him to go to hell and raises its sharp-clawed hand. Lin Moyu summons the skeleton armor and the demon's attack strikes it. Lin Moyu then reacts quickly and puts the slow curse on the demon. The demon realizes it's been cursed and is unable to move properly as Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors surround it. The skeletons then charge at the demon. The group of people notices the demon is unable to move and decides to take this chance to escape. And they run away as fast as they can. They stop after reaching safety and, turning around, receive a massive shock. The demon's head falls after being severed clean by the skeletons. The people watch from the side, puzzled as to why the demon lost so easily to the undead. With the demon's death, Lin Moyu receives 50 merits and lots of EXP. Lin Moyu tells the people to step back, saying he needs to clear the scene, and the knight asks how Lin Moyu, at level 26, managed to kill the demon. Tells the people to follow her to avoid getting hurt accidentally. The knight mentions that the devourers can't be killed easily, and tells him to just watch. Lin Moyu claims that this place, with so many corpses around, is his home ground. He then raises his hand to use the corpse explosion, resulting in a massive explosion. The corpse explosion sets off a chain reaction, causing every corpse to explode. The party members are open-mouthed in shock, seeing the destructive power of Lin Moyu's spell. Gives a pleased look as she reaches the 6-star private rank. Lin Moyu wants to kill more abyss monsters of higher levels to improve his military rank. The knight approaches Lin Moyu, calling him brother, and thanks him for his help. The knight gives a nervous laugh, saying it's an embarrassment for his team to be cornered like this by the demon. The knight explains that the abyss is divided into 3 regions: surface, middle, and deep. The battlefields 1 to 3 constitute only the surface region of the abyss, serving as entrances to the abyss. The entrances make it difficult for powerful demons to emerge, so only weak demons can sneak in. Abyssal demons are similar to humans, with level 40 being their divine line. Demons above level 40 are extremely powerful. In the deepest section of Battlefield 3, some areas overlap with the abyss's entrance, revealing the true abyss with more monsters and demons. The knight explains all this and says this is why they can't wander around there. Hearing there are more demons there, Lin Moyu thinks it will be a good place to earn military merit. He then asks the knight where that section is in Battlefield 3, prompting the knight to ask if Lin Moyu really plans to go there. Lin Moyu admits he wants to go there, and the knight becomes speechless. Lin Moyu and head over to that area, and the knight wonders if Lin Moyu is what a true genius looks like. On the way, they see a lot more demon hunting teams. Believes they must be very close to their target. A while later, they arrive at a dark place, finally seeing what the true abyss is like. Huge, glowing eyes look down, making Lin Moyu and feel intimidated. Suddenly, something appears in the sky right above Lin Moyu and startling them. Shouts that it's an abyssal demon. The demon slams down on the ground right before the two. Asks if the demon is dead. Yi sees an assassin hovering feet above the ground and says it's a silver-level assassin who is already over level 40. Lin Maoyu thinks they have come to the right place. Lin Maoyu suggests they move quickly before others kill the demons. Lin Maoyu and Yi go on a spree and begin killing the abyssal devourers. After 30 minutes of killing, Yi says not a single demon has shown up and asks if others have already killed them all. Suddenly, a loud growl shakes the air, startling both Lin Maoyu and Yi. A huge and scary-looking demon appears in the sky, apparently holding a person in its claws. That person loses their grip and lets something fall, and a dagger hits the ground. Yi clasps her mouth in shock as she realizes the high-level assassin they saw earlier was holding that dagger. The demon is holding onto the corpse of that assassin. Yi asks how the assassin could die when he was so high-level as Lin Maoyu tells her to stay close. The demon is an abyssal shadow demon, level 40, with very high attributes. Lin Maoyu realizes the assassin was killed because the demon can see through invisibility and notes this demon is worse than the elemental queen. The demon sees Lin Maoyu and mocks him for being level 26, daring to come there, and declares that Lin Maoyu will be its meal. The demon, along with its minions, lunges at Lin Maoyu and Yi, telling Yi not to hide behind Lin Maoyu, a level 26 brat who won't save her. The minions stop abruptly as they collide against Lin Maoyu's skeleton armor. Lin Maoyu declares that the demon and its minions fighting together won't happen. He then summons his skeletons to attack back. The demon curses Lin Maoyu in rage. Seeing the demon try to escape, Lin Maoyu shoots the slow curse at it, saying escape won't be easy. The slow curse hits the shadow demon, restricting its movements, and the skeleton warriors begin attacking it. The demon grabs hold of one of the skeletons while the other skeletons continue striking it. Lin Maoyu notices that physical damage gets halved, so the skeletons cannot kill the demon quickly. Lin Maoyu admits killing this demon will be harder as he summons the skeleton mages. The mages ready their skills, and Lin Maoyu waits to see if elemental attacks will damage the demon. The demon curses Lin Maoyu to die and uses the entanglement skill to control the skeleton it has captured. The skeleton is successfully controlled by the demon and it begins fighting against its fellow skeletons. The demon gets puzzled when suddenly Lin Maoyu's skeletons back off. Looking up, the demon sees multiple mage spells approaching it. The spells strike down upon the demon, causing it to groan in pain. The skeleton gets destroyed and the demon releases it, cursing out loud. The demon then roars, asking its children to come and assist it. Lin Maoyu asks the demon if it is looking for its children, all of whom have already been impaled by the skeleton's swords. Yi claims she is exhausted as those little demons were too hard to kill. Seeing its children dead, the demon bellows, asking how dare Yi kill them. Lin Maoyu agrees to return the demons' children, and the skeletons throw the corpses back at it. Lin Maoyu raises his hand and uses the corpse explosion on those corpses. The moment the demon grabs hold of its children, they explode, blowing the demon apart as well. With this, the demon dies, and Lin Maoyu receives 500 military merits and a lot of EXP. Yi exclaims that she just got promoted to second lieutenant. She smiles and says her grandfather would be shocked if he knew she got promoted, while Lin Maoyu notes he needs 10,000 military merits to earn 1 star. Yi points out that's why Lin Maoyu hasn't been promoted and suggests they check out a nearby dungeon she heard about. So the both of them start searching for that dungeon. Meanwhile, back at the academy, Meng asks Bai if he is insane for sending Lin Maoyu to the elemental secret realm. Bai points out that even large-scale dungeons couldn't stop Lin Maoyu, so he'll handle it fine and get a chance to kill thousands of hounds for EXP. Bai confidently says that even the secret realm won't stop Lin Maoyu. Meng notes the high level of the elemental secret realm and the elemental queen might cause Lin Maoyu trouble. Bai assures that it will be fine and that even if Lin Maoyu can't win, he can still escape. Bai also mentions there's still the brand of the hero's temple, so Lin Maoyu won't die, and reveals he even asked Lin Maoyu to go to the third battlefield's abyss. Hearing this, Meng abruptly stands up and asks Bai if he forgot something, prompting Bai to ask what. Meng reminds Bai that Ning's granddaughter is with Lin Maoyu and she doesn't have the brand. Which means if she dies, Ning will come after Bai. At that moment, Ning arrives and asks who died and what Bai and Meng are talking about. Suspicious, Ning asks where Bai sent Lin Maoyu, and Bai replies to the elemental battlefield, assuring Ning his granddaughter will be safe with Lin Maoyu. Ning claims he's put a protection spell on Yi, so she should be fine, and says he'll come after Bai if anything happens to her. Meng thinks Bai barely managed to survive for today. Back at the third battlefield, Lin Maoyu and Yi arrive at an eerie place. Lin Maoyu asks if this is the abyssal boundary from which the demons sneak out to the third battlefield. At that moment, a whole army of abyssal demons and monsters exits out of the boundary. The demons notice Lin Maoyu and Yi and begin laughing, saying they will eat them now. Without warning, the skeleton mages start throwing their spells, raining down on the horde of monsters. The demons roar, demanding to know who sneaked up on them, accusing Lin Maoyu of being shameless, claiming they're hurt, and vowing to kill him. Lin Moyu casts the slow curse, catching the demons off guard and binding them with chains that restrict their movements. The skeleton warriors charge forward aggressively, confusing the demons who are bewildered by their sudden and unexpected appearance. With their swords raised high, the skeletons swiftly and efficiently slay the demons and monsters, cutting through them. Within mere seconds, the once clear ground is now littered with the corpses of monsters. Lin Moyu raises his hand and prepares to unleash corpse explosion. The explosions are devastating, killing a large number of demons and earning Lin Moyu significant EXP and military merit from the carnage. Lin Moyu is thoroughly pleased with the battlefield's strategic location, recognizing it as an ideal spot to farm the military merit he desires. More demons begin emerging from the entrance in increasing numbers, their presence adding to the chaos of the battlefield. The skeletons, under Lin Moyu's command, hurl the corpses of the fallen demons at the portal, and Lin Moyu triggers another series of explosions. Before the new waves of demons can fully emerge from the entrance, they are obliterated by the powerful and well-timed blasts. Lin Moyu exclaims with surprise at the efficiency of his attacks, noting that he has already gained approximately 3,000 military merit from this single assault. On the other side of the entrance, an even greater number of demons gather, preparing to pour out and join the fray. But before they can do so, a corpse set with the explosion hurls straight toward the entrance. As the wave of demons falls, Yi happily exclaims about the merits, while Lin Moyu decides to gather more demons before killing them. Once a sufficient number of demons have gathered, Lin Moyu commands the skeletons to resume their assault. The skeletons begin tossing more corpses at the entrance, providing Lin Moyu with ample opportunities to use corpse explosion once more. As dozens of demons fall victim to the explosive blasts, Lin Moyu receives a massive influx of EXP and military merit. In no time, Lin Moyu and Yi advance to 0-star second lieutenants, with Yi surprised at how fast this method of farming merits is. The entrance starts to close, and Lin Moyu believes that the repeated corpse explosions have successfully overwhelmed and started sealing it. However, the entrance stabilizes shortly afterward and remains open. Lin Moyu remarks that they can now farm more demons and advance to 1-star second lieutenants. Suddenly, Lin Moyu notices something unexpected and is startled. He quickly summons skeleton armor around himself and Yi, pulling her to safety from the danger he just noticed. The Demon King's eyes flash with malevolent glee as it declares it has finally caught Lin Moyu in its sight, its presence radiating an aura of imminent danger. The aura emanating from the Demon King overwhelms both Lin Moyu and Yi, filling the air with a heavy, intimidating energy. The Demon King proclaims the end of Lin Moyu and unleashes a barrage of high-speed laser energy attacks aimed directly at him. Lin Moyu realizes with alarm that he cannot dodge the attacks due to their incredible speed. The Demon King's powerful attacks shatter Lin Moyu's skeleton armor, forcing him to utilize damage transfer to mitigate the damage. Dozens of skeleton warriors instantly get obliterated. As more of his skeletons get destroyed at an alarming rate, Lin Moyu casts a concerned glance and notes that this can't continue. Lin Moyu then notices some corpses sprawled ahead and gets an idea, instructing his skeletons to fling them into the air. As more skeletons are destroyed, Lin Moyu raises his hand to trigger the corpse explosion, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. Hit by the explosion, the Demon King bellows in rage at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu smiles with satisfaction, confident he made the right choice and that the entrance can't remain open much longer. The Demon King curses in rage, vowing never to forgive Lin Moyu and to ensure he never lives peacefully. Lin Moyu smiles and says he too wants to get back at the Demon King and defeat him. He bids farewell to the formidable foe, promising that when they meet again, the Demon King will be blown to pieces. The Demon King's eye gives Lin Moyu a piercing look as it continues shouting angrily while the entrance begins collapsing. Finally, the entrance disappears along with the Demon King. With a concerned expression, Yi asks Lin Moyu if he's okay, and Lin Moyu reassures her, suggesting that they should leave immediately. Lin Moyu looks forward to meeting the Demon King in the abyss one day. Lin Moyu and Yi make their way through the Rocky Mountains. After a while, they arrive at the level 30 dungeon of the third battlefield, where many groups of people are already present. Lin Moyu begins to wonder what the dungeon, with the power of 3 combined, will be like. He inspects the dungeon's entry requirements and discovers that different parties are recommended for varying difficulties. With most of his skeletons fully recovered, Lin Moyu isn't worried about being ambushed by demons. He turns to Yi and suggests they enter the dungeon, to which she agrees. A man approaches Lin Moyu and Yi, reminding them that this is a level 30 dungeon. He warns them about the dangerous monsters inside and suggests they find a party. Lin Moyu thanks the man and assures him that they'll be fine. As Lin Moyu and Yi begin teleporting into the dungeon, the man thinks they're being suicidal, but another notices their lieutenant badges. The worried guy points out that Lin Moyu and Yi are only level 26, while the other explains that a level 24 lieutenant solo cleared a hell difficulty outpost a few days ago. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu and Yi have entered the dungeon and are overlooking a massive cliff. Lin Moyu observes that this is the dungeon where the power of 3 forces is combined. Suddenly Yi shouts, pointing ahead and telling Lin Moyu to look over there. Lin Moyu follows Yi's gesture and sees a massive battle about to begin. Lin Moyu points out that the professionals in the battle are phantom shadows fighting against the abyss demons. Down in the battle, a mage summons a massive spider web-like thing to restrict the demons from advancing. In a flash of blurred light, several figures arrive, flying through the air. They are human mages who are ready to join the fight. A mage, hovering high above the battle, raises his staff, ready to cast the forbidden curse, elemental destruction. He shoots beams of elemental energy from the sky, striking the ground below. Hundreds of monsters get burnt to a crisp. A massive demon appears, likely the boss, towering several feet over the battlefield. It extends its wings wide and shoots a powerful beam of energy forward. The mages and the demons' attacks collide midair, causing a massive explosion. Lin Moyu and Yi shield their eyes from the intense bright light. Yi slowly looks ahead and exclaims that everything is gone. The battlefield ahead is silent, with no sign of life, as Lin Moyu wonders if this is the origin of the elemental planes. Yi asks if what they saw earlier was a battle of forbidden curses and elemental powers colliding, and Lin Moyu says it might be. And Lin Moyu suggests they continue moving forward. It's dark everywhere, with a massive, statue-like stone figure standing tall in the center. This place seems to be swarming with monsters, their glowing eyes visible in the darkness. Lin Moyu quickly summons his skeletons, and Yi draws her daggers, both ready to fight. Suddenly a level 34 battlefield wolf demon starts charging at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's skeleton mages fire their spells at the oncoming demon. A small outburst occurs when the spells strike the demon. However, the demon is still alive and it lunges forward. Lin Moyu is startled to see the demon survive and wonders if it's due to the abyss influence. Lin Moyu claims the demon's defense and health have been enhanced and thinks it should die with more hits. The skeleton warriors finally manage to kill the demon with continuous strikes. Lin Moyu notices there's no corpse and realizes the demon must be made from abyss powers. Yi points out that Lin Moyu can't use corpse explosion now, and Lin Moyu agrees that he'll have to deal with the demons one by one. Lin Moyu admits it's difficult to see due to the limited visibility. Yi's eyes begin glowing, and she explains that as an assassin, she'll help find the demons so Lin Moyu can kill them. So Yi and Lin Moyu work together, with Yi locating the demons and Lin Moyu eliminating them. Yi spots another demon and the skeletons lunge at it. A while later, Lin Moyu notes that it's too easy for the hell difficulty, and Yi agrees that something feels off. Lin Moyu and Yi are battling a monster when Lin Moyu uses the soul flame, finally killing it. With this, Lin Moyu and Yi both level up, reaching level 27 and level 26 respectively. Noticing how weak and relatively easy to defeat the demons are, Lin Moyu questions whether this is truly the hell difficulty level. Lin Moyu notices that the demon's corpse begins dissolving into a mist-like energy, seeping into the surroundings. He points out that this is abyss energy and wonders if something is actively absorbing the energy released when the demons die. Looking ahead, they see that the energy is being drawn toward a large statue in the center of the area, which appears to be absorbing it steadily. Lin Moyu speculates that a boss might appear once the statue has accumulated enough of this abyss energy. Suddenly, a demon lunges at Lin Moyu, but he reacts quickly and efficiently kills it with the soul flame skill. The statue immediately begins absorbing the abyss energy from the newly deceased demon. Lin Moyu and Yi watch the statue intently as the surroundings fall into an unsettling silence. The statue, now overwhelmed with energy, starts to crack and crumble as abyss energy begins to escape from it in swirling tendrils. From the ruins of the crumbling statue emerges a massive and intimidating level 36 elemental leopard king. The leopard king lets out a thunderous roar and swings its massive paws at Lin Moyu and Yi, while Lin Moyu quickly summons skeleton armor around him and Yi. And they both leap sideways to avoid the powerful swipe from the Leopard King. Lin Moyu notes that the Leopard King is incredibly fast and feels thankful he has the skeleton armor. He instructs Yi to retreat to a safer distance as he summons his scythe and begins to use the evocation skill. The outpost guardian, summoned by Lin Moyu, emerges and takes a formidable stance before the Leopard King, ready to engage it in combat. Lin Moyu casts a slow curse on the Leopard King, significantly hindering its movements and reducing its agility. The outpost guardian seizes the opportunity and lunges straight at the Leopard King. And it strikes the Leopard King with a powerful blow, leaving a deep cut from which abyss aura begins flowing out. Lin Moyu notices this and understands something and promptly instructs all the skeleton warriors to begin their assault on the Leopard King. The Leopard King lets out an enraged roar as the skeleton warriors start surrounding it from all sides, preparing for a coordinated attack. With a swift and forceful motion, the Leopard King slams its massive paw into the outpost guardian's chest. In response, the skeleton warriors activate their Rage Strike ability, all leaping at the Leopard King to strike it down. Hit by multiple swords, the Leopard King receives numerous deep cuts through which abyss energy visibly flows out in dark streams. The Leopard King opens its mouth wide and unleashes a powerful elemental explosion, sending shockwaves that violently push back the surrounding skeletons. Lin Moyu watches in shock as the Leopard King, momentarily appearing larger, suddenly shrinks down to a very small size. Lin Moyu then realizes that the Leopard King is not an ordinary abyss monster, but rather a creature made entirely of pure energy. The skeleton mages, under Lin Moyu's command, fire a barrage of spells at the shrunken Leopard King. The Leopard King retaliates by sending a powerful elemental blast back at the skeletons. The spells from the skeleton mages and the Leopard King's attack collide midair. At this moment, a skeleton warrior charges at the Leopard King and, taking it by surprise, pierces a sword into its back. Tia's attack finally kills the Leopard King, earning Lin Moyu both EXP and a valuable elemental scepter. Lin Moyu feels a tinge of suspicion, as the boss was surprisingly easy to defeat, and yet again he wonders if this is really the hell difficulty. Points up at the sky, drawing Lin Moyu's attention to something she just saw. Lin Moyu turns and sees a figure hovering in the sky, holding a massive staff and appearing both enigmatic and commanding. The figure, resembling a human, telepathically communicates with Lin Moyu, instructing him to come closer. Lin Moyu tells Yi to wait there, and she advises him to be careful, looking a bit concerned. Lin Moyu then climbs the stairs and soon stands before the mysterious person. The person, with a desperate and pleading demeanor, begins to beg Lin Moyu to kill him. The person continues shouting frantically, pleading for Lin Moyu to kill him as quickly as possible. He is the Great Elemental Mage, a formidable level 39 Hell Dungeon leader, and warns with desperation that if Lin Moyu doesn't strike him, he will be killed in return. The mage then unleashes a powerful elemental attack that rushes directly at Lin Moyu with terrifying speed. Reacting swiftly, Lin Moyu summons the skeleton armor around him, all while wondering why the boss looks like a human. A skeleton jumps directly in front of Lin Moyu, takes the full brunt of the mage's devastating blast and gets destroyed completely. The mage's even attack strikes Lin Moyu, but his skeleton armor nullifies the damage. Lin Moyu exclaims that the mage's skill is incredibly strong, realizing that this is the true power of a mage with 40,000 spirit. With no other choice, Lin Moyu summons more skeleton warriors, determined to fight back. The skeleton warriors charge at the mage, their swords raised high ready to strike. However, the mage raises his staff and summons a magic shield around himself, blocking the attack. The skeleton warriors' swords clash against the shield but can't pierce through, leaving Lin Moyu to admit that the shield's defense is higher than that of even the strongest knights. Deciding that he needs to use a skill that can bypass such defense, Lin Moyu opts for the Soul Blaze. The Soul Blaze attack flies toward the mage and easily passes through his shield, leaving the mage bewildered. The mage gives a piercing look as the flames hit him, but he seems unaffected by the attack and roars with laughter, asking Lin Moyu to kill him and get the answers he seeks. The skeleton mages bombard the mage with multiple spells, trying to weaken him further. But the mage summons a wave of water around himself, neutralizing all the incoming spells with apparent ease. The skeleton warriors, undeterred, leap upwards at the mage while the skeleton mages continue their assault. A bright light suddenly illuminates all the skeletons, followed by a blast of energy bellowing downwards. The energy attack hits a skeleton mage, silencing it immediately and rendering it powerless. Lin Moyu turns his head, noticing that the silenced skeleton mage is now completely confounded. The mage raises his staff again and shoots multiple wind shackles at the skeleton warriors, binding them and rendering them unable to move. With his skeletons now unable to fight, Lin Moyu decides to rely on his own strength, and he charges forwards at the mage. He looks up at the mage and notes that this is the first time he's fighting a boss entirely on his own without relying on anyone. Lin Moyu raises his hand, points it at the mage boss, and fires the Soul Blaze, aiming at the shield still surrounding him. Ignoring the shield, the Soul Blaze strikes the mage, landing a direct hit. The mage overcomes the effect of the Soul Blaze as a bright red glow begins forming around him. He then raises his staff and summons a massive meteorite, engulfed in flames, right above himself. And he sends the meteorites hurtling down towards Lin Moyu. Looking up, Lin Moyu observes that the scale and power of the mage boss is far beyond that of a typical second job transfer mage. Deciding not to dodge this attack, Lin Moyu withdraws some potions and decides to strengthen his skeleton armor instead. He summons the skeleton armor, which now appears massive and more formidable than ever before. The meteorites slam down upon Lin Moyu, but the skeleton armor withstands the impact, deflecting all the destructive force. The mage tries to silence Lin Moyu, but Lin Moyu points out that his skeleton armor is immune to all control effects as he takes the spirit recovery potion. Lin Moyu raises his hand once more, unleashing the soul flame, and challenges the mage to see who will be the last one standing among them. The soul blaze strikes directly at the mage, engulfing him in white flames. Writhing in pain, the mage begins yelling out loud, his mouth wide open. With a grin, Lin Moyu declares that he is the one still standing. The mage's body begins disintegrating, releasing elemental energy. Within seconds, the mage's entire body turns to dust, providing Lin Moyu with EXP and some items. More and more items begin spawning as rewards, surprising even Lin Moyu, who exclaims that they are all extremely rare. Looking concerned, runs toward Lin Moyu, calling out his name, but stops in her tracks, shocked by what she has just seen. Staring open-mouthed at the divine flame staff, asks Lin Moyu how he obtained it. Unaware of its significance, Lin Moyu asks if the staff is something special. Excited, confirms that it's indeed a very special staff, one she saw mentioned in ancient records. She explains that it's the divine staff once exclusively wielded by the god-level mage Yuyan, who disappeared during a great battle. Then tries to grab the staff but quickly jerks her hand back in pain. Suddenly, the staff begins glowing brightly, and from its tip, a man dressed in a white cloak emerges. Instinctively, Lin Moyu summons the skeleton armor around himself and for defense. The figure reveals himself to be the remnant soul of Yuyan, assuring Lin Moyu and that they have nothing to fear. Recognizing Master Yuyan, gives a shocked look. Yuyan curiously asks if she knows who he is. Lin Moyu bows and greets Yuyan, while explains that she's seen his portrait in the Xinxia Museum. Yuyan is pleased people remember him despite his death years ago as he urges Lin Moyu and to listen to his words. Lin Moyu and listen intently as Yuyan explains how a space rift appeared on the third battlefield long ago. The rift connected the human world and the abyssal world, allowing the great demon king to lead a massive invasion, which Yuyan's legion fought. After a long battle, Yuyan's team finally launched a forbidden spell, defeating the great demon king and his army. Yuyan reveals that he obtained a space crystal, which records a location in the abyssal world, and instructs Lin Moyu to find an alchemist to refine it. He tells Lin Moyu to go to the abyss, and Lin Moyu realizes this is a key to attacking the abyss. Lin Moyu suggests handing the space crystal over to the senior officers of the empire, but Yuyan says only Lin Moyu can use it. Yuyan asks Lin Moyu if he has awakened his talent, to which Lin Moyu confirms he has. Yuyan explains that Lin Moyu should awaken another talent during his second awakening, and when he reaches level 70, he can use the talent stone to awaken a third talent. Yuyan adds that Lin Moyu will be incredibly powerful with his third talent, becoming the second person to wield such strength. Lin Moyu sincerely promises to do his best. Lin Moyu then asks Yuyan why he chose him, and Yuyan replies that he doesn't favor talentless people, so giving the space crystal to others would be a waste. Yuyan mentions that a girl came by earlier who was also very talented, but her being in a team held her back slightly. Yuyan notes that Lin Moyu reminds him of that girl. Lin Moyu shows Yuyan a picture of his sister, and Yuyan confirms that it's her, asking if Lin Moyu knows her. Yuyan also mentions that the girl was level 35 at the time, to which Lin Moyu acknowledges his sister's rapid improvement. Yuyan explains that level isn't everything, noting that Lin Moyu, at level 27, cleared a level 30 hell difficulty dungeon, unmatched by any other human. Yuyan advises Lin Moyu that while his summons are powerful, they are vulnerable to control and developing anti-control abilities would make them unstoppable. Yuyan admits this is why he chose Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu vows not to let him down. Satisfied with Lin Moyu's words, Yuyan disappears back into the staff, instructing Lin Moyu to repair it and find someone worthy to wield it. Lin Moyu assures Yuyan that he will take good care of the staff and not let it go to waste. He notes that Yuyan devoted his life to the human race, and Lin Moyu agrees, saying it's because of people like him that humanity survives the abyss threat. With this, Lin Moyu and Yi teleport out of the dungeon. The people outside the dungeon's entrance notice Lin Moyu and Yi appear, impressed by their achievement in clearing the dungeon. Shishingen, who is there with his team, recognizes Lin Moyu and exclaims in surprise that Lin Moyu even cleared the hell difficulty on the third battlefield. Lin Moyu feels uneasy and suggests to Yi that they should leave immediately. Suddenly, massive fireballs appear in the sky, hurling down toward somewhere. Shishingen rushes into action, shouting for everyone to prepare for battle and warning them that demons are approaching. Many demons, leading a massive army of monsters, emerge from the space tunnel, eager to taste human flesh. The oncoming demons are shocked and terrified as Lin Moyu's skeletons suddenly charge at them, leaving them puzzled about where they came from. Unable to react in time, several demons get killed in a flash, providing Lin Moyu with EXP and merit. Yi reminds Lin Moyu that she did warn him they would encounter the space tunnel again. Meanwhile, the people gathered outside the previous dungeon all prepare themselves to engage the demons attacking. Shishingen exclaims in surprise as he learns that Lin Moyu has already charged in ahead. Worried, Shishingen says Lin Moyu will face trouble against higher-ranked demons, but the mage assures him Lin Moyu will be fine as long as he avoids direct contact with them. Though still concerned, Shishingen hopes this will be the case. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu, standing outside the space tunnel, notices that it's massive, nearly twice as large as the previous one. He decides not to throw any corpses into the tunnel to avoid alerting the Flame Demon King, planning instead to let the monsters come out and then kill them. Lin Moyu then uses the corpse explosion on the first batch of monsters he killed, using them to eliminate the following waves. Higher-level demons emerge from the tunnel and, upon noticing Lin Moyu and one of them growls that it wants to devour them. However, Lin Moyu's corpse explosion sends powerful fiery shockwaves directly at the demons. Lin Moyu exclaims that the first wave of merit is in his hands as he receives a total of 1,800 merits from the demons and monsters' deaths. Yet more glowing eyes become visible through the tunnel as countless demons and monsters lunge at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu uses the corpse explosion once again, killing every monster and demon and receives another burst of EXP and merits. Reveals that she got promoted after receiving 1,400 merits from this wave. She explains that a normal demon hunting team would barely earn 10,000 merits, even after grinding for over a year. Looking cheerful, claims she never expected to become a 1-star second lieutenant so quickly, but Lin Moyu warns her that stronger demons are appearing and tells her to be careful. Multiple level 40 abyssal shadow demons and level 40 abyssal knife demons begin emerging from the space tunnel. A shadow demon exclaims that it has finally reached the Yuan battlefield and says it wants to catch a few human slaves now. But seeing the demon and monster corpses sprawled across the ground, the demon, puzzled, asks what happened. Another demon questions if a human with a third evolved profession might be camping there and slaughtering the monsters. Lin Moyu raises his hand and tells the demons they'll soon find out what happened as he unleashes another corpse explosion. The knife demon notices Lin Moyu and mocks him for being just a level 27 human, claiming it will make Lin Moyu its slave. It then charges right at Lin Moyu, commanding him to kneel before it and become its slave. But the corpse explosion bellows out, killing all the demons present there in an instant. With disbelief, asks if the demons are all idiots, acknowledging that they could never have expected to be wiped out so easily by a level 27 guy. Lin Moyu notices the tunnel starting to collapse and decides to make his final move. He instructs the skeletons to throw the monster corpses into the tunnel, and the skeletons promptly follow his orders. Lin Moyu then uses the corpse explosion, killing many demons on the other side of the tunnel and receiving a staggering 7,000 merits. Is surprised to see that so many demons were squeezed into that tunnel, and she excitedly claims she has just been promoted to a 2-star second lieutenant. At that moment, the destination teleportation stone that Mo-yun gave Lin Moyu last time begins glowing, as if giving him a signal. Lin Moyu remembers Mo-yun giving him this stone when she invited him and to hunt the battlefield Ghost King, and he wonders if Mo-yun has actually found the Ghost King. Is confident that Mo-yun must have discovered the battlefield Ghost King and suggests they go and help her. So Lin Moyu crushes the stone and they both teleport out. Meanwhile, Shishingen and his party arrive at the demon invasion site, and a member tells Shishingen to look over there. Shishingen looks where the member is pointing and is shocked to see a mountain of countless demon corpses. Shishingen notices an abyssal knife demon among the dead and wonders how such a powerful demon could have been killed so easily. Shishingen and his team are speechless as they realize this must have been Lin Moyu's work. Shishingen comments that Lin Moyu's talents are perfectly capable of achieving this and notes that they were worried for nothing. At the second battlefield, Missouri Yun is galloping around on her flying horse above a dark place. She looks at the destination stone and wonders why Lin Moyu and haven't arrived yet. The level 39 battlefield Ghost King gives a loud growl. Wang Ziheo, the level 20 berserker, and his team of mages unleash a barrage of spells at Mo-yun, who soars above them on her horse. Mo-yun guides her horse in rapid zigzag movements, effortlessly dodging all the spells aimed at her. Mo-yun seems a little concerned. Mo-yun's horse rears up and gives a loud neigh as Mo-yun channels a spell to attack. A powerful beam of holy light erupts from the horse, but the group below swiftly blocks it with a massive shield, absorbing the intense energy. Mo-yun is surprised to see that the enemies have another team engaged in battle with the Ghost King. She doesn't want to miss this chance as she might never find the Ghost King again. Another spell streaks past Mo-yun as she wonders why he isn't there yet. At that moment, a circular light appears beside Mo-yun, indicating someone is about to teleport there. Wang Ziheo shouts in alarm as Lin Moyu and he suddenly teleport beside Mo-yun in a bright flash of light, both floating in the air. Wang Zihao raises his hand and instructs the mages to fire more spells at Lin Moyu and the two girls. Mo Yun summons a shield around them, but it shatters under the barrage of spells. As more spells and arrows hurtle toward them, Lin Moyu summons skeleton warriors around all three of them. The skeleton armor nullifies all the attacks, leaving Mo Yun bewildered. She is shocked to see Lin Moyu's skeleton armor is this strong and realizes he has been enjoying this kind of protection all along. Wang Zihao recognizes Lin Moyu and his face twists in anger, veins bulging. He turns to Mo Yun and asks what happened, and Mo Yun explains that she discovered the battlefield Ghost King, but Wang Chao Guild members nearby interfered. Lin Moyu comments that those people are the scum who bully the weak, prompting Mo Yun to ask if he has encountered them before. Lin Moyu recalls having a minor conflict with them in the past. Wang Zihao bellows at Lin Moyu, looking furious, clenching his teeth. Lin Moyu asks why Wang Zihao is there, and Mo Yun explains that Wang Zihao is the young president of Wang Chao Guild, who came to find the Nirvana crystal. Mo Yun mentions that Wang Zihao's team intentionally delayed her so the other team could kill the Ghost King and asks what they should do now. Lin Moyu instructs Mo Yun to go and delay the other team from defeating the boss, saying he'll deal with Wang Zihao's team and join her later. Mo Yun gallops away, telling Lin Moyu and Yi to be careful as they begin descending. Wang Zihao withdraws his swords and, glaring at Lin Moyu, blames him for not getting accepted into any academy. Wang Zihao goes into berserker form, snarling in anger that it's all because of Lin Moyu that he has nothing left. Yi comments that Wang Zihao's brain isn't normal, while Lin Moyu notes that Wang Zihao is just envious. Wang Zihao commands his team to stop waiting around and kill Lin Moyu. The level 38 knight obeys Wang Zihao's order and charges at Lin Moyu. As the team rushes toward Lin Moyu, Wang Zihao claims his team is experienced and that Lin Moyu, just a newbie, will die today. Lin Moyu raises his hand and summons his army of skeletons. The knight is struck powerfully by a skeleton, spitting blood as he stares in bewilderment at the sudden attack. The other attackers stop advancing and watch in horror. Even Wang Zihao begins sweating in fear, puzzled by what's happening. A mage tries to heal the knight, who is now on his knees after taking the powerful blow. Wang Zihao turns to his mages and archers, bellowing for them to attack and kill Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu watches in silence as numerous spells hurtle toward him. Lin Moyu then summons his mages, instructing them to go and play. The mages counterattack, sending various spells back at the enemy team. The skeleton mages' spells fly towards Wang Zihao's party, completely taking them by surprise. As the spells begin bombarding them, the group starts panicking and fleeing for their lives. Wang Zihao is frozen in shock at the sudden appearance of the skeleton mages, which he had never encountered during the exams. One of the members is incinerated to a crisp by the powerful fire. A healer among them realizes they can't win the fight and notes that even with 20 more healers, they wouldn't stand a chance against the skeleton mages. Realizing it's useless, everyone turn around and begin fleeing from the scene. Only Wang Zihao, who isn't running, demands to know where his team is going and declares that escaping isn't allowed. No one listens to Wang Zihao as he continues bellowing that he wants to kill Lin Moyu for stealing his glory. Lin Moyu sees Wang Zihao's team trying to escape and raises his hand to use corpse explosion, declaring that there's no escape. Wang Zihao looks over at Lin Moyu and sees his hand raised, preparing to use a skill. His eyes widen as he recognizes the skill and witnesses the massive explosion shaking the very air. As the explosion nears him, Wang Zihao shields his face and shouts in horror. The explosions continue unabated, killing everyone they reach. Wang Zihao watches as his team falls like flies, most already dead. The explosions result in a thick cloud of dust filling the air, obscuring vision. Lin Moyu walks toward Wang Zihao, who notices Lin Moyu's badges and realizes he is a 2-star second lieutenant. Wang Zihao falls back in fear, crawling away from Lin Moyu, shouting that Lin Moyu can't kill him. Lin Moyu raises his hand and prepares the skill Soul Flame, stating he doesn't have the habit of letting enemies escape. Meanwhile, Wang Zihao's other team continues their engagement with the battlefield Ghost King. Suddenly, a bright white light descends, and Mo Yun arrives on her horse, having sent the holy light attack. A fireball hurls towards Mo Yun, but she blocks it by summoning a shield around herself. Below, two twice-evolved members of Wang Zihao's team look up at Mo Yun, calling her annoying and hoping Wang Zihao will come to assist them. Suddenly, a great wave of fire sends two corpses hurling toward them, startling the two members. The two men notice the corpses and, upon closer inspection, realize the uniforms belong to Wang Chao Guild. Bewildered, the twice-evolved elder realizes Wang Zihao must have been defeated as another massive explosion occurs. The twice-evolved elder raises his hands to produce a shield and asks who attacked Wang Zihao. Lin Moyu and Yi, accompanied by the skeleton warriors, arrive at the scene. Mo Yun is shocked to see that Lin Moyu has dealt with Wang Zihao and his team so quickly. She is even more shocked when she sees the skeletons carrying the corpses of people from Wang Ziheo's team. Lin Moyu instructs his skeletons to throw those corpses and raises his hand to use corpse explosion. A massive explosion erupts before Mo Yun's eyes, filling her vision with blinding light and deafening sound. She quickly directs her horse to retreat to avoid the dangerous shockwaves. Seeing Lin Moyu's destructive power, Mo Yun understands why he could effortlessly solo farm hell difficulty dungeons. The twice-evolved elder shouts for support to heal the injured quickly. He instructs the survivors to come to him and form a defense line. As the skeletons advance, the enemy team groups up and summons a shield around them. The skeleton warriors lunge at the enemy despite their shield. Lin Moyu turns to Mo Yun and tells her they should now deal with the battlefield Ghost King. Mo Yun, still shocked by Lin Moyu's strength, agrees. Thus, Lin Moyu and the two sisters stand before the level 39 battlefield Ghost King, now focusing on defeating it. Lin Moyu withdraws the scythe and uses it to summon the outpost guardian. Mo Yun, her mouth agape in shock, asks how many more tricks Lin Moyu has, saying she can't fathom his abilities. Lin Moyu informs Mo Yun that he isn't proficient in holy damage and tells her to handle that part, which she agrees to do. Mo Yun commands her horse to take flight, soaring high above the ground as she prepares to attack the Ghost King. Mo Yun unleashes a brilliant beam of holy light that streaks through the air and crashes down upon the battlefield Ghost King, engulfing it in a blinding radiance. The battlefield Ghost King growls and turns around, raising his hand to unleash the life steal skill, sending a surge of red energy streaking toward Mo Yun. Mo Yun holds tight onto her horse as the attack hurls toward her and manages to dodge it at the last moment. Lin Moyu decides to disrupt the battlefield Ghost King's skill and attacks him with the slow curse. Hit by the curse, the battlefield Ghost King's entire body becomes bound with chains. Lin Moyu commands the outpost guarding to charge and restrict the battlefield Ghost King's movements. The outpost guarding lunges at the battlefield Ghost King and strikes him in the chest, leaving a large cut. The battlefield Ghost King punches the outpost guard back with force, and Mo Yun, witnessing this from above, wonders how many more skills Lin Moyu has left. The battlefield Ghost King focuses his eyes and delivers a powerful punch to the outpost guard, sending it reeling backward and off its feet. Lin Moyu realizes the outpost guarding is struggling and decides he has to find a new soul soon. He looks up at Mo Yun and tells her to focus on restricting the battlefield Ghost King while he deals the attacks. Mo Yun gallops forward, ready to attack with holy light again. The powerful wave of holy light strikes the battlefield Ghost King once more. Mo Yun curses, realizing the battlefield Ghost King isn't taking much damage from her attacks. Meanwhile, the battlefield Ghost King looks up at Mo Yun, roaring loudly as he unleashes the Bewitch skill. The skill hits Mo Yun, causing her face to go blank, her eyes out of focus. Lin Moyu realizes with alarm that he forgot to put the skeleton armor around Mo Yun, noting that she is now under the battlefield Ghost King's control. Suddenly, Mo Yun jumps off her horse and begins to fall, but a skeleton warrior leaps up and catches her just in time. Lin Moyu instructs Yi to take care of her sister while he deals with the battlefield Ghost King. He turns to face the battlefield Ghost King, who is busy battling the outpost guard, and admits that the battlefield Ghost King is quite powerful. So Lin Moyu decides to take the battlefield Ghost King's soul next. He then raises his scythe and summons the outpost guard back into it. The battlefield Ghost King raises his finger, pointing at Lin Moyu, and uses the skill Nihility. Lin Moyu is ready for the incoming attack with his skeleton armor around him. The skeleton armor nullifies the battlefield Ghost King's attack. Lin Moyu raises his hand and summons the skeleton warriors, telling them it's time to work. Grinning, Lin Moyu attacks the battlefield Ghost King with the Soul Blaze skill. The battlefield Ghost King howls in pain as he is struck by Lin Moyu's attack. At that moment, the skeleton warriors lunge at the battlefield Ghost King, their swords enhanced with the Rage Strike skill. Meanwhile, Yi is holding onto the unconscious Mo Yun and feeding her a potion. When the potion enters her mouth, Mo Yun wakes up with a start, confused about her surroundings, and Yi explains that she was bewitched by the Ghost King. Mo Yun lets out a shout for not being able to fight as she notices Lin Moyu fighting the battlefield Ghost King alone. Mo Yun is stunned, finding it hard to believe that Lin Moyu is suppressing the battlefield Ghost King alone, especially since her attack didn't even harm him. The battlefield Ghost King raises his hand and tries to use the Life Steal skill on the skeletons. Lin Moyu points out that the skeletons are undead, so the battlefield Ghost King's Life Steal will have no effect. Lin Moyu realizes that the battlefield Ghost King can transform into a spectral form, ignoring physical damage and swallowing curses. Nevertheless, Lin Moyu reminds himself he is also a mage and decides to switch to magic attacks. Mo Yun asks Yi if this is how she usually farms in dungeons with Lin Moyu doing all the work, and Yi agrees. Yi mentions it's a shame there's no sweet potato, prompting Mo Yun to ask what she means, but Yi quickly says it's nothing. About 5 minutes later, Lin Moyu finally defeats the Battlefield Ghost King, receiving a lot of EXP and items, including a powerful Ghost King dagger. Lin Moyu points his scythe at the Battlefield Ghost King's corpse and summons its soul. The massive soul of the Battlefield Ghost King emerges from its body, ready to enter the scythe. Lin Moyu looks up at the level 39 Battlefield Ghost King's soul and analyzes its stats. Although its weakness is holy control effects, Lin Moyu is still pleased with its overall strengths. Meanwhile, Mo Yun is speechless, shocked at how easily the battle was won and that Lin Moyu solo killed the Ghost King. Lin Moyu walks toward Mo Yun and hands her the Nirvana crystal obtained from the Battlefield Ghost King's death. Mo Yun, in awe of the crystal, says she's searched for the Battlefield Ghost King for ages and is thrilled to finally have the Nirvana crystal. She notes that with this crystal, she will now have 60% confidence in evolving her profession and looks forward to lifting the glory of her family. With a warm smile, Mo Yun thanks Lin Moyu for his help in obtaining the Nirvana crystal. The Battlefield Ghost King drops several items, including its heart, but Mo Yun only wants the crystal and tells Lin Moyu to take the rest. She asks Yi to find an alchemist to forge the heart into a necklace for Lin Moyu, but Yi notes that Lin Moyu is Bai's disciple and doesn't need her help. Mo Yun's eyes widen in shock at hearing Bai's name and is even more surprised that Lin Moyu has connections to such powerful people. Mo Yun then notices the corpses of Wang Ziheo's team and reminds Lin Moyu that the Wang Chao Guild won't let him off easily for what he has done. Mo Yun adds that the Wang Chao Guild's president is a thrice-evolved top professional and warns Lin Moyu to be always careful around them. Lin Moyu assures Mo Yun he's always mentally prepared, while noting he must be cautious about when and where to summon the Ghost King's spirit. Lin Moyu notes that he needs to ensure no one alive sees it, not just anyone. Meanwhile, at the third battlefield, the system notifies Shishingen and his team that the Battlefield Ghost King has been killed, leaving them bewildered. At the Wang Chao Guild, a fat man sitting at a desk says that although Ziheo failed the exams, retrieving the Nirvana crystal will make up for it. He looks forward to avenging all the humiliation his son, Ziheo, has endured. He then beckons a bodyguard closer and instructs him to find an alchemist to forge the boss accessory, the Ghost King necklace, when Ziheo returns with the crystal. Back at the battlefield, Lin Moyu uses corpse explosion on all the dead bodies to remove any traces of their remains. Yi notes that without evidence, no one can blame Lin Moyu, and Mo Yun adds that she'll hide her Nirvana crystal to avoid suspicion. After erasing all traces of the fight, Lin Moyu and the two sisters crush the teleportation stone and leave the area. Bai and Meng, sitting at their usual table, remark that with the great competition starting in 2 days, Lin Moyu should be returning soon. Meng asks Bai if he is worried about whether Lin Moyu accomplished the task, prompting Bai to turn red and cough awkwardly. Meng informs Bai that the Battlefield Ghost King was just killed and asks if that might be Lin Moyu's doing. At that moment, Lin Moyu teleports back to them. Lin Moyu bows and greets Bai and Meng. Bai asks Lin Moyu if he has completed the mission. Lin Moyu shows the crystal and confirms that he has finished the mission. With a pleased look, Bai remarks that it's not bad. Bai then notices that Lin Moyu is already a 2-star second lieutenant and, in shock, asks if Lin Moyu cleared out a demon's home. Bai knows that to achieve 2-star second lieutenant, Lin Moyu must have earned over 20,000 military merit and, considering he was with Yi, he must have killed over 400 demons. Lin Moyu responds that he killed some high-ranking demons. Hearing this, both Bai and Meng are taken aback, with Meng even spilling his drink in shock. Bai clears his throat and tells Lin Moyu to explain what happened. Lin Moyu begins explaining all about the space portal he encountered and how he slaughtered the demons. After Lin Moyu finishes his explanation, Bai gives a cheerful smile, saying Lai Yin will probably be furious. Meng also praises Lin Moyu and tells him to keep up the good work. Lin Moyu then starts to inform them about his encounter with the Battlefield Ghost King and the events that followed. Meng is wielding a large, glowing crystal radiating multiple colors, surrounded by intense flames and light. It's an abyss teleportation stone, and Meng has just added a human's coordinates to it, enabling travel to and from the abyss. Meng hands the stone to Lin Moyu, explaining that its use is limited to 1 hour, and since it's soulbound to Lin Moyu, only he can use it. Lin Moyu bows down and sincerely thanks Meng. Bai advises Lin Moyu to keep the stone safe for his third job evolution and says he'll find someone to repair the divine staff in meantime. Lin Moyu summons the demon staff and says that only a few such staffs exist among humans. Lin Moyu also beings out the Ghost King heart, showing it to Bai. Upon seeing the heart, both Bai and Meng are startled in shock. Meng asserts that he was right to believe Lin Moyu was the one who killed the Battlefield Ghost King. Bai clears his throat and asks Lin Moyu if he has the Nirvana crystals since he defeated the Battlefield Ghost King. Lin Moyu admits that 5 crystals were dropped, and he has 3. Bai asks for 2 to help Lin Moyu with the second job evolution. Bai promises Lin Moyu an 80% chance of upgrading his profession during the second job evolution and a 30% chance of awakening his second talent. Lin Moyu realizes Bai must have made many sacrifices for his job evolution and thanks him sincerely. Meng pushes a cup of tea towards Lin Moyu, asking why he still calls Bai Lord Bai Shen. Lin Moyu gazes intently at the tea in silence for a moment. Then Lin Moyu walks towards Bai, offering him tea and addressing himself as Bai's disciple. Bai takes the tea from Lin Moyu's hand. Bai accepts Lin Moyu as his disciple, and Lin Moyu now realizes he has another kin in this world alongside his sister and grandmother. Bai praises Lin Moyu for his work in the past few days, suggests he rest and prepare for the competition in Nanhong City the next day, and Lin Moyu assures him, calling him master. After Lin Moyu leaves, Meng asks Bai if he's happy now, but Bai dismisses it, saying it's not about happiness, his years of savings are nearly depleted. Meng then mentions that when Lin Moyu and Yi were battling the battlefield Ghost King, they offended the Wang Chao Guild and killed its young president. Hearing this, Bai becomes enraged, calling the Wang Chao Guild trash, and vows to teach everyone in that guild a lesson. Meng points out that Lin Moyu might be planning to settle that problem himself, which is why he didn't inform Bai, and suggests Bai not interfere. Bai claims he isn't foolish enough to interfere, as Meng mentions that Ning has likely found out Yi went to the third battlefield and will come after Bai soon. The next day, the arena for the competition is all set and ready in Nanhong City, with thousands already gathered. There is major hustle and bustle among the large crowd of professionals. Lin Moyu is among the crowd with his team, all impressed by the large number of people present. Cao Dao notes that the officials said 90% of teams get eliminated in the auditions, but she's confident their team will make it easily. After a while of waiting, Lin Moyu's team is called for their audition. Cao Dao leads the team forward, assuring them they will pass the audition. They pass through the portal and arrive at the Xinxia Tower, where they must go through a tunnel by defeating the monsters along the way. Cao Dao instructs Duan Gao to buff them. Cao Dao states that they will fight the monsters, and if they struggle, Lin Moyu will step in, to which Lin Moyu agrees. The first monster they encounter is a level 27 Abyss Dog Demon, though it's a fake one. Lin Moyu notices that this fake demon is 4 levels lower than a real dog demon and feels confident his team can handle it easily. Cao Dao charges forward and slams her shield into the dog demon. She then raises her shield and bashes it forcefully against the demon's head. The impact causes the demon to become dizzy, and Yi takes the opportunity to flash behind the demon. Yi then lunges at the demon and kills it in a single strike, declaring that she has become much stronger after following Lin Moyu for so long. Cao Dao smiles and suggests they move on now. Lin Moyu reflects that, based on his previous experiences, this audition will become harder later on. Meanwhile, outside, the audience watches a large screen displaying all 30,000 teams in the audition, with any eliminated team shown on the screen. Back at the audition, 3 dog demons charge ahead, and Yi uses the Fatal Strike skill, piercing her dagger into one demon as it lunges at her. She also shoots an energy attack at another demon, striking it squarely on its side. Yi then activates the implosion skill, causing the demon's body to blaze. As another demon charges, Cao Dao raises her shield to defend herself. After blocking the attack, Cao Dao swiftly swings her sword and slashes the demon. Looking at the team standings in the audition, Bai questions why Lin Moyu is progressing so slowly, with his team only at 23 points while most teams have reached 40. Bai asks Meng if he can explain the reason, but Meng refuses to do so. Meng remarks that it's just an audition test and asks Bai if he lacks faith in Lin Moyu. Bai deems it nonsense and, forcing a smile, says if Lin Moyu doesn't win back the crown, he will have to deal with the consequences. Meanwhile, back in the audition, Cao Dao is leading the charge with her shield held high, as the others follow closely behind. They encounter a level 29 Abyss Dog Demon hovering off the ground with its wings outstretched. Cao Dao bellows out, warning the team to be careful, while Miao Yu claims she's exhausted and has used up all her spirit. Lin Moyu notes that this boss is indeed the Abyss Dog Demon and realizes that Cao Dao and the others must be reaching their limits. The boss begins summoning its minions, which frightens Miao Yu, prompting her to ask Cao Dao what they should do. Cao Dao looks desperate, knowing her team has used up all their stamina fighting monsters, making the encounter with the dog demon troublesome. Lin Moyu steps forward and tells the others to take a break and leave the demon to him. Miao Yu and Duan Gao both sit down on the ground, looking exhausted, and say they can't take another step forward. Cao Dao smiles and apologizes for burdening Lin Moyu with the demon. Lin Moyu says it's okay. He then summons the skeleton warriors. Cao Dao gives a startled look as she senses Lin Moyu's skeletons appear much stronger than before. The dog demon's minions lunge forward at the skeletons. The skeletons spring into action, swinging their swords at the incoming monsters. Cao Dao is bewildered as she watches the skeletons one-shot the monsters with blinding speed. The dog demon joins the battle, flying straight at Lin Moyu. However, a skeleton warrior jumps in front of Lin Maoyu and takes down the dog demon with a single strike. Miao Yu and Duan Gao are both left in shock, their jaws dropping as they witness the boss get killed so easily. The dog demon begins disintegrating, allowing Lin Maoyu's team to pass the trial. The audience learns that Lin Maoyu's team killed the boss so quickly that they climb to the top of the scoreboard in an instant. Lin Maoyu and his team get teleported back from the tower, and they inspect the scoreboard, surprised to see themselves at the top. Yi points out that Lin Maoyu is also participating in the individual contest and wishes him good luck. At that moment, another team gets teleported there. Tang Jianfei, the team leader, looks pleased with his team's teamwork and confidently says they are definitely first in the auditions. However, upon seeing the scoreboard, a teammate in shock tells Jianfei to look over there. Jianfei bellows out in bewilderment, wondering how someone else could be faster than them. Jianfei sees that it's Lin Maoyu's team that outscored his, and he vows to remember Lin Maoyu's name. Moreover, Jianfei is certain Lin Maoyu will also participate in the individual contest and makes a note not to let Lin Maoyu take first place. Sometime later, Lin Maoyu makes his way toward the individual contest audition grounds. He enters the portal to begin his audition. Considering how easy the team audition was, Lin Maoyu thinks that only one skeleton should be enough for this individual audition. He encounters a level 30 Abyss Wolf demon on the way. But since it's a fake one, Lin Maoyu wishes it were real to make things more interesting, as his skeleton slices through the demon with a single swing of its sword. The demon dies and Lin Maoyu passes his test. Lin Maoyu gets teleported out and the leaderboard updates, putting him in first place as he took only 1 minute. A minute later, Jianfei also teleports out with a hopeful smile, certain that he achieved first place this time. He turns to look at the scoreboard and is shocked, unable to believe Lin Maoyu completed the test in just 1 minute and 3 seconds. Jianfei then recalls hearing Lin Maoyu's name before, as he was the year's national top scorer. Meanwhile, Lin Maoyu wonders why his sister didn't participate in this competition, as he didn't see her name anywhere. At that moment, a girl walks toward Lin Maoyu, calling him Little Yu. Lin Maoyu notices the girl and is shocked as he realizes it's his sister. His sister smiles at Lin Maoyu, saying it's been a long time since they last saw each other. Lin Mohan calls out to Lin Maoyu with a warm smile, surprising him and making him deeply emotional at the unexpected sight of her. Lin Maoyu calls out to his sister and runs to her, embracing her in a warm hug. Lin Mohan compares their heights, noting that Lin Maoyu has already grown taller than her in just a year. The two of them then sit down to chat. Lin Maoyu asks Lin Mohan how she knew where to find him. Lin Mohan points out that as his sister, she has been keeping up with his achievements, including being the top scorer and joining Xiajing Academy. Lin Maoyu asks why Lin Mohan didn't come to find him earlier. Lin Mohan explains that her teachers were very demanding, leaving her busy with training and no time to visit. Lin Maoyu asks Lin Mohan what level she has reached now. Lin Mohan teasingly says she won't tell him, revealing that she's now a holy blade dancer. Lin Maoyu recalls that when Lin Mohan changed her profession, it was to the legendary blade dancer, and now she's evolved to holy blade dancer. Curiously, Lin Maoyu asks Lin Mohan if she evolved her profession and leveled up quickly, and she replies she just got lucky. Lin Mohan says Lin Maoyu must have awakened his talent and explains that her talent makes her level up much faster. Lin Mohan warns Lin Maoyu not to reveal her talent to others, and Lin Maoyu agrees. At that moment, a long black-haired guy arrives with his team trailing behind him. The guy asks Lin Mohan who the person beside her is, and Lin Mohan exclaims that it's her brother, Lin Maoyu. The guy smiles and extends his hand to Lin Maoyu, surprised to see Lin Maoyu is a 2-star second lieutenant. After shaking hands, the guy says he'll leave now and reminds Lin Mohan to return early as they still need to discuss the next day's battle strategy. As the guy walks away, Lin Maoyu notes that he's a 1-star second lieutenant, 1 rank lower than himself. Lin Maoyu asks Lin Mohan if those people are her teammates. Lin Mohan admits they are, adding that they are top geniuses from Chuangshan Academy and all very powerful. Lin Maoyu comments that those people are no match for Lin Mohan, causing her to rub his hair, calling him sweet. Lin Mohan says she has to go now and informs Lin Maoyu that she'll be going somewhere else to train after the competition, so she won't be able to see him for a long time. With a teasing smile, Lin Mohan hopes Lin Maoyu will have a girlfriend the next time they meet. Lin Maoyu declares that he will join Chuangshan Academy to be with Lin Mohan, and she says she'll be waiting for him. With this, the two of them part ways. The next day, people gather at the arena where the competition is officially starting, with 1024 teams who pass the auditions. Tao Dao checks the ticket, noting they are number 512 and their opponent is number 513, and mentions they need to watch out for teams with level 29 professionals. Team 18 from country Ziying, Team 322 from the Holy Lands of Shingdo, and Team 599 from country Y are all powerful. Lin Maoyu suggests their earlier strategy where Cao Cao and others will fight first, and he will join later if they can't defeat their opponent, to which Cao Cao agrees. After a while, the competition is about to start, and hundreds of thousands of people are seated around the arena. Lin Maoyu and his team make their way to their first match. Their opponent team is already in the arena, consisting of a knight, a mage, a support, and an archer. The announcement screen introduces Lin Maoyu's team members along with their professions, and people wonder what a necromancer is, seeing that it's Lin Maoyu's profession. The opponent team sees that Lin Maoyu's team members are all low-level, and the archer confidently says they should win easily. The match officially begins. The knight from the opponent team charges forward, and Cao Cao, who is also a knight, does the same. As the two knights are about to collide, Miaoyu uses the windbind skill and shoots a powerful gust of wind at the opponent knight. The opponent knight gets distracted as the wind binds around her left foot, preventing her from moving forward, and she curses in frustration. Cao Cao slams her shield into the opponent knight, sending her flying backward with force. Cao Cao continues charging forward, using the group taunt skill. The opponent knight notices Yi, the shadow assassin, preparing to launch an attack and realizes the situation is bad. Cao Cao is inches away from slamming into the opponent's mage. The archer prepares to shoot Cao Cao, calling her an arrogant fool despite being just a level 24 knight. Cao Cao is just about to collide with the mage when suddenly, 3 arrows shot by the archer whirl towards her. But Cao Cao easily deflects the arrows with her shield and continues her charge forward. The opponent's knight sprints forward, trying to keep up with Yi. The mage gets angry and raises her hand, preparing to shoot a fire spell, shouting at Cao Cao to die. The knight, looking concerned, warns the mage to be careful of the assassin. The archer uses the skill Hawkeye and tries to locate where he is. He notices Yi right behind the mage and shouts a warning to the mage to be careful. Yi swiftly withdraws her dagger and lunges at the mage, who is too late to react. Yi stabs the mage in the back with one dagger and slits her throat from the front with the other. This causes the mage to be eliminated from the competition, and she is teleported out of the arena, cursing in anger. The knight is now worried as one of her teammates is already out. Cao Cao and Yi charge ahead at the remaining opponents. Cao Cao slams into one of them while Yi cuts another with her daggers. Witnessing this battle from the side, Lin Maoyu notes that the opponents have too little battle experience and are unable to fight properly. Meanwhile, the audience notices that Lin Maoyu isn't joining the battle and exclaims in surprise at how weak the opponents are for losing the fight. Within minutes, the fight is over, and Yi looks very pleased with their victory, cheerfully declaring they won. Lin Maoyu is very happy with his team for winning without him. Cao Cao mentions that their opponents will be much stronger in the future, so they will have to rely on Lin Maoyu then. Lin Maoyu assures Cao Cao not to worry. It's the second day, and the second round of the competition is about to begin. 3 of the opponents are level 29, and 2 of them are level 28. The gladiator notices Lin Maoyu's team members are all in the early level 20s, with the highest at level 27, and asks if their opponents forfeited or how else they advanced to this round. The level 29 summoner summons a dark creature, similar to how Lin Maoyu summons skeletons. Yi exclaims in concern that it's a shadow summoner, and Cao Cao admits this match won't be easy. The announcer declares the match to start. Without wasting a second, the opponents begin their assault. Yi knows shadow beasts are assassins of summoned beasts and can see through stealth, so she realizes that moving will lead to being bound by the shadow beast. Miaoyu points out that the opponents have no knight and asks Cao Cao what they should do. Cao Cao says they'll have to improvise and change their strategy. Lin Maoyu, who hasn't joined the battle, watches intently from the side. The gladiator, noticing Lin Maoyu, wonders if he's not going to act and says that Lin Maoyu's team is underestimating his team. Cao Cao bellows out, ordering her team to disperse. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light comes hurling towards Cao Cao, and she uses her shield to defend herself. Crouched behind the shield, Cao Cao exclaims that the skill is really powerful. The gladiator lunges forward, his sword raised high to attack. He slams the sword onto Cao Cao's shield with massive force. Meanwhile, Yi has gone into stealth mode and is sprinting away from the shadow beast, which has already bound her. A huge fireball comes hurling towards Miaoyu from behind, which Duan Gao notices and warns her to watch out. Duan Gao then lunges forward and pushes Miaoyu aside, taking the force of the skill onto himself, telling Miaoyu she's the team healer, so she can't be injured. Duan Gao gets eliminated and teleports out of the arena, hoping Miaoyu will hold on. But within a second, Miaoyu also teleports beside Duan Gao after getting eliminated, apologizing to Duan Gao in embarrassment. The gladiator suggests that Cao Cao admit defeat, reminding her that although one can't die in this fight, they can still feel pain. As the gladiator charges at Cao Cao, she deflects his attack with her shield. The elemental mage raises his staff and summons a flame ring. He then hurls it towards Cao Cao, hitting her and pushing her backward with force. Cao Cao lands on her knees beside Lin Maoyu. Now giving up, Cao Cao tells Lin Moyu to go and deal with the opponents, and Lin Moyu assures her to leave it to him. Lin Moyu tells the remaining team members to take a break, so Cao Cao and Yi leave the arena. The crowd watches in anticipation as they realize Lin Moyu will finally act, looking forward to seeing how powerful he is. The gladiator reminds Lin Moyu that his teammates have all surrendered and asks if he plans to turn the situation around alone. Lin Moyu raises his hand and summons the skeletons. A single skeleton mage appears behind Lin Moyu. The opponent's summoner realizes Lin Moyu is also a summoner like him and wonders why Lin Moyu decided to act only after his teammates lost. The skeleton mage, currently level 27 and in silver grade, prepares to cast a skill. The gladiator watches confidently, unaware of the ice crystals approaching him from behind. The sharp ice crystals bombard the gladiator, who shouts for his healer to heal him quickly. Hit by the skill, the gladiator loses balance and falls to his knees, spitting blood. Wondering why the healer isn't healing him, the gladiator turns around and sees no one there. His eyes widen in shock, and a bewildered look replaces his confident expression as he realizes that the single attack killed all his teammates. The four opponents get teleported out of the arena, all with puzzled looks on their faces, wondering how and why they were eliminated so suddenly. Inside the arena, the gladiator forces himself onto his knees as the skeleton mage prepares another attack. The ice crystals once again fly toward the gladiator and strike him, inflicting pain. The spectators erupt into cheers, impressed by Lin Moyu's summoning ability and one-shot victory, realizing his earlier involvement would have ended the fight in seconds. Cao Cao suggests that they should let Lin Moyu fight immediately from the next match as the opponents are getting stronger, and he agrees. The next day, the third round of the tournament is about to start. Lin Moyu's opponents discuss what they should do, knowing that Lin Moyu carried them through the Tyrant Desert dungeon. They decide they are not worthy of fighting against Lin Moyu and make up their minds to quit. They bow to Lin Moyu, wish him luck in becoming the champion, and admit defeat. Lin Moyu is puzzled by his opponent's gesture. He giggles, saying those people are quite aware, while Cao Cao mentions that those people are from the same academy and recognized Lin Moyu. The audience is unhappy about seeing teams surrender just like this. Meng tells Bai that Lin Moyu is acting extravagantly and asks if that's okay. Bai mentions that it's fine and claims even he would want the whole world to know he's not to be trifled with. Meng says that having such a high profile will only invite more enemies and points out that the Ying Nation and the Holy Lands of Shingdo are not honest people. Bai smirks and says that if those enemies dare to act, he will give them real pain. Meng asks Bai if this is why he's allowing Lin Moyu to keep such a high profile, and Bai claims he already discussed this matter with Lin Moyu before. Bai then reveals that Lin Moyu agreed, and not just him, but the old man on the other side also agreed to let Lin Moyu's sister be the bait to lure out all the venomous snakes. Meng notes that the Necromancer and Holy Blade Dancer are qualified and siblings, making people envious, while Bai assures he'll protect Lin Moyu and his sister, stating that greater talent attracts bigger threats. Meng says he hasn't killed in a long time and declares it's time to warm up a little. The next round is about to start, and people are already gathered in the arena. Facing Lin Moyu's team is the team of Tang Jianfei, the level 29 divine swordsman who is looking forward to defeating Lin Moyu. The audience gasps, realizing Jianfei's profession is the legendary divine swordsman, and they wonder if he will be the one to end Lin Moyu's legend. Yi warns Lin Moyu to be careful of Jianfei, and Lin Moyu assures her he's got this. Lin Moyu realizes Jianfei's profession is the evolved form of Feng Xiu's profession. Seeing Lin Moyu walk forward alone, Jianfei asks if he will fight alone, and Lin Moyu agrees. Jianfei bellows at his team to fall back and decides to fight alone with Lin Moyu as well. He then withdraws his sword, claiming he always wanted to fight one-on-one with Lin Moyu, and reveals he watched Lin Moyu's first two matches. He raises his sword and charges at Lin Moyu, claiming Lin Moyu's skeletons won't have any effect on him. Jianfei, from the Tang family known for divine swordsmen, is at the top of his profession, leading the audience to believe he might defeat Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu raises his hand and summons a skeleton mage. He calls out Jianfei, pointing out that he's actually a man for daring to charge like that. Jianfei's face twists in anger, and veins bulge on his forehead as he declares he won't allow Lin Moyu to mock him in such a tone. As he nears Lin Moyu, Jianfei uses the elemental sword body and enhances his body and sword, ready to strike Lin Moyu. The crowd is stunned as they see Jianfei display two stellar rings, a sign that he has already mastered two of the strongest divine skills. Lin Moyu's skeleton mage raises its staff and uses the Thunderbolt skill, summoning crackling lightning. The lightning bolt strikes down on Jianfei, but since he has just used the elemental sword body skill, he is immune to all elemental attacks for 10 minutes and remains unaffected. The crowd is shocked, with some beginning to think this might be Lin Moyu's end. Jianfei tells Lin Moyu that he won't last 10 minutes under his sword as he prepares to attack. But But Jianfei's expression shifts to horror as he sees an attack coming at him. The audience is surprised to see Lin Moyu summon a skeleton warrior capable of physical attacks, realizing he can summon multiple types of skeletons. Jianfei acknowledges that he can't underestimate Lin Moyu and asks if this is his trump card. Certain that the skeleton warrior is Lin Moyu's trump card, Jianfei charges forward at Lin Moyu. The skeleton warrior intervenes with great speed and swings its sword at Jianfei. Jianfei uses the sword defense skill and prepares to block the skeleton's sword. The skeleton's sword strikes Jianfei's sword with such force that Jianfei is pushed back slightly. Bewildered by the skeleton's strength, Jianfei asks what kind of summon it is to be so strong and fast. Jianfei then tightens his grip on his sword and activates the Berserker Sword skill, causing his eyes to glow and radiating a stronger aura. This skill increases all of Jianfei's attributes by 10 times. The crowd notices the new skill and begins discussing its power. Jianfei swings his sword, using the Flying Tiger Strike skill, and destroys the skeleton warrior. The crowd goes crazy as they see Jianfei's attack suppress the skeleton warrior, certain that Lin Moyu is done for. Jianfei, pleased with himself, says he wants to see what other moves Lin Moyu has as he charges at him. Lin Moyu, remaining calm, raises his hand and summons 2 more skeleton warriors. Seeing more skeletons being summoned, the crowd is bewildered, believing Lin Moyu must have reached his limit. The 2 skeletons stand by Lin Moyu's side waiting for his orders. Jianfei, now slightly concerned, insists that 2 skeletons aren't enough to defeat him and claims he has many more skills yet to be shown. Lin Moyu responds by summoning nearly a dozen more skeleton warriors around him. Jianfei is thunderstruck seeing so many skeletons and wonders how many more Lin Moyu can summon. The crowd is left speechless. Seeing Jianfei turn around, Lin Moyu asks if he is planning to fight or not. Walking away, Jianfei nervously laughs and says he will fight Lin Moyu once he achieves his second job evolution. With Jianfei's withdrawal from the fight, Lin Moyu is declared the winner. A tremendous noise fills the air as the crowd begins cheering for Lin Moyu, all impressed by his summoning abilities. Yi looks cheerful as she informs Lin Moyu that with his stellar performance, more and more people are paying attention to him. Noticing that Lin Moyu doesn't seem very cheerful, Yi asks if he is unhappy, and Lin Moyu responds that it's nothing. Yi mentions that the next day will be the final matches and warns Lin Moyu to be careful as there will be powerful teams. Lin Moyu recalls that Bai had told him to perform as outstandingly as possible before he set off, and Lin Moyu hopes his final performance will catch people's attention. Lin Moyu is aware that the geniuses from Xinxia have continuously been assassinated during training. Acting as bait under Bai's instruction, Lin Moyu hopes those assassins will come for him this time as well. Suddenly, a man points ahead and shouts for everyone to look. Over by the stage, a few artifacts seem to have just appeared, all hovering off the ground. The man explains that the starter magic potion increases attributes by 200 for those below level 40, and the scroll guarantees a new skill. Lin Moyu realizes these legendary items will be the reward for the winners. Lin Moyu decides to closely examine these items once he becomes the champion, but for now, he directs his attention to the task ahead. It's the final match day. As they enter the arena, Tao Tao tells Lin Moyu that only teams from Y Nation, Ing Nation, and Qingdou Holy Lands remain, so they can't be sure who they'll face. When the opponents arrive, Tao Tao exclaims it's Y Nation's team, led by Nai Nai, who holds the Divine Messenger profession. This alluring woman is Nai Nai, a level 29 Divine Messenger. Nai Nai bows gracefully to Lin Moyu, expressing that it's a pleasure to meet him. She steps forward, stating that Y Nation is very interested in Lin Moyu's profession and extends an invitation, promising that all his requests will be fulfilled. Yi clenches her teeth in anger at Nai Nai's audacity. Lin Moyu simply responds by telling Nai Nai to get lost. As she turns around, Nai Nai advises Lin Moyu to reconsider her offer carefully. Nai Nai then goes and stands beside a knight, and she summons a demonic creature huge with pale skin. The summon, with red eyes and slits for nostrils, stares ahead with a blank expression. Lin Moyu recognizes it as a Shikigami and summons a skeleton mage in return. The skeleton mage raises its staff and shoots ice crystals at the creature. As the ice crystals fly toward the Shikigami, it opens its mouth wide and swallows them all. Nai Nai explains that the Shikigami is Y Nation's human-faced snake god and that it can devour any elemental attacks. Since that's the case, Lin Moyu summons the skeleton warrior to see if the snake god can handle physical attacks. Nai Nai claims that she has already studied Lin Moyu's battle records and is prepared to counter such strategies. She then summons a demonic spirit and uses the divine spirit possession skill. The demonic spirit latches onto the knight, forcing its way into his body as the knight unleashes a blood-curdling shout. The knight uses a taunting skill and launches an attack at the skeletons, who prepare to react. The skeleton warriors lunge forward with their swords raised. One of the skeletons slams its sword onto the knight's shield with massive force. Such force causes the knight to get pushed back a few paces. Nai gasps in shock, realizing Lin Moyu's skeletons are powerful enough to knock back a knight possessed by a strength god. The knight then activates the possession strengthening skill, dramatically boosting his strength as a deadly aura radiates from him. With glowing eyes and a fierce battle cry, the knight charges forward, slamming his shield into the skeleton warriors with tremendous force. Seeing this, the crowd expresses concern for Lin Moyu as his skeletons are all suppressed, thinking it will be over for him. Nai smirks and comments that Lin Moyu's skeleton warriors aren't strong enough. Lin Moyu is puzzled, noticing his skeletons acting without his command. Nai summons another demonic spirit, which now possesses the mage on her team. The mage raises his staff and uses the binding skill on the remaining skeleton warriors, rendering them immobile. Thinking she's won, Nai taunts Lin Moyu, saying his elemental attacks are useless and asks if he has any more moves since his skeletons are all suppressed. Lin Moyu calmly asks Nai if that's all she's got. Nai is shocked at Lin Moyu's confident response. Suddenly, the slow curse hits Nai and the knight, restricting their movements. Nai is startled, realizing that she and her team have been cursed and can't break free. Lin Moyu silently walks towards Nai. Nai gives a frightened look, seeing Lin Moyu approach her. Witnessing the sudden turn of events, the audience is puzzled, wondering what just happened and how Lin Moyu is suddenly winning. Lin Moyu asks Nai if it's true that her profession's skills are useless against living people. He then questions whether the knight and the mage on her team are not living people. Her eyes widening in shock, Nai asks Lin Moyu how he knows that. Lin Moyu reveals that he knows because he is a necromancer, as he prepares to strike with the Soul Blaze skill. Nai bellows at her puppets to move out of the way. Now, the entire audience realizes that Nai is using dead professionals as her puppets, deeming it too evil. Lin Moyu's Soul Flame skill hits Nai, causing her to scream out in agony. The Soul Flame engulfs Nai, forcing her to teleport out of the arena, defeated at last, unable to believe she really lost. Nai reveals that she felt a pain as if her soul was burning and thinks to herself that it would be great if Lin Moyu were part of Y Nation. A loud voice booms through the arena, declaring Lin Moyu the winner of the match. Tao tells Lin Moyu that the team match champion will be decided today, but she doesn't know who they'll face in the final. A while later, the audience begins cheering and shouting that the Star Gladiators from Shungdo Holy Lands were defeated by Xiajing Academy. All the members of Shungdo Holy Lands lay on the floor, defeated. Su Sheng, the leader of Xiajing Academy's team, looks down at the defeated team and mentions that their differences are too great. As they walk out of the arena, Su Sheng asks who their final opponent will be, and the man beside him replies that Lin Moyu's team won, so it will be them. Su Sheng is somewhat surprised to learn that Lin Moyu actually made it to the finals. He then strides toward Lin Moyu, stating he doesn't need a break and wants to finish this quickly so he can leave with the scroll from this boring tournament. Lin Moyu glances at Su Sheng and suggests they should start the finals right away. With that, both teams get onto the platform, and the final is about to commence. The audience seems thrilled for the finals, eager to know who will emerge victorious today, Lin Moyu or Su Sheng, as both are the strongest from Xiajing Academy. Watching from the side, Miao Yu asks Tao if they won't be helping, and Tao replies that they'd only be a burden to Lin Moyu, so it's better to stay out of it. Su Sheng notices Lin Moyu is about to fight alone and thinks he's being too cocky, determined to make him regret it. Su Sheng then tells his teammates to fall back, and they obediently step back, following his orders. Su Sheng comments that he knows about Lin Moyu and has heard of his academy exploits, like earning points by carrying others through a dungeon, calling it a shameless act. Lin Moyu silently listens to Su Sheng's rants. Su Sheng gives a disgusted look and says he feels humiliated being in the same academy as Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu finally speaks, asking Su Sheng if there's something wrong with his brain and wondering why Su Sheng is bothered by how he earns points. Su Sheng clenches his teeth in anger at Lin Moyu's insult. Watching from the side, Tao comments that Lin Moyu's words sound familiar, and he quickly insists that Lin Moyu definitely didn't learn those words from her. Su Sheng raises his staff to attack, telling Lin Moyu to stop talking and let his fists do the talking instead. Lin Moyu also raises his hand and summons the skeleton warriors in response. The symbol on Su Sheng's forehead begins glowing as he declares the undead should accept his holy light as punishment. A blinding flash of holy light surrounds Su Sheng, spreading in all directions. Lin Moyu swiftly reacts and summons the skeleton armor around himself as the holy light streaks past him. Lin Moyu notices it's a spirit attack trying to affect his spirit and points out that it's useless against him. Su Sheng smirks and tells Lin Moyu to die. He then produces a light blade and hurls it toward Lin Moyu. But the light blade shatters upon hitting the defense provided by the skeleton armor around Lin Moyu. Seeing this, Su Sheng is taken aback. The skeleton warriors lunge at Su Sheng with their swords raised, and Su Sheng shouts for them to get out of his way. Susheng raises his staff above his head and summons a powerful beam of holy light, which sends shockwaves all around, pushing the skeletons back. Lin Mayu notes that the holy light mage's skills are impressive on the outside but deal barely any damage. Lin Mayu summons the skeleton mages, all crackling with lightning around them. As the skeleton warriors charge at Susheng, he gives a worried look as he realizes his holy light is useless against them. Susheng forces a laugh and admits he underestimated Lin Mayu. Suddenly, a powerful bolt of lightning descends upon Susheng, electrocuting him. Susheng bellows out for the holy light shield, which surrounds him, shielding him from another possible attack. Susheng recalls that he is the holy light mage, he already accepted into Changhong Academy, and has reached level 29 to prepare for the competition. Susheng, determined and confident, exclaims that he can't lose and declares that first place is his. Another powerful bolt of lightning strikes down on Susheng. As the dust settles, Susheng remains unhurt, boasting that he used the holy light armor to absorb the lightning and telling Lin Mayu to be proud for making him use such a skill. The audience recognizes the holy light armor, deeming it one of the best skills of a holy light mage, and doubts that Lin Mayu's skeletons can break through it. Susheng, looking more confident and with his body toughened, stands tall, staring at Lin Mayu. Lin Mayu begins summoning more skeletons. Susheng tells Lin Mayu it's useless, asserting that nothing Lin Mayu does can pierce his defenses now. Lin Mayu, with the skeleton mages by his side, asks Susheng if he really thinks so. The crowd goes wild as they realize Lin Mayu has summoned 4 skeletons of different elements and note that Lin Mayu hasn't been using his full strength until now. Even Susheng is alarmed, puzzled by how Lin Mayu can summon this many skeletons. However, Susheng laughs confidently, saying that mere skeletons won't be a challenge. The skeleton mages raise their staffs, all preparing to use their skills. At once, different elemental skills shoot down upon Susheng. Despite the attacks raining down, Susheng remains calm and begins laughing, claiming Lin Mayu won't be able to penetrate his defenses. Suddenly, Susheng's armor begins to crack, startling him as he asks how this is possible. A second later, the entire armor shatters, leaving Susheng's body unprotected as the skeleton mage's skills fly toward him. The skills bombard Susheng, causing him to fall to the ground, and Lin Mayu wins, causing an uproar among the crowd as loud cheering fills the air. Ning, who is watching the match with Bai and Meng, exclaims that Lin Mayu actually became the champion, while Meng wants to see how many snakes they can lure out now. Ning watches in horror as he sees his granddaughter, Yi, run toward Lin Mayu and place her arm under his, looking pleased with his victory. Suddenly, a massive tornado materializes out of nowhere in the arena, and an old man appears behind Lin Mayu and his team. The people around gasp in shock, sensing the powerful aura emitted by the old man and are certain he must be level 80 or above. The old man, one of the 12 Empire Council members, tells Lin Mayu he's not bad and that he has potential. The old man then summons the tournament rewards. He introduces himself as Su Wei and tells Lin Mayu he can seek him out if he needs any help in the future. Lin Mayu wonders if Su Wei is trying to recruit him. Su Wei then directs the rewards toward Lin Mayu's team and Lin Mayu thanks him. As Lin Mayu reaches for the pouch of gold, something dark and cursed transfers from the pouch to his hand. Meng notices this and says the fish is taking the bait. Lin Mayu feels a strange sensation and inspects his hands, wondering if he might have been mistaken. Yi asks Lin Mayu what's wrong and Lin Mayu says it's nothing. Bai asks who the fish was, and Meng speculates it might have been Su Wei himself, though it's only 80% certain. Ning exclaims that if it's actually Su Wei, then it will be a big problem since Su Wei is a member of the demon worship cult. Meng offers to go and make sure they are 100% certain since Su Wei is also one of the 12 council members. Lin Mayu's sister, Lin Mohan, declares their victory in the higher level competition. Lin Mayu looks happy with his sister winning the competition, while Yi blushes, thinking that Lin Mayu's sister is very beautiful. Just like before, a tornado materializes before Lin Mohan's team. Su Wei appears with the rewards and tells Lin Mohan's team they are not bad, introducing himself as he did with Lin Mayu and offering them help in the future. Su Wei then directs the rewards toward Lin Mohan's team, and suddenly Lin Mayu gets the same eerie feeling he sensed earlier and tells Yi to use her skill to observe the pouch of gold coins. Yi does as Lin Mayu asks, using the shadow vision, and notices that a dark curse is placed upon the pouch of gold. Yi explains that there's something wrong with the pouch of coins as she can see it's engulfed with dark energy similar to that of the abyss. Lin Mohan extends her arm to grab the pouch, causing the dark energy curse to swirl around her arm. Yi notices this and tells Lin Mayu the energy has traveled to Lin Mohan's arm. Yi notices the same dark energy on Lin Mayu's hand and warns him. Lin Mayu is now certain that his guess was correct. He is aware of a group of rats hiding within the human race who call themselves the demon worship cult. All of them worship the Abyss Demon King and aim to help him invade the human world. The next day is the individual match, and Lin Moyu hopes he and his sister can finally lure the big fish and trap them. It's the middle of the night and everything is silent outside. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind blows toward the city from the sea. 100-foot waves rise, towering over the big buildings in the city. As the waves crash down toward the streets, the sky darkens with clouds, and lightning begins to crackle. A massive bolt of lightning strikes down, destroying the teleportation formation. More huge lightning bolts strike various parts of the city, hitting buildings, streets, and everywhere. The waves move further into the city, drowning every structure. The students from Xiajing Academy stroll outside, wondering what's happening. A bewildered girl claims that this massive formation must be from a legendary profession. Lin Moyu looks over at the calamity and realizes the demon worship cult has finally acted, intending to defeat every champion team in the competition. From an aerial view, the city is engulfed in chaotic waves of energy, with lightning fiercely shattering buildings and tearing through the landscape in a storm of destruction. Panic erupts among the crowd, with people fleeing in every direction, some crying in fear. From the dark clouds, a large group of masked people begins to appear, all hovering in the air. Lin Moyu notices them and realizes they are all professionals over level 70. The group is led by a figure at the front who appears to be their leader. Lin Moyu learns that the person at the front is at least level 80, the same as the council member Su Wei. The guards notice the strangers and exclaim that their symbols belong to the demon worship cult, fearing that everything will be destroyed. The leader of the cult instructs the members to kill. Following the order, all the cult members swoop down at great speed, straight at Xiajing Academy. A fierce battle erupts between the Xiajing students and the cult members. Suddenly from the sea, a large number of abyss monsters emerge to join the battle alongside the cult members. The demons snarl their teeth, eager to feast on human flesh. The knights from the academy notice the demons and prepare to engage. Lin Moyu springs into action and summons his skeleton warriors. A demon notices Lin Moyu standing on a building's top and commands the monsters to go and kill him. Lin Moyu watches as hundreds of flying monsters charge at him. Lin Moyu challenges the monsters to come at him, saying he's been waiting for them for a long time. The cult leader mentions that Lin Moyu's courage is admirable, but it's a shame since his fate is sealed, and claims that the talented never live long. A voice disagrees, saying he's been living quite well despite his talents, causing the cult leader to turn in surprise. It's Bai who notes that the cult leader anticipated his arrival and addresses him as Su Wei. Su Wei removes his mask, pointing out that he knew he couldn't hide from Bai. Su Wei lets out an evil laugh, his eyes glowing as a powerful aura of abyss energy surrounds him, claiming he has enough support to challenge Bai. The Abyss Demon King, Succubus, reveals herself, showing her support for the cult's attack. Su Wei looks intimidated as Bai remarks that he now understands how a top-level 83 professional like Su Wei was forced to become a lapdog for the demons. Succubus says it's a shame she couldn't bewitch Bai and take control over him. Bai tells Succubus to stay, fight, and pay for the trouble and casualties she's caused in the Xinxia Empire. Succubus says she doesn't plan to stay and reveals she only came to kill someone and will leave after killing that person. Succubus notes that Bai is very confident to hold off a demon king as a massive glowing eye appears behind her. Following this, a vortex of some kind materializes around the eye, causing a disturbance in the air. With this, the Abyss Flame Demon King appears, massive in size and frightening in appearance. Ning notices the Flame Demon King, his face filled with rage as he clenches his teeth. With the Flame Demon King's appearance, Succubus smirks, saying it's fair now and suggests Bai face it one-on-one. Succubus then launches an attack, shattering the shield surrounding the Xiajing Academy. With the barrier down, the massive horde of demon begin charging forward. Out of nowhere, a powerful blast of holy light incinerates dozens of demons at once. Su Sheng, who launched the holy attack, grins and notes that he didn't lose the competition because he was weak, but because Lin Moyu was too abnormal. Two cult members spot Su Sheng and immediately lunge toward him. Succubus mocks, saying resistance is futile, and adds that the final struggle before death is cute. She licks her lips, claiming that the flesh and blood of geniuses are the tastiest, expressing her desire to drag them to the abyss and feast on them slowly. Bai responds, telling Succubus that there is always a purpose behind the existence of geniuses. The entire city appears to be under a powerful barrier created by the demons. Suddenly, the Tower of Xinxia appears there and whirls upward with massive force, forcing its way out of the barrier. Succubus, taken aback, bellows that they were tricked and realizes that Meng is here. As the tower soars high, it shatters the entire barrier. Once it's high enough, a blinding flash of light erupts from the tower, spreading in all directions. The spreading light illuminates everything, including the horde of demons and monsters. Lin Moyu recognizes the sensation and realizes Meng is using the power of the Xinxia Tower. Looking bewildered, Succubus snarls, asking Bai what his team has done. Bai clenches both fists, and a powerful aura of energy surrounds him. He then uses the heaven-shaking punch skill, directing his punch at Succubus, his eyes glowing. Succubus quickly leaps aside, narrowly dodging by his fist. Ning raises his hand, producing flames around it. He points his ahead and sends a flame in the shape of a dragon straight. The flames strike the Flame Demon King. At that moment, a large group of reinforcements arrives at the teleportation circle. Leading this group is a knight who looks grim and focused. He instructs the team to charge ahead and show no mercy to the monsters who dared to offend Xinxia. Succubus begins sweating in fear, realizing she stepped into a trap and that Xinxia had long set up an ambush. Otherwise, why would the main Xinxia tower appear? She starts to worry that her army will now lose the battle and fears for her own life even more. Suddenly, a loud voice booms out, declaring that Succubus and her monsters can't escape, causing her eyes to bulge in terror. As Succubus turns around, she notices a figure who has just appeared, with a massive, glowing energy palm looming behind him. Succubus quickly bites her own arm, letting blood flow out, which she uses as a sacrifice to open the abyss, now even more concerned. As the abyss begins opening around Succubus, the stranger sends his energy hand hurling toward her to catch her. Suddenly, a large hand emerges from the abyss, grabbing the energy palm, preventing it from advancing. A different demon's voice shrieks, warning that if anyone dares make another move, there will be countless casualties, and the city's inhabitants will perish. Bai and Ning both become alarmed upon hearing this new voice. A huge, darker figure warns Heihua that he will definitely die next time. From the abyss, a gigantic hand grabs Succubus and the Flame Demon King. The abyss then begins closing as that hand starts disappearing within it. A second later, the abyss completely vanishes. At the battle space, many contenders are gathered with Meng's projection hovering before them. Meng announces to the contestants that the individual competition will now begin. Amidst the gathered students, Lin Moyu expresses surprise that Meng has actually made the sudden demon attack part of their individual competition. Meng explains to the students that professionals at levels 20 to 29 will face level 32 abyssal monsters and level 35 abyssal demons, with 1 point awarded for killing monsters and 100 points for killing demons. There are just 2 rules in the competition. The first rule is to stay alive, and the other is that the one with the most points will be crowned the champion. Susheng declares that he wants to compete with Lin Moyu once again, confident that Lin Moyu is no match for him since, as a holy light mage, he holds a natural advantage over demons. Lin Moyu responds, hoping Susheng will manage to kill more demons. The match begins, and countless hordes of monsters and demons charge forward. Susheng springs into action, clenching his teeth as he summons powerful holy light, concentrated in a circular form. The holy light spreads around, incinerating any monsters it passes through. Susheng gives a pleased look, claiming he just killed around 100 abyssal monsters and is confident no one can compete with him. Susheng turns around and sees Lin Moyu with his hands raised. He wonders if Lin Moyu is about to give up or if he's going to summon his skeletons. Lin Moyu grins and, thanking Susheng for providing the monsters' corpses, uses corpse explosion on the bodies. As powerful explosions erupt from the ground, Susheng looks bewildered. Sensing the intense power around him, Susheng asks what happened and turns around, his eyes widening in shock. He sees a continuous chain reaction of explosions rampaging through the battlefield, noting it's even stronger than his holy light and wondering who did this. As he notices Lin Moyu focused with his hand still raised, Susheng realizes it's Lin Moyu causing the explosions. Susheng's face shows a shocked expression, unable to believe that Lin Moyu surpassed his skill. The other contestants note that Lin Moyu is not just a summoner but also possesses powerful AoE attacks, surprising everyone. The explosions continue, destroying countless monsters with their devastating effects. A while later, Lin Moyu points out that almost all the abyssal monsters have been wiped out, leaving only the demons. The contestants notice this and charge forward, hoping to kill the demons and gather points. Susheng acknowledges this and hopes to kill the demons, earn points, and turn the tide to still win the competition. He then uses the Holy Light Armor skill, strengthening his body and its defenses. But suddenly he feels an eerie sensation and, startled, slowly turns around. Standing behind Lin Moyu is the undead outpost Guardian, which Lin Moyu has just summoned from his scythe. The Guardian charges forward as Lin Moyu simultaneously shoots the slow curse chains. The cursed chains fly ahead, binding hundreds of demons in midair at once. The outpost Guardian begins slaughtering the slowed-down demons one by one. A guy, spectating this, is open-mouthed in shock, remarking that the undead looks like the outpost Guardian and wondering how many more summons Lin Moyu has. Susheng is speechless, stunned by Lin Moyu's ridiculous profession. The outpost Guardian continues its carnage, slaughtering all the demons in its path. After hundreds of demons are dead, a golden glow descends upon Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is now promoted to 3-star second lieutenant. The spectators notice the color and realize Lin Moyu is now a 3-star second lieutenant, shocked by how many demons he must have killed by now. A guy beside Sushung grabs his shoulder and asks if he is still a one-star private. That guy begins mocking Sushung, saying he thought Sushung was good but is only a one-star private, prompting Sushung to angrily tell the guy to shut up. The guy grins, boasting he's a 3-star private with 2 more stars than Sushung, who calls himself the Holy Mage and claims he can kill many demons and catch up in a few days. The guy points out that there's no use chasing him and tells Sushung to chase Lin Moyu if he has the guts. The guy taunts Sushung, saying it's impossible to catch up with Lin Moyu in this lifetime, angering Sushung, who yells for him to shut up. Minutes later, the outpost guardian slaughters all the demons, leaving a pile of corpses, and the other contestants wonder how they can compete with Lin Moyu now. With the task done, Lin Moyu raises his scythe and summons the outpost guardian back into it. All the contestants then get teleported out of the battle space. When the contestants return to the city, they notice it has been restored. Lin Moyu looks up at the sky and sees the corpses of the demon-worshipping cult members being contained by the mages of the city. At that moment, a large projection of Bai appears in the air, directing everyone's attention to him. The people cheer in happiness and look excited seeing Bai's face, feeling reassured by him. Bai announces that they anticipated the sudden attack by the demon-worshipping cult and is pleased the contestants faced it head-on, noting that the cult's presence was planned to conclude the individual competition through a practical battle. Bai adds that the demons have now been defeated, the traitor executed, and he informs all the contestants that the champion of the individual match will be announced. As expected, the champion is declared to be Lin Moyu as the rewards appear before him. Bai also mentions that the next day they will be holding another challenge, and whoever is interested can participate for very generous rewards, hearing which Lin Moyu shows interest. Lin Mohan walks up to Lin Moyu and asks if he is alright. Lin Moyu smiles and says he is fine. Lin Mohan says she might have to leave immediately and Lin Moyu asks her if she will participate in the challenge tomorrow. Lin Mohan walks away, waving at Lin Moyu, saying she is almost at level 45, so she won't participate and will let Lin Moyu take the spotlight. Once Lin Mohan leaves, Yi arrives, and Lin Moyu asks why she didn't come earlier, as he wanted to introduce her to his sister. Yi blushes and mutters that she wasn't mentally prepared. Lin Moyu then asks Yi what happened in the city while he was at the individual tournament. Yi explains that the Abyss deployed the Demon King Succubus and the Flame King, but they were stopped, with Xiajing Academy guards killing everyone from the demon-worshipping cult. Yi adds that a powerful ally joined their side, terrifying the Demon Kings into attempting an escape, forcing Bai and others to let them go to avoid more casualties. Lin Moyu asks if the Flame Demon King was the same one they faced last time and Yi confirms it. Lin Moyu admits that the Flame Demon King is very hard to kill and vows to find and defeat him sooner or later. Later that night, Bai and Ning walk to their usual table where Meng is already seated, asking if everything is settled. Bai takes a long swig of tea, cursing that he didn't expect Black Flame to act and failed to catch the Flame King and Succubus. Ning claims that if it weren't for Black Flame, he would have killed the Flame Demon King. Meng asks if the old man didn't make a move. Bai says the old man did act, terrifying Succubus so much that she sacrificed her blood, opened an abyss tunnel, and escaped with Black Flame's help. Bai notes it wasn't a complete loss since Su Wei was exposed, and Meng expresses concern that more people in their academy might have already sided with the demons. Meng declares that he will thoroughly investigate and purge the empire from within. The next day the challenge match is about to commence. The stadium is filled with spectators, all thrilled as they discuss the demons' attack last night. Tao Dao explains to Lin Moyu that in the first round, he will have to challenge an opponent 5 levels higher than him, and with each round, the opponent's level will increase. Lin Moyu learns that in the hundreds of years since the competition started, no one has ever managed to complete the 4th round. The competition offers different rewards for completing the 4 rounds, such as beginner skill scrolls, intermediate skill scrolls, and a potion. Tao Tao mentions that the reward for the 5th round hasn't been announced yet because no one has managed to clear it. Lin Moyu looks excited, determined to be the first to complete the 5th round. The first match of the round is between a level 34 Sword and Shield Knight challenger against a level 39 Sword and Shield Knight defender. Lin Moyu senses the defender's aura and identifies him as a soldier, with Tao Tao confirming that the challenge is so difficult that all defenders are selected from the Xinxiao army. The defenders' professions aren't ordinary, and they are 5 levels higher, making it nearly impossible for ordinary challengers to win. The defender charges at the challenger, who realizes the defender is too strong. With a single charge, the challenger is pushed out of the arena, failing the challenge. One by one, every challenger afterward fails their challenges continuously. Now it's Sushung's turn, and he walks onto the platform with confidence, hoping to reclaim the honor he lost twice previously. Sushung, a level 29 Holy Light Mage, will face a level 34 Sword and Shield Knight. Sushung raises his staff and summons the Holy Light. The defending knight uses extreme defense and charges forward at Su Sheng. Su Sheng responds by shooting a holy light ring at the knight. The light ring strikes the knight, pushing him backward. The knight braces against the push, counters with a flash slash, and Su Sheng summons a holy light shield for defense. Su Sheng looks confident, eager to see if his holy light shield will outlast the knight's extreme defense. Their fight continues, with both appearing equally strong. However, after a while, Su Sheng successfully defeats the knight and completes his first round. The crowd gets pumped up and excited, finally seeing someone pass the first challenge, and they agree that Su Sheng is indeed extraordinary. Su Sheng, looking tired, admits his shield would have shattered if the fight had continued a bit longer and feels lucky to have won. Su Sheng receives a scroll as his reward. Now it's Lin Moyu's turn as he makes his way to the arena, and the audience is confident he can clear this round. Some even believe Lin Moyu might break the record, while others deem it impossible. The level 32 mage defending against Lin Moyu bows sincerely, addressing Lin Moyu as Sir, and apologizes for the actions he is about to take. Seeing the defender bow respectfully to Lin Moyu, the audience is left utterly shocked, as they realize this gesture signifies that Lin Moyu holds a higher military rank than the soldier. Their astonishment deepens upon discovering that Lin Moyu is a 3-star second lieutenant at level 37, leaving everyone wondering how he achieved such a rank at a relatively low level. The defender, taking the initiative, raises his staff high into the air and uses a skill to conjure flames, directing them with precision towards Lin Moyu. In response to the incoming threat, Lin Moyu calmly summons an array of skeleton warriors and skeleton mages to his side, readying them for the confrontation. As intense flames hurl sharp, fiery crystals at Lin Moyu, one of the skeleton warriors lunges forward, deflecting the flames away Lin Moyu. The defender, startled by the sudden appearance of the skeleton, is taken aback as the relentless skeleton warrior charges straight at him. Reacting swiftly, the defender raises his hand, summoning a powerful magic shield around himself. The skeleton warrior's forceful attack collides with the shield, shattering it with a resounding impact. Despite the destruction of his shield, the defender summons another in less than a second. Lin Moyu notes that the defender's efficiency is typical of a soldier professional, and anyone less capable would have been defeated. Not one to be deterred, Lin Moyu commands 2 additional skeleton warriors to join the fray, enhancing the pressure on the defender. The defender, seeing the more skeletons approaching, raises his hand once more, preparing to deploy another skill. With the shield still enveloping him, the defender causes flames to erupt from the platform, forming a complex, blazing symbol. Lin Moyu is taken aback, startled to witness such a unique and formidable skill in action. Meanwhile, the audience erupts in excitement as they recognize that the skill the defender has used is classified as a battlefield skill known for its exceptional power. A knowledgeable spectator explains that battlefield skills are notoriously difficult to master, and not every soldier is capable of wielding them effectively. The defender slams his staff forcefully onto the ground, activating the fiery cage skill, which causes a ring of intense flames to surround him. The massive lasso of flames surges upward from the fiery cage, engulfing and burning the 2 skeletons that were charging ahead. The 2 skeletons caught in the conflagration start burning fiercely and get destroyed. Lin Moyu, impressed by the skill's effectiveness and AoE control, acknowledges its strength and versatility. Undeterred, Lin Moyu summons even more skeletons, eager to push the defender's limits and see just how much he can handle. The defender offers a nervous smile, acknowledging that Lin Moyu's persistence is demoralizing, as bolts of lightning strike down while the skeletons charge relentlessly. The lightning bolts break through the shield, and the skeleton warriors strike the defender, sending him flying backward with force. With the defender defeated and cast out of the arena, Lin Moyu wins the first round, earning the crowd's respect and admiration. The audience discusses the outcome, with many believing Lin Moyu's victory was expected, though it's unusual for such a strong soldier to be defeated so thoroughly. Su Sheng, upon hearing the crowd's comparisons between him and Lin Moyu, displays an annoyed expression. Lin Moyu, when asked if he wishes to continue with the challenge, firmly agrees to proceed. The next round begins, and a level 37 sword and shield knight teleports onto the arena, appearing before Lin Moyu. The knight's plan is to focus entirely on Lin Moyu, defeat him decisively, and render his skeletons ineffective in the process. Without hesitation, the knight charges forward directly at Lin Moyu, ready to engage in combat. The skeleton warriors, responding to Lin Moyu's command, lunge at the knight with their swords raised high, prepared for battle. The knight, using his shield, successfully blocks the skeleton's sword swing, preventing any damage. The force of the skeleton's strike causes the knight to be pushed back slightly, and he exclaims in surprise at the unexpected strength of the skeleton. Quickly regaining his composure, the knight retaliates with a powerful blow, destroying the attacking skeleton with a decisive strike. He charges forward with tremendous force, pushing aside 2 additional skeletons, and sets his sights firmly on Lin Moyu. The knight believes he has a good chance to land a decisive blow on Lin Moyu, seeing an opportunity to win. Recognizing that his skeletons are no longer effective against the knight, Lin Moyu recalls them to the summoning space, preparing for a new strategy. The knight continues his aggressive charge forward, undeterred by Lin Moyu's tactics. Lin Moyu, with a confident grin, raises his hand and summons the skeletons once again, ready to give them another chance to attack and turn the tide of the battle. The knight clenches his teeth in frustration as he realizes he's fallen for Lin Moyu's tricks and understands he needs to find a way to break through. Suddenly, he is startled by a curse heading towards him, but before he can defend himself, the slow curse hits him. The skeleton warriors lunge towards the immobilized knight, their swords raised menacingly. The knight raises his own shield to block one skeleton's attack, but gets struck by the others. Consequently, the knight is teleported out of the arena, eliminated from the match. Shocked and speechless, he realizes he just lost. With this, Lin Moyu is declared the winner of the second round. The crowd goes wild, amazed to see a level 27 like Lin Moyu defeat a level 37 knight so effortlessly. They believe Lin Moyu isn't even trying. As Lin Moyu receives his reward, the referee asks if he wishes to continue, and Lin Moyu eagerly agrees. For the third round, a level 42 twice-evolved archer teleports into the arena to face Lin Moyu. The archer, also a 3-star second lieutenant like Lin Moyu, is fully equipped with platinum gear, leaving the crowd wondering if Lin Moyu can win. Confidently, Lin Moyu aims to advance past this round and tackle the 4th and 5th rounds. The archer raises his bow above his head and, using a skill, shoots 3 arrows blazing with flames. The arrows fly towards Lin Moyu, who has summoned 2 skeleton mages on either side. The mages raise their staffs, preparing to cast their spells. The archer focuses intently and then creates multiple clones of himself, all sprinting towards Lin Moyu. Meanwhile, the 3 flaming arrows the archer shot before bombard Lin Moyu, causing a massive explosion. The crowd gasps, fearing the challenge is over and Lin Moyu is defeated. However, once the dust settles, the crowd sees that Lin Moyu is unharmed, protected by his skeleton armor. They are amazed by Lin Moyu's dual offensive and defensive capabilities. The archer, taken aback, acknowledges that Lin Moyu's defensive skill is exceptionally powerful. The archer then sprints forward, leaps high into the air, and shoots arrows down at the skeleton warriors. Observing the archer's speed, Lin Moyu raises his hand to cast Slow Curse on him. The curse strikes the archer's clones, causing them to disintegrate, while the real archer leaps to avoid the curse. Before the curse can reach him, the archer swiftly raises his bow and shoots an energy shot at the chains. Hit by the purifying arrows, the slow curse chains shatter into pieces. The archer then aims his bow at Lin Moyu and, using a skill, shoots a silent arrow. The arrow is effortlessly deflected by Lin Moyu's armor, leaving the archer stunned as his attack proves utterly futile. The crowd once again erupts in excitement, witnessing such a powerful defensive skill from Lin Moyu and agreeing that his profession is flawless. As both sides reach a stalemate, the crowd holds its breath, eagerly anticipating the next move. Lin Moyu contemplates deploying more skeletons, as his current ones are struggling to keep up with the archer. Determined, Lin Moyu decides to use the Soul Blaze skill. The archer creates more clones, positioning them to shoot arrows at Lin Moyu simultaneously. Lin Moyu raises his hand and prepares the Soul Blaze skill. The archer drops his bow and begins howling in agony as the Soul Blaze strikes him, while his clones disintegrate. The crowd is stunned, unable to comprehend what has happened, as they have never witnessed the Soul Blaze skill before. Lin Moyu apologizes to the archer for inflicting such pain. The archer, writhing in pain, is still unsure of the skill used against him. He collapses on his knees, clutching his head and writhing in agony. Observing from the sidelines, Sushun questions what kind of monster Lin Moyu is, given such horrifying skills. The archer is then sent out of the arena, and Lin Moyu is declared the winner of the third round. This time, the crowd is intimidated by Lin Moyu rather than pleased. Some wonder if Lin Moyu will make history. The referee asks Lin Moyu if he wishes to proceed to the fourth round. Without hesitation, Lin Moyu agrees to continue. The defender for the fourth round is a level 45 sword and shield knight. The crowd notices that the level 45 opponent is only 3 levels higher than the previous round and wonders why no one has cleared this round before. For additional defenders, all level 45 with different professions, appear behind the knight. The crowd now realizes why this fourth round is so challenging, as the challenger must battle against 5 opponents simultaneously, and questions how level 27 Lin Moyu can stand up to them. The knight is a 9-star second lieutenant and a formidable warrior, while his teammates are all at least 5-star second lieutenants. Despite the formidable opponents, Lin Moyu remains calm, understanding why no one has cleared this round before. The opponents smile at Lin Moyu, with the knight complimenting him on reaching the 4th round and telling him to be proud. Lin Moyu smiles back, thanks the knight, and declares his intention to clear the 4th round too. He begins summoning a large number of skeletons around him. The crowd looks terrified and starts moving backward, unable to believe their eyes. The entire arena is soon filled with Lin Moyu's skeletons as he summons every last one of them. The audience gasps in horror, realizing it's essentially an army. Even the knight is left speechless. Su Sheng and another onlooker stare in shock, bewildered by how anyone can fight against such a massive number of skeletons. Lin Moyu raises his hand, giving the skeletons the command to charge forward. The skeleton mages raise their staffs, preparing to cast their spells. As the skeleton warriors and spells advance towards the 5 defenders, the knight stands at the front, using the group defense skill. The archer draws an arrow ready to shoot, while the mage also prepares to use her skill. The skeleton mage's spells strike the knight, who manages to block them all. As the spells continue to rain down, the knight admits he can't hold on much longer and instructs his team to hurry. The archer and mage counterattack with their own skills, while the healer enhances their powers. Arrows and spells fly towards the skeleton warriors as they charge forward. Many of the skeleton warriors and mages are hit by the skills. One skeleton mage is destroyed, while the skeleton warriors manage to withstand the attacks. The assassin among the defenders sneaks towards Lin Moyu in stealth. However, Lin Moyu senses the assassin and quickly summons the skeleton armor. The assassin is startled as 2 skeleton warriors grab and restrain him. The skeleton warriors hold the assassin while the skeleton mages unleash powerful lightning bolts at him. At the last moment, the assassin manages to free himself and escapes. Lin Moyu sees the assassin fleeing and raises his hand to use the Soul Blaze skill. The assassin runs toward the support, shouting for healing. The knight asks the assassin if he is okay. The assassin groans, saying the skill that hit him was extremely painful. Lin Moyu uses the slow curse, shooting the slowing chains at the defenders. The support raises his hand and uses the group purification skill, nullifying the slow curse aimed at his team. Lin Moyu realizes that with such a high-level support on the opponent's side, his curse is ineffective. As the skeletons approach, the knight warns his team that they will be surrounded, and the mage agrees to make the next move. The mage then summons a ring of flame that forms a shield around the 5 defenders. The skeletons turn and retreat towards Lin Moyu as the ring of flames begins to expand. The archer shoots chain arrows at the skeletons, noting that they won't last long as the arrows hit the ground, binding the skeletons in chains. The group decides to go straight for Lin Moyu, aiming to end the fight quickly before they become fatigued. The crowd holds its breath in concern, believing Lin Moyu is now at a disadvantage with his skeletons in disarray and him being defenseless. Led by the knight, his team charges at Lin Moyu, determined to end the battle before exhaustion sets in. The archer prepares to shoot another chain arrow. Lin Moyu observes the defenders charging towards him and remarks that this is the first time he has felt so exhilarated fighting such strong opponents. He raises his hand, confidently declaring that their moves will be useless and asserts that he will win. The knight and his 4 teammates continue to charge towards Lin Moyu with fierce determination. Calmly, Lin Moyu raises his hand, preparing to use the Soul Flame skill. The Soul Flame engulfs all 5 opponents, causing them to stop in their tracks. The knight grimaces in pain as he feels his soul burning. The support is instantly killed and teleports out of the arena defeated. The knight looks at his remaining team, realizing they are doomed without their support. He turns towards the approaching skeleton warriors who are closing in rapidly. Overwhelmed, the knight is soon swarmed by dozens of skeleton warriors, their relentless numbers engulfing him from all sides. In an instant, all 4 remaining defenders are sent out of the arena, and Lin Moyu emerges victorious. 2 spectators' jaws drop in shock, unable to believe Lin Moyu actually won. He asks Tao Tao if she thinks Lin Moyu can clear the 5th round as well. Tao Tao, looking uncertain, replies that while Lin Moyu's abilities exceed her expectations, no one has ever seen the 5th round before. Duan Gao remarks that witnessing history in the making is unexpected, while Miao Yu predicts Lin Moyu's name will be recorded as a great competitor. For clearing the 4th round, Lin Moyu receives 2 intermediate scrolls. The referee, now sweating with concern, asks Lin Moyu if he wants to continue. Lin Moyu firmly and clearly agrees to advance to the next round. The audience is in awe, shocked to witness the unexpected 5th round, a difficulty level they never thought they'd see today. A mage arrives, flying into the arena, and informs Lin Moyu that the 5th round will start in 3 minutes. The mage explains that the rewards for this round are a high-level magical potion and a flashing high-level skill scroll. The crowd whispers excitedly, realizing these legendary items are only usable by thrice-evolved professions. Lin Moyu, surprised, learns that the magical potion can permanently increase attributes by 20,000 and the skill scroll guarantees learning a high-level skill. Understanding the significance of these rewards, Lin Moyu recognizes why Bai considered this challenge the most important. Suddenly, a tense atmosphere fills the air as few figures begin teleporting onto the platform. Lin Moyu turns to see that the new arrivals are all level 50 rare professions, forming a mage party. Mage parties are known for their high attack power and disregard for AoE attacks, making Lin Moyu's skeletons seem less effective. The Shadow Mages, known for their control skills, and the Flame Mages, with their powerful attacks, make the crowd doubt Lin Moyu's chances. Additionally, there's a level 50 Summoner and an Elemental Mage on the opposing team. He asks Tao Tao if this fifth round is too overwhelming with such talented professionals. Lin Moyu realizes this party was specifically designed to counter him and understands he cannot hide his skills this time. As the match begins, the Holy Knight assumes a battle position, surprised to be facing just a level 27 opponent. The support mage buffs his team's stats as they prepare for the fight. Lin Moyu summons all his skeleton warriors and commands them to charge. The knight instructs her team to get ready and orders them to dismantle Lin Moyu's skeleton army. Lin Moyu summons his scythe early, taking no risks in this crucial round. Susheng watches in horror, wondering if Lin Moyu will summon that massive undead. The opposing mages raise their staffs and each uses a specific skill. The elven summoner begins summoning a spirit beast. The summoned beast uses its ability to reset all the mage's skills, allowing them to use the same skills again. Lin Moyu watches as numerous skill attacks are hurled towards him. He swings his scythe and commands the slumbering soul to emerge. From the shadows, the outpost guardian appears, massive and towering behind Lin Moyu. The crowd is bewildered, questioning if this summon is part of Lin Moyu's skeletons. The outpost guardian looks terrifying with its enormous wings extended behind it. One of the mages recognizes the undead as the boss from the hell difficulty level of the outpost dungeon. Lin Moyu also summons the undead general and instructs it to lead his skeletons into battle. The undead general follows Lin Moyu's orders, using its influence to direct the skeletons as they march forward. 3 skeletons get instantly destroyed as fireballs rain down upon them from the enemy mages. Lin Moyu acknowledges that the powerful skills of a level 50 mage are expected to easily annihilate his skeleton warriors. The outpost guardian extends its massive wings wide and wraps them around the skeleton warriors, forming a protective shield against the incoming fireballs. The mage looks on in surprise, realizing that Lin Moyu possesses the soul of a boss from a hell difficulty dungeon. The knight raises her shield and activates group defense, summoning protective shields around all her teammates. The outpost guardian leaps high into the air and raises its large spear, preparing to strike. With a mighty swing, the guardian brings its weapon down hard upon the shield conjured by the knight. The knight expresses concern as she sees that all their attacks have been blocked by the outpost guardian, but reassures her team not to lose hope. The shadow mage uses the skill Slumbering Cloud, summoning a powerful, swirling tornado-like cloud. Out of nowhere, raindrops start falling from the sky, and a heavy downpour drenches the skeleton warriors below. The undead general raises its staff and casts military prowess on the skeletons, which quickly removes the effects of the rain. The skeletons are instantly cleansed of any curses. The outpost guardian also benefits from the cleansing, with all curses and debuffs removed. The shadow mage is taken aback to see her Slumbering Cloud skill cleansed so easily and effectively. The outpost guardian hurls its spear with tremendous force towards the knight's shield. The spear pierces through the shield, causing it to begin shattering under the immense pressure. However, the summoner's summoned beast intervenes and resets the knight's skills, allowing her to immediately form another shield around her team. Alarmed by the summoner's beast ability, Lin Moyu decides that dealing with the beast should be his top priority. The elemental mage conjures a flame around his arm and commands his team to launch their attacks against Lin Moyu. As the mages unleash their powerful skills at Lin Moyu, he wonders if his skeleton armor can withstand the barrage of attacks. Observing that his armor is barely holding up under the assault, Lin Moyu decides to continuously cast the skeleton armor around himself to bolster his defenses. Suddenly Lin Moyu finds himself standing over a swamp, which he recognizes as the Shadow Mage's skill. Acting quickly, Lin Moyu retreats the skeleton warriors into the summoning space. He then summons the skeleton warriors back and climbs on their bodies, using them as a staircase to avoid touching the swamp below. The Shadow Mage is astonished by Lin Moyu's clever tactic to avoid being ensnared in the swamp trap. Following the undead general's command, the skeleton warriors begin hammering their swords relentlessly against the knight's shields. The knight's expression turns to one of terror as she sees her defenses nearing collapse and urgently asks the summoner to reset her skills. The summoner points out that it's too fast to reset the skills, as the summoned beast needs a period of rest before it can act again. With the defenses breached, the shields finally shatter under the repeated attacks. The knight's jaw drops in disbelief upon witnessing the skeleton warriors breaking through her defenses despite her best efforts. She instructs the mages to take immediate action as the skeleton warriors press forward, determined to push their advantage. The elemental mage creates a ring of flames around himself, aiming to prevent the skeletons from advancing any further. At the same time, the flame mage summons multiple fire walls around her position to impede the skeleton's progress. Some of the skeletons are caught in the intense fire and begin to burn, suffering significant damage. After a brief rest period, the summoned beast performs a skill reset, refreshing everyone's abilities. Seizing the opportunity, the knight quickly summons new shields around herself and her teammates to bolster their defenses once again. The knight resolves that if they can chip away at Lin Moyu's health slowly, they might eventually wear him down through persistent attacks. Lin Moyu's voice is suddenly heard nearby, asking if the knight really intends to grind him down. Startled by the unexpected voice, the knight turns around to see Lin Moyu standing close by, realizing he used her casting window to get near. Bewildered and alarmed, the knight asks Lin Moyu how he has the audacity to approach her so closely. Lin Moyu calmly raises his hand and casts the slow curse on everyone in the vicinity, using magical chains to restrict their movements. The skeletons charge forward aggressively, targeting the summoner's beast first. They quickly cut down the beast with relentless strikes. Lin Moyu then raises his hand once more and uses corpse explosion on the remains of the beast. Confident that the level 50 summoned beast has far more HP than his current opponents, Lin Moyu uses corpse explosion on it. The explosion is so massive that it blows apart the entire fighting arena. Shockwaves mixed with flames boom out in all directions. A man is horror-stricken, his jaw dropping at the sight of such a dangerous and powerful skill. Some people in the crowd are puzzled, wondering if something just exploded or what exactly happened. The arena is covered in dust billowing up from the ground, obscuring the view and making it hard to see what's going on. The knight emerges as the dust clears, her shield shattered. With a panic-stricken look, she glances around and notices that she's the only one left standing. The outpost guardian glares down at the knight, giving her a deadly look. Smiling, the knight acknowledges the competition's intensity, gives Lin Moyu a thumbs up, and calls him OP, confident that with him, Xinxia is secure. She jumps off the now rubble-filled, destroyed fighting arena, conceding defeat. Lin Moyu is declared the winner, and he, with her arm around a joyful Tao Tao, begins cheering excitedly, saying they won. The crowd breaks into deafening cheers, all of them very impressed with Lin Moyu's history-making feat. The mage materializes once again before Lin Moyu, hovering a few feet above him, holding the rewards. He smiles and praises Lin Moyu, handing over the rewards. Lin Moyu sincerely bows and thanks the elder mage, while wondering if there will be a sixth round. Bai sends Lin Moyu a congratulatory message as Lin Moyu decides to end the tournament now. A while later, as Lin Moyu is on his way out of the arena, someone calls out to him from behind. Lin Moyu turns around, sees the elder mage, and asks if something's the matter. The elder mage introduces himself to Lin Moyu as Jinpeng, one of the 12 council members in the Xinxia Empire. Lin Moyu once again asks Jinpeng if something is the matter. Jinpeng asks if Lin Moyu is the genius from Xiajing Academy who was also the top in the whole country last year, and Lin Moyu confirms it. Jinpeng mentions that he is one of the adjunct lecturers at Xiajing Academy and expresses a desire to take Lin Moyu as his student if he's willing. Startled by this offer, Tao Tao assumes that Jinpeng is actually trying to take Lin Moyu as his disciple. Lin Moyu bows to Jinpeng and sincerely thanks him for his kindness, but mentions that he already has a teacher. Jinpeng, slightly taken aback, asks Lin Moyu who his teacher is. As Lin Moyu receives a call and glances at it, he mentions it's a message from his teacher, prompting Jinpeng to tell him to pick up the call. Bai appears on the video call, addressing Jinpeng and asking if he's trying to poach students. Jinpeng, bewildered upon seeing Bai, quickly changes his tone and forces a smile, saying he didn't realize Bai was Lin Moyu's teacher. Jinpeng admits he wouldn't have offered to take Lin Moyu as a student had he known Bai was his teacher, and agrees to keep the secret. Bai then tells Jinpeng to gather his group and meet him once the competition is over, saying he and Meng have something to discuss with him. Jinpeng promises to go to Bai straight away with his team after the competition. Bai tells Lin Moyu he has done well and instructs him to return for a task, which Lin Moyu agrees to. Lin Moyu and the girls then head back to Xinxia Academy. Once Lin Moyu returns to his dormitory, he begins meditating to recover his spirit. Afterward, he drinks the potion he received from winning the 5th round. Instantly, his attributes all increase by 200. A while later, Lin Moyu goes to meet Bai and offers him tea, receiving praise from Bai for doing well. Meng notes that no one has ever reached the 5th round before, and Lin Moyu broke that record, adding that Lin Moyu is much stronger than Bai was in his day. Bai gives Lin Moyu a task to go to the dungeon hall and level up to 30, promising to give Lin Moyu something once he accomplishes this. Lin Moyu suggests the arena might be more efficient for leveling up and earning money, but Bai advises him to stay inside the academy for a few days to avoid potential targets outside. Bai warns that many prodigies have been assassinated in the Empire recently, urging Lin Moyu to be careful, and Lin Moyu agrees. As Lin Moyu turns to leave, Meng asks Bai why he wants to send him to that place. Bai responds that Lin Moyu can't be considered a proper professional if he doesn't go there, and Meng questions if it won't be too dangerous. Bai points out that Lin Moyu is much stronger and won't die easily, and even if he does, he can be revived. Lin Moyu arrives outside the dungeon hall, returning after a long time. As Lin Moyu enters the dungeon hall, people look at him in awe, addressing him as a god Lin, and discussing his achievement of reaching the 5th round in the challenge. A guy excitedly recalls how he even had the chance to enter the dungeon with Lin Moyu, the legendary figure. Hearing the whispers and attention, Lin Moyu agrees with Bai that he's attracting more eyes now. Shuhan sees Lin Moyu and is surprised to see that he's back. She asks Lin Moyu which dungeon he wants to farm and if he'd like her recommendations for a good price. Lin Moyu sends Shuhan 100 points, and she gets excited, calling him generous. Lin Moyu chooses to clear the Fire God Palace dungeon. It's a level 32 dungeon with normal and nightmare difficulties. Lin Moyu notes that this dungeon looks very normal and wonders why the clear time record is 8 hours. Shuhan explains that this dungeon's clear time is extremely long because it's actually one of the top 5 elemental dungeons. She adds that, besides the 4 common elements, wind, water, fire, and electric, there's also the light element, with each dungeon dropping corresponding element fragments. Lin Moyu asks what happens after collecting all 5 elemental fragments, and Shuhan says she's not sure but suggests it might bring unimaginable benefits. Lin Moyu asks if the rest of the elemental dungeons are here too. Shuhan explains that the level 37 water elemental dungeon is only open to level 32s, the level 42 wind elemental dungeon is for level 37s, and the fire and light elemental dungeons are located elsewhere. Lin Moyu thanks Shuhan for the information, and she says he doesn't need to thank her. Lin Moyu then walks towards the Fire God Palace dungeon and chooses the nightmare difficulty. He gets teleported into the dungeon and sees that there's boiling lava and fire almost everywhere around him. He begins getting burned and realizes he will constantly receive elemental damage while inside this dungeon. So, he summons the skeleton armor around him as he moves forward. Now, Lin Moyu realizes this might be why the clear time was so long. For any teams that didn't bring at least 2 healers with them, they would face difficulties moving forward. A while later, Lin Moyu notices 2 large monsters blocking his path a few meters ahead. They are level 32 fire elves, enhanced elite monsters, and they begin charging toward Lin Moyu after spotting him. Lin Moyu notes that this might be similar to the elemental secret realm and that he can't use the corpse explosion on these monsters. A powerful blast of flame hurls toward Lin Moyu and strikes him but gets nullified by the skeleton armor, keeping him unhurt. Lin Moyu summons the skeleton warriors who run towards the fire elves. A fire elf gets hit by the skeleton warriors' swords. And with this single strike, the fire elf dies and begins disintegrating, leaving no corpse behind but providing Lin Moyu with EXP and a fire crystal core. Lin Moyu then instructs the skeleton warriors to spread out and scout the terrain. A while later, Lin Moyu encounters a physical monster with a real body and thinks it will be easier to kill. He then summons more skeleton warriors and orders them to lure the physical monsters in. The skeletons move in every direction, and after a while, they return with the monsters chasing after them. Lin Moyu watches as a horde of those monsters comes running toward him, following his skeletons. And he raises his hand, uses the slow curse, and sends the slow chains at the monsters. The monsters get bound by the slow curse and are unable to move. A skeleton kills a single monster, leaving its corpse behind. Lin Moyu then uses the corpse explosion on that dead monster. A massive explosion erupts from the corpse. Within seconds, all the other monsters get blown apart by the explosion. Lin Moyu looks pleased and decides to continue forward. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a massive turret of fire emerges, bellowing upwards with great force. At this moment, the Fire God Palace begins spewing fire, and the people in the dungeon hall notice this and are all puzzled. The difficulty of the dungeon now changes, and a new held difficulty is added, which wasn't there before. The people in the dungeon hall all look bewildered seeing the difficulty of the dungeon change so suddenly while Lin Moyu is still inside. Ning feels a strange sensation, and his expression shows it, prompting Meng to ask what's wrong. Ning claims that, as the headmaster, all the academy's changes are within his control and points out that hell difficulty in the Fire God dungeon has been activated. Ning checks who is still in the dungeon and asks Meng to guess, and Meng guesses it's probably Lin Moyu. Ning wonders if Lin Moyu is aiming for elemental fragments now and notes that triggering hell difficulty significantly increases the chances of a fragment drop. Meng mentions that to trigger hell difficulty, Lin Moyu must have eliminated a large number of monsters in a very short time. Meng also asserts that Lin Moyu is definitely capable of that, while Ning admits he tried doing it when he was young but couldn't achieve this feat. Meng suggests that Ning watch closely, pointing out that Lin Moyu never fails to bring unexpected surprises. Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, Lin Moyu, still unaware of the hell difficulty, begins to notice the fire element becoming more active. The skeletons charge forward, continuing to slaughter the fire elves, and Lin Moyu notes that even the fire elves have become much stronger. So he decides to find the boss and clear the dungeon quickly, or his skeletons will all be incinerated. After searching for a while, Lin Moyu finally locates the boss on the map. He begins walking towards the boss while his skeletons clear the path, killing every monster. After a few minutes, Lin Moyu arrives at an enormous palace with something round and glowing at the top. The round object is an eye that sees Lin Moyu and signals that there's an intruder. Suddenly, the palace begins shaking and the flames increase in intensity. The level 35 Fire God Palace guards emerge begin walking out to confront Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu notices that the guards are of hell difficulty. Looking puzzled, he wonders how the dungeon changed to hell difficulty so suddenly. A guard swings its fire-engulfed weapon and instantly destroys 2 skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu notes that this guard's skill also has control effects, and he summons the scythe and, pointing it ahead, commands the undead general to come out and lead the skeleton warriors. The undead general uses a skill, enhancing the skeleton warriors' strength and power. The skeleton warriors fiercely charge at the guards. Much stronger than before, the skeletons successfully kill the guards, providing Lin Moyu with fire crystal cores. Seeing the guards' corpses, Lin Moyu is hopeful that the fight will be easier with his corpse explosion skill. Lin Moyu points ahead and instructs the skeleton warriors to fulfill their final calling. The large eye shoots powerful laser beams down at the skeletons, instantly destroying 12 of them. The palace begins shaking once again, and the main gate shatters, releasing a horde of more guards. Lin Moyu says it's good that the guards came out early, otherwise, the corpses would have turned to ashes. He then uses the slow curse and sends the slow chains toward the incoming guards. All the palace guards get bound by the chains, their movements restricted. The skeleton warriors lunge forward and begin slaughtering the immobilized guards. Lin Moyu uses corpse explosion, resulting in a powerful blast that blows up more guards, killing them. Half a dozen more palace guards remain alive, still bound by the chains and unable to move. Lin Moyu tells the remaining guards to continue exploding and then uses corpse explosion again, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire area. With all the guards defeated, Lin Moyu stands before the huge gate, which now looks more like a void opening. Walking in, he notes that the fire element is much more rampant there. As he enters the place within, he finds the area peculiar, with lava all over the floor. Lin Moyu then sends his skeleton warriors forward to inspect the flower-like thing in the center. Suddenly, lava comes hurling from both sides, destroying the 2 skeleton warriors on the spot. Lin Moyu walks toward the flower in the center and extends his hand to inspect it. Out of nowhere, a massive hand emerges, its fingers outstretched and ready to grab Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu swiftly leaps back, avoiding the massive hand as it attempts to grab him. And he quickly summons the skeleton mages to attack back. The mages raise their staffs and unleash various skills. The skills bombard the hand with intense force. Out of the lava, something gigantic begins rising, causing the lava to drip down. The level 36 Fire God Palace Gardener, the Hell difficulty boss, walks forwards. Lin Moyu notices that the flower he saw earlier is where the boss's heart should be. The boss extends his hands, causing fire and lava to rain down. For skeletons hit by the lava get destroyed instantly. An acid-like rain begins drizzling down as Lin Moyu summons more skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu then commands the skeleton warriors to go out and bring back some corpses. And he turns towards the boss, raising his hand to prepare the Soul Blaze skill. The Soul Blaze hurls toward the boss and strikes it squarely on the head. This angers the boss, causing its eyes to glow and the fire around its head to intensify. The boss then charges forward, straight toward Lin Moyu. Once close, the boss thrusts its fist forward, ready to punch Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu decides to restrict the boss's movements first, then shoots the slow chains at it. The slow chains bind the boss, rendering it immobile. At that moment, the skeleton warriors come running in, dragging the corpses of the guards with them. And they throw the corpses at the boss, who is still unable to move. As the corpses approach the boss, Lin Moyu raises his hand and uses corpse explosion on them. All the corpses explode on top of the boss, releasing a massive amount of heat energy. Impacted by the explosions, the boss is injured, with many wounds on its body. Another corpse gets thrown at the boss. That corpse explodes, now heavily maiming the boss. The skeletons seize the opportunity and all lunge at the boss, their swords raised to finish it off. The boss's body explodes, and it finally dies, providing Lin Moyu with a significant amount of EXP. Lin Moyu also obtains the Fire God Key and the Fire God Flower, each with their own uses. Lin Moyu steps forward to claim the rewards, raising his hand to grab them. Suddenly, the area begins shaking violently, and boulders and stones break off and fall from above. The lava spills out from the ground, but Lin Moyu's skeleton armor shields him from getting burned. Lin Moyu realizes that this hell difficulty is almost impossible to clear without bringing 4 or 5 supports, as even he is barely enduring the harsh fire element. A powerful streak of fire erupts from the ground, rising high above. Lin Moyu notices the giant flaming eye he saw outside the palace emerging from the fire. Large chunks of rock begin forming around the eye, and it takes the shape of a monster. Seconds later, the level 38 lava giant, the leader of this dungeon, stands before Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu is puzzled to see another boss and realizes that the Fire God Palace and Fire God Hall are different dungeons, with clearing the Fire God Palace being a prerequisite mission for the Fire God Hall. The lava giant shoots a powerful, concentrated laser of fire at the skeletons. Hit by the laser, around 5 skeleton warriors get destroyed. The laser even shatters Lin Moyu's skeleton armor. However, Lin Moyu quickly replenishes his skeleton armor and notes that his skeletons won't be able to fight the boss head-on. So he summons the scythe, deciding to end the fight quickly, and then he commands the Battlefield Ghost King to emerge. The level 39 Battlefield Ghost King's undead form heeds Lin Moyu's command and appears out. Lin Moyu thinks he should go all out since he wants to end this quickly. The Battlefield Ghost King stands at the front, facing the lava giant, ready for Lin Moyu's command. The lava giant shoots another laser attack from its giant eye. The laser flies straight towards the Battlefield Ghost King. The Battlefield Ghost King uses the Void Transformation skill, making its body intangible. So the laser attack passes straight through the Battlefield Ghost King and strikes the wall behind, blowing it apart. The Battlefield Ghost King then counterattacks, opening its mouth wide and letting out a scream to bewitch the target. The bewitch skill's waves hit the lava giant but leave no effect on it. The lava giant plunges its arm into the ground to use the volcanic eruption skill. Suddenly, torrents of flames erupt from the ground, spreading everywhere and releasing powerful, intense heat energy. The flames surround Lin Moyu, but his skeleton armor keeps him safe and secure. However, unable to avoid the flames, the 10 skeleton warriors and 16 skeleton mages get destroyed. Lin Moyu realizes he can't waste any more time and needs to finish this quickly. The skeleton mages raise their staffs, use their skills, and send ice bolts and lightning at the lava giant. The skills strike the lava giant's head, causing a small outburst. The Battlefield Ghost King raises its finger at the lava giant and shoots abyss energy at it. The abyss energy travels like a laser, piercing through the lava giant's left side and creating a gaping hole. The lava giant steps forward and slams its arm down on the ground, crushing 4 skeleton mages at once. Lin Moyu raises his hand to use the slow curse on the lava giant. Hit by the curse, the chains bind themselves around the lava giant, restricting its movements. Unable to move, the lava giant opens its mouth wide, ready to spit out lava. The powerful streak of lava travels straight at Lin Moyu and the skeletons. 7 skeleton warriors and 6 skeleton mages get trapped in the swirling lava and are destroyed. Yet again, Lin Moyu remains unharmed as his skeleton armor deflects the lava. The remaining skeleton warriors lunge forward and begin climbing onto the lava giant's body like small ants. The Battlefield Ghost King uses the lifesteal skill on the lava giant, making it weak and vulnerable to attacks. The lava giant begins to fall forward but uses its arms to stop itself from plunging into the sea of lava. The Battlefield Ghost King seizes the opportunity, points its finger at the lava giant, and shoots of the same abyss energy at it. Hit by the abyss energy, another gap forms on the right side of the lava giant's stomach, similar to before. The Battlefield Ghost King aims a powerful punch and strikes the lava giant's chest, pushing it backward. The force of the punch pushes the lava giant into the lava, and it finally dies. Lin Moyu decides to leave without wasting a second. He teleports out of the dungeon, relieved to escape the intense heat and flames, and begins receiving EXP and other loot. He obtains 3 fire crystal fragments, which can be combined into 1 fire crystal, and he wonders what its purpose will be. The loud ringing of a bell fills the hall, startling the people, who realize it is related to the Fire God Palace dungeon. The record has been claimed by Lin Moyu in first place, but there is no record for second place. Realizing it's Lin Moyu, people exclaim that he made another record, while others wonder why the second-place record isn't being shown. A proud-looking guy laughs and asks if they want to know why. He explains that it's because Lin Moyu cleared the Hell difficulty dungeon, so the clear time records made in Nightmare difficulty are not being shown. Hearing this, the people tell the guy to stop joking, pointing out that the dungeon doesn't even have a Hell difficulty, and accuse him of trying to fool others. But the guy insists he isn't lying, claiming he was there when the dungeon's difficulty changed, and tells them to check for themselves if they don't believe him. So the group of curious people heads over to the dungeon's entrance to examine the record Lin Moyu made. As they see the record is for Hell difficulty, their jaws drop in shock as they realize the dungeon really did upgrade. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu makes his way out of the dungeon hall and decides to visit Bai to ask about the use of the fragments he received. Sometime later, a group stands in front of the dungeon Lin Moyu just cleared, and a man beside Dean Xiao asks if they are really going to raid this dungeon. Dean Xiao affirms they will raid the dungeon and points out that if a single person could accomplish it, they with 12 people certainly can. Dean Xiao, looking pissed, reveals that he gathered his team to clear the dungeon after hearing its difficulty had upgraded, only to find that Lin Moyu had already done so. With gritted teeth, Dean Xiao vows to ruin Lin Moyu's reputation this time. Lin Moyu teleports beside the table where Bai and Meng are seated. Seeing Lin Moyu, Bai asks him if he was the one who caused the dungeon to upgrade. Lin Moyu confirms it was him and says he's there to ask Bai for some clarifications. Lin Moyu then summons the loot he received after defeating the boss and the leader in the previous dungeon. Meng recognizes the fire crystal fragments and asks Lin Moyu if he knows what happens after gathering the 5 elemental fragments. He explains that after combining all 5 different elemental fragments, one will obtain the elemental divine stone. Meng asks Lin Moyu if he has obtained the nirvana crystal and explains that the elemental divine stone is similar. It can increase the chances of a profession upgrade during the 3rd job evolution. Lin Moyu is shocked to hear that one can even upgrade their profession at the 3rd job evolution. Meng points out that high-level legendary professionals must undergo 2 job upgrades, with the 2nd being much harder, so using the elemental divine stone can increase the chances by about 30%. Lin Moyu says he understands and makes up his mind to obtain the elemental divine stone. Meng mentions that nobody knows where the real fire god hall is or how powerful the fire god is, so Lin Moyu will have to explore and find out himself. Lin Moyu bows in appreciation, thanks Bai and Meng, and declares he will take his leave. Once Lin Moyu leaves, Meng reminds Bai that he's already visited the Lightning Palace before and asks why he didn't tell Lin Moyu. Bai says he visited that palace more than a decade ago during the Great War. Bai claims that he saw the Lightning Palace on the 8th battlefield, but it disappeared after the battle was over, and he plans to make Lin Moyu search for it once he gets stronger. As for the Holy Light Palace, Bai admits he has never seen it before, so Lin Moyu will have to depend on his luck to find it. The next day, Lin Moyu arrives at the dungeon hall. Since the crystal fragment is so important, Lin Moyu plans to farm more fire crystal fragments for Yi and his sister in the Fire God Palace dungeon. But before Lin Moyu can enter the dungeon, someone begins teleporting out of it. Dean Xiao and his team emerge from the dungeon, all of them on fire. Dean Xiao, with his face burnt, is displeased after failing to clear the dungeon despite being fully prepared. Lin Moyu tells Dean Xiao to move aside so he can enter the dungeon. This angers Dean Xiao, and he turns around, shouting not to bother him and to try different dungeons. Dean Xiao's eyes fall on Lin Moyu and he becomes speechless. Lin Moyu tells the shocked Dean Xiao to move aside and walks forward. Using the cooldown talisman, Lin Moyu resets the dungeon cooldown and then chooses Hell difficulty. Dean Xiao is bewildered to see Lin Moyu choose Hell difficulty, and he clenches his fist, deciding to stay and see if Lin Moyu can really clear this dungeon alone. Lin Moyu gets teleported inside the dungeon. He instantly deploys the skeleton armor around himself and decides to let the skeleton warriors gather the monsters in one place to save time. Within a short time, Lin Moyu manages to reach the boss's palace. He then summons the skeletons and commands them to attack the monsters and keep their corpses clean without burning them. The skeleton warriors begin their rampage, slaughtering the monsters. Lin Moyu notes that with this many corpses, fighting the lava giant will be a lot easier and save him time. And he walks into the lava-surrounded area where final boss will appear. The lava giant emerges before Lin Moyu. Like before, Lin Moyu raises his scythe and summons the battlefield Ghost King. And he uses the slow curse skill to restrict the lava giant's movements. Hit by the curse, the lava giant is bound by chains and unable to move. The skeleton warriors arrive, carrying the corpses, and Lin Moyu instructs them to throw the corpses at the lava giant. With the corpse explosion skill, all the corpses begin exploding, releasing powerful shockwaves directly on the lava giant's head. The battlefield Ghost King prepares to attack and points its finger at the lava giant. The abyss energy attack pierces through the lava giant's stomach, leaving a large hole in its right side. The skeleton warriors all lunge at the lava giant, their swords held high to finish it off. With multiple attacks, the lava giant finally gets defeated. Outside the dungeon hall, Dean Xiao is waiting for Lin Moyu to exit the dungeon when the bell suddenly begins ringing again. A guy informs Dean Xiao that Lin Moyu has set a new record. Shocked, Dean Xiao asks how it's possible, pointing out that Lin Moyu had just entered the dungeon, while the guy shrugs. Dean Xiao sees the crowd gathered at the dungeon entrance, all discussing how amazing and powerful Lin Moyu is, comparing him to a god. The new record for the Fire God Palace Hell difficulty dungeon is now 1 hour and 12 minutes, set by Lin Moyu. Dean Xiao is bewildered to learn that Lin Moyu really cleared the dungeon in just an hour, multiple times faster than the nightmare record. And he admits that Lin Moyu's true power is beyond his comprehension. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu is already about to re-enter the dungeon just after exiting it. Dean Xiao is speechless seeing this, while others praise Lin Moyu for working so hard and deciding to re-enter the dungeon right after clearing it. Dean Xiao drops his head, feeling hopeless, while the crowd begins chanting Lin Moyu's name. Unable to take it, Dean Xiao swiftly turns around. Still looking gloomy and depressed, Dean Xiao tells his friends they should go back and look for a different dungeon. Dean Xiao leaves the dungeon hall as Lin Moyu enters the dungeon. Sometime later, Lin Moyu exits the dungeon, having finally leveled up to 28. Once outside, he notices something and, puzzled, turns sideways. A group of people seems very excited, all looking at something. A party from Genesis College has arrived at the dungeon hall. The party members are all wearing impressive equipment like the Goblin King Ring, Flame Bug Necklace, and Wind Spirit Earrings, which are all boss accessories. The party walks towards a dungeon and chooses the hell difficulty of the Fire God Palace. Shuhan comes walking toward Lin Moyu, calling out his name. At that moment, the people exclaim that the Blazing Emperor College party is also there, prompting Lin Moyu and Shuhan to turn around. The party from Blazing Emperor College is donning dark uniforms and masks covering their mouths. Shuhan points out that the Blazing Emperor College and Genesis College might be there to face each other. She explains that the Xiajing Academy has 3 top colleges, with Chuangshan College at the top, and Genesis and Blazing Emperor colleges competing for the second spot. Shuhan says that these colleges probably heard about the dungeon upgrading and might be wanting to set a record, but she is certain they won't beat Lin Moyu's record. Lin Moyu takes in this information and says he understands. The Blazing Emperor College's party also chooses hell difficulty and prepares to enter the dungeon. Back at their usual table, Bai, Meng, and Ning witness the competition happening between the 2 colleges. Ning says that Genesis College and Blazing Emperor College came as expected and thinks the Blazing Emperor College might take the lead this time. The Blazing Emperor College, led by the Holy Fire Knight with high fire resistance and excellent equipment, is expected to have an easier time inside the dungeon, according to Ning. Bai notes that those colleges can't beat Chuangshan College, so they'll compete for second place, with Lin Moyu's record already set. Alarmed, Ning points out that Lin Moyu is about to enter the dungeon again. The 3 look at the screen and see Lin Moyu teleporting inside the dungeon again, attempting to speed clear it this time. Bai smiles and says this is a good way to teach those colleges a lesson and make them realize that someone will always be better than them. Ning asks Bai if he is going to let Lin Moyu join Genesis College instead of the old thing's Chuangshan College. Bai mentions that the old man already has a genius student who will get all the precious resources, so Lin Moyu should join Genesis College to enjoy the resources alone. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu teleports inside the dungeon, notes that his destroyed skeletons have been replenished after leveling up, and prepares to speedrun the dungeon. He summons the skeletons and commands them to move forward. The army of skeletons charges forward with instructions from Lin Moyu to not harm the corpses. The skeletons begin slaughtering every monster in their way with ease. Within minutes, Lin Moyu reaches the dungeon leader's palace. He sprints forward and charges ahead with his skeletons behind him. The lava giant appears before Lin Moyu, who looks up at it and says he's brought some gifts. The skeleton warriors begin throwing all the monster corpses straight at the lava giant. Lin Moyu uses corpse explosion, causing all the corpses to explode, releasing massive force of fire and energy. At this moment, outside the dungeon in the hall, the bell rings again, and people curiously peer at the leaderboard to see who set the record this time. The people, with bewildered expressions, look at the new record set by Lin Moyu in the Fire God Palace, just 38 minutes. Unable to believe it, the people ask if this is really hell difficulty, as even the normal difficulty doesn't have a record time this short. Lin Moyu teleports out of the dungeon and decides to clear it a few more times to reach level 30. Bai, Meng, and Ning are all shocked as Bai points out that Lin Moyu is really not giving any chances to others. Meng admits that Lin Moyu's new record cannot be beaten by anyone but thinks it's fine, as it will teach those 2 colleges a lesson and keep them restrained. A few hours later, the Blazing Emperor College team and the Genesis College team exit the dungeon at the same time. The Blazing Emperor College team leader notices that the Genesis College team has exited together with them. The leader points a finger at the Genesis College team, claiming they came out at the same time despite entering the dungeon 2 minutes earlier. The Genesis College team leader claims they were delayed because they were getting ready at the safe area and suggests checking the leaderboard to see who won. So both the college team leaders walk forward to see who cleared the dungeon first. The gathered crowd begins giggling, knowing that Lin Moyu has already set an unbeatable record. The people hope that seeing Lin Moyu's record will keep those 2 colleges quiet. Both leaders bend a little to see the leaderboard clearly. Seeing Lin Moyu's record, both are shocked beyond belief. The Blazing Emperor College team leader, with his eyes bulging in shock, asks how Lin Moyu, a level 28 kid, could solo clear the dungeon in just 36 minutes. Disappointed, the Blazing Emperor College team leader turns around and says they will leave now. The people there begin laughing and mocking both college teams, calling them arrogant as they exit the dungeon hall. Bai asks Meng how it went, while Meng is examining a smaller projection of a tower above his hand. Meng says he's already locked onto the coordinates of the Eternal Training Ground, and Bai praises Meng for finding it so quickly. Meng asks Bai if he really plans to send Lin Moyu there, reminding Bai that he only went there after evolving his profession twice. Bai notes that Lin Moyu is already stronger than most level 40 professionals, highlighting how he defeated a twice-evolved team in the competition, so there's no reason he can't go. Meng says he won't interfere since Lin Moyu is Bai's disciple, and since Lin Moyu won't die for real, he thinks a reality check might be beneficial. Bai assures Meng that Lin Moyu will never die. Lin Moyu exits the dungeon after clearing it. After a lot of grinding, Lin Moyu has finally reached level 30. Shuhan asks Lin Moyu if he's leveled up, and Lin Moyu thanks Shuhan for recommending this particular dungeon. Shuhan congratulates Lin Moyu and praises his work, prompting Lin Moyu to ask if she has something else to tell him. Looking hopeful, Shuhan requests if Lin Moyu could sell her one of the fire crystal fragments. Lin Moyu thinks for a second, then throws the crystal into Shuhan's hand, telling her it's free of charge. Lin Moyu then leaves, bidding Shuhan goodbye while she remains speechless at receiving the crystal for free, wondering if Lin Moyu even knows its value. Bai confirms whether Lin Moyu really reached level 30, and Lin Moyu affirms he did. Meng is surprised that Lin Moyu leveled from 27 to 30 in less than 2 days and says Lin Moyu is being harsh on himself, but Bai mentions it's good to be harsh and ruthless. Bai then asks Lin Moyu how it feels to be level 30. Lin Moyu says he can feel some changes in himself, though he hasn't analyzed them thoroughly yet. Bai summons a bunch of scrolls and tells Lin Moyu he can awaken new skills since he's level 30. Lin Moyu tells Bai he doesn't need his scrolls and summons his own. Lin Moyu clutches one scroll in his hand and begins opening it. He gives a surprised look as he sees his new skill, Skeleton Fangs, which can release skeleton fangs to attack enemies. Lin Moyu decides to test the skill, and upon casting it, massive pointed fangs emerge from the ground, forming a cage-like structure around him, similar to the skeleton armor. Bai points a bit farther and tells Lin Moyu to use the skill over there. Lin Moyu raises his hand and shoots pointed sharp bones that fly forward, destroying the boulders in their path. Bai repairs the boulders and says the skill is good, nearly on par with the fireball spell of a level 30 mage. Meng notes that Lin Moyu's talent has greatly enhanced his new skill and believes it will be very powerful when maxed, advising him to awaken 2 more skills. Lin Moyu follows Meng's suggestion and reaches for another scroll. And then he begins opening the second scroll for another skill. But no new skill awakens, and Lin Moyu is puzzled as to why not. Bai asks Lin Moyu what's wrong. Suddenly, Lin Moyu's scythe appears on its own, and he wonders if this is related to the second skill he might have just received. Lin Moyu acquires the Summon Undead General skill, which he already had, but wonders if it has changed in any way. Suddenly, powerful winds begin blowing, causing the trees to sway and leaves to scatter violently. Alarmed, Bai and Meng look around, and Meng notes that Lin Moyu's skill can affect heavenly phenomena like a forbidden curse. Lin Moyu summons the Undead General, capable of commanding skeleton mages and warriors to form a legion. The Undead General is level 1, can contain up to 10 legion members, and can strengthen, heal, and remove status effects from them. Lin Moyu realizes the Undead General is now his summon, able to remove abnormal effects and strengthen and heal the skeletons. Bai suggests Lin Moyu summon a skeleton to observe the Undead General's effects on it. Following Bai's suggestion, Lin Moyu raises his hand and summons a single skeleton warrior. Bai unleashes a laser-like attack at the skeleton, which pierces through and exits from its back. The Undead General raises its staff and begins undoing the damage inflicted on the skeleton. The Legion Heal skill from the Undead General heals the skeleton instantly. Bai notes the Undead General's low attributes, but says its skills resemble the Legion Overlord, praising Lin Moyu for awakening a remarkable ability. Lin Moyu gratefully thanks Bai for his compliments. Bai notes that since Lin Moyu already possesses this powerful summon, it won't be long before he becomes a one-man army. Bai says he's no longer worried for Lin Moyu with the new skills and instructs him to prepare for training, while Lin Moyu responds that he'll first head to the Tyrant Desert to level them up. Bai pats Lin Moyu's shoulder, saying he'll ask Meng for a discount on resetting the Tyrant Desert points, and Lin Moyu happily thanks him. Lin Moyu returns to the dungeon hall with a plan to use the desert fruits to max out his 2 brand new skills. Teleporting into the Tyrant Desert dungeon, Lin Moyu looks around and announces his return. A while later he reaches the oasis and encounters the giant scorpions. Deciding to test his new skill, Lin Moyu raises his hand and launches the skeleton fangs towards the scorpions. The skeleton fangs pierce through the scorpions like sharp arrows, easily destroying them. After defeating the horde of scorpions, Lin Moyu heads toward the trees where the fruits are located. A few minutes later, Lin Moyu exits the dungeon, and Shuhan calls out to him right outside the entrance. Shuhan mentions that she has been waiting for Lin Moyu for a long time, prompting him to ask why. Shuhan hands over a few bottles of fatigue potions to Lin Moyu, explaining that they can temporarily remove fatigue and keep him in top condition. Lin Moyu decides to use these potions while leveling up his skills over the next few days. Shuhan then turns around, saying she won't disturb Lin Moyu any longer, and Lin Moyu thanks her for her help. Lin Moyu re-enters the dungeon, defeats the scorpions, consumes the fruits to replenish his spirit, and continues the cycle of killing scorpions for a long time. After hours of grinding, Lin Moyu is still at the oasis, holding the fruits in his hand, with the undead general and skeleton mages summoned behind him. As he takes a bite of the fruit, he notes this will be the last time. The undead general has advanced to gold grade, expanding its legion capacity from 10 to 300, with legion strengthening, legion heal, and military power all at level 3. Lin Moyu declares that his undead general has successfully reached max level. The skeleton warriors have also advanced to gold grade with enhanced attributes. Similarly, the skeleton mages are now at gold grade 2. Lin Moyu notes that since all his summons have reached gold grade, he feels stronger than ever since becoming a professional. His summon inventory now has a maximum capacity of 300, and all his active skills are at level 30, except for Corpse Explosion, which remains at level 4. Feeling more powerful and ready, Lin Moyu decides to seek out Master Bai. The Thanatos scythe has also reached level 30 with improved stats. A while later, Lin Moyu arrives at the table where Bai is seated. Meng claims he can sense that Lin Moyu's aura has grown stronger, indicating that Lin Moyu must have been working very hard. Lin Moyu bows before Bai and declares that he's ready. Bai tells Lin Moyu that he wants him to go to a place called the Eternal Trials, where many opportunities and dangers await. The Eternal Trials consist of 3 layers, the upper, lower, and deep layers, with each layer connected yet independent. Bai will send Lin Moyu to the upper layer, where professionals below level 70 are permitted, while professionals above level 70 can access the lower layer. In rare cases, a space tunnel may appear between the upper and lower layers, allowing professionals from the upper layer to enter the lower layer for just an hour. According to legends, in ancient times, a great war erupted between humans, the abyss, and dragons, during which the eternal battlefield was formed. Countless divine items and souls were lost in the eternal battlefield during the war, and the lingering wills of these souls eventually formed various monsters, secret realms, and dungeons. While it's dangerous, the Eternal Trials are full of great opportunities, with many divine artifacts left behind by the ancient humans. Bai notes that the Eternal Trials also feature abyss demons and dragon warriors, adding to the dangers beyond just ancient threats. With this thorough explanation, Bai asks Lin Moyu if he fully understands the dangers ahead. With a focused expression, Lin Moyu responds that he understands. After explaining everything, Bai reveals that the key reason he wants Lin Moyu in the Eternal Trials is to access a secret realm in the upper layer where he can gain a trace of divinity. The trace of divinity boosts the chance of advancing a profession during evolution, and combined with the Nirvana crystal, it will raise Lin Moyu's chances to 99%. Furthermore, if Lin Moyu can clear the randomly appearing demonic dragon hull on hell difficulty, he might receive a dragon crystal that can instantly awaken a talent, even in a twice-evolved individual. Bai tells Lin Moyu that he can try to awaken a talent if he obtains the dragon crystal, otherwise, they can use the mermaid's tear. Bai then says he has shared everything and asks Lin Moyu if he really wants to go to the Eternal Trials. Without hesitation, Lin Moyu agrees to go there. Bai summons a few high-grade equipment pieces like a cooldown talisman, dungeon escape talisman, and others. He reminds Lin Moyu that the cooldown talisman is loaned to him and must be returned, and explains that the puppet talisman can block any damage, while other equipment can be used to escape. Lin Moyu thanks Bai for his generosity. Meng thinks Bai might be worried about sending Lin Moyu to the Eternal Trials, given how much he has informed him. Meng then tells Lin Moyu to get ready to teleport to the Eternal Trials. In an instant, Lin Moyu is transported to a forest surrounded by trees and bushes. The forest is shrouded in darkness and eerie silence as Lin Moyu cautiously begins to survey his surroundings. He wonders if this is the Eternal Trials, noting the pervasive stench of blood and spirit in the air. Deciding to play it safe, Lin Moyu summons his skeleton armor. He then begins moving forward, with 2 skeleton warriors trotting behind him. After walking for a while, Lin Moyu finally encounters a living creature. It's a level 41 black rock monster with high attributes. Lin Moyu is surprised to encounter a regular monster at such a high level which, with its high spirit and strength, can inflict both physical and elemental damage. The monster notices Lin Moyu and instantly lunges at him, raising its fist to strike. The monster directs its punch towards Lin Moyu, causing the air to rotate with force. A small tornado forms from the monster's punch and whirls toward Lin Moyu. The force of the air sent by the mini tornado pushes the skeleton warriors backward. Lin Moyu raises his hand, summons more skeletons, and commands them to charge at the monster. The skeleton warriors raise their swords, enhancing them with the Rage Strike skill, and strike the monster, but it takes little damage due to its physical damage reduction. So Lin Moyu raises his hand and, pointing at the monster, uses his new skill Skeleton Fangs to shoot sharp, pointy bones at it. The large sharp bones fly towards the monster and pierce its body in multiple places. The skeleton warriors begin slicing the monster, and finally, it gets blasted into pieces, providing Lin Moyu with 1,000,000 EXP. Lin Moyu thinks that other monsters in the Eternal Trials should all be around level 40 and above. Suddenly, a demon's voice calls out to Lin Moyu from behind, and he quickly turns his head to see who it is. A massive spider-like abyss knife demon, at level 42, flies towards Lin Moyu, mocking how a level 30 small fry dares to enter the Eternal Trials. The knife demon says it never expected to find any humans there, and licking its lips, says it can finally feast now. Lin Moyu remarks that he got unlucky by running into trash like this demon just after arriving at the Eternal Trials. The demon swings its claws in the air, sending air blades toward Lin Moyu, asking if he's scared out of his wits. Lin Moyu quickly responds by sending the slow chains at the demon, which bind themselves around it, catching it off guard. Lin Moyu raises his hand toward the immobilized demon and, using Corpse Explosion, bids it farewell. Instantly, the demon's body blows up into pieces, killing it and providing Lin Moyu with EXP and merit. Lin Moyu looks pleased with the rewards and comments that by indeed sent him to a good place. For a few hours, Lin Moyu keeps wandering around the forest, hoping to find something to defeat. He then discovers what he believes to be a space tunnel. Something begins emerging from the tunnel, and Lin Moyu recognizes it's a member of the dragon race. A large number of dragon professionals begin emerging from the space tunnel. Lin Moyu notes that they are an otherworldly race and recalls that Meng told him they are enemies of humans. The dragons notice Lin Moyu, recognize him as human, and snarl at him. One of them detects the scent of dragons on Lin Moyu, accuses him of killing their kind, and orders the others to attack. A level 44 dragon knight charges directly at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu realizes these knights have high skills and attributes, making them stronger than humans. The knights fly towards Lin Moyu, swords raised high, and shout for him to stop struggling and die. Lin Moyu quickly raises his hand, casts the slow curse, and shoots chains at them. All the dragon knights get instantly bound by the slow chains, immobilizing them. One of them smirks, revealing that dragons are born with curse resistance. The chains binding the dragon knights begin to shatter, freeing them from the movement restrictions. The dragon knight looks triumphant. Lin Moyu uses skeleton fangs, causing massive pointed sharp bones to emerge from the ground around him like a cage. And then he also shoots sharp bones toward the dragon knights. A dragon knight boasts that their hard scales make them immune to such attacks from a level 30 Lin Moyu. But once the bones strike the dragons, they pierce through and exit the other side of their bodies. The dragon knight, who claimed to have hard scales, is bewildered by Lin Moyu's powerful skill despite his low level. The dragon knight at the front uses the group defense as more pointed bones hurl toward them. A powerful barrier forms around all the dragons as the dragon knight commands the others to rush and kill Lin Moyu. However, the shield gets slightly damaged when the bones strike it. The dragon knight, looking a bit frightened, shouts for the dragon mages to act. The dragon mages raise their staffs and shoot poisonous gas at Lin Moyu. However, Lin Moyu remains unaffected as his skeleton armor blocks the damage. Lin Moyu then summons the skeleton warriors to counterattack. He also withdraws his scythe and calls out the undead general. The undead general appears behind Lin Moyu, and Lin Moyu commands the undead general to lead the skeletons and destroy the enemies. The undead general uses legion strengthening, boosting the skeleton's strength as they march forward. At that moment, the barrier protecting the dragons shatters, causing the dragon knight to curse in rage. The dragon knight looks terrified as he sees the army of skeletons charging toward them. The other dragon mages look scared, but the dragon knight, trying to appear brave, orders them to charge forward with him. The dragon knight attempts to attack the skeletons with a powerful slam, but before he can move, Lin Moyu's soul blaze attack hits his face. Engulfed in pain, the dragon knight begins falling toward the ground, screaming in agony. The skeleton warriors charge at the remaining dragons. With the dragon knight dead, the rest of the dragons turn to flee. But the skeleton mages shoot their skills at the fleeing dragons, cutting off their escape. Hit by the skills, the dragons begin dropping from the air like flies. The undead general instructs the skeletons to finish off the dragons. Lin Moyu is surprised to receive both a significant amount of EXP and merits. With the merits earned, Lin Moyu's rank increases to 4-star second lieutenant. He looks down at a dragon corpse, wondering if it's a demon or a monster. Lin Moyu continues moving forward, thinking it will be easier to farm levels and merits in this place. Far away, in a palace, a booming voice shakes the walls, demanding to know who was responsible. The Dragon King asks who killed his team and vows to skin the culprit alive. After a few minutes of walking, Lin Moyu feels exhausted and wishes humans could fly like demons and dragons. Suddenly he gets alarmed, sensing something, and turns sideways. He sees a group of abyss demons and dragon professionals, both running and flying, heading toward him. The abyss demons and dragons appear to be fleeing from something and happen to encounter Lin Moyu along the way. Seeing Lin Moyu, the abyss demon expresses a desire to eat him, while the dragon bellows that Lin Moyu killed its friends. Lin Moyu finds it strange to see the demons and dragons so friendly with each other. An army of small flying creatures arrives, seemingly chasing the abyss demons and dragons. The small creatures are level 40 soul-devouring insects. Lin Moyu realizes the insects are resistant to defense, physically immune, and have universal shred, which explains why the abyss demons and dragons are fleeing together. The soul-devouring insects fly forward, surrounding the demons and dragons in a circle. The only exit is where Lin Moyu is standing, blocking the path of the demons and dragons. Lin Moyu knows other races can't be trusted and doesn't want to let any of them escape. The soul-devouring insects begin feasting on the souls of the dragons and demons, sucking their souls like air. Some of them begin to desperately run toward Lin Moyu, trying to escape. But Lin Moyu's soul blaze attack hits a dragon and a demon, causing them to stop, screaming in agony. The others also stop, seeing their friends suddenly attacked. They realize Lin Moyu was the attacker, curse him, and vow to shred him to pieces once they escape. The soul-devouring insects start surrounding the remaining demons and dragons again. Lin Moyu raises his hand and shoots the slow curse at those trying to escape. The slow chains fly toward the demons, binding them and making them unable to move. However, the dragons, immune to such attacks, break the chains and shouts at Lin Moyu to get out of the way. The dragon looks terrified as it sees Lin Moyu summon the skeleton warriors, shocked by such powerful summons. But trying to act tough, the dragon begins charging forward. A skeleton warrior strikes the dragon, sending him flying backward. The dragon tells Lin Moyu to understand the situation and let them escape, warning that the soul-devouring insects will kill everyone there. The soul-devouring insects move forward, causing the demons to panic and groan at Lin Moyu for not allowing them to escape. Lin Moyu summons the scythe and orders the undead general to come out. The undead general forms a legion, raises its staff, and strengthens the skeletons in the legion. As the soul-devouring insects close in on the demons and dragons, the demons call Lin Moyu a fool for thinking his skeletons can stand any chance against the insects. Lin Moyu, looking irritated, calls the demons noisy, and he sends his skeleton warriors forward to fight. The demons begin laughing, pointing out that while Lin Moyu obstructed their path, he will now die with them. The soul-devouring insects are now very close to Lin Moyu, all flying towards him. But the insects can't get close to Lin Moyu due to the shield barrier of his skeleton armor. Lin Moyu raises his hand, kills an insect with soul blaze, and notices the EXP is low but thinks it's okay since there are hundreds of them. The insects begin attacking the skeletons, trying to bite through their armor. The undead general raises its staff and heals all the injured skeletons. Lin Moyu uses the skeleton Fang skill, shooting many sharp bones at the insects. Many of the insects get pierced by the bones and die, providing Lin Moyu a burst of EXP. The demons and dragons are shocked to see Lin Moyu kill the insects so easily despite being just level 30. Lin Moyu uses corpse explosion on the dead insects, causing massive explosions that kill many more insects as well as the demons and dragon. Lin Moyu gets promoted to 5-star second lieutenant with all the merits he obtains. More demon corpses explode, releasing a tremendous wave of fire and energy, and Lin Moyu looks pleased with the EXP he received. The explosion is so massive that it shakes the whole place. From the forest, a larger and bigger soul-devouring insect comes flying towards the battle. It's the level 50 soul-devouring insect king. As the soul-devouring insect king flies in, Lin Moyu notices it's a lord-level boss with high attributes and decides to take the fight seriously. He also sees many corpses of soul-devouring insects on the ground and decides to use them to kill the insect king. The insect king uses the terrifying scream skill, sending powerful sound waves at Lin Moyu and his skeletons. The high-frequency sound waves pass through the skeletons, causing them some damage. The undead general uses the healing skill to reverse the damage done to the skeletons. The sound waves hit Lin Moyu as well, and he acknowledges the insect king's strength. The insect king opens its mouth wide and begins sucking in the air, pulling along the soul-devouring insects and even breaking the ground into chunks that fly toward its mouth. Nearby, a group of people hear the Insect King's sounds and decide to run away. The dragons note that the Insect King can consume anything, recall how over 100 dragon professionals couldn't defeat it, and begin flying away in fear. With everyone gone, the Insect King turns its attention to Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu becomes concerned as all the insect corpses have been devoured by the Insect King, and he's unsure if skeleton fangs can pierce the Insect King's defenses. The Insect King lunges at Lin Moyu with blinding speed, shattering his skeleton armor. Lin Moyu realizes he must constantly replenish his armor. After a while, Lin Moyu manages to push the Insect King down, slamming it onto the ground. Lin Moyu then uses corpse explosion on the remaining corpses to try and blow up the Insect King, but the Insect King remains unharmed due to the few corpses left. The Insect King opens its mouth wide and uses the Soul Devour skill to try and consume Lin Moyu's soul. The skill hits Lin Moyu and for a moment, his soul gets pulled out of his body. Lin Moyu quickly summons the skeleton armor around him, causing his soul to re-enter his body. Seeing the Insect King's powerful attacks, Lin Moyu decides to focus on constantly replenishing his skeleton armor. The Soul Devour skill proves useless against the skeleton warriors since they have no souls. The Insect King attempts another soul attack on Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu raises his hand, saying he can also use soul attacks, and prepares the Soul Blaze skill. The Soul Blaze hits the Insect King, engulfing it in white flames. Taking this chance, the Undead General commands the skeleton mages to use their skills. Multiple skills from the skeleton mages fly toward the Insect King, who begins creating a swirling web-like structure in response. A second later, a massive cocoon-like structure forms around the Insect King, engulfing it completely. A while later, the cocoon begins glowing and rays of light emerge, rising upwards. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts with a blinding flash of light, violently pushing the skeleton warriors back. Lin Moyu watches in shock as the Insect King emerges in its second form, its attributes massively increased, radiating an aura of overwhelming power. The Insect King violently swipes its hand at the skeletons, seizing one of them between its enormous fingers. It then brings its hand closer to its mouth, opening its jaws wide, ready to devour the skeleton warrior. The skeleton warrior gets crushed between the Insect King's massive, sharp teeth. The Insect King grabs two more skeleton warriors and crushes them with its powerful jaws. Lin Moyu realizes the Insect King is devouring his skeletons to regenerate and wonders if it can consume them faster than he can summon them, so he summons a potion to replenish his spirit. The Insect King raises its hand to grab and devour more skeleton warriors. But before it can do so, Lin Moyu's Soul Blaze hits the Insect King from behind. The battlefield Ghost King looms behind Lin Moyu, pointing its finger at the Insect King, ready to unleash Abyss Energy. Abyss Energy Blast sent by the battlefield Ghost King shoots toward the Insect King. As the energy blast hits the Insect King, it lets out a loud, screeching roar. The roar travels far and wide through the forest. The fleeing dragons hear the loud roar, realize Lin Moyu is still battling the boss, and hasten their escape. An army of soul-devouring insects responds to the boss's call and arrives at the battlefield. Lin Moyu looks pleased to see so many insects as he can now use the corpse explosion. And he uses the skeleton fang skill, raising his hand toward the incoming horde of soul-devouring insects. A large number of pointed, sharp bones shoot toward the insects like arrows, piercing many of them. The corpses of the insects begin to drop, and Lin Moyu raises his hand, using corpse explosion on them. The corpses begin exploding all around the Insect King. The powerful shockwaves from the explosion catch the Insect King by surprise, leaving it unable to react in time. More explosions bombard the Insect King, engulfing it in flames. Lin Moyu commands the Undead General to advance its legions, not giving the Insect King any space to breathe. Following the Undead General's orders, the skeleton mages raise their staffs and shoot various skills at the Insect King. The skeleton warriors also lunge upward, striking the Insect King with their swords. The Insect King raises its arm, causing the ground to be blasted apart. A massive deep opening, like a small chasm, forms on the ground, making the skeletons to fall into it. Meanwhile, a group of professionals nearby hear the shrieks of the Insect King and begins wondering if someone might be battling it right now. Lin Moyu, along with many skeletons, gets thrown down the chasm. Lin Moyu lands on his feet, and so does the Insect King, a short distance away from him. The Insect King lowers its hand toward a group of skeletons, grabs them, and pulls them up to its mouth, preparing to devour them. The Insect King devours 5 skeletons at once, absorbing some spirit from them, and extends its wings as it turns toward the massive cave-like opening. Lin Moyu realizes the Insect King is trying to escape and knows that if it gets away, he won't be able to catch it. So, he uses the slow curse and binds the Insect King in chains, preventing its escape. The Insect King growls, struggling to free itself from the chains binding it. Lin Moyu looks over at the now immobile Insect King, with the battlefield Ghost King standing behind him. With a smirk, Lin Moyu tells the Insect King not to think about running, expressing his interest in its soul. The skeletons leap toward the immobile Insect King and begin striking it with their swords. Lin Moyu raises his hand at the Insect King and unleashes the soul blaze on it. Hit by Lin Moyu's skill and the battlefield Ghost King's abyss energy, the Insect King gets lifted off its feet. The Insect King then dies and falls to the ground, providing Lin Moyu with 5 million EXP and 3 rare items, each with its own uses and attributes. Lin Moyu notes that he has enough spirit to summon only one undead general and is pleased to receive the soul-devouring ring and soul crystal, both of which help replenish his spirit. Lin Moyu looks over at the Insect King's dead corpse and thanks it, and then he raises his scythe at the Insect King's corpse and, using the evocation skill, revives its soul and commands it to be his servant. The Insect King's soul emerges from its body at Lin Moyu's command. However, the soul is unable to enter the scythe, and the skill fails. Lin Moyu, puzzled, wonders if it's because the Insect King's level is too high. Nevertheless, Lin Moyu decides to try the skill again and swings his scythe. The Insect King's soul flies toward the scythe and attempts to enter it. But once again, the process fails, and Lin Moyu realizes his current spirit is too low to summon the Insect King, deciding to use the soul crystals to replenish his spirit. Lin Moyu then uses the soul crystals, traps the Insect King in his scythe, and remarks that he isn't sure if the Insect King will revert to its original form in its soul state. He looks ahead and sees a whole world formed by the gnawing of the soul-devouring insects, wondering if this might be the Insect King's lair. Previously, the Insect King had tried to escape through that path, and Lin Moyu believes there might be something inside. At that moment, a powerful current of air exits the dark opening, as if something is coming out. 2 massive legs become visible, and Lin Moyu exclaims that it's a world-level boss. Lin Moyu enters the soul-devouring insect's lair and sees hundreds of clustered eggs spread across the dark cave, with the main boss sleeping in the center. The soul-devouring insect mother is a world-level boss at level 51, boasting exceptionally formidable attributes. Lin Moyu feels intimidated by the insect mother and her terrifying attributes. The insect mother senses Lin Moyu and rises, towering ominously over him with a menacing presence. The eggs on the floor begin cracking, and from inside, the soul-devouring insect guards emerge, all at level 50. The insect mother summons multiple layers of spirit shields around herself and the eggs. Lin Moyu notes the 4 layers of shields stacked together and realizes breaking them won't be easy as he summons the skeleton warriors. The insect mother uses the soul explosion skill, sending powerful and deadly shockwaves in all directions. Hit by the shockwaves, the skeletons suffer varying degrees of damage. The undead general raises its staff, using the Legion Heal skill to repair the skeleton's damages. Lin Moyu feels lucky to have the undead general. Otherwise, he is certain he would have lost after a few more rounds of the insect mother's soul explosion. The skeleton warriors charge toward the insect mother, who still has the shield around her and her eggs. The skeleton warriors begin repeatedly striking the shields with their swords. However, the attacks do no damage to the shield, and Lin Moyu wonders how else he can break it. On top of that, the soul-devouring insects constantly replenish the strength of the insect mother and the insect guards. Suddenly, a massive outburst of soul explosion sends all the skeletons flying backward like small insects in every direction. Lin Moyu, who often used the soul blaze to interrupt enemy skills, now experiences the same from the insect mother. The insect mother uses a soul freeze skill on the skeletons. Lin Moyu looks startled as he sees one of his skeletons destroyed. The skeleton falls to the ground, its bony face frozen. Lin Moyu kneels down near the skeleton and begins examining what happened to it. The skeleton mages launch various skills at the shield. The skills begin bombarding upon the shield. Lin Moyu raises his hand, uses the skeleton fang skill, and summons sharp, pointy bones. He shoots them toward the shield, hoping to destroy it, but they do no damage. The insect mother attacks with the soul freeze skill, and 12 skeletons die instantly. Lin Moyu decides to use the soul blaze skill to see if it can pass through the shield. The insect mother instantly becomes alert and fires sharp ice crystals at Lin Moyu, which get deflected by his skeleton armor. Lin Moyu now understands that the insect mother panicked when she saw his soul blaze and cracks a smile, realizing he can counterattack. He unleashes a massive amount of soul blaze directly at the shield. The insect mother uses the soul freeze skill to counter Lin Moyu's attack, while the soul-devouring insect tries to keep the shield intact. However, their attempts fail as a massive hole appears in the shield, hit by the soul blaze. Lin Moyu notes that it's his turn to attack as he raises his hand. Meanwhile, nearby people realize the sound of the soul-devouring king has stopped, and they wonder if someone might have killed it. At the sight of Lin Moyu's battle with the Soul Devourer King, which left a massive chasm-like opening, a group of dragon professional squads arrives. Seeing the extensive damage done to the soul-devouring insect's territory, they wonder who might have caused this. The squad leader turns to a soldier and asks who won, but the terrified soldier says he doesn't know and suggests they go down and look. The squad then decides to go down, prepared to run back if anything bad happens, and they all leap down the opening. The party from Xiajing Academy and Genesis College also arrive at the soul-devouring insect's territory and look down at the massive opening in the ground. After a few seconds of discussion, all of them jump down. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu's battle continues, and he has just caused more damage to the shield around the insect mother with additional soul blaze attacks. Lin Moyu declares he will give the insect mother a taste of a soul attack and raises his hand. With the barrier half destroyed, Lin Moyu's blaze soul strikes the soul-devouring insect guard, engulfing it in flames. The undead general raises its staff, commanding the skeleton mages to unleash their skills. Numerous skills from the skeleton mages begin bombarding the insect guard. Lin Moyu follows up by using the skeleton fangs, sending sharp bones piercing into the insect guard's fleshy body. The insect guard gets impaled by the bones and finally dies. Lin Moyu gazes at the corpse and raises his hand to use the corpse explosion. The insect guard's corpse begins to explode. The massive explosion sends huge shockwaves toward the insect mother. The shockwaves spread, shattering the remaining shield. Lin Moyu orders the skeleton warriors to charge at the insect mother and attack her. Following his command, all the skeleton warriors lunge at the insect mother like swarming ants. The insect mother reacts quickly, activating the rapid hatching skill. Lin Moyu realizes the queen is attempting to hatch her eggs. Hundreds of eggs on the ground begin cracking. From the eggs, soul-devouring insects emerge, covered in slime. Queen exhales a sigh of relief, sweating from fear. The recently hatched insects spread their wings and fly towards the skeleton warriors. They use the universal shred skill, gnawing on the skeleton's armor. Lin Moyu uses the skeleton fang skill, pleased that he now has corpses to create explosions. The sharp bones fly towards the insects, impaling them on contact. Meanwhile, the insect mother uses the soul explosion skill, creating a powerful shockwave that sends the skeletons flying back. Lin Moyu taunts the insect queen, warning her not to get anxious as her end is near. He then casts the slow curse, sending curse chains toward the insects. Struck by the curse, the insects are bound by the chains, unable to move. The skeleton warriors seize the opportunity and begin slaughtering the insects. The corpses of the insects begin falling to the ground. Lin Moyu raises his hand and uses the corpse explosion on the bodies. The insect corpses begin to explode from within. The multiple explosions release tremendous heat energy right at the insect queen. This results in the insect mother being incinerated. She finally dies, and Lin Moyu receives 5 million EXP along with many other items and loot. Lin Moyu is particularly pleased to have obtained the soul gem and plans to sell the egg for a large sum of money. He now understands why Bai told him this place is full of endless opportunities, as he has already obtained so many valuable treasures in such a short time. Meanwhile, some people observe the sky and learn that the world boss has been killed, hoping the one who achieved this feat is a human. The insect mother's dead body begins dissolving into smoke, forming a crystal-like object. Lin Moyu grabs the object and realizes it's a primordial rune, which can allow him to enter the primordial space. Lin Moyu recalls by mentioning that the primordial space helped him become a divine professional and served as the origin of humanity's detection techniques, never expecting to find this rune hidden here. Holding the rune in his palms, Lin Moyu raises it high as strange symbols begin appearing around it. Lin Moyu looks startled as the rune starts to glow brightly. The glow intensifies, and suddenly Lin Moyu is lifted from the ground as a bright red streak of light descends upon him. The people outside notice the light and realize someone has obtained the primordial rune, revealing that its bearer becomes a target, as in 10 days, once the light fades, numerous enemies will relentlessly pursue them to steal the rune. Lin Moyu clutches his hair in concern, knowing he has become a public enemy and reflects that Bai must have faced this same predicament. A sword suddenly strikes Lin Moyu's shield from behind, alarming him as he swiftly turns and responds with the slow curse on his assailant. The slow chains shoot towards a dragon knight, binding themselves around him. A skeleton warrior charges at the now terrified dragon knight. However, since dragons are immune to curses, the dragon knight leaps backward, dodging the skeleton warrior's sword swing. Lin Moyu uses the skeleton fang skill, launching sharp bones at the dragon knight, which fly towards him and pierce his body. The dragon knight quickly summons a shield around himself, sweating and panting, then instructs the other dragon professionals to kill Lin Moyu. The rest of the dragon knights charge toward Lin Moyu, intending to steal the primordial rune from him. Lin Moyu glances at the approaching enemies, recalling Bai's words that if he endures these attacks for 10 days, the primordial rune will permanently become his. Determined, Lin Moyu prepares to defend the rune and kill as many enemies as necessary. He then summons his entire army of skeletons as the dragons fly toward him. The undead general raises its staff, using the skill to strengthen the skeletons in its legion. Empowered by this skill, the skeleton warriors become stronger and faster. The mages also receive the buff, making their spells more powerful. The dragon knights are shocked by the sheer number of skeletons and begin fearing for their lives. As the skeleton mages' spells fly towards the dragons, all the dragons form a group defense to block the incoming attacks. Lin Moyu remarks that even the dragon's shields can't compare to the soul-devouring insect mother as he raises his hand to cast skeleton fangs. The sharp bones fly toward the dragons, shattering their defenses. Struck by the attack, the dragons begin scattering, with some falling to the ground. The dragon knight's jaw drops in horror as he summons another shield around himself, trying to fend off the relentless barrage of skills. The skeleton warriors advance to attack. The dragon mage slams his staff into the ground, causing the earth to break apart into chunks. A huge gap opens in the ground, swallowing half of the skeleton warriors. The dragon knight turns to his companions and urges them to retreat, realizing they can't defeat Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu notices the dragons trying to escape and summons his scythe, ready to exact revenge for their earlier assassination attempt. Using the stone he received earlier, Lin Moyu recovers his spirit and decides to summon the Insect King's soul he captured earlier. The undead Insect King emerges from the scythe, standing before Lin Moyu. The dragon professionals are bewildered upon seeing the huge undead appear out of nowhere. Moreover, recognizing it as the Insect King, the dragons begin to panic, their faces reflecting horror. Without hesitation, they start fleeing. The undead Insect King chases after the fleeing dragons, grabbing one with its hand while the dragon bellows in fear, begging to be released. The Insect King brings the dragon professional closer to its mouth, preparing to devour him. The other dragons watch in horror, their jaws wide open, as their companion is chewed and eaten. The Insect King then opens its mouth wide, ready to use the soul-shaking shriek. Hit by this skill, the dragon's souls begin to be pulled out, rendering them unable to move or react. The Insect King then starts devouring the dragons along with their souls. Lin Moyu is pleased with the Insect King's strength, which is sufficient to kill dragons as if it were nothing. With the dragons defeated, Lin Moyu gains enough merits and is promoted to 7-star second lieutenant. Lin Moyu then recalls the Insect King's soul back into the scythe, now thinking that being the public enemy might be useful. Suddenly, a human voice calls out to Lin Moyu from behind, addressing him as Junior. Lin Moyu turns around and sees a party of people, all looking in awe at him. Seeing the humans, Lin Moyu recalls Bai's warning about humans who would fight against each other for benefits and instantly becomes cautious. With their unexpected arrival, Lin Moyu wonders if these humans also want to snatch the primordial rune. The knight at the front asks Lin Moyu why he entered the Eternal Trials while only at level 30. Lin Moyu asks the knight if there's a problem with that. Hearing this tone, the knight becomes slightly annoyed with Lin Moyu. However, he stays composed and asks Lin Moyu if he's from Xiajing Academy, introducing himself and his team as members of the Genesis Institute, with his name being Ling Yizhan. Lin Moyu acknowledges this and asks Ling Yizhan if there's a problem. Ling Yizhan points out that Lin Moyu is in grave danger right now. Lin Moyu calmly responds that he is aware. Ling Yizhan then offers to protect Lin Moyu and help him survive the next 10 days. Looking suspicious, Lin Moyu says he doesn't need protection but still thanks Ling Yizhan before turning to leave. As Lin Moyu walks away, Ling Yizhan shouts a warning that he will die alone. Ling Yizhan watches in speechless silence as Lin Moyu ignores him. The man behind Ling Yizhan remarks that Lin Moyu is being disrespectful, but Ling Yizhan suggests that Lin Moyu might be a genius for entering the trials at level 30. The other man points out that Lin Moyu is really lucky to have obtained the primordial rune and laments that if they had arrived earlier, they could have taken it. Ling Yizhan quickly shuts down any ideas, emphasizing that Lin Moyu is their junior, which is more important, while the man reassures Ling Yizhan that he has no plans to harm Lin Moyu. Ling Yizhan notes that Lin Moyu might not be ordinary, given his acquisition of the primordial rune and his cautious demeanor, indicating he knows about it. Ling Yizhan then considers that Lin Moyu might have left a soul imprint in the Hall of Heroes long ago, making any attack questionable. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu continues through the forest, replenishing his spirit. He remarks that the last battle was too rewarding, as with the soul crystal and gem, his spirit will almost never be exhausted. Suddenly, a monster with blazing eyes lunges at Lin Moyu from behind, but sensing the attack, he swiftly summons the skeleton armor to defend. It's a level 48 abyss poison demon that shoots poison at Lin Moyu, hissing in surprise at his strong defensive skill. The demon steps back and mocks Lin Moyu, wondering how a level 30 weakling dared to enter the Eternal Trials, and declares it will now take the primordial rune from him. The demon then prepares to attack Lin Moyu, threatening to swallow him whole. But the demon is shocked as something attacks it with blinding speed, slicing it up. The demon is chopped into pieces by a skeleton warrior's sword, not even realizing what happened. Lin Moyu, looking irritated, remarks that the demon talked too much as he receives EXP and merits. He accepts that he will encounter many monsters and demons like this over the next 10 days and notes that it will be annoying. 5 minutes later, Ling Yizhan and his party arrive at the scene where Lin Moyu killed the demon and see its sliced up remains. The black-haired man is struck by horror, unable to believe that a level 30 like Lin Moyu could kill such a high-level demon so quickly. Noticing no signs of struggle or battle, the man points out that the fight must have ended instantly. Ling Yizhan agrees that they have severely underestimated Lin Moyu and admits he is indeed qualified to be in the eternal trials. The man asks Ling Yizhan if they should continue following Lin Moyu, and Ling Yizhan agrees. So they all move forward, following Lin Moyu's trail. Suddenly, a disturbance in the air startles Ling Yizhan and his team as they notice hundreds of demons flying in from the horizon. A level 48 Abyss Succubus leads the demon army, and upon seeing her, Ling Yizhan remarks that Lin Moyu is in deep trouble this time. Meanwhile, as Lin Moyu walks through the forest, Succubus spots him and feels fortunate, realizing that he is only level 30 and holds the primordial rune. Lin Moyu senses Succubus behind him and wonders if she is the same one who charmed Counselor Su Wei. Succubus uses her charm skill, trying to make Lin Moyu her slave. The charm flies toward Lin Moyu but gets deflected by his skeleton armor. Succubus is taken aback, shocked that her charm is ineffective against a mere level 30 human. Lin Moyu prepares to counterattack, telling Succubus it's impolite not to reciprocate someone's kindness. And he shoots sharp pointed bones straight at the frightened Succubus. A monster quickly flies in front of Succubus, using its bones to shield her. Succubus becomes furious and shouts at Lin Moyu to die. Succubus sends her army of monsters to advance towards Lin Moyu, intending to kill him. Lin Moyu prepares to fight back, summoning his skeleton warriors. Ling Yizhan and his team see the smoke and dust billowing from where Lin Moyu is and think he will be finished now. But Ling Yizhan is still uncertain. Could someone who obtained the primordial rune really perish here? The monsters and skeletons break out into a fierce battle as the monsters charge forward. The skeletons gain the upper hand, crushing the demons. Lin Moyu notes that he excels at AoE attacks and unleashes massive explosions using the corpse explosion skill on the dead monsters' corpses. Succubus is shocked, watching her monsters get blown up. Multiple explosions occur, killing many more monsters. Seeing her monsters fall instantly, Succubus wonders if Lin Moyu is hiding his true identity and might be a divine professional, despite knowing divine ranks can't enter this layer. Feeling scared, Succubus wonders who exactly Lin Moyu might be. With a smirk, Lin Moyu tells Succubus he is just a human professional. Now fearing for her life, Succubus begins to fly away. Lin Moyu tells her she can't escape, and he shoots the soul blaze at Succubus, who begins screaming in agony upon being hit. She loses balance and starts falling toward the ground. However, she manages to regain control of her wings and continues flying, deciding to inform the Demon King about Lin Moyu. Seeing Succubus fly away, Lin Moyu is puzzled at how she managed to move despite being hit by his soul blaze. Since Succubus managed to escape, Lin Moyu wishes he could also fly like her. He then decides to forget about it and continues on his way to find the Divine Chosen's secret realm as fast as he can to obtain the trace of divinity by mentioned. Minutes later, Ling Yizhan and his team arrive at the battlefield and are all taken aback. They examine the battlefield, and seeing all the monster corpses, they are surprised that Lin Moyu managed to do this alone. The girl asks Ling Yizhan if they could achieve such a feat, and Ling Yizhan, with gritted teeth, says they could never. Despite the whole army of monsters and the presence of Succubus, Lin Moyu wins the battle effortlessly, and Ling Yizhan is sure his team could never achieve such a feat. Another man asks Ling Yizhan if it might have been Lin Moyu who defeated the soul-devouring insect king. Ling Yizhan notes that if it was Lin Moyu, then his abilities are already unimaginable. He then tells the team that they are probably no match for Lin Moyu and says he just wants to see how Lin Moyu will get through these 10 days. A while later, Ling Yizhan and his team encounter Lin Moyu standing on the path with the skeleton warriors summoned behind him. Ling Yizhan feels intimidated, thinking Lin Moyu is intentionally waiting for them. Lin Moyu asks Ling Yizhan how to reach the central area of the upper layer. Still frightened, Ling Yizhan points to the left side and tells Lin Moyu to head in that direction. Lin Moyu turns away and thanks Ling Yizhan before leaving. Watching Lin Moyu walk away, Ling Yizhan wonders why he feels so scared seeing Lin Moyu, who is just level 30. A member asks Ling Yizhan why they are still following and watching Lin Moyu if they aren't going to steal the primordial rune from him. Ling Yizhan says he wants to witness history being written. Lin Moyu successfully makes it through the first day, the second day, and the third day, killing many demons and monsters alike. On the fourth day, Lin Moyu gets promoted to 0-star colonel with all the merit he receives, and even he is surprised by this achievement. But he is a little surprised as he doesn't encounter any monsters on the fourth day, unlike the previous 3 days when he had to fight so many. Meanwhile, Ling Yizhan senses something and warns his team that something is wrong. One of them notices something ahead and tells Ling Yizhan to look over there. Seeing what it is, Ling Yizhan panics and says it's bad, telling his team to leave this place. Ling Yizhan then shouts out to Lin Moyu, warning him that there's danger here and urging him to leave immediately. A gigantic monster with 3 glowing eyes emerges, towering above the highest trees, emitting a fearful aura. Ling Yizhan lets out a loud scream, terrified as he sees the massive centipede emerge from the ground. The knight springs forward and quickly uses the group defense skill, summoning a barrier around his team. Small boulders fly and hit the barrier as the giant centipede emerges fully out, sending dust everywhere. Lin Moyu stares at the centipede while Ling Yizhan, sweating in terror, says it's the Great Earth Centipede. The centipede turns its head upward, opening its jaws wide, causing dark lightning to crackle everywhere around it. The lightning strikes down upon smaller monsters, killing them. Suddenly, a massive barrier traps Lin Moyu, the centipede, and others inside, with the barrier's energy bathing the entire forest in blinding light. Lin Moyu shields his face with his arm, acknowledging the size of the monster and noting it's the biggest he's ever faced. Ling Yizhan and his team watch with jaws open, thinking they will die now, facing the Great Earth Centipede. Ling Yizhan wonders how they could have entered the centipede's territory and suspects someone intentionally lured them in. Even Lin Moyu suspects that the demons he encountered the previous day unknowingly led him in this direction. At this moment, the Abyss Demon King, Queen Succubus, asks the lower demon Succubus if she was successful. The lower demon Succubus reports success in directing Lin Moyu and the others into the Great Earth Centipede's territory, awakening it, and assures the queen that Lin Moyu will die now. The Demon King Succubus grins and praises the lower demon Succubus, pointing out that Lin Moyu is the best of this generation and that if he dies now, no one will be a threat to them. The Demon King then orders the lower Succubus to retrieve the primordial rune once Lin Moyu dies, reminding her not to touch the rune, and the lower Succubus agrees. Once the Demon King disappears, the lower demon Succubus gives an evil smile, saying Lin Moyu is doomed now. Meanwhile, back at the upper layer, Ling Yizhan and his team brace themselves as he explains that the centipede is a powerful boss usually asleep but awakens when someone gets close. The Great Earth Centipede is level 55 and is a world boss with insane attributes. Lin Moyu notes these high attributes and hopes to use evocation on it to capture its soul. Ling Yizhan notices Lin Moyu ready to fight and thinks he's crazy for not fearing the centipede. Ling Yizhan walks toward Lin Moyu, telling him they should fight the centipede together. But Lin Moyu tells the party to retreat as far as they can. The centipede begins its assault and lunges at Lin Moyu. It lowers its body down, its legs ready to crush Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu's skeleton armor shatters as the centipede's leg collides with it. Ling Yizhan and his team are all pushed down to the ground, and Lin Moyu tells them to retreat to avoid becoming collateral damage. Lin Moyu raises his hand to summon the skeletons. Ling Yizhan watches in shock as Lin Moyu summons a whole army of skeleton warriors behind him, exclaiming at their number. Lin Moyu points his hand at the centipede and, using the slow curse, sends chains flying toward it. Ling Yizhan looks in horror and tells his team to back off. The slow chains coil around the centipede, immobilizing it, while the skeleton warriors lunge at it, swords raised. The skeletons jump onto the centipede's huge body, piercing their swords into it, causing the centipede to screech in pain. The centipede raises itself to its full height off the ground while the skeletons continue climbing onto its body like bugs. While struggling, the centipede crushes some skeletons with its body, prompting the undead general to raise its staff and heal the skeletons. Lin Moyu raises his hand and prepares to hit the centipede with the soul blaze. The soul blaze strikes the centipede, engulfing it in white flames as it screeches in pain. The centipede then violently shakes its body, crushing 3 skeleton warriors and 2 skeleton mages in one go. The centipede lowers its face close to Lin Moyu, looking enraged. Lin Moyu accepts that his level is too low to deal enough damage to the centipede in a short time. However, he notes that his spirit is almost infinite now and looks forward to seeing if he or the centipede can last longer. The centipede raises its head high and lunges at Lin Moyu with massive speed, its fangs ready to crush him. Lin Moyu holds his ground as the centipede smashes into his skeleton armor, shattering it. Lin Moyu is pushed backward but places his hand on the ground to stop himself from being thrown too far. Ling Yizhan is surprised to see Lin Moyu is actually tankier than a knight, being able to resist the centipede's attacks. The centipede lifts itself off the ground, ready for another assault. It lunges forward, right behind Lin Moyu, its fangs poised to pierce him just as Moyu replenishes his skeleton armor. The moment the centipede slams against Lin Moyu's shield, Lin Moyu commands his skeletons to launch a counterattack. The skeleton warriors all lunge at the centipede, jumping onto its head. The undead general strengthens all the skeletons in its legion, making their attacks more powerful. The skeleton warriors use the Rage Strike skill, enhancing their swords, and they begin slicing at the centipede. Lin Moyu also attacks simultaneously, using the skeleton fangs to prepare and shoot sharp-pointed bones at it. The massive bones shoot upward at the centipede, piercing its body in multiple places. The centipede lets out a massive screech of pain. More skeleton warriors rush toward the centipede, trying to finish it off while it's still impaled. But the centipede sweeps its massive body, crushing 13 skeleton warriors and 9 skeleton mages with ease. It then shoots a massive amount of deadly poison mist, which billows towards the skeletons like a sea of fog. Lin Moyu remains safe from the poison as his shield covers him. However, the skeleton's bones begin dissolving like liquid and drip down. The undead general quickly uses the Legion Heal skill, reverting the damage done to the skeletons. Lin Moyu raises his hand and declares he will have a battle of attrition. The poison unleashed by the centipede travels far and wide in every direction, and Ling Yizhan's team hurriedly backs away to avoid it. The team watches as clouds of poison rise, covering the whole place in green mist, obscuring all vision. The black-haired dude asks if Lin Moyu can survive this, noting that if he dies, they will die too. Another member asks Ling Yizhan if he regrets this, pointing out that if they hadn't followed Lin Moyu, they wouldn't have encountered the centipede. But Ling Yizhan firmly says he doesn't regret it. He explains that although they wanted to steal from Lin Moyu, he realizes that as humans, they should be helping each other. Ling Yizhan says that Lin Moyu is still their junior, and even if death is imminent, as a senior, he should rush in and defend him. Meanwhile, the centipede continues its rampage, destroying more skeleton warriors. Lin Moyu admits he is having difficulty seeing in this mist and decides to go all out as he summons the scythe and calls out the soul-devouring Insect King. The level 50 soul of the Insect King emerges, and Lin Moyu notes that the centipede's shell is very tough. The centipede sees the Insect King, targets it, and lunges at it. The Insect King reacts quickly, biting down on the centipede's hard-shelled body with its massive teeth. Since the Insect King can ignore defenses, it easily manages to rip a chunk out of the centipede's body. The Insect King leaps upward as the centipede tries to swipe at it. The Insect King then opens its mouth wide, preparing to attack with the soul-shaking shriek skill. Waves of high-frequency skill fly towards the centipede, shattering its eardrums. The centipede shrieks loudly in pain while the Insect King instantly prepares to attack with the Devour Soul skill. The skill hits the centipede, pulling its soul from its body. Lin Moyu notes that since the attribute gap is too large, the centipede won't die easily and decides to attack its soul with the Soul Blaze. Lin Moyu's Soul Blaze attack flies toward the centipede's soul, striking it. Hit by the blaze, the centipede's soul receives heavy damage. With its soul heavily damaged, the centipede looms over the ground, surrounded by its own poisonous mist. Lin Moyu decides to take this opportunity to attack the centipede's weakened body. He shoots massive sharp bones at the centipede, piercing its body and causing green liquid to gush out of its wounds. The skeleton warriors leap forward to attack the centipede. Following Lin Moyu's bone spikes, the skeleton warriors jump onto its body while the skeleton mages bombard it with various skills. The centipede twitches and writhes from all the injuries, the bone spikes still embedded in its body. It then gets an adrenaline rush and forces its soul back into its body, becoming active once more. As it does so, it soars high into the air, still bleeding profusely. Then, it forcefully lunges downward towards the ground. But instead of attacking Lin Moyu, it slams into the ground. The centipede then plunges headfirst into the ground, creating a gaping hole. Lin Moyu sees that the centipede is trying to escape and quickly commands the skeletons to cut off its retreat. The skeleton warriors all grab onto the centipede's legs, pulling it back and preventing it from moving forward. The centipede then emerges back above ground and soars high, letting out a deafening screech. Lin Moyu orders the soul-devouring Insect King to kill the centipede, and the Insect King lunges forward, biting into the centipede's throat. The Insect King bites out a massive chunk from the centipede's throat. Finally, the centipede dies, having bled out significantly from the bone spikes Lin Moyu had pierced into its body. With the centipede's death, Lin Moyu receives a substantial amount of EXP and equipment. The centipede sword, centipede shield, poison gem, and poison crystals are all high-grade equipment with powerful stats. Lin Moyu examines the poison crystal, recognizing it as one of the elemental crystals, and admits that the eternal trials are mysterious, bringing him closer to obtaining the elemental divine stone. He now has 2 elemental crystals as he brings them closer and they begin combining. After merging, the elemental divine stone forms, which can be used during the 3rd job evolution and increases its success rate by 5%. Lin Moyu now turns to the centipede's corpse and summons the scythe. He wants to take this opportunity to capture the centipede's soul before the poison mist dissipates to complete the evocation. and he raises the scythe and uses the evocation skill, beginning to summon the centipede's soul. However, the evocation fails. Lin Moyu understands that the difference in level between him and the centipede is too great, so he tries the skill again. The centipede's soul begins emerging from its body, but like before, the evocation fails again. Lin Moyu looks concerned as the poison mist is about to dissipate and decides to give it one last try. And he raises his scythe once again and uses the evocation skill. This time, the entire soul of the centipede emerges from its body with the same level and attributes as before. Lin Moyu gives a relieved look as he sees the evocation finally succeed and notes that he can use this soul to deal with gigantic opponents in the future. The poison mist is still thick, obscuring vision, so Ling Yizhan and his team, unaware of the battle's outcome, are all worried, wondering if Lin Moyu is still alive. Ling Yizhan sees the centipede's body and thinks it might still be alive but notices it's not moving. As the mist clears and Ling Yizhan's team approaches, they see the corpse of the centipede. They are bewildered, their mouths open in shock, realizing that Lin Moyu actually managed to kill the Great Earth Centipede by himself. Lin Moyu walks away from the centipede's corpse, scythe resting on his shoulder, while Ling Yizhan is relieved he didn't make Lin Moyu his enemy. At this moment, the barrier surrounding the area where Lin Moyu fought the centipede begins to shatter. Alarmed, Lin Moyu looks up and sees a demon flying above. Succubus looks shocked, seeing that Lin Moyu actually managed to kill the Great Earth Centipede. Lin Moyu looks up and stares back at her. Meeting Lin Moyu's gaze, Succubus looks terrified and hurriedly tries to escape. Lin Moyu now realizes that Succubus was behind all of this. Looking somewhat relieved, Ling Yizhan asks Lin Moyu if he is alright. Lin Moyu replies that he is fine. Lin Moyu tells Ling Yizhan that he and his team can leave since the matter is now settled. Saying this, Lin Moyu crushes the poison crystal, and suddenly the familiar poisonous green mist billows out from it. Ling Yizhan quickly tells his team to back away. Lin Moyu successfully obtains a new skill, the Poison Stellar Ring, which can release poison in a 1-meter radius. Ling Yizhan asks Lin Moyu if those are the loot from the Great Earth Centipede. Meanwhile, at this time, Bai is currently in the Hall of Heroes, sitting cross-legged on the floor. He has his eyes closed as he summons Lin Moyu's soul mark. Analyzing the soul mark, Bai exclaims with surprise that Lin Moyu's spirit seems to have become much stronger and wonders if Lin Moyu encountered some fortuitous opportunity. As strange symbols appear around the soul mark, Bai recognizes it as the primordial rune. Bai smiles, noting that Lin Moyu really has good luck, and hopes Lin Moyu can survive the challenging test he will now face. Someone begins teleporting behind Bai. The divine summoner Mo Xinghai and his summon, a unicorn, appear there. Bai asks Mo why he has come here, while Mo, seeing Bai, asks why he is sitting here. Bai says he is here to watch over his student, who has gone to the eternal trials, and Mo says he is here to watch over his granddaughter, who has also gone to the eternal trials. For a moment, they exchange gazes, and then Mo asks Bai when he accepted a disciple, to which Bai replies that it was a recent development. Mo sits down, and just like Bai, summons Mo Yun's soul mark while asking Bai how his disciple is doing. Bai says his disciple has talent exceeding even the gods. Hearing this, Mo thinks for a moment, as he never expected someone powerful like Bai to praise someone else so highly. Bai mentions that he heard Mo's granddaughter evolved into her profession and offers his congratulations. Bai then notes that while Mo's granddaughter might be talented, she can't compare to his student. Mo sighs and asks just how powerful Bai's student is, mentioning that his granddaughter is the best of her generation. Bai, with a triumphant look, says that Mo's granddaughter knows his student, as it was his student who helped Mo's granddaughter obtain the Nirvana crystal, which shocks Mo. One day later, Lin Moyu is walking through the forest, now on his 5th day, and is puzzled as to why demons have still not shown themselves. A party of people comes running toward Lin Moyu, saying they heard he has the primordial stone and offering him their protection. Lin Moyu looks puzzled at the people. The leader of the party, noticing Ling Yizhan's group, asks Lin Moyu if they arrived a little late. Ling Yizhan gives a sheepish look, pointing out that his party isn't protecting Lin Moyu, instead, it's Lin Moyu who is protecting them. Suddenly, another streak of red light shoots upwards into the sky nearby, indicating that someone else has obtained the primordial rune. It's Mo Yun, who is galloping in the air, riding her unicorn. She has a troubled look on her face, as she seems to be escaping from a horde of demons flying after her. Mo Yun turns sideways, noticing the red light streak coming from Lin Moyu, and realizes someone else also has the primordial rune. Flying towards the light, Mo Yun recognizes it as Lin Moyu. She is shocked, wondering why Lin Moyu is in this place despite being level 30, and has even obtained the primordial rune. Mo Yun admits that although Lin Moyu is only level 30, seeing him makes her feel a little relieved. The demons chasing Mo Yun growl at her, telling her to give up and leave the primordial rune behind. Mo Yun curses in rage as she directs her horse down towards Lin Moyu. Raising her hand, she tells Lin Moyu to get on her horse and escape with her. But Lin Moyu, with a calm expression, says he won't escape and that the demons should be the ones running. The demons notice Lin Moyu also has the primordial rune and think they've struck gold. The demon Succubus, who seems to be leading the demons, begins sweating as she recognizes Lin Moyu. And then she shouts at the other demons to run, breathing heavily from fear. Succubus, terrified of Lin Moyu, turns around and bellows at the other demons to run, and they begin flying away at great speed. Mo Yun, seeing the demons scared of Lin Moyu, asks why they are so afraid. Lin Moyu suggests it might be because he has killed many demons in the past. Lin Moyu asks Mo Yun when she obtained her primordial rune, and Mo Yun replies it was 5 days ago. Lin Moyu then suggests Mo Yun come with him until the primordial rune fully integrates. Mo Yun realizes Lin Moyu must be very strong for the demons to be afraid of him, so she agrees to accompany him. Meanwhile, Succubus, having managed to get far away, looks back and sighs in relief. A demon asks Succubus why she is so scared of a human who is just level 30. Succubus explains that their lord has been preparing a plan for a long time, so they can't risk ruining it by fighting unnecessarily. The demons assure Succubus not to worry and mention that there's still one more day, and it will all be over. The demons ask Succubus if her job evolution was successful, and Succubus smiles in reply. Lin Moyu and Mo Yun are resting around a small campfire. Lin Moyu asks Mo Yun if her job evolution was successful. Mo Yun confirms she was successful and is now a Holy Spirit summoner with her companion, a Holy Spirit unicorn. And she asks Lin Moyu if he is here for the God's Chosen Secret Realm. She explains that the God's Chosen Secret Realm is ranked second among all fortuitous opportunities in the upper layer. The third ranked is the Dragon Palace Dungeon, which can drop the Dragon Crystal. The first is the Primordial Space, which one can enter by possessing the Primordial Rune. Apart from these encounters, Mo Yun mentions that her grandfather told her about an extremely powerful world boss, a fortuitous opportunity no one has ever obtained. She also claims she's never heard of anyone killing that boss. Suddenly, dozens of arrows rain down on Mo Yun and Lin Moyu from the sky. Mo Yun sees the arrows and, wondering what's going on, quickly summons a barrier around her and Lin Moyu, which deflects the arrows. Following the arrows, chunks of stone slam against the barrier, leaving Mo Yun in shock. Lin Moyu thinks the mage must be level 50 or above, judging by the power of these skills. The barrier begins to shatter, and Mo Yun quickly climbs on her spirit beast, ready to escape. She then shouts that the attacker is probably after their primordial runes and tells Lin Moyu to climb on the horse so they can flee. However, Lin Moyu, remaining calm, assures Mo Yun that everything is fine. Mo Yun is bewildered by Lin Moyu's calm demeanor and thinks he might have gone crazy. The attackers appear to be dragon professionals, all above level 50. Now terrified, Mo Yun shouts at Lin Moyu to run before it's too late. The Dragon Knight smiles, saying he's struck gold seeing 2 primordial runes. He charges forward at Lin Moyu and Mo Yun, declaring their runes will be his. The Dragon Knight decides to take care of Lin Moyu first and then slowly deal with Mo Yun. Mo Yun warns Lin Moyu to be careful as the Dragon Knight, with his sword raised, closes in on Lin Moyu. The Dragon Knight uses the cross-clash skill, swinging his sword in a cross-shaped attack, but is shocked to see Lin Moyu's skeleton armor deflect his attack. Out of nowhere, skeleton warriors lunge at the Dragon Knight from behind, catching him off guard. Lin Moyu reacts instantly, using the slow curse skill to bind the dragon professionals under the curse. The Dragon Knight reminds his team that they are born with resistance to curses. A loud scream alerts the Dragon Knight and his mages, and they turn around to see one of their own hit by Lin Moyu's Soul Blaze skill. Lin Moyu grins, saying he has learned to kill the supports first. As the skeleton warriors attack the Dragon Knight, he screams and charges back at them. Lin Moyu remains calm as his skeletons begin to slay the Dragon Knight. Mo Yun is speechless, watching Lin Moyu battle with such ease against such strong enemies. Lin Moyu raises his hand at the remaining dragon professionals, declaring it's time to end this. At that moment, something appears around Lin Moyu and Mo Yun. Lin Moyu looks puzzled, while Mo Yun, with a shocked expression, says it's a barrier. As the barrier begins covering the sky around them, Lin Moyu remarks that someone has finally arrived and adds that he thought they had given up. The dragon professionals all look up at the sky, puzzled by the sudden appearance of the barrier. With malice in his eyes, Lin Moyu raises his hand, pointing out that the dragon professionals are fools for not realizing they are being used as bait. The skeleton Fang skill causes large pointed bones to sprout from the ground, impaling the dragon professionals instantly. Suddenly a thick, cloud-like fog appears, enveloping the area around Lin Moyu and Mo Yun. Concerned, Mo Yun suggests they should escape, noting she still has the random teleportation talisman, but Lin Moyu suggests they wait and observe first. A demon's voice booms through the air, addressing Lin Moyu and expressing surprise that the Great Earth Centipede didn't kill him. The lower demon succubus reveals herself, accompanied by other demons, with a crystal hovering above her palms. The crystal begins emitting abyss energy, and suddenly, a large screen appears in the air, through which the abyss demon queen succubus peers out. She calls out to Lin Moyu, stating that it's good to meet him again. Puzzled, Emoyun asks Lin Moyu who the demon is, and he explains that it's the demon queen who infiltrated Xinxia during the professional competition. Shocked to learn that it's an abyss demon queen, Emoyun questions why she has appeared here. The demon queen succubus expresses her admiration for Lin Moyu's strength and offers him a place by her side, inviting him and Emoyun to the abyss. For a moment, Emoyun's expression shifts as if she's been charmed, her eyes bulging and her face transfigured. But a shield forms around Emoyun, snapping her back as she realizes she was about to become the demon queen's subordinate and recognizes her terrifying power. Meanwhile, the demon queen succubus looks disappointed as she sees her charm on Emoyun fail. She then snaps, saying it's a shame, and declares in a rage that Lin Moyu and Emoyun will have to die. The dark crystal begins to glow and suddenly explodes, releasing a massive amount of dark, abyss-like smoke. The smoke grows, turning into something slimy as the demon queen succubus declares that she will now give Lin Moyu and Emoyun a gift to show her sincerity. The slimy substance falls to the ground and then disappears into it. Confused by what just happened, a dragon knight bellows at Lin Moyu, asking how he managed to provoke the demon queen. Suddenly, the slimy substance emerges from the ground, piercing through the dragon knight's throat, taking him by surprise. Lin Moyu swiftly reacts, summoning his skeleton armor, which blocks a similar slimy attack aimed at him. Lin Moyu realizes this attack is just slightly weaker than the Great Earth Centipede and wonders what the demon queen succubus sent to kill him. Another attack strikes a skeleton warrior, destroying it instantly. Lin Moyu uses his detection technique, X-raying through the ground, and sees that the demon is a Crimson Moon demon, a territorial lord demon at level 52. The demon's attack shatters Lin Moyu's skeleton armor, and Lin Moyu quickly replenishes it, trying to locate the demon's actual body. Emoyun looks up and shouts that there are countless demons, explaining that a territorial lord demon is powerful, and if it can't be killed, the barrier will trap everyone inside. The demon strikes again, killing another skeleton warrior with its attack. Lin Moyu instructs two skeleton warriors to test if they can break the barrier, and they follow his orders, slicing their swords at the barrier using the Rage Strike skill. Lin Moyu observes that the skeleton warrior's full-strength attack had no effect on the barrier and realizes they will need to kill the Crimson Moon demon to shatter it. Suddenly, dark strands of abyss energy rain down upon Lin Moyu, Emoyun, and the skeletons, striking the smaller shields surrounding them. Lin Moyu looks up at the demons, calling them troublesome, while Emoyun mentions that her summon has a flying restriction skill lasting 30 seconds with a 10-minute cooldown. Lin Moyu says that 30 seconds will be enough and instructs Emoyun to use the skill when he tells her to. Emoyun rides her summon and leaps into the air as Lin Moyu jumps back to avoid an incoming attack. Lin Moyu notes that as long as he is inside the barrier, the Crimson Moon demon will keep attacking him and thinks the demon might be hidden in the area or merged with the ground. And then he decides to test striking the barrier once again. But this time, the undead general raises its staff, using its skill to strengthen all the skeleton warriors. The Crimson Moon demon unleashes its fury, launching sharp attacks from the ground as the skeletons charge forward, swords raised to counter the assault. The skeleton warriors begin slicing through the sharp, thorn-like attacks, cutting them apart with the swing of their sword. The slimy dark liquid from the sliced thorn splashes onto the skeleton warrior's armor, causing damage. In response, the undead general raises its staff and uses the Legion Heal skill to heal the injuries sustained by the skeleton. Lin Moyu realizes that the skeleton's attacks aren't damaging the Crimson Moon demon. The lower demon succubus reveals that the demon queen chose the Crimson Moon demon to counter Lin Moyu's skills, taunting him to enjoy being killed slowly. Looking slightly concerned, Emoyun asks what they should do, but Lin Moyu confidently assures her not to worry, believing the Crimson Moon demon must have a weakness. Taking off on her horse, which soars high into the sky, Missouri Yun declares she will handle the demons flying above. A demon asks the lower demon succubus why they don't kill Lin Moyu, pointing out that his attributes are very low. The lower demon succubus challenges the demon to try if he wants to be killed, noting that Lin Moyu isn't weak, as even their queen considered sending a higher Crimson Moon demon. She then orders the demons to charge toward Emoyun and focus on killing her first. She also claims to have made enough preparations this time and is confident Lin Moyu will surely die. Meanwhile, back on the ground, the Crimson Moon demon continues its assaults on the skeletons, relentlessly piercing them with sharp thorns. Raising his hand at the massive thorns before him, Lin Moyu uses the slow curse on them. He then instantly uses the skeleton fang skill, sending spiked bones flying toward the thorn. The bones pierce through every inch of the massive thorn. The thorns dissolve into dark liquid, burning the skeletons, and Lin Moyu realizes his skeleton fangs is useless against the Crimson Moon Demon. He decides to think carefully and figure out where the demon's main body is hidden. Suddenly an idea strikes him. He raises his hand before him, and a faint green-golden glow appears at his fingertip. Lin Moyu uses the Poison Stellar Ring skill, sending green poison mist everywhere, confident it will force the Crimson Moon Demon to reveal its. Looking down in surprise, Emoyun sees that Lin Moyu has found a way. As the green poisonous mist now covers a large area around him, the other demons notice and are puzzled by his actions. As the poison spreads far and wide, something invisible stirs, causing the mist around it to move strangely. Noticing this, Lin Moyu realizes he's found the Crimson Moon Demon and instantly uses the slow curse and shoots chains at it. Struck by the curse, the demon's body is bound by the chains, rendering it immobile. Using the Soul Blaze skill, Lin Moyu declares the demon won't be able to escape now. The Soul Blaze flies straight at the demon and strikes it squarely, engulfing it in white flame. Lin Moyu becomes certain that the entity he struck is indeed the body of the Crimson Moon Demon. He then looks up at Emoyun and tells her to let the other demons come down. Emoyun agrees to Lin Moyu's instruction and pulls the reins of her horse to slow it down. Now at the center of the hundreds of demons, Emoyun uses her flying band skill. Suddenly, all the demons lose their ability to fly and begin falling like flies. After falling for several seconds, they all crash onto the ground. Once on the ground, the demons see the skeleton warriors charging toward them and are terrified. They try to flap their wings to fly away but are unable to. Meanwhile, the lower demon succubus, while falling like the others, summons a high-level random teleportation rune, trying to escape. She crushes the rune in her hand and begins disappearing into thin air. The other demons on the ground are lifted to their feet, about to teleport away along with the lower demon succubus. However, the skeleton warriors charge in, swinging their swords, cutting down the demons and preventing their escape. Within seconds, almost all the demons lay dead on the ground. Emoyun gasps in shock as she suddenly receives 100,000 merit points at once and is promoted directly to colonel. She notes that the slaughtering of the demons took only 5 seconds and admits Lin Moyu's strength is ridiculous. Lin Moyu declares that it's now the Crimson Moon Demon's turn. A skeleton warrior grabs a demon corpse and hurls it forward with great force. Lin Moyu responds swiftly, summoning a large bone spike that impales the demon near the Crimson Moon Demon. The impaled demon's corpse now begins exploding from within. With the Crimson Moon Demon immobilized by the slow curse, Lin Moyu uses corpse explosion on the demon's impaled corpse nearby it. As the demon's body explodes, the shockwave blows the Crimson Moon Demon into chunks. Lin Moyu watches intently as something dark and black flashes past him. The Crimson Moon Demon, now appearing unhurt and whole, seems to be attempting to flee. Seeing this, Lin Moyu remarks that there will be no escape and uses the poison skill to try and capture the Crimson Moon Demon. Suddenly, a corpse of a demon drops down from nowhere, and that corpse explodes right in the path of the Crimson Moon Demon, halting its escape. Lin Moyu begins to feel the ground trembling, which he thinks is the Crimson Moon Demon's cry, and he calls it sweet. A few more demon corpses get thrown toward the Crimson Moon Demon. Multiple powerful explosions erupt from the ground, blowing the Crimson Moon Demon apart. Bewildered by this technique, Emoyun notes that Lin Moyu is solving all problems simply by destroying everything in his way. Many more demon corpses begin exploding, releasing tremendous amounts of fire and shockwaves, splitting the ground open. Lin Moyu and Emoyun watch in silence as the shockwaves from the explosions pass by them. Finally, the Crimson Moon Demon dies, granting Lin Moyu 2 million EXP and 10,000 merit points, which also causes the large barrier to shatter, revealing the sky above. Lin Moyu realizes the Crimson Moon Demon isn't as powerful as it seemed, as it's easily killed once its body is found, and he's grateful for mastering the poison skill. He suspects that the succubus demon queen must know a lot about him to target him specifically and wonders who might have leaked his information. Landing her horse back on the ground, Emoyun sighs, relieved that it's finally peaceful. At that moment, a loud thud causes Lin Moyu and Emoyun to turn around in alarm. With the barrier falling apart, the outside view becomes clear, revealing a group of humans making the thudding noise. Their weapons held high and all looking cautious, the people advance forward now that the barrier is completely gone. Seeing the brutal battlefield, with hundreds of demon corpses scattered on the ground, the people are unsure if they're imagining things or if this is all real. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu is busy gathering loot with the help of his skeleton warriors. Emoyun thinks Lin Moyu is really experienced at collecting loot and wonders where he might have learned it. With 10 days finally passed, Moyu hopes that the primordial rune must have fully integrated. Looking at Emoyun, Lin Moyu suggests they should continue on their way, and Emoyun asks if he is planning to search for the god's chosen secret realm. Lin Moyu confirms that he is. Smiling, Emoyun says she will help Lin Moyu and points out that with his abilities, he can easily clear the god's chosen secret realm. A loud voice booms out from the dark castle, demanding to know who is targeting the dragon people. The Dragon People's king, in an angry voice, asks why so many of his warriors have been killed in such a short time. He then orders someone to investigate what really happened in the eternal trials. The person the king appointed bows and accepts the command. With this, 100 dragon warriors fly out of the castle, all heading toward the eternal trials, where Lin Moyu is. Probably after days, the dragon warriors sent to investigate the eternal trials return and report everything that happened to the king. Upon learning the truth, the Dragon King's eyes flash red, and his face contorts into a terrifying expression. Crushing the glass in his hand, he bellows out a command that all the dragon warriors in the upper layer of the eternal trials shall work together to find and kill Lin Moyu. He roars that he doesn't want his warriors to have died in vain and declares that the humans will pay with their blood. Meanwhile, the lower demon succubus uses the runes to contact the demon queen and informs her that they have failed their mission. The demon queen tells the lower demon succubus it's not her fault and that even she didn't expect the crimson moon demon to fail, then orders her to go to the deepest part of the central region to convey a command to certain individuals. Heeding her queen's orders, the lower demon succubus takes off, soaring swiftly through the air. With orders to prioritize killing Lin Moyu over retrieving the primordial rune, the lower demon succubus heads to deliver these commands to other demons there. Somewhere in the forest, Lin Moyu is busy examining his hand. Looking at the rune on the back of his hand, he asks if it's completely integrated. He closes his eyes as red swirling energy escapes from the rune, claiming he can sense the location of the primordial space and receives a skill to enhance his troops. Emoyun asks Lin Moyu where the primordial space is located, and he says it's in the lower layer. Emoyun questions why the space is in the lower layer, noting they can't access it and that the primordial space's location changes frequently, scattering 9 primordial runes randomly when it migrates. She notes each rune has a unique skill and asks Lin Moyu what he received. Lin Moyu replies it boosts his and his summon's attributes and attacks for 30 seconds. Hearing this, Emoyun points out that the skill from the rune must automatically adapt to the profession. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu starts getting a strange feeling as if this rune is very familiar to him. Suddenly, his subconscious gets teleported out of the world to the very galaxy, where he can see different planets revolving around the sun clearly. Floating around seemingly, he claims he has seen this galaxy before. Lin Moyu drifts through space and time right above the solar system. Opening his eyes, he sees Earth, and instantly many memories begin flooding his mind. He realizes that this is a solar system from another space and wonders why it has appeared in this world. Alarmed by Lin Moyu's strange and silent behavior, Emoyun wonders if he is actually studying the primordial rune. Smiling, she tells Lin Moyu to stop studying and points out that the primordial rune is just too magical. She explains that over the years, many divine-level experts have tried to study the primordial rune, but no one could understand it as it's too mysterious and has fascinated many people. With a dreamy expression on her face, Emoyun says that if she were somehow able to unlock the secrets of the primordial rune, she would have no regrets in life. Meanwhile, Lin Moyu begins to wonder if there will be many things related to Earth in the primordial space, and he wants to go in and take a look. He says it's a shame the primordial space is in the lower layer, which only level 70s can enter, and wishes there were another way. Emoyun claims there actually is a way. She points out that in the center of the last core area, there is a tunnel leading to the lower layer. A boss guards that place, so if anyone wants to enter the tunnel, all they need to do is kill the boss. Lin Moyu asks the level of the boss, and Emoyun says it's level 68 and is the only boss in the Eternal Trials that has never been killed, as many have tried before but all failed. She also notes that the boss is too dangerous and suggests Lin Moyu only face it after leveling to 73rd evolved, and Lin Moyu says he understands. A while later, Lin Moyu and Emoyun encounter a party of people coming toward them. The party members also notices Lin Moyu and Emoyun and are surprised. The blonde man at the front bows to Emoyun, introducing himself as Claude, and says he will protect her since she has the primordial rune. But Emoyun firmly declines Claude's offer, while Claude, looking disappointed, argues that it's dangerous for Emoyun to be without support since the rune will attract demons. At that moment, another man's voice declares that the people from Xinxia Empire do not need Claude's protection, causing Claude and Emoyun to turn around to see who spoke. Jialan Guild's boss-fighting party makes their way toward Emoyun. Emoyun recognizes the party and says they are one of the largest guilds in Xinxia Empire. Claude recognizes the party leader as Jiang Wenshan from the Jiang Guild. With an annoyed look on his face, Claude turns around to leave. Jiang Wenshan turns to face Emoyun and expresses his admiration for her as a Holy Spirit Summoner, a mid-level legendary profession. He then analyzes Lin Moyu and discovers that he is a level 30 necromancer, surprised as he has never heard of this profession before. Moreover, seeing the badge on Lin Moyu's chest, Jiang Wenshan is intimidated. He then greets Lin Moyu, realizing that he is of a higher rank than him. Lin Moyu asks Jiang Wenshan if he is military, and Jiang Wenshan says he was but retired due to some issue. Jiang Wenshan points out that it's very dangerous out there and offers his party's protection to Lin Moyu and Mo Yun. But he notes that Lin Moyu is already a colonel, so he might not need his party's protection. He tells Lin Moyu that he can command them if he has any orders for them. Lin Moyu asks if they have seen the god's secret realm recently, saying he's been searching for it for days but couldn't find it. Jiang Wenshan points to his left and says the god's secret realm appeared about 100 miles away 4 days ago. Thanking Jiang Wenshan, Lin Moyu and Mo Yun turn around and continue on their way. After Lin Moyu and Mo Yun have walked for a few seconds, Jiang Wenshan suddenly calls out to them from behind, prompting them to turn around in alarm. Jiang Wenshan then begins explaining something to Lin Moyu as he listens intently. All of them look up at the streak of red light emitting upwards from Mo Yun. Lin Moyu turns to look sideways, running his fingers through his hair as if he was just told something serious. He then turns back to Jiang Wenshan and tells him something, but Jiang Wenshan refuses whatever Lin Moyu offered him, saying they are humans after all. Suddenly, a loud growling noise fills the air, startling Jiang Wenshan. Hundreds of abyss demons, covering the vast sky, come flying toward Lin Moyu. Not just the demons, but 100 more dragon professionals come flying from the other side, also heading toward Lin Moyu. Looking up at the oncoming enemies, Lin Moyu notes that they won't be able to leave just yet. Jiang Wenshan bellows out to his party to get ready for battle, assuring them not to worry as he reveals he has already sent out a message asking for more reinforcement. At that moment, a golden light emanates from somewhere, alarming everyone present. Lin Moyu seems to be inviting Jiang Wenshan's party to join his legion. Learning that Lin Moyu is actually just level 30, Jiang Wenshan is completely baffled, wondering how he managed to come to the eternal trials. As the armies of demons and dragon warriors close in, Jiang Wenshan raises his shield and sword, bracing for battle. Suddenly he freezes in shock, sensing something unexpected. What catches his eye is the undead general standing behind Lin Moyu, making him wonder if it's one of Lin Moyu's summons. His jaw drops in shock as he sees Lin Moyu summon hundreds more skeletons around him. The undead general raises its staff and uses the legion strengthening skill, enhancing all the skeletons and making them stronger. Seeing the countless skeletons, Jiang Wenshan realizes how Lin Moyu entered the eternal trials alone. The skeleton warriors ready themselves for battle, while the skeleton mages raise their staffs to unleash their skills. One of the demon gets hit by a fireball launched by the skeleton mages. As the demon falls, a skeleton warrior charges forward and slices it apart with its sword. Lin Moyu realizes that with so many enemies, it will take too long to kill them all, as Mo Yun's flying band can't cover such a large area. So he turns to Jiang Wenshan and asks if he has any ideas to bring the enemies down. Jiang Wenshan mentions that his party's shadow mage has the flying band skill equipped, which can ensure that the enemies won't be able to fly for 1 minute. Pleased to hear this, Lin Moyu says he won't hold back against using that skill. Meanwhile, leading the demons, the lower demon succubus raises her hand, summoning electric energy around her palm. She then thrusts her hand forward, sending a large energy ball flying and declaring that she won't give Lin Moyu any opportunity to fight back. The energy ball slams into the ground and bursts open, releasing blue and white flame. These white flames begin swirling and rise high into the air, growing massive in size. Mo Yun and Jiang Wenshan recognize the flames as abyss flames, and a look of horror appears on their faces. Mo Yun explains that the abyss flame is the source of power for the abyss demons, with the first demon born from these flames, and that within its range, the demon's strength increases by 30%. Jiang Wenshan adds that the abyss flame is the reason humans have failed to attack the abyss and cautions everyone to be careful. Snarling its teeth, a demon with large horns lunges at Lin Moyu. Lin Moyu looks alarmed as he sees the demon approaching, and at that moment, Jiang Wenshan bellows out, warning him to be careful of the night demon. However, the night demon's attack fails as Lin Moyu's skeleton armor generates a barrier around him, preventing any damage. Lin Moyu extends his hand and grabs the demon by the throat, remarking that it's fortunate the demon came down. He then uses Soul Blaze on the demon. Engulfed in white flames, the demon screams out in agony and pain. The demon dies, providing Lin Moyu with 2 million EXP and 1,000 merit points. Seeing the night demon die so easily, the other demons turn and begin to flee. Smirking at the sight, Lin Moyu raises his hand to cast a slow curse, warning the demons not to try to escape. The demons all get bound by slow chains, immobilizing them. Lin Moyu's corpse explosion causes the demon corpse to explode, releasing powerful shockwaves that incinerates the demons all around. Noticing the massacre, the lower demon succubus shouts at the demons to spread out in all directions and beware of the explosion. From the other side, the dragon warriors charge at Lin Moyu, declaring that if they kill him, they will be rewarded by their king. Grinning as he sees the enemies rushing towards him, Lin Moyu remarks that he likes this approach, as it allows him to use their corpses to his advantage. Suddenly, multiple powerful explosions erupt from the ground, incinerating the dragon warriors charging at Lin Maoyu and catching them by surprise. Looking furious, the lower demon succubus snarls, questioning why the dragon warriors are ruining her plan. But then she rethinks her concerns, and with a hungry look on her face, she notes that the dragon warriors could perhaps be reused for her cause. Lin Maoyu states that the corpses he has gathered are sufficient and instructs the mage to make the flying enemies fall. Agreeing to Lin Maoyu's order, the mage raises his staff above his head and uses the group flying band skill, causing a bright flash of light to emanate from the top of the staff.